Rallying is one of those sports that you cannot get enough of. It's always a challenge and it's never easy, and you just keep wanting to come back and do better. And I guess my personality is I want to win, I want to beat it, and I want to work harder than everyone else because I know I can do it. And I love it when somebody says you can't do it, because then I work harder and I go, yes, I can.
Introducing ePartrade, electronic performance and racing trade. ePartrade is a revolutionary new web-based trade-only product sourcing platform that works 24/7 to connect performance parts suppliers with racing business professionals around the world. Find new products and technologies all year long, accessible everywhere, from anywhere 24/7. ePartrade is the only product sourcing platform as innovative and fast-paced as the racing market itself. ePartrade is the fastest, most efficient, and cost-effective way to introduce new parts and services to the worldwide racing trade while they're red hot, allowing builders, race teams, retailers, engineers, and other verified racing businesses to access them from anywhere in the world, day or night. The world is changing, and we're changing with it. Welcome to the future. ePartrade, the global online platform for the performance and racing industry.
Well, good morning, and I'm watching the clock here. It is 6:43, and I'm waiting for John Kilroy and Judy King to come on with us. And good morning, John.
Good morning,
Good morning,
Francis.
Judy.
Good morning, Judy.
Oh, good morning. So,
What a day yesterday.
What a day. What a day, John. What a day.
Could not have been better.
Yes, we're going to wait a minute or two for our good friend Paul Fanner, but I'm got a note from Bruce that he might not be joining us at 6:45 as he's getting ready for the next session. So we'll see if Paul comes on. If not, he will be with us later today, of course, with a wonderful session at 12 o'clock on road racing with IMSA, SCCA, SVRO, and I am and USAC. No, USAC is tomorrow, and so it is almost 6:45. And so we had a wonderful day yesterday, John, didn't we?
We sure did. You know, the racing industry is hugely varied. All the different segments of racing, all the different segments of just the technology. We had a jam-packed day yesterday, but I feel like we barely made a dent in really covering the racing industry in its entirety. And plus, it's around the world. So I'm glad we have 5 days. And yesterday's like the first day of an actual racing trade show. You know, you just feel like you left it all out there on the court, and you got more days to go, but there's a lot more to see, and that's the fun of it.
Well, it's 6:45 here in California. Let's get day 2 started. So welcome to the first annual Online Race Industry Week, day 2. I am Francis Savignan, the founder and CEO of ePartrade. As I said, it is 6:45 here in Los Angeles in the ePartrade studio. Good morning to all of you in the United States, in Canada, in Latin America, in South America. Good afternoon to you if you're watching us from Europe or from the African continent. Good evening if you're in the Middle East, and a special get well to our friend Romain Grosjean, who had a terrible accident this weekend at the Bahrain Grand Prix, so in the hospital, but it seems like he's doing really well. And then good night to all our friends in Australia, New Zealand, Japan, and all over Asia. As I mentioned yesterday, we have 110 countries represented in this week event, which is absolutely astonishing. John is, a master of international markets, and he can share all his knowledge with us. But there is 2 really important things, and that tells us is number 1 is we do have a global industry. People are racing all over the world, and that's the reason why you have suppliers and buyers in every single countries. We saw that also yesterday with some of our panelists. Then the other reason is being online makes it so easy and convenient for all of you to connect with us today and yesterday and tomorrow for the entire week. So if you're skeptic about online and digital, man, that's the answer to you. So this is a wonderful tool we have available, and we're taking full advantage of it. With me this morning, I have Judy King. Judy is the co-founder of ePartrade. I have John Kilroy, who is the Chief of Content and Audience Development for ePartrade. Now, John, Judy, and I have a long history together. We worked together for over 20 years to serve this industry that we love so much before launching ePartrade in 2018. But then, as I mentioned yesterday in the opening statement, when 2020 started and COVID hit all of us, the world went upside down. And we thought, what else could we do to help this industry we love so much? So during the spring, we came up with ePartrade Live Tech Webinars, which are a series of weekly webinars for 1 hour every Wednesday at 9 o'clock Pacific. And we have been invited, suppliers, buyers, race team, engine builders, to connect, exchange, engage over 1 hour. And the series did so well that we thought, you know what, we've got to do something. In the summer when the trade shows announced that there won't be shows this year, we thought, let's take this and make a full week of it. Now that's a big challenge. So we thought we need a partner for that. And we didn't have to think too long. And Paul Fanner and his team at Racer were the perfect partners. So I'm being told that Paul is going to be joining us later, but not on this opening this morning, but he will be there on the opening tomorrow. We called Paul, and within half a second, Judy, I think Paul said, wow, this is brilliant, I'm in. He put all his energy, all his team, and with all the magic that Paul put into it, we came up this wonderful online race industry week. And so it is a joint effort. It's a joint production. It's a perfect collaboration with two organizations that have great respect for each other. And we pulled all our efforts into it. And as a result, we have an incredible lineup of speakers, of presenters, of sponsors. And we basically, in just a very short period of time, have produced the racing industry event of the year. So on to you, Judy. I'm sure you want to say something.
Well, thank you, Francis. So hello, everyone. We welcome you to today and all week. This, as Francis said, is really been a fun event to put together. We created this for you, the racing industry. So what an amazing array of industry speakers we have gathered, pretty much covering every facet of auto racing. We cannot thank these industry leaders enough for making time in their schedules. They did this for you. We'd like to thank each and every sponsor that has joined us: ETS Racing Fuels, Full Race, powered by Borg Warner, Miller Electric, Penske Racing Shocks, and AEM Performance. They believe in this industry week and to the platform. So they just jumped on as quickly as our first time event. So we cannot thank them enough. And we'd also like to thank, we have three fabulous moderators. You know them all. We have Jeff Hammond. We all know him as a winning crew chief and Fox Sports for 20 years. So he, along with Brad Gilley, both Jeff and Brad are on Sirius XM, Channel 90 on the late shift. They have joined us. They just brought all their professionalism with us. We also have NHRA announcer Joe Castillo, who is with WFO Radio. So we hope you enjoyed this week. Spread the word, let others know. And that's about it. On to you, John.
Okay, thank you, Judy. I'll talk a bit about content, and this is just a jam-packed week. And what I compare it to is the racing industry had a cable TV network. This is kind of what it would look like. Now, it's a little bit homemade because of Zoom, but you know what? That's the charm of what we're doing. And have Roger Penske visit my house via Zoom was a really big deal. It was strange and wonderful. So I'd like to thank the companies that have showcases on ePartrade. Several hundred companies have showcases where you can go see 2021 new racing products. So make sure you visit ePartrade.com this week. They are the star attraction. So the ingenious new racing products for the next racing season, that's a star attraction of any racing trade show. And this isn't quite exactly a trade show, but it's a trade show experience. And we have the new products, the new technology from hundreds of companies for viewing on ePartrade.com right now. So number one, go over there, do some shopping. Number two, thank you for all the companies that have showcases on ePartrade. And how ePartrade works is all suppliers in the racing industry worldwide, they're on ePartrade and they're available for searching as well. However, hundreds of companies have taken the extra step of communicating to you, the racing professional, and they've uploaded new products, they've uploaded new products, technical papers, technical videos, all sorts of stuff. And they just want to take advantage of the digital platform that we have to communicate to you and provide you with the easier, better, more productive sourcing experience. When it comes to content, again, the industry leaders that have said that they want to be part of Online Race Industry Week was spectacular. And they joined us with the thought that, you know, we just have to do something. The pandemic knocked out our trade shows, but we're just not going to sit on our thumbs and spin. So we're going to do something, and it's really been pretty spectacular. So racing industry leaders we'll still hear from: Antron Brown, Ron Capps, Chip Ganassi, Bobby Rahal, Brian Deegan, IMSA's John Doonan, Indianapolis Motor Speedway's Doug Bowles, Daytona International Speedway's Chip Weil, SCCA's Michael Cobb, USAC's Kevin Miller, Formula D's Jim Lau, MIA's Chris Aylett, SCCA or the BTCC's Alan Gao. A great racing series. Americans would love the BTCC if they just sat down and watched it. So I can go on and on. Industry leaders who said, yeah, let's do this. Let's have it coming together, share some information, perspective, and insights. Tech webinars, fabulous tech webinars yesterday from just some great companies. And having Jeff Hammond work with Hera Enterprises on transmissions in NASCAR racing. That was incredible. So we have engine components, blocks, pistons, valves, turbos, starters, dampers, and more. They're all aimed at race engine builders, so it's that level of complication and sophistication. And then advanced materials, brakes, race car simulation, suspension springs, setup equipment, transmissions, gearboxes, driver safety gear, all of that coming up still this week. Today, in a few minutes, we'll have Antron Brown and Ron Capps kind of kick us off. We'll go to Eibach about suspension spring technology. That's a good one. Don't miss. I mean, they're all good. Ring seal soup with total seal piston rings, another good one. DSPS engineering, wastegates and anti-lag valves. That's how sophisticated, how micro we're getting on some of these parts, but you need to do that these days in racing. Advanced race car chassis and shock setup with intercom, racing communications, racing radios. At lunchtime here, Pacific time in California, we'll have a special road racing panel. So SCCA, IMSA, SRO, and SVRA, they'll all be on hand, and Paul will interview them on the state of the sport in road racing right now. Valves and valve train technology, our friends at SuperTech, a special panel on strategies for being race ready for every race. And I pick out certain ones that they're on my schedule. I'm gonna sit around and watch this. And this is one in particular that I love. And the great crew chiefs from NHRA, Jim Oberhofer, Paul, Nick Bonfanti, Kurt Elliott, and more. Advanced driver cooling systems by Chill Out Systems. Thieves Don't Rest, We Don't Rest by Trailer Alarms. And nobody knows more than Lyle Clark about keeping your trailer safe. If somebody steals it, he has a way of just having, you can find it with your GPS system and find your stolen trailer. So everybody needs to watch that. The Right Gearbox by Hollinger. And then we'll finish it off today with the happy hour with Brian Deegan. Francis?
Yes, thank you, John. And again, I see Ron Capps, Antron Brown, and Joe Castello coming on. And we have a few more minutes. We have about 4 more minutes to go. We start right on the clock. And as I mentioned earlier, we have people from all over the world, you know, on the Race Industry Week this week. And as John mentioned, the beauty of the event is you have the event that is live, where you can hear from all these wonderful speakers, but also you have the ability during the sessions, in between sessions, to go on ePart Trade and see all the products there. And so John mentioned after our great champ from NHRA this morning, we're going to have Eibach. You're interested in Eibach, you go in on the platform, you log in and you see their products. You have an orange button that says, I want more information. You click on it and that connects you directly with Eibach. Or you can go to Penske Racing Shocks or Meters or ETS, sponsors and AEM, ask questions and they'll get in touch with you right away. So Joe, good morning. How are you? Welcome back.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. How's everybody doing out there?
Good morning.
Ready to go.
Whoa.
I'm ready. Fired up. Getting it started. Yesterday, Roger Penske started us all off. That's a tough act to follow, but I think we've got the best 2 guys to do it with Antron and Ron, and I know everybody is super excited. So thank you for the opportunity, guys. Yesterday, all the feedback I got was through the roof positive. Everybody's loving it. We're just getting started.
Yes, and you did a beautiful job, Joe. I mean, you were terrific, and I know we're keeping you busy all week. And as Judy mentioned, we have 3 wonderful hosts, including Paul Fanner and John Kilroy on top of it. And so this is very exciting, and we're delighted to be talking drag racing. And for a French guy like me who grew up in France, I discovered really drag racing when I came here in the US about 20 years ago. And wow, there's nothing else. My first Pomona event in October or November. No, what was that? Yeah, and end of this around that time in the 1999 or something like that. It was just absolutely a memorable experience. So we're delighted to have you guys on, and it is 6:59 here in California. So Joe will let you take over. You have about 55 minutes. And our next session will be with IBAC Springs after. So Joe will let you take over, okay?
And I want to say thank you, Antron and Ron, for joining us. Appreciate it.
Anytime.
Excellent. Thank you, Judy. Thank you, John. Appreciate all you guys have done, Francisque. And good morning and welcome, epartrade.com Day 2 Industry Week. My name is Joe Costello. I'm an NHRA track announcer, but also I host WFO Radio, where these two gentlemen and champion race car drivers, Ron Capps and Antron Brown, I get to speak with them on a very regular basis because they win a lot. What I am most excited about is sharing our passion for the sport of drag racing, which obviously an American thing that has now spread worldwide, and we got about 50 minutes to really dive in. First of all, good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, Antron. Good morning, Ron. How are you?
Good morning. It's early out here, Joe.
Yeah, Ron, first of all, everybody gets to come behind the curtain on this one. I want this. We got Nitro crew chiefs later on today. We're going to have Ron Tobler. We're going to have Jimmo, Kurt Elliott, Nikki, going to be great. But I want to bring everyone as behind the scenes of our drag racing world as is possible. Starting out with the fact that Ron Capps was up very late last night iRacing, playing games. How'd it go, Ron?
It went good. It was pretty interesting. This racing series I'm in called Monday Night Racing it's a lot of industry people with NASCAR, IndyCar, TV, print, a lot of the motorsports industry. And so these guys really get into it, and it's blown up on social media. But we've got Kyle Busch, Parker Klingerman, we had Connor Daly last night join in. It's gotten to be a pretty eclectic group, and it's a different race car at a different track every week. And so last night was Indy cars. So to race a virtual IndyCar at Twin Ring Motegi against Kyle Busch and some of these guys was pretty amazing. So I got a top 10, finished 9th, and it's a fun series. It's fun to look forward to, and it's cool that we get to race with editors of motorsports magazines and websites and Fox TV analysts and things like that. So it was fun.
How come you're not mentioning world-renowned photographer Mark Robillas?
Because he's sleeping. He wouldn't hear it anyway.
that makes a good point. And now that's one of your calling cards, Ron, and we'll leave it there. But during the whole pandemic shutdown that we all experienced, you dove into promoting for your sponsor. You got some shout outs from Mario Andretti. That has been a nickname. I want to tease that for our audience, but I want to welcome Antron and AB. What's interesting is you started out in motorcycles. You went in Pro Stock Motorcycle. Now you're a Top Fuel driver. You won the final race of the season. And you guys were just getting hot just as the season came to conclusion. Does that give you confidence for the 2021 campaign?
Absolutely. The thing about it is that a lot of people look at motorsports as motorsports, but motorsports is just like any other team sport, is that it takes the synergy of a team coming together. And we got like all of our guys back together, from Brian Karate, who's my crew chief, Mark Oswald, Brad Mason, Kyle, Chris, all of our Matco boys. We all got back together, and we've been having some little problems plaguing us, man, just little gremlins where the little $5 parts, this part, that part, and we couldn't figure it out. Like every week, you go to a different week and you got one problem fixed, and you got to problem solve another problem. And this took all of us just coming together, going back to the basics, where we just actually sat there and hashed and went through every part and piece of that race car, to where you normally have 24 races to get it ready. In a normal season with qualifying runs, we only really did like 8 races. You get what I mean? If you count all the laps put together. And we had to get our junk together in a quick time where we're like, all right, if we could just get through to the middle of the season, by the time we hit Indy, we should be hitting our stride like normal during the year, which is like basically like our 13th race of the season. And we're like, then we'll have the rest of the year and we'll go into countdown and we should be a top 5 car and we can hit the countdown and have all of our stuff together. But with this shortened season with COVID, the way it did it to everybody was that we just had to make everything happen more quickly. And it was strange because you only have 2 qualifying runs. I know Ron can account for this too. That 2 qualifying runs, man, it got everybody up on their toes where you had to just worry about qualifying for the race and then get in the race and actually get your whole like combination and be hitting on all 8 cylinders. By the time you hit like that first round, if you get through the first round, you started getting better and better as the race went on. And when you get to the final round, it's really like your second round of a normal race. So it's crazy on how much that kept us all on our toes. It made it exciting for the fans, but it made nerve-wracking for our teams and our crew chiefs to try to make these cars right. So this COVID deal really amped us up and made us more just on that ready line. Like you got to be ready. Like, you got to be ready to go in there and you're racing. As soon as you pull out the first run, you have to hit the bullseye. You can't be floating around the target.
So let's focus in on that because you heard Francisque mention 110 countries around the world. This is an industry seminar. We all know why we're here. You mentioned the pandemic, of course, and the idea that motorsport in general handled this pandemic in a way that is, are you guys hearing me, by the way?
Yeah,
we
absolutely.
got you.
Just making sure because motorsport in general handled the pandemic very well. NHRA in particular, we've seen NASCAR do away with practice and qualifying, et cetera. Everybody had to trim the fat, if you will, which is fine if you're in a NASCAR race. You have the entire race to get better. It is unfortunate in drag racing, we bill the extreme nature and sudden death final round atmosphere of every round. So instead of 4 qualifying sessions, you got 2 qualifying sessions and you're rolling out for first round eliminations, your third run down the racetrack, which is probably not enough to get a hold of it. So that amped up everything. It was amazing that we got through the season and we crowned champions and each of you gentlemen got a win. I would like to spend some time though, talking about drag racing in comparison and contrast maybe to some of the other forms of motorsport that we love, appreciate. Ron, you of course have had experience in various forms of race car. Antron, you on motorcycles. I know you've appreciated all forms of racing. Antron had a stint on American Top Gear. You're both media personalities. So let's talk to some of the fans out there around the world. NHRA had some really big news this year with Marcus Lemonis and his Camping World brand. Of course, he's on CNBC with the TV show The Prophet. Turns out he's been eyeing the sport of NHRA drag racing for many years, wanting to get involved. Of course, we had a pandemic related hiccup with title sponsorship, and he swooped in to take the sport over and Camping World drag racing. So what I want you guys to each speak on, we could start with Ron and then go to Antron, is the extreme nature of drag racing. It is over rapidly. It seems simple, but it is anything but. And it has this amazing fan following in the United States and of course worldwide because of all of those things that seem to be converging at once. As the attention span of like the average person gets narrower, drag racing, where you have many short races that are so extreme, so intense that you remember them forever, are happening. Ron, tackle that a little bit for our international audience.
Well, it's funny is I always try to, the cool thing about being sponsored by Napa Auto Parts, I've got teammates in all kinds of racing. Alexander Rossi in IndyCar, and of course, Chase Elliott won the championship in NASCAR, and World Outlaw Sprint Cars with Brad Sweet. And so, yeah, in my past, driving for Don the Snake Perdome, I got to go test with IROC. I got to drive Skip Barber cars and go to a race at Mid-Ohio. And so I've gotten a chance through drag racing to be able to live a dream and go race dirt at Eldora, things like that. And I always tell people when I come back, and Antron and I talk about this all the time, the interesting part about what our cars do and what I love about being around these other race car drivers and other series is they all kind of gravitate towards us and say, you know, what goes on in that car? What are you doing in that car before you step on the gas? And they're always so intrigued about what's about to happen when we step on 11,000 horsepower. And first of all, you got to picture 11,000 horsepower. Even the most amazing experienced race car drivers in the world of any other motorsports can't fathom 11,000 horsepower. You might have 800 horsepower, you might have 1,000 in another motorsports series, but 11,000, think about it. So I always explain to them, we don't have the luxury of a Grand Prix or a NASCAR oval or a dirt track oval of messing up one corner and missing your mark on a corner or not hitting the apex the way you wanted to. And in your head, you're like, it's okay, your spotter's talking to you, I can make it up on this next lap or the next lap after that, and I can get us back up to where we're at. In NHRA drag racing, and especially in a nitro car, you step on the gas and you've got about 3.8 seconds, really not even that, because the last few hundred feet just sort of happen in one of these cars. But you don't have the luxury of making a decision like you would in another type of race car where you go, ooh, I missed that. And you kind of talk to yourself and you have maybe a fraction of a second, second and a half, 2 seconds to make that decision. You've got to make a decision split second that could either not hurt you bad or not hurt somebody else. And you've got to make the right decision. And on top of it, it could save a run, it could win a race, it could lose the race. So there's a lot going on in that small amount of time. And you step on the gas of a nitro car and it's like the world's flying apart. And people have seen my end cars that we put up on social media where I wear the HD glasses. It's insane. For 3.5 seconds, it's like everything is flying apart. So it's hard to tell somebody else that's even the best race car drivers in the world what we experience. So that's what I love about the sport. And yeah, through the pandemic, like you talked about, I flew back from that March race in Gainesville and I knew things were going to get bad. And knowing that NASCAR, when they got back to racing without fans, one thing that NHRA wouldn't do and won't do is race without fans, period. So we had to wait a little longer to get back. And it was perfect planning, I think, on NHRA's part to get back to race in Indianapolis. We had 4 races there. It was close to home for the teams. From a business standpoint, I got right on iRacing, which I've been with iRacing since their inception. And it was interesting to get these text messages from these other race car drivers. And all of a sudden iRacing's putting on, and we're racing Wednesday nights and Thursday nights in front of a million people tuned into TV to watch us race cars on a computer. So it's insane to think what we all sort of resorted to. And the next thing you know, we're getting cars painted up. We're mentioning sponsors. We've got Mario Andretti talking, during a race. And it was sort of an IROC series through the whole pandemic. But really, the funnest part was getting into the green room, sort of what you would call it, before a race. And I'm talking to Helio Castroneves, or I'm talking to Tony Kanaan, or I'm talking to Chase Elliott. All these guys were talking to each other via a computer before we strap into these virtual race cars. And it's usually what we do at an autograph session at SEMA or PRI or something like this. So that's the only time we got to catch up. And here we were doing it virtually. So a lot of things changed. And like Antron and I, we don't approach this as race car drivers. We approach this as a business, and our sponsors are partners. And that's the way we've always approached it. So we just sort of had to change things up a little bit.
I think I am proud of what motorsports has done, and NHRA drag racing in particular. If you're just logging on, welcome, epartrade.com. We've got Ron Capps and Antron Brown, NHRA Camping World Champion drag racers. Ron drives a funny car. Of course, those are the cars with the carbon fiber body that comes down over the top of it. Very claustrophobic. Don't know how you do it, Ron. And Antron, top fuel dragsters, very similar 11,000 horsepower engines. I would love for you to expand a little bit, Antron, about what Ron just said, the chaos that happens in the cockpit of one of these cars, where much like other forms of racing, when things are going right, it's all good. But when things go wrong, all of a sudden you have a an uncontrollable beast that you must control. You picked up the final win of the season. And talk a little bit about and take the audience into the cockpit with you.
Well, the first thing I can tell everybody is that us as drag racers, we always used to get people, well, how hard can it be? You just go straight. And you know, we always get that. But the thing about it is, if you ever saw Ron's in-car camera, my in-car camera, we turn that thing more than 3.5 seconds than a lot of cars do around a whole lap at a racetrack. You know what I mean? Because they kind of go steady, and we're kind of just, we're trying to guide it. We're nipping it all down, and we're trying to guide it. You're trying to guide this unguided missile. And the craziest part about it is what people don't realize is not the speed that gets you in a drag race car. It's the acceleration on how you get there. When you think about it, you know, for the whole industry out there worldwide, you got to remember our cars, like the fastest cars accelerating now, they think are electric cars where they go from 0 to 60 in 1.8 seconds. We go from 0 to 100 miles an hour in 0.8 of a second. So that means whether you like it or not, when you step on the gas pedal, you're going 100 miles an hour. And you're going to pull at the start. This is what people understand. You're going to pull, when we're talking about on the specs of it, like in G's, you know, like we will pull, when we step on the gas pedal, we'll pull close to 4 G's. But that's not where it gets you at. When you go down a racetrack, when you get out there to about 200 feet, that G meter just keeps on climbing exponentially. You go from 3.8 to 4.2. Then when you get out there to 330 feet, it hits you again because you get a little bit more clutch, because our clutch does not come 1-to-1 until we get to about 550 feet down the racetrack. So once we get past that 330 feet mark and we come to that 550 foot mark, where we're doing almost like 300 miles an hour, we're going like 290 miles an hour at that point, right at the 660 foot mark, the clutch is already going 1-to-1. And when it goes 1-to-1, we will go up to 6 G's. So what I'm trying to tell people is that we are pulling more G's at 300 miles an hour than we did from a 0 to 100 from a standstill start. So our car's already doing about 250 miles an hour. And when the clutch comes 1-to-1, it takes us up to 300 miles an hour. And that's our max G load. So you kind of just, it's like kind of like being in warp drive when you hit the gas. It goes whoop, pushes you back again, pushes you back again. And when it comes 1-to-1, it snaps you up and snaps you back. And then the car just is floating for the last like 340 feet of the racetrack. It just floats and skates the rest of the way down, where it's trying to come up off the ground is what it's trying to do. That's where our top fuel dragsters are up in the middle hovering, and our rear wing and our front wings are trying to keep the car planted. That's why our car arches so much. And on Ron's hand, on his car, the downforce transitions to the back of the car where his wing and where all the downforce of a funny car is, and his front end starts floating up. That's why you see the funny cars going side to side, and they're steering, and then when it touches the ground for like a microsecond, you see the car dart over here. Then it touches again, and darts over here, because the front end's off the ground. So Ron has got to get his car to steer right from like 0 to 330 feet. He's got to get that car on the road. If he doesn't get on the road, then they got their hands full for the rest of the way down the racetrack, and they still do, because the back tires are all doing something different. They get distorted. One side's lower, one side's higher, and the car is just trying to steer every which direction going down the racetrack. And every input you put to it, it makes the car even drive even worse. So you got to try to keep it as smooth as possible just to keep it in the groove. The more input, the more trouble you put the car in, whether it's a top fuel or a funny car. And the hardest part for me to always explain to people, they go, well, what's different about drag racing from circle track racing, this racing? It's like anything else. If you everybody watches the Olympics, everybody across the globe, okay? When you're going to watch NASCAR, you're going to go see like the mile race. You get what I mean? You're going over there, you're going to see them race a mile, and these guys want to bang and bar and jockey positions back and forth, but they got to pace themselves. When you come to drag racing, you're coming to see the 100 meters, okay? Everybody's lined up. If you mess up coming out the gate, you ain't got no track to make it up. You start off behind, you ain't making it up unless you got Usain Bolt speed. You get what I mean? So the thing about it is when we get into this, we have no mulligans. That's the intensity. is like everybody wants to jump that start. You got to get out the blocks good. And then you cannot mess up on one cling or one foot motion to move forward. So with that being said, that's where drag racing brings in intensity. And we bring people over in our sport from like Kyle Busch is my good friend, Martin Truex, Kurt Busch. I mean, all these guys will come over and they love drag racing. They took a stint in it. And I know me and Kyle has swung it through Toyota numerous times that we're going to do a ride swap, which I've drove NASCARs before. Like, you know what I mean? On this, like in the ARCA series back in the day, I did some stuff for Toyota through Revolution Racing with Max Siegel. Had a blast over there. I was actually doing it at the same time that Brian Suarez was coming through. You know what I mean? So me and him actually shared some time together, and it was a lot of fun back in the day. But when they come over to drag racing, they see that. They see how it raises your arm hair. They see how it makes you rise up, and how you don't know how to react to it because you literally just have to respond to what's going on. There's no thinking about it. You got to put the training in where it comes second nature, and you're always got to be on your toes. You hit a bump, or is that the motor pinging, or is it the motor going lean, or is it dropping a hole where it goes boom? I mean, Ron's been through some blowups. I've been through some blowups, and I don't know about Ron, but brother can't get no darker. I'm trying to stay light, bro. I ain't trying to get burnt up.
There he is, Antron Brown, 3-time champion. Now, drag racing is, I don't want to say it's a cult because it's not a cult, but it's definitely cultural. And coming out of Southern California, post-World War II, we know auto racing in general. People came back and they had they wanted to do things for leisure and playing with cars and going fast and hot rodding. We all know the culture in the United States may be a little different in Europe, but people wanted to play and have fun. But the drag racing community, I think way back to the early icons, I think about Bill Simpson in terms of safety, talking about, explosions. And I'm thinking about deceleration with parachutes and all the different innovations. But Ron, you also had the great experience, you name dropped him already, of driving for one of our icons, Don the Snake Prudhomme, who Don is known throughout motorsports, got a new book out, by the way. He loves IndyCar. He hangs out with Chip. He's around. But the Snake is like, is like a god of motorsports. He's known and respected everywhere. What was the experience like working and driving with and being around and carrying the baton from those early pioneers, in particular the Snake, but that early attitude of drag racing where things were maybe less safe and things were less evolved and the technology didn't exist back then, Ron?
Yeah, for me, it was getting a phone call from your biggest hero to go drive for. It was surreal. And then to even the first year as a rookie to be flying or riding the rental car to the track, and you look over and there's your hero growing up, and you think to yourself, I'm driving for this guy. Like it was crazy. A lot of fun, but it was just, for me, it was even more than I imagined as a kid. You always sit as a kid and you wonder what these heroes of yours are doing right that moment. Like, I wonder what they're doing right this second. And we go to Mario Andretti's house when we land in Pennsylvania before our race. We'd go to Jim Brolin's and Barbara Streisand's place, or go to the set and watch Jim Brolin or Pernelli Jones hanging out. It was this crazy thing that you would imagine driving for somebody like Don Prudhomme. And almost a decade I got to drive for him. And then, of course, now driving for Don Schumacher. So being able to drive for two of the biggest names in motorsports as far as owners with such a rich history, both of them go way back in the day to the 60s. And, of course, playing with the Hot Wheels with Snake and Mongoose. For me as a kid growing up in California and being around these Southern California tracks, it really were the start of drag racing, where Wally Park started NHRA, the March meet, which I still go to at Famoso Raceway. These, as a kid, to show up at Bakersfield, at 5 or 6 years old, 1970, 1971, and to read these magazines and hear about Don Garlits coming all the way out, who's considered one of the best, and to challenge himself to come out to California and race against the Ridge Route Terrors, the Rain for Rent and Warren and Coburn and Don Prudhomme, and just these names that would come out and try to be the best in the world at a sport that that you looked up to, and we did as a weekend, as my dad did as a hobby, it was fun to grow up in that era. And then now to have my dad look through my eyes as I'm doing it professionally is crazy. And, you know, driving for Snake was a different than driving for Don Schumacher. So many different ways that you looked at the way that Don Prudhomme came up, and of course the movies come out and he's got a book out, but very intense. It's all he ever did. He didn't have a business like Don Schumacher does, and a lot of these drag racing team owners that are businessmen. Snake, it was only drag racing, and you quickly learned how intense he was growing up, and the stories you learned firsthand with an ass chewing or a pat on the butt. I mean, it was either that way, and there was no sugarcoating it. And same thing with Don Schumacher. To a businessman, that's all he's thinking about. So it really, I'm very lucky to be able to drive for two completely different team owners that really are so successful through motorsports and still so passionate about it.
I love hearing that. And you mentioned Don Schumacher, and I want to segue to Don, a drag racer turned business magnate. Due to his love of drag racing, built a major business, and then came back to drag racing, and then built business within drag racing. And I would love you both to kind of talk a little bit about your team owner, Don Schumacher, in how he was able to change the game, evolve the sport, drag racing back to its early days. I think we all understand that motorsport in general grew and evolved as an entertainment, but really a lot of these people would be out here doing it if no one was watching. This is something that there's just a love of, but then there were fans and we needed money and sponsorship grew, and now it is a big business. And Don Schumacher really knew that. So what you guys have the ability to do is explain to people out there who are outside of drag racing, like what's going on inside that Brownsburg, Indiana shop, where not only does Don have a great marketing team bringing on sponsorships like Matco and Napa and others, long-standing partnership with the U.S. Army for many years, but when there was a part that was mandatory, maybe instead of buying the part from a vendor, Don would set up a business that built the part and start employing people to make the part and then selling the part to other racers, which made it more affordable to have the part, which then allowed more racers to race. And that filter down that has been so helpful to the sport. This guy is obviously a taskmaster. He's a challenging person. I once interviewed him on WFO, and I asked him, like, you know, what about George Steinbrenner? Would you consider yourself a George Steinbrenner type? And he mentioned the tough leadership. Like, I give you what it takes to win. Now go win. What's it like to work for someone like that? And what is it like to be a part of Don Schumacher Racing? Let's let Antron start this one. AB.
Well, what I can start off is that I've been with Don back in the day where he had one dragster, one funny car, and he had two motorcycles. And I raced with him for the U.S. Army. And what I can tell you about him is that, for one, his work ethic. That Don will tell you, he goes, you know, Antron, he goes, you don't have to be the smartest, but he goes, but what I've done is I've outworked every one of my competitors on the business front, starting with the Schumacher Electric Company to drag race teams. And what I think Don has not shared with a lot of people is that I see it from the outside looking in. He's a man with a big vision, okay? And his vision's big, where you see other teams thinking about, man, it'd be great if I have a top fuel car and a funny car, or I have this or that. Don goes, well, I want 8 of everything. And Caps knows what I'm talking about when I'm saying about that. And he starts with that kind of vision, and then he ends up with 4 of each. You get what I'm saying? Because in anything in life, you always shoot big. But if you make your vision so big and you only come halfway there, you have achieved things that a lot of people haven't achieved. That's why you see Don Schumacher in every Hall of Fame there is, from the performance standpoint, with all the race wins, with all the championships he's got in that stable, the way he brings people together, and he pushes everybody to be the best that they can be. And what I mean, like, he pushes more out of you, and sometimes you might not like what he says. You might not like the stare he gives you, or how he comes off, because he's just brutally honest and he's straight to the point, where he's like, this is what it takes. You know what I mean? This is what you have to live up to. Are you willing to do this job? And he pushes you to those limits. And then when he's talking about giving you everything you need, if you walk into the Don Schumacher race shop, is you go from our race cars where they're at, you go to the fab shop. We have a state-of-the-art fab shop where we got guys in there that can build race cars from chromoly tubing, that straight tubing, to a finished product. And it's just like, I mean, you can't get better than the engineering staff that we have there in our fab shop. Those guys do some incredible work. The welds are flawless. I've been in race cars upside down. The car did exactly what it does. The cars never fly apart, never break. And that's the coolest part about it. Then you move into the CNC machine shop area. Well, they have machines from Akuma that are state-of-the-art. They're bigger than some people's whole shop, this one CNC machine, where we build our own engine blocks, to our own cylinder heads, our rods, blower snout, pulleys. They probably build almost 60% of all the aluminum billet race parts on our car we make at DSR. And it wasn't like, a lot of people go, well, that's a business move. Well, at the end of the day, we used to get race parts when we started getting down, and we started having race parts that failed and did this and did that. And now what we do is we control our own destiny, where if we don't, like when the shop makes it and it's not right, and all of our crew chiefs spec it out, and after it goes through the finite analysis testing, and they look at it and they're like, well, this ain't good. Well, we don't run it. It gets scrapped. You know what I mean? And it goes back to the drawing board, where they able to refine it and bring it out to where we know that we can go out there and we know we're going to have a race car that's going to go A to B without parts failure. And if something ever does go wrong, we're able to capitalize on it and fix that problem quickly, especially with the team that we have as a whole, to go back out there. And I think that's what contributes to all the championships and the race wins. That, I mean, DSR won every single funny car race this year, every lap. Right. And our top fuel cars started coming around, started getting back together, and we had our work cut out for us, but now we're getting back on track to do the same thing. And that's what we're planning on for 2021. But it all starts up the helm, and Don's got that vision, and he also's got that attitude that this is what it takes to win, and this is what we need to do. And that's put the work in. If the other teams are working 24 hours, we need to be working 72 hours. And that's his philosophy. You got to outwork them, not just use the talent, but put the work in that it takes to get the job done.
Ron Capps, you won the 2016 championship. Ron Tobler, your crew chief. Ron's going to be on later today, by the way. And everybody who's interested in this, these are the drivers. The crew chiefs, maybe they're the real stars. I wonder about it. These amazing personalities that have to process all this, get the cars down the racetrack. We're going to have that later on today. It is going to be great. But speak a little bit about that perfect season you guys had, sweeping the entire year. Yes, technically it was a short season. And yes, some of your most difficult competition did not elect to run the races this year. But nonetheless, Don Schumacher Racing, one team, won every race all year long. And there's a lot of good racers out there, Tim Wilkerson, Cruz Pedregon, others. What went into that? And as you guys were coming down the stretch, was that on your mind? Like, we can do something special this year, Ron?
It wasn't on our mind. It was definitely on Don's mind. And as we got closer to the end of the season, it was more and more apparent that we needed to try to sweep. There great teams were out there. Yeah, John Force's team didn't come back after COVID. But and I've said this time and time again, the toughest teams I have to race isn't necessarily these other teams. It's my teammates. And it still amazes me, much like any other motorsport, that you can take a team of people and a brain trust of a crew chief and a driver that can feel a car, and you can approach something with your own way of approaching it, your own way of tuning this car. And whether it's Grand Prix racing, whether it's IndyCar, NASCAR, whatever it is, and yet you can do this and have these other teams of 8 or 10 battle the same way, and it still comes down to fractions of a second and how close everybody achieves that goal. And the same thing in drag racing. We have crew chiefs that approach it with a 6-disc clutch, like some of our teammates. My crew chief and another one of our teammates had a 5-disc clutch. You have different supercharger settings. You have different compression ratios. You have all these different ways to approach something, yet when it comes down to the end of of everybody making a run, it's still that close. It still amazes me. And yeah, I'm growing up in the sport. I came up as a crew person that worked on these cars. So I really appreciate what the crew guys go through, getting in the rig and driving it down the road. It's not like NASCAR where we have a separate drivers that take these rigs from race to race. These crew guys and girls work on these cars tirelessly. There's no 9 to 5. It's just nonstop. And it's really being able to work on them and then becoming a driver. I understand that. And I also know that you need to, and I always joke about it, but you sort of need to pamper your crew chief. You got to pat them on the butt. You got to make them feel good when they're not feeling good. It's almost like having a wife. And there's going to be days you don't get along with them,
Yes.
days that you don't see eye to eye, and there's days that you're mad as hell at them, and vice versa probably. But the bottom line goal is you wake up in the morning and you live your life with these crew chiefs, literally. And when you have success, these crew chiefs are dependent on these crew people putting the car together. And in drag racing, everything's got to be so precise and so good. And then, like Antron says, you look at Don Schumacher and what he's done with the canopy and the dragster, and really the vision he's had of safety, but performance. He's good at letting us do our jobs and giving us a lot of rope. And if you hang yourself, it's your own fault. You've got the best equipment. Ron Tobler and I have won a lot of races together since 2012. I've had some of the best crew chiefs in the history of the sport. Ed the Ace McCulloch, Dale Armstrong. Just being around these legendary guys, I've come to be very lucky and win a lot of races. And so I think that you look at the depth of what Don Schumacher's done, and really it's followed in suit of what NASCAR did years ago. Start building your stuff in-house, start making your cars. Don't rely on buying something that all these other teams can buy when we can make it. So Don relies on the business part of it, getting these partners like Napa Auto Parts and Pennzoil, Dodge, and really working on making ourselves better. But to go to your point of what we did and winning every race this season, it's pretty remarkable to come down to it and have one of our 4 funny cars win at every race. And there was a lot of pressure going into Vegas to finish that off. I know that Don had it. He was mentioning it quite a bit, and we were just trying to finish the season on a high and win the race, and came close to doing that. So yeah, it's fun. It's a lot of pressure driving for somebody like Don Schumacher, but it's a lot of fun when you win, because you got Mike Lewis and Ted Yerzik, and we got our PR people, and you got such a big team back in Brownsburg that are a big part of it.
Absolutely. And that's the strength of the organization, which Don has built. Got some comments out there, and if you have a question for the guys, you can definitely put it in the comment section. For instance, Paul Glessner is out there just saying what's up and loves you guys. John is out there making a comment that I get it and understand it. Sometimes rubs me the wrong way, though, that, drag racing is number one, way better than F1, right? I just love motorsports. I love car racing. And I find, gentlemen, that there is a huge appreciation, like cross appreciation between those two. You'd think that, NASCAR and drag racing would have a lot of cross pollination, but, and there is some, but I just think that the intensity level of the two sports, drag racing and Formula One, are actually very connected. Snake, for instance, loves Formula One. There's a lot of appreciation of what goes on in the other pit or paddock area. Why do you think that is, Ron?
That's what, for me, it's been cool driving for the Snake, and then Don, and being, and with Napa Auto Parts, having teammates from all these series. I love World Outlaw Racing. I've got a teammate there. I love everything about other types of racing. Kenny Bernstein used to run an organization when he was driving and owning. We would have these meetings, pro meetings, they call them. And it was sort of a union of sorts between team owners and drivers. And it was always interesting because his business mind, the way he looked at things, and being sponsored by Budweiser back then. And I'll never forget, he stood up one time because there were some other owners talking about how we needed to get as good as NASCAR at this, or as what Formula One has done. And he stood up and said, "You guys, this is drag racing. This is a unique sport. And it's why we have such a great fan base. It's why Camping World owner is coming into the sport." The guy's never, first, he's never been to a drag race live, but he knows why he wants to do it as a business decision with Camping World. I can't wait for him to come and stand on the starting line and actually experience one in life. It's going to be crazy, and I can't wait for that. But I always loved the appreciation of any race car driver. Paul Tracy, who we follow each other on Instagram, guys that I really appreciate and I love to watch, and I appreciate their grittiness and the way that they approach racing, the way they look at Antron and I and what we do. And Kenny Bernstein stood up and said, we are drag race. It's what we do. People come because they can walk around the pits and stand next to a car being built from the ground up after making a 330 mile an hour run. You can watch 8 guys tear it apart, put it back together in 35 minutes. You can't get your oil changed down at your local quick, whatever, for less than the time it takes for one of our guys and our teams to take it apart, put it back together. So there's a lot of unique things that our sport has. And I never wanted to look at it and try to compare. I appreciate Formula One. I love IndyCar. I love what Chase Elliott does in NASCAR. I love everything about these other motorsports. Lawnmower racing. I love watching lawnmower racing. There's something unique about any type of racing. It really is. And I love, and Antron will tell you the same thing. It's nothing better than to have one of your heroes or a compadre that you look at and watch TV on another type of racing, and you have them out at a drag race and you watch their eyeballs, take them to the starting line, but you have them in the pit area and watch that crew tear it apart. That appreciation is worldwide, and it doesn't matter what type of racing it is. It's that appreciation that we all have for each other that I love.
Well, and exactly. And I think in our, post-pandemic world, the word appreciation is going to become so much closer to all of our hearts because we've gone through something really challenging worldwide. Speaking of worldwide, we've got people checking in from Istanbul, Turkey. We've got people checking in from Dublin, Ireland. Let's see what Bernard has to say. What is the position with NHRA and the future of motorsport with regard to hybrid electric vehicles? This is one that's coming up a lot, as Antron just mentioned, something you wouldn't have ever said 10 years ago, like the quickest accelerating cars are electric cars. Like, say what? And yet, we're starting to see it. NHRA is brilliant, and the engine sound is one of the great attractions, of course, which makes it a unique spectacle. What do you guys think about?
Well, Antron can elaborate on the electric cars because he knows firsthand and drag.
Do it, AB. Do it, AB.
Well, the thing about it is that they've been doing a lot of stuff electric-wise. Like, at the last few races, and Ron's been there also, is that you see Ford brought out their electric car, Copo, Chevrolet bought electric car, the Harley Davidsons bought out electric motorcycles. And you know what I mean? And it was a guy just broke over 250 miles an hour in electric dragster. And we even have electric cars in junior dragster racing, which my kids race. At the very beginning of it, they brought them out, and Jegs has been a really big component of that. Like Jegs Senior, like the man, like, you know what I mean? The father who runs all the Jegs, he's the one that really spearheaded that. And he's really got that going because it's bringing, in today's age, all the kids are coming up are tech savvy. They're very good with their iPhones, their Android phones, their computers, their iPads. They know how to do everything else. And they're dialing and tuning these cars from their phone, showing how much acceleration, how to make it dial and do the same lap time after time. And then we've got them where they're transitioning over to what we do, because when you look in our sport as a whole, like F1 has went to it where they have electric motors on their cars, just like a Akron XS has, or you go to some of the Toyota hybrid cars where you got hybrids for fuel economy, and now you got hybrid cars for performance. And then you also have hybrid pickup trucks that are literally for more towing. Like Toyota's about to launch a new Tundra that has a hybrid motor on it that has more pulling capacity than any diesel out there. And it gets better fuel economy. And guess what? You put regular gas in it. You get what I mean? So there's so much new technology coming out, and that we're all exposed to it, and that's what we're doing. But the coolest part about what our drag racing sport has that a lot of people have never keyed in or looked at, I remember when I first started drag racing a motorcycle back in like 97 or 96, street bikes. We started playing with turbos on street bikes back in like 1995, 96. Okay. Now you can get them like standardized on stuff like normal cars. Back when F1 was running turbos on them, and we're running blowers on all of our race cars. Like, Ron, funny cars and front engine dragsters have blowers on them since the freaking 60s. Right? So the craziest part is to see how all the technology that we've been using for years has reached the common marketplace in the normal automobile industry, and it actually makes better fuel economy, and they're making better power. When have you ever knew a little 4-cylinder engine that makes 300 horsepower that people drive every day? Back in the day, a Camaro had 275 horsepower, or a Mustang had like 250 horsepower. You had all these cars that couldn't even make 300. I remember my wife got a minivan like several years ago, and that thing made 300 horsepower. Is because all the stuff that we use in the race industry transcends and it molds into the everyday car to make them more fuel economy, more efficient. And that's what the performance industry is all about, is pushing those barriers of today that we're going to use tomorrow. And that's what performance is all about. And that's why I believe that we get all the support from the big people that support our series, from the Toyotas, the Chevrolets, the Hondas, you know what I mean, the Dodge, the Mopars, all of them. That's why they're in performance, is because we're their future of their technology that they're going to evolve and roll out into the everyday user that they're going to use every weekend and during the week.
Amazing, Antron, excellent points. And we're coming down the stretch here, a couple more minutes to go. Francisque will be popping on. We're just getting started today, epartrade.com. We got Nitro Crew Chiefs later on today, so check the schedule, all kinds of good stuff going on. You know, AP just mentioned you know, the OEs that are involved in drag racing, and, you know, you got Dodge with Ron, you got Toyota with Antron. Just another example of Don Schumacher Racing. They've got two different OE manufacturers under the same roof working on different things, top fuel dragsters and funny cars. Is pretty amazing. But Ron, since we've just got a couple of minutes remaining, I'll start with you and then move over to Antron. We've got a worldwide audience. We've got performance industry, insiders, people who maybe are thinking about getting involved or following their passion, or maybe they stepped away from drag racing and they want to get back into drag racing. Certainly 2021 is a good time to get back into anything. We got new sponsorship. We got a brand new television deal with Fox, where 50% of the races are going to be broadcast on the Fox Broadcast Network, the big over-the-air network. Just so many positive things around NHRA drag racing. But I want to open it up to you. Like, what do you have to say to those people out there as you think about your future as a veteran in drag racing? What's going on in drag racing right now in the National Hot Rod Association that you think other people, not just in the United States, but around the world, should get in and get involved?
Well, it's such a, you know, NHRA and drag racing is such a unique grassroots thing. Like, who hasn't sat at a stoplight and stepped on the gas or tried to outbeat somebody in a car from here to there, whatever that might be. And around the world, you look at Qatar and you look everywhere. There's big time drag racing that you never imagined could be in these small areas. And I got to go to Australia a few years back for Graham Cowan, and he put out 8 funny cars on his own, ready to run a whole race, packaged and ready to go. And they're nostalgia type cars. But I went over there for a week and I showed up for an autograph session at this track, and I couldn't believe the line. I thought maybe Jeff Gordon or somebody else was there signing autographs. And I pulled up and the guy says, no, they're waiting on you. Drag racing is much bigger than I certainly imagine in a lot of places. And it was just just reminded you of how great our sport is, whether it was quarter mile, whether we're going 1,000 feet, whether you're going like some of these small tire deals are going, you know, half track, what is considered our half track, sand drags, everything. It's such an eclectic thing, but I don't worry. I think our sport really okay, you look back at the pandemic, of course, we just went through, but every tough time that we've gone financially through in this world, NHRA seemed to hover itself pretty good compared to everything else. And I think because we offer, and I'm not comparing this, and I don't want to certainly downgrade any other motorsport, but when you come to a drag race, you're going to get an experience you can't get sitting in the grandstands watching a Formula One race where you can't get down to the paddock area. You need to practically give blood to even have a chance to get down in a pit area to NASCAR race, right? There's just no interaction that you're going to get at any other type of motorsport like you're going to get at a drag race, where every ticket is literally a pit pass. It's like going to your favorite rock concert and going backstage and hanging out with the band and then going out and watching them front row. You just can't get that experience at other places. So I've always tooted that horn. I've loved that. I grew up on the sport of drag racing. Yes, I love everything else. I got a passion for every motorsport, but I really love the way that NHRA has stayed true to form. We didn't go back to racing through the pandemic unless we had fans. It may have suffered a little early. We weren't the first ones back. Outlaws, World Outlaws, and NASCAR did, but that's what's great about our sport. And I will continue to. I love going driving other cars, but when I get back in that funny car and step on the gas, there is still nothing in the world like stepping on 11,000 horsepower and being catapulted 0 to 330 miles an hour in 3.8 seconds. And that's not even the crazy part. The crazy part is trying to get stopped. People wonder why we don't go quarter mile racing. Imagine when you're stressed out about stopping this thing before that sand trap and the net at the end. You're not even worried about making that 330 mile an hour run. You're more worried about getting stopped. And that's where the safety aspect has been one of the best in the world. And our safety safari, our safety practices, that's probably the part you never hear about. But yeah, I'll toot that horn NHRA anytime. Yes. And thank you for bringing back Max Headroom, by the way, Joe. When you rewatch this, you're going to, a lot of these people watch around the world. Remember Max Headroom? You got this floating head. And,
you're dating yourself, Ron. You're dating yourself. Antron doesn't even know Max Headroom.
But, yes, I do.
Yes,
okay. Okay, yes. So I see Francisque and John up there. They did say 50 to 55 minutes. I'm going to give you a chance at a final comment, Antron, and then we'll bring the boys on. But Ron, thank you so much. Congratulations on your win this year. What a great year. Just amazing stuff. You guys are two of the premier drivers and ambassadors for the sport of drag racing. So AB, your final thoughts, and then we'll turn it over to Francisque.
Hey, I'm just going to touch on what Ron says because he hit the nail right on the head. And what I'm going to say is that if it wasn't for the access of the NHRA Camping World Drag Racing Series, when I was a kid, I wouldn't be here on this call right now. I mean, my family, my mom, she worked at the post office. My dad was in the military, and my grandpa had his own septic sanitation business. And I remember that was a treat to go to the Summer Nationals at Englishtown, New Jersey. And when they took me my first time, I've been to the Weekend Warrior drag races, but I went to my first national event. If any of you have never been, you need to come check it out. It is a lifetime experience. It's like the space shuttle taking off. It's like coming to a drag racing event. It's like seeing a spectacle one time in your life, and you will never forget it, and you'll come back. And that's what happened to me as a kid, where I got to walk up to these pits, and I saw like Big Daddy Darn Garlits, Mark Oswald, Kenny Bernstein, The Snake, all of them doing their thing, like Beetle. I saw all of them doing their thing in their pits, and I looked at them, I'm like, that is so cool. He's working on his race vehicle. He's like getting down, getting greasy, cutting his hands up, working. Then they're going out to the starting line, going down the racetrack, coming back, tinkering on it some more to make it better, to go quicker and faster. And I looked at it, I said, this is where I want to be. And when I got there and see it, it gave this little kid from Chesterfield, New Jersey, that little hope and vision that I could be there one day, because I saw it with my own eyes. And now I get to live it each and every day. And that's what NHRA drag racing has done for me, is caused a spark, that sparkle in my eye, give me the hope that I could be there, because I could see myself there. And then actually just staying a part of the game and visualizing it and getting there and building relationships by the pips being open to actually get that opportunity to make it a reality. And that's what I owe to the sport. And that's why I love our sport of drag racing so much. And I love every motorsport so much, because it's the drive it takes to get there. But our sport, it has a pathway and a gateway that's wide open for you to get there. And that's what makes our sport what it is today.
Thank you, Antron, 3-time champ, Ron, champ. Really appreciate what you guys do. Tremendous season. You got it in the books, and you did a great job. Very excited about 2021 Camping World Drag Racing kicking off Gainesville, Florida at the Gator Nationals. Little updated schedule. You guys did great. Thank you so much.
You bet. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you. Anytime, guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You guys were brilliant. So much passion, enthusiasm, energy. I mean, it's just fascinating. So thank you very much. Please stay with us. We're going to move you as attendees. As that way, if you're interested to watch other sessions, you just stay on or you can come back in. And then we're going to, when I do that, John's going to tell us just in a few words who's coming next. And then we're going to bring on our next panelist.
Yeah, as far as next, we're going to visit with Eibach, so a spectacular suspension spring company. And I think we're going to have Wilfred Eibach, the chairman of the Eibach Group, be part of that. So that's going to be big.
So thank you, John. And then I'm going to hand it over to Reed in the studio to run a little video for more sponsors. So Reed, on to you.
Rallying is one of those sports that you cannot get enough of. It's always a challenge and it's never easy, and you just keep wanting to come back and do better. And I guess my personality is I want to win, I want to beat it, and I want to work harder than everyone else because I know I can do it. And I love it when somebody says you can't do it, because then I work harder and I go, yes, I can.
Van die Leute, genau, die 4 Bildschirme jetzt.
There are two types of people, racers and everyone else. Racer Magazine is for those who believe that racing is a way of life. Racer embodies the excellence that defines a sport driven by passion, courage, and ingenuity. Get 1 year of both Racer's print and digital edition for only $39 with instant access to our entire digital issue archive. Subscribe now at info.racer.com.
Okay, welcome back, and thank you for being with us this morning. We have our dear friend Wilfried Eibach out of Germany with Stefan. We have Cameron Steele here in California with us, and we have David Cardy with us as well from California. John Kilroy is going to be our host. So good morning to you in California. Good evening in Germany. And we're
good evening together.
Delighted to have you here. I'd like to say a special word for Wilfred, because Wilfred has been an inspiration for me as a racer and entrepreneur, and he is one of a kind in this industry. And all of us in this industry have so much admiration for who he is, what he has done. And I'd like to share two little stories with you. I see we have about 2 minutes. And one little story goes back to 2003. At that time, I was working for the wonderful Steve Lewis, who I learned so much from. And then we were in Indianapolis, and Steve asked me to organize a reception for our international guests and to find a great speaker. And he said, Wilfred would just be perfect. So John Kilroy helped me get a series of questions, and Wilfred was our special guest. And during the questions, one of them was, and I will remember that my whole life, Wilfred, could you please share with us your secret for doing so well in bringing a company to the US? And Wilfred looked at me with big eyes and said, secrets? I don't have secrets, but what I can do is share with you guys all the mistakes I made so you don't make them too. And that's Wilfred. That's just, show his strength, his confidence, what a genius he is. And then share a second story with you guys as we have 1 more minute. In 2018, when I went into launch ePartrade with my co-founder, Judy Keane, and the great John Kilroy, I told Wilfred what I was going to be doing, and I told him this is a really, really big risk, but I think this is what needs to be done. And Wilfred looked at me and says, Francisque, the biggest risk of them all is not to take any. And that's, again, what an inspiration you have been for all of us in this industry. So I wanted to share that with you and with our audience. And so thank you for being with us. It is 8 o'clock here in California, and my understanding is it's 5 p.m. in Germany. So John Kilroy, you on. Special thank you to David Carty for organizing these sessions, for believing in the ePartrade platform since launched, and we are delighted to have you guys with us today. John, on to you.
All right, thank you, Francisque. The webinar we have today is Championship Proven Spring Technology and Manufacturing Processes with IBOC. We have Wilfred Eibach, Chairman of the IBOC Group, with us, David Carty, National Sales Manager at IBOC Springs, Stephen Stocker, Motorsports Manager of IBOC, and Cameron Steele, a Baja 1000 champion, Motorsports TV personality, and founder of Desert Assassins and Adventure, as well as Baja HQ. As Francis said, it's an especially big deal to us personally to have Wilfred Eibach here. We've known Wilfred for decades now, and he's been something of a mentor and for sure an unofficial advisor for us. And we've been talking to Wilfred the whole time, going back 30 years, about the global perspective on racing, which has just changed dramatically from there's not much global trading going on back in 1990 to it's normal now. Crossing the Atlantic, crossing the Pacific, global trading has just become normal in the racing business. And then I remember I look back on some of my moments with Wilfred. There's a time about 15 years or so ago where a lot of companies in the US were complaining about parts coming from China. And we talked with Wilfred, and he was in China at the time because he was figuring out how to sell parts to the Chinese, sell parts to Southeast Asia. And we just thought that was brilliant. It was pretty early at that time, but that's what Wilfred does. He gets there early, he plants the seed, he follows up and executes so well. And then there's really right now, and probably the last 5 years, there's a serious market for race parts in China and Southeast Asia. It's a burgeoning market. IBOC has 6 locations around the world. There's a giant IBOC facility about 20 miles away from where I live, and it's just prominent off a major freeway, right near a major freeway intersection. And you really can't miss IBOC in the United States, whatever racing event you go to. And the interesting thing about IBOC, which is there's a million interesting things, but in the US, I believe a lot of people think IBOC is a US company. And that's really hard to take a company from outside the United States where they started and just fit in with the culture, fit in with the business practices. But IBOK's done that, and it's just masterful, and I'm still trying to figure out how they did it. And then as far as the technology coming out of IBOK, we've seen it. It's just a nonstop state of improvement of performance and racing applications, nonstop. I mean, today's a Tuesday. IBOK is figuring out how to make the product better, stronger, lighter, everything. And I love this description of IBOK in their showcase. It's very simple. IBOK products are created to meet the extreme requirements of racing, from the 245-mile-per-hour Mulsanne Straight of Le Mans to the fender-to-fender combat of Daytona Motor Speedway. And that's the description of IBOK that we have in the ePartTrade.com showcase. And that's it. And that's IBOK to me. So there's a lot to talk about. Go to their showcase. They have a great showcase on ePartTrade. And Wilfred, just personally, thank you for being here. And I'll throw it to you. What's your opening statements, Wilfred, about IBOK talking to the worldwide racing industry right now?
What can I say? You said everything about us. Thank you very much, and nice to see you. Nice to be in such a meeting. For me, it's a kind of first time to be so virtual here. Yeah, we are here. We are sitting. We got the first snow here, so it's the first winter day. And usually I would be out there in my second homeland, and having been then at the Baja this year, but I missed it, and we missed all the SEMA show, so it's a different world at the moment. Nevertheless, it's unbelievable how much business is still going on. So here we are, and I go back. I was thinking about Turkey Night last week. Actually, it was the first time that I celebrated my birthday here in Germany since 33 years, because I always had birthday around the Turkey Night. It was actually on Thanksgiving last week. I hope you can't see that I had birthday. So I missed the Turkey Night. And to be honest, my daughter, she was with me at the time. You remember Swanke?
Oh, yeah.
And the first time, it was possibly 25 years ago, then we went to Turkey Night. And then Steve Lewis was there with the midgets. And we met Steve Lewis. And somehow, I don't know why, but there was some sympathy out there. And he took us around. There was no Iberspring, not anyone. And look today. And we kept on going and looking for new customers and segments. And as I have a kind of hunting fever in me, and my wife did not allow me to go for any blondes or brunettes, so I went for new customers and went for new marketplaces. So that's what it is. And of course, it's I'm now 62 years with the company. Started with my father when we were 3. Now we are 600. It's quite amazing what we have achieved, but we only could achieve it with you. We always had friends at our hand. Doug Stokes was one of them, and also in Irvindale. Then we were taken to Baja, and then I was lost. In Baja, I'm lost in off-road, and I had my friends Arvin Springer, Yves Morisot. We are called the Three Musketeers. So what can you say? And you said we are a German company. I can't agree. In America, we are a proud American company, okay, yes, with a little bit of a German accent. But in China, they say the same thing. So, and I hope that we never gave any indication that we are a typical German. Typical German businessmen can be a little bit rough once in a while. And we always like to be what we are. And I think among our people, we call ourselves, in general, we say we are all soul brothers. Look at Tony Tobias in England. So he said Wilfred, we have to be proud. We are millionaires. I said, I don't want to be a millionaire. He said, but we are friendship millionaires. And that's why I'm proud of. So Hello to all. Hello, Cameron. We want to see you now. Whatever, you control it. John, nice to see you. Nice to be with you.
It's good to be here.
Oh, go ahead, Cameron.
I was just going to say it's good to be here, John, and I'm excited to be a part of the IBOC family. And I think when you say it's known as an American company, I think it's just known as a great company. So everybody has a symbolic feeling about what IBOC means to them and what it means to our racing industry, and not just to roll on and pile on the compliments, but when you are associating or using the best products and they stand so proud. I mean, right off the freeway, like you were saying, I mean, we drive by it all the time. It feels like it's part of Americana. And I just think it's part of that culture of racing and freedom and excitement. And that's what makes it feel like it's just part of America in general.
Yeah. One of the many amazing things about Wilfred is that Steve Lewis was taking suppliers all the time around midget racing and say, here's an opportunity for you. And especially from Europe, they would say, no, we can't do it. They would just say no. And then Wilfred says yes. And now that if you go on the showcase in eBar Trade, there's springs for midgets, brand new springs for midgets. So that's the kind of person, again, that Wilfred is. I have some very specific questions for IBOC, but again, Wilfred, I just want to start off with a general question. We have people who own and run racing businesses here. So just share with us kind of briefly your philosophy and your practices and your discipline when it comes to developing a business. Wilfred, how have you accomplished all this?
You mean time-wise, or it's just going step by step? And how did we end up? Well, I think we are not at the end with the number of applications we have alone for racing. Okay, I remember in 1981 I designed the first 10 or 12 race springs. And now we have 1,700 or 1,800. David knows exactly. But most of our race springs, 90%, are made in Corona. Sorry for the word Corona, but I like the city of Corona. And so whenever we had someone, I said once to Greg Cooley, he was still in charge, and I said, we are this suspension company for the motorsport industry. And what we have the damn commitment, when there is a need for a spring, we have the obligation to make it. And that's what we did all the years. Whenever someone came and said, I need an application, I need a spring for my mini midget. Also Steve Lewis. Then we made the springs. And then when we saw there is at least a reasonable quantity to follow, we made it a catalog part and put some on the shelf. And that's why we ended up with 1,700 part numbers, which we have on the shelf. And that's what we are doing. And it's only possible if we would be a company owned by an investor or be at the Wall Street, we wouldn't be allowed to do so, because some of these parts, they turn around maybe once every 3 years. So from a profit standpoint, there are some things which we should not do, but being committed to the motorsport industry, and which we are, and we are enthusiastic about it. And fortunately, as a family-owned company, we don't have any greedy shareholders to feed. So we are allowed to do so. And yeah, it's passion. It's passion. There's possibly more emotions in there than rational thinking once in a while, but the combination makes it. And therefore, I think this is only possible with the family-owned companies, that we can say, come on, we are going to do it. And when we have a few shareholders, only a very few, which means the bankers, when they come in and say, and the first time they said, hey, you have too much inventory. And I said, then I explained to him the model. And then they said, yeah, we understand. Next time I say, don't you want to complain about our inventory? No, you need that. So we are all fine. And it's more than, it's our life. It's our life. I think you know it. And to be honest, I'm now 78. and I like it every day. It's the best medicine I can have to be with these guys. They care for me as much as I care for them. It's a wonderful world. That's all. And sorry, next year, Wacha, the Three Musketeers will be there.
John, I'd like to add to that. I think Wilfred's greatest trait is obviously he's been fearless over the years to make these steps going across the country or the ocean to another country, bringing his company across and seeking business. But his greatest trait and attribute, I think, has always been having the right people around him, from his wife Nina to everybody that's involved in the business and relationships that he's made. He'll tell you himself that he's known as the matchmaker. If anybody's been around him at PRI because he knows everybody, first of all. So you walk around with Wilfred and everybody knows who he is. But anybody has any issues like Francis talked about earlier and wants to know some advice, and if he doesn't know, he knows someone that knows, and he'll make that connection. And I think that's very important. I think that's probably his greatest attribute. If you walk around, Stefan can attest to this. If you walk around the company, there's great pride. Like you said, it's a family company. We all feel the same pride. We're making a product that we stand behind. We know it's we have the support behind us, and I think that's a test to Wilfred from the top down, and it really resonates with the whole company.
Yeah, well, Wilfred's amazing. I've seen Wilfred in action at an off-road race in Arizona. And Wilfred has this way of turning everybody into a cousin. So like as he walks through the race, he knows everybody, he's happy as hell, and everybody's a cousin. It's really wonderful. Okay, let's get down to business a little bit. David, you want to tell us about the Cyber Week sale you have going on right now? Sure.
Yeah, we as we all know, this year more than ever, the cyber sales are just through the roof of not being able to go anywhere. But we started this a few years ago, and just started as the Thursday kind of through Monday. It's grown, and now we're stretched out for 2 weeks between wholesalers and retail. But we've had a good week or so of Cyber Week sales. So yeah, it's a great thing. I mean, it's for the crazy year that we've had, and you guys too. I mean, your platform just the timing couldn't have been better. We thank you, John and Francis, for having us first of all and putting us on. But yeah, the whole online shopping experience and Cyber Week this year more than ever has just been crazy.
Great. And then Stefan, I want to bring you into this conversation. Well, why don't you describe your role at IBOC, and then how much fun it is to be representing IBOC in the racing world?
Yeah, thanks for the invitation and for the word. So I've been with IBOC now with 18 years, and started as a mechanic in the R&D center, and grow up to an engineer. And now I run the whole motorsport department here in Germany. And as Wilfred mentioned, most of the biggest benefits what we have internal is a global network what we have. So internal network in case of the engineering team, in case of production team. So each plant is set up after the DIN ISO rules and certifications. And therefore we have quite a good basic standards set up. And this all is done by Wilfred's passion. So like David mentioned, he has so many, or set up so many people around the world who knows him really well, and therefore it makes sense, things easier to work with when you work after Wilfred's passions. Therefore, it's fun to work for IBOC.
Go ahead, Wilfred.
May I add something? He's a little bit too modest. He grew up to be the specialist for suspension, including the suspension setup, including the spring, the damper, and the stabilizer bar. And he's working especially with special vehicle to do the complete setup. Mostly we work with Bilstein on the shock absorber side, and For example, over here in the Middle East and here, there is a market for armored vehicles. And you know, these vehicles, they put up 2 times the weight of the original vehicle. And if you don't change the suspension, they drive around like drunken dromedaries. So he's working on those vehicles, and he does it all up to the final test driving. And he's really a specialist in there. So that's Stefan. And it's fun to be out with him. It's fun to be out with David. So when the day is done, there's always an evening and a time for a beer.
Okay, and then again, one of the hardest things about racing today is that there's just so many diverse ways of going racing. Everybody has kind of micro niches for the racing technology and the applications. And IBOC keeps up with all that. So as everything diversifies, a lot of companies can't work across the whole spectrum of motorsports, but IBOC can, which is just amazing. And then Cameron, I have to say that the suspension setup of a trophy truck kind of rivals the technology in F1 racing. I mean, it's just astounding what you demand out of that truck when it comes to suspension. So tell us about the challenge of the suspension in off-road racing, and then how IBOC works with you to resolve that issue.
Well, the biggest thing for me when you start looking at a trophy truck is the front of the truck has 25 inches of wheel travel and the rear of the truck has about 36 inches capable. We actually have ours strapped a little shorter than that. And the amazing part about what the spring does, I mean, not only does it hold the truck up and give you your ride height, and it has to perform at that comfort level for when you're on the graded road or on the fast road, you're going 120 miles an hour plus. But that same spring has to produce as the shock, as the system drops out, and then as it compresses and bottoms out. And it's really amazing the progression and consistency that you can have with the IBOC spring. And that's what really counts on the trophy truck. I mean, you have so much unsprung weight also with that tire and wheel combo. You know, you think about how much weight is hanging out there and what we're trying to accomplish with a 6,500 pound vehicle. It's just shocking to go through that technology. And then what IBOC has been great with, we actually just went through a ton of testing with the Ford Bronco. For those of you that know, we were racing with their new prototype Bronco R at the Baja 1000. And it was really cool because David and his crew at IBOC had different ideas and setups that we could take to the Bronco and make it work as plush as possible. Now, you got to remember, it's a limited travel vehicle. It only has 11 inches of front wheel travel. So we're looking for like this brilliant combination of, well, it still gets on top, but it doesn't rebound too hard, and it doesn't bottom out too quickly. It's like the ask is not just one, right? It's all these different areas in the suspension. And we had just an amazing run with Bronco, and thanks to David and everybody at IBOC. I mean, there's a backstory to it too, where David was actually handing off springs to helicopters that were flying around, and we were transferring out to the desert so we could try different setups. It was an amazing week of testing. But you know, I think that to answer your question, to have something, a product that has consistency and quality that you can trust. I mean, if you break a spring, you're out of the race, right? And your whole life in that trophy truck depends on being able to move forward through, 3 and 4 foot deep holes. So you're not asking it to set at one setting or move a finite amount. We're talking about 3 feet of travel in the rear of the truck, more or less.
Yeah, that's astounding. And David, what is the main difference between different spring brands and the springs that IBOC produces? David?
I think the biggest thing is kind of what Cameron just touched on is, we pride ourselves with consistency. It's not easy to make one spring, but it's very difficult to consistently make the same springs within a tight tolerance year after year. Cameron probably uses them up in that form of racing quicker than anybody, but typical racers can have them for a couple of years. So, what you pull out of a box needs to be within, the same percentile as 2 years ago as it is this year to match up. Otherwise, you're throwing your setup off. So I think what sets us apart IBOC is the ability to have that recipe and year after year, not only improve on that, but consistently have the same products and that people can trust and pull that box off the shelf and know what's inside of it. And we do that not only here, but same in Germany, same in China. So, basically can get that same spring anywhere around the world, and your race team knows what they can depend on, and it's going to be the same thing.
For sure. I think that's a great, sorry to butt in, but that's a great point, David, because no matter what we do, when you send us a spring, we know it's the exact same spring we can put right in the truck and go race. And we don't have to worry about going out and doing a bunch of testing to verify that it's the same. And I think that consistency, again, is just lets you build your entire race vehicle around that consistency. And I back on that point, when I came to Corona and we did the spring testing, the tolerance of the spring versus our Baja 1000 winning spring in 2018, it was amazing how still exact that spring was after we raced on it.
Yeah, it was within less than 1% from when it started, wasn't it? After 1,000+ miles or whatever. And
insane. I can't believe it. I mean, to be able to have that kind of quality and be able to trust it is just shocking. But to be able to go there and prove it, right? To put it on the machine and see it work. And then you're like, wow, that's pretty incredible.
I love the idea of consistency that you can depend on. It's not talked about enough in racing, but that's a real thing in racing. And I'm glad you brought that up. Wilfred, you're going to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to say something about the tolerances. Usually people think Germans are always pushing forward for the finest product, but we were pushed in America to make the lowest tolerances on race springs. And so it was the American motorsport industry which requested from us tolerances of ±2% on any general EIS spring. Here, we were at that time at ±4%.
Yeah.
Now we're also down to 2% here. But the biggest challenge gave us NASCAR when they said they wanted ±1%. And we do it. And we keep the consistency throughout the travel. So we learned through the American motorsport industry to become better. And it's fine. I was proud about that. Hey, I came back to Germany and said, hey, we have to get better here. So there was a little bit of a competition between our US facility and here, which is normal. Today, we are all wise enough. We know we are so identical. We use the same machinery. We use the same wire. We are so identical. Even in China, they have the most modern German winding machines. Of course, that is also an important part. The raw material, as you need a solid foundation to make a superior product. We need high tensile material, which is also durable. So we have to test our suppliers on that side as well. So, but I would like to bring one point up here where I'm proud of. We learned from motorsports an ideal test field to go over known engineering limits. Then we found the market, the aftermarket, which you say SEMA, we say performance automotive market. We became a leading company there. But for a company which comes from motorsport and through aftermarket to be a highly sought OEM supplier, that happened over the last 5 to 6 years. We have built a special plant. We have now practically all high-end brands as our customers. Ferrari, Maserati, McLaren, Porsche, BMW M, AMG. 1/3 of our business here in Germany is now OEM. And that is unusual for a company in that size to be so successful there. So, which means the experience out of motorsport transfers now into OEM.
That's amazing. A lot of times in the racing industry, just going back decades, as a company becomes bigger, it's really hard for them to remain competitive in racing because the advances in racing just never stop. But IBOC leads the way, and to do both and to do all of that, it's really impressive. And then, is there a difference in the way Eibach manufactures springs for different forms of racing?
I'll start that one.
Yeah.
Well, as Wilfred said, I mean, certain forms of racing have pushed our tolerances really, really tight. So, the NASCARs on our side and Formula Ones over in the German side, some of those have obviously pushed the tolerances to really slight margins. But there is differences. In America, we race everything from lawnmowers to, NASCAR and off-road. I mean, they're so completely different that we have different forms of different lines of springs to accommodate. Off-road trucks need, a lot of durability as well. So we can't get them too light where there's too much travel and, or overstress the spring. And, a dirt late model, they're really unbound in their rules, and they're really pushing the limits of, how much compression they're putting on springs, stored energy. They're really big on stored energy and keeping the car at an angle versus, a pavement car where it doesn't travel very much. So there is different ways that we do manufacture different lines of the springs. How we manufacture the spring doesn't really change, but the different lines of springs definitely are catered to different forms of racing for sure. Stefan can probably tell you a little more about what they do in Germany.
Yeah, so I can follow up what David explained. So in that case, that we have so completely different applications fields in racing. Doesn't matter if in Europe or in the US. Therefore, also we need certain raw materials. Let's start at 8 millimeter and end up at the off-road truck at 20. And therefore, you can imagine that we have the same processes in production, but for sure need different machines, different lineup in machines to control the wire and to get out the best result for the spring, or to find the best and consistent way to produce a spring. And therefore we have absolutely perfect setup of machinery in all facilities around the world, to produce that kind of spring, what the customer, what our catalog products are looking for. But at least the production steps or the processes will be more or less similar. It depends a little bit what kind of raw material you use for sure, but at the end, all steps. So what's really important for us is it's a really high-end raw material, because you need a good foundation, a good ground, a good start point to produce a spring. When you have a not consistent wire quality, you also are not able to produce a spring in a constant quality. And therefore, all our springs run through the same production step, like winding, heating, shot peening, presetting. What's really, really important, that you keep the right height consistent. Also, what Cameron explained after his Bayer victory, and also for us, most, I think, also important race for you is at 24 hours at the Nürburgring, when you have in 24 hours more or less between 100 and 120 and 130 laps per race. It means around about or more than 3,000 kilometers in one day on the green hill, and you cannot have a better durability test for your product. And that results what we get out of these, let's say, real durability test on a car, gets improved, and therefore we set up new design rules for the next ERS applications, or we take a look if we can find something in the raw material to get out a little bit more travel or whatever. So that's a constant circle how the whole development and research processes work all the time.
Great, very cool. Okay, and then Wilfred, how does Eibach view or utilize sponsorships?
I like to get sponsored, yes.
That's kind of worldwide in racing.
Yeah. So first of all, to have a sticker on the car is nice, but we are not going for it. We can sleep without it. So which means we don't want to prostitute our products, and just to have a sticker on the car and pay for it, that's not what we want. We have to have additional reasons to create a win-win situation. So therefore, it's always a little bit difficult to support individuals because their competitors may say there's a special deal. So we like to be a little bit neutral and fair to everyone. And of course, in China, when we wanted to create some recognition, we went with some touring cars there, with Volkswagen especially, Ford also. But sponsorship is something, it's not so easy. For us, it's certain people, of course, we like to make special product for someone special. Like Cameron, of course. We like that personal challenge, and we like to be involved with the adventure behind it, to be in Baja, to be in Ensenada and be close and talk to Cameron the afternoon before he was winning the race, and it was nice. And sponsorship, it's a little bit difficult. We leave it, every company, in China, they have to do a little bit more than in the US. I don't know. And here we go with Audi.
Yeah, we have certain sponsorships, but for sure it also depends a bit on what you are looking for. Did you like to visualize your market or our brand, or are we searching for new markets where we can step in? Because at the end of the day, we like to produce drinks, and this has to be sold. So. And therefore, it's completely different, and it's not so easy, this question to answer right. But on the other side, when you have a team where you work really close with, or a manufacturer where you work really close with, to test also new materials, new spring application, and so on. Therefore, maybe it's a benefit for both sides to get the best out of the deal. And this it doesn't matter if it's a deal based on cash or on products. And therefore it's difficult around the world, and therefore each facility, each company make its own sponsorships.
But Dave made it the right way. Dave, please explain how you broke into the various race series, Dirt Late model and so on. You had your special ideas there.
Well, for me personally, I was racing, and IBOC somewhat sponsored me, and ended up going to work for him and becoming the sales manager. So that sponsorship worked out great.
Sure did.
No, but as a whole, I mean, we look at it more as a relationship than sponsorship. I think the word sponsorship definitely gets thrown around too much. What we rely on with a team or individual person or whatnot is obviously some feedback with our product. We're going to definitely, if we're going to come out with any new parts, we want to go to them and kind of let them use them and test them and see what kind of results we get before we go to market with them, as well as their social reach. These days it's not just putting a sticker on the car, it's what can they provide for IBOC as well. So it's a service going both ways. We're going to obviously help develop new products, get them tested with this team, and then how can that team help promote us as well. So it's definitely a relationship that goes both ways.
And Cameron, I want to ask you kind of similar question. I mean, really, when you pick IBOC as a part, as you have, it's also like choosing a partner. So there's got to be a lot of thought process that goes into that.
For sure. And to expand on the whole sponsorship relationship thing, for us, we're here to not just be a racer or a sticker slapper. There's a lot of people that put a sticker on a vehicle and say we're sponsored, but for us, it comes down to having a relationship and being able to define more than just putting a sticker on there, using the product, developing it. We love to test IBOC's ability to deliver the products with the trophy truck, the UTV, with the Raptors, everything that we do down at our Baja HQ shop. And and not only that, we build content, we build television shows, we build web episodes. And so I think that for us, more than just being a race team, we're a marketing team. And I think that's something that everybody can benefit from. But we look at it from a family standpoint. And to your question, John, you asked how we choose. For us, we just go with the very best product and then build the relationship along the way. For me, we have to be sponsored. I don't have the independent wealth to be a race team without having that sponsorship. And so we've been able to forge relationships with people that I think deliver the very best product. And of course, everybody will say that. Everybody toes the line on their sponsors are the very best. But I would challenge anybody to look at any product on our race truck or on any of our vehicles and tell me that there's something that's better available out there. And I don't think that's possible. And for us to be able to represent these brands like Eibach and Fox, BF Goodrich, whoever it is, companies that bring the heat when it comes to race day, right? They bring the engineering, they bring the data. We just spent months with Ford Engineering because they bring the data, and it's amazing. And for us, we can't do it without. And I think that to hear David's explanation and Wilfred and everybody talk about it, it is more than just a sponsorship. You have to look at it from such a wide swath of what that means, the credibility of the individual, but also the credibility of the team, results, their media, and their positioning in the community. If people, don't want to be a part of what that group is doing or that person is doing, it's hard to sponsor them because of the possible negative feelings around that. It's a massive question. It's a tough one. And I think the entire industry of racers, I don't think there's a perfect formula that you can box, and everybody has a little bit of a different opinion towards it. For me, it's building a relationship with people that I look at as family.
Very good. We have a specific question from the audience, so you can go down to kind of the chat option and type in a question, and I'll catch it. So David, how important are the thrust washers for spring bind?
I think they're definitely useful in any form of racing. There is, depending on the travel of the spring, the more travel that you have, the more torsional twist you're going to get. But it also depends on the form of racing. Obviously, in dirt forms of racing, it's difficult to keep those clean. It's a short type race in dirt, and the springs can be, covered with bags or whatnot. It helps if it's, in the Baja 1000 type. I don't know. Cameron might be able to better answer that, but I don't think they would last, in my opinion. But pavement racing, anywhere where they're kept clean, I think they're, definitely beneficial for sure.
Okay.
I also can interrupt a little bit because the thrust bearings are also really important when you compress a coil spring. You also have torsion in the material, and to remove or to control this torsion, therefore the thrust bearings are really good that the spring do not stuck on the spring seat. Therefore it's flexible and can turn and move, and therefore you have no negative loads out of the torsion out of the spring.
Okay, very good. Now I'm going to run out of time. I can spend hours talking to you guys. So I'm kind of preparing for us to draw this to a close. So here's a big question. Excuse me, Wilfred, I'll start with you. What's the future look like for Eibach?
Yeah, we will remain a suspension company. If we will continue to work with wire or with air or with oil or maybe a sack of peas, which makes the suspension, but we will stick in there. And the good part is, if someone out there is a genius and he invents something on suspension which nobody knows until today, he will possibly come to us and say, hey, can you help us to bring this to the market? And so at the moment, we are pretty happy to be in suspension. Here in this area, there are so many companies which make parts, stamping parts and so on for combustion engines. And they are not doing very well here at the moment, or even being in exhaust pipes in the automotive OE industry. You are not in good shape. So on the suspension side, we are absolutely fine. And And you know, we are not only in suspension springs, we are in playgrounds, we are in bar springs for big ship engines. We are one of the most diverse companies in this area. So therefore, we are not badly hit by this crisis here at the moment. And so I think we are all so flexible in thinking and so curious about market segments. There always will be something which we haven't been yet. And so we are now very much in special vehicle. There's so much business out there because those people, they really don't have the engineering to engineer suspension. This can be, they pull big airplanes, so they need springs. We make the springs dampers for them. And so he has a very interesting market. We call it a heavy duty suspension. We are just beginning to go into this market segment. So, and on the other side, okay, you will ask me, you are 78 now, how long will you live? So the future of us from the company standpoint, first of all, there's my daughter. So then we have foundations. We have a family foundation. We have a charity foundation. So they all will be involved in the company. And in the curatorium or in the committee, there are people from us. Julian Gill is in there. Christian Zebralla is in here. One or two guys from here are in there. So they control their own destiny once I'm gone. So, but I'm still here.
You still have a lot more Baja to do before you go anywhere, buddy.
Yeah. And funny thing with David, how often have we been together in Baja? And the first times, we said, okay, David, you drive with me. After 2 or 3 years, I said, I'm now going to drive with you. So the role has changed. So I'm now the passenger and he's the expert. Always nice. We always had fun together with David. Easy to say we share friendship. So which is in most cases, mostly the case here everywhere.
David, I'll ask you the same question. Looking ahead to the future of IBOC, do you want to share some thoughts with us?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, Wilfred kind of touched on a lot of the topics there, but it's a difficult question. But as he said, we're going to remain, thanks to Wilfred, he lets us stay focused in racing, which I think is our core. It's always kind of been the core, and that allows us to make high performance products outside of that. So whether that's, off-road trucks or street off-road trucks or performance street kits, or like he said, who knows, playground park stuff, who knows where the world's going to go. But I think, ultimately we're, a racing group. Everybody that works here has a passion for racing. And I think, typically that's the same around the world. So you go to Germany and China, everybody's obviously has that feeling, we're here for a reason. So even when Wilfred's gone, like he said, I think, the group will remain focused on racing and, aftermarket performance. So right now we're heavily pushing in the trucks are very popular. So we're kind of seen a push in that in the last few years, and I don't see that ending anytime soon in the UTV market and whatnot. But it all will revolve basically around the racing world.
I bet. And then Stefan, I'll ask the same question of you. Looking ahead to the future of IBOC, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, at first, thanks to Wilfred that everything is set up for the future, and that we are looking in a really good future, because especially here in Germany, we have many different business units where we work on different application fields. So like Wilfred mentioned, we have 30% of the company runs for the automotive OE sector, 30% for the aftermarket, which includes the motorsports here in Germany, and the other 40% are for industrial wellspring for bigger ship engines and so on. And therefore we have a really good base. And we are absolutely open for new applications fields, and therefore everything is set up for the future. And yeah, each car and needs suspension. Doesn't matter if springs or yeah, air jacks or whatever. But we are absolutely flexible, and I think that's a big benefit of us.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
Then
like
Cameron,
that.
I just want to ask what. Oh, go ahead, Wilfred.
Yeah, we all know about PI and SEMA. Seeing us as PI, we will not be sold. So therefore, we set up this structure. And I was once or multiple times asked in America, they wanted to buy us. We have a good name, we have a good product, we are profitable. And then I said, no. I started here with 3 people, and now we are a few more, and most of them have become friends, and they care for me, and of course I care for them. And then my answer was, would you sell your friends? So it's therefore everything is set in place that this company stays as it is, family owned, and will not be sold and cannot be sold to anyone as an investor or private equity, because we have seen it too often. In the same moment, someone steps in, or too often, and starts to milk the cow. And that's what I wanted to avoid. So we will stay as we are, inspired and curious about the future, but happy to be together and hopefully continue to be respected by the industry. And one thing which I like most is we want to have the best product, but we also would like our customers to enjoy to work with us hand in hand. That's most important. And I think we have this kind of attitude that someone can come around with us, and that will stay forever, I'm sure. Yeah.
Well, when you say Eibach is not going to be sold, there's people in the racing business around the world right now nodding their heads and saying, that's a good idea. Keep Eibach, Eibach, don't change. Real quick, David, I just want to, or Cameron, what's the future for you? And then we'll wrap this up.
Well, for us, you know, we've been doing this. I've been driving off-road cars since '85 and created our own media and racing business in 2003. We're going to keep going. Right now, our main focus is on the Peninsula Run for the Baja 1000. Next year, we'll be racing to La Paz, which is a big thing for us. Beyond that, you know, we've been creating off-road adventure trips that are media-based. Our TV shows, Rip to Cabo and Trail of Missions, are partnered up with ESPN and ABC World television programming. And you know, for me to be able to share it, that's really what's most important to me. And I know that Wilfred loves Baja. I love Baja. David does. All of us do. And for me, I love to share just the vibe of what we do. And our company's motto is share the stoke. And so I think the biggest thing for me is to be able to bring my daughters up, share that Baja vibe and the off-road vibe with them, but also spread that love. And so for that reason, we don't just race trophy trucks. We race the UTVs, the Ultra 4s, we ride dirt bikes, we do adventure trips. And I think, you know, short-term vision, win that Baja 1000 Peninsula Run. We've had some great success over the last 6 years. We've been first, second, third, and fourth. We haven't won the Peninsula Run, which is really the granddaddy of all off-road races. So that's what we're focused on right now. And then beyond that, just sharing off-roading, because we all know it can't be a winning trophy truck driver forever. So eventually there's going to be some kind of sidestep into growing our footprint as, you know, media and a sharing company.
Okay.
Wilfred, what do you think? We need to tag along on Cameron's one of his trips down there before it's over, huh?
For sure.
Yeah. Hey, we will visit Sal in La Paz. He has an apartment there. We were down there together. You know, we made this trip with 5-6 people in our own vehicles. Took us 5 or 6 days to get down there. So, but we enjoyed it. So we will be down there, David, huh?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, we're going to wrap this up. I want to thank you so much for being here. The next webinar following us will be Ring Seal Soup, how honing oil rings and pistons combine to create ring seal, which impacts engine performance and longevity with Total Seal piston rings. This has been fabulous. I think any business school ought to study Wilfred Eibach, and somebody else ought to write a paper on him and a book on him and crack his code for running a business, because it's just spectacular. And I've studied it myself. I still don't know how Wilfred's done it all, but it's just always fun to talk to you, Wilfred, and you guys here. So thank you very much. And Francisco, I'll turn it over to you.
Well, thank you, John. Thank you, Wilfred, Stefan, David, Cameron. You guys were brilliant. What a great webinar. We enjoyed it so much. Stay with us. We are going to move you from a panelist into an attendee, so you can still be with us if you wish. While we do this, we are going to bring our new panelist on from Total Seal, and I'm going to hand it over to our producer, Rick Nesky, in the ePortrait studio live in Los Angeles, who's going to run a short video with us. So please stay with us. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cool.
The concept of ePortrait is basically, in my opinion, there's a big hole in the internet. So the internet started many years ago, but there's never been an online business community for racers on the World Wide Web. The need for ePortrait is actually quite obvious. Basically, people in the business of auto racing need a place online to hang out and get their problems solved.
It's extremely simple for a buyer or for a supplier to interact on the platform. The first thing you need to do is sign in, which is free. And the second thing is, when you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information. If it's a company, you click on request more information, and then from there, it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
You can go to ePortrait.com, you become part of a community of businesses in racing, and it makes sourcing products much easier than just on the internet or using Google.
At ePortrait, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier through an email.
More than that, it's a place to go just to keep current every day. So it's a good place to start your workday in your racing business or in your offices of your professional race team. And you know you're current when it comes to new technology, industry news, technical papers, technical videos, all of that and more. We're not looking for a million hits per day. All we want is people who are really the volume buyers of racing products in the racing industry to be part of the little world of ePortrait. We have racing businesses participating from around the world. So you get suppliers from around the world, you get buyers from around the world.
ePortrait really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
So thank you, Reed. And now back to our live studio here in Los Angeles. Our next session is going to be with our good friend Lex Speed, as well as Keith Jones from Total Seal, and it'll be here with Ed Keebler, again, another good friend from Rottler. So we have about 4 minutes to go. I'd like to say a special thank you to our sponsors. They make this event possible: ETS Racing Fuel, Full Race powered by BorgWarner, Miller Electric, Penske Racing Shock, and AEM Performance Electronics. We talked about the ePortrait platform early on this morning. Please go on ePortrait. We just had Eibach on, search by product, search by name. You'll see Eibach. You can connect with them by clicking on the orange button, I want more information, or ask a question. You can do the exact same thing with our friend from Total Seal. Their product is on the platform, as well from all our sponsors. So just a quick little word. I see Lex Speed is here. I'd like to say something special about Lake, because if we all here together today, it started back in the spring. As we mentioned in the opening act, if I may say that, earlier this morning and yesterday, when COVID hit, we had this platform that had, 2 years under its belt, and obviously all the eyes, turned in the industry into ePortrait because we seem to be the perfect solution in the current situation. But we thought, what else could we do? And Lake is the king of podcasts, and I called Lake and I said, Lake, what could we do? We have this idea of doing a day of webinar, and we went back and forth, and that's how ePortrait Live Tech Webinars started. And Lake, when we all have gray hair, I started to get quite a few, house and tell your grandkids, your dad, your grandpa is at the origin of all of that. So ePortrait Live Tech Webinar started with Lake and with John Causey. We thought, my God, if we get 20 people on, we'll be happy. And then it was like a hit instantly. And then that series became like a weekly show. And the shows and the series was so great because it was just a way of, people talking to each other, connecting, engaging, chatting. And that's exactly what the industry has been missing this year. And so the things took on and on and on. And then we said, well, you know what? Let's do a full week of those. But that started back with Lake. So Lake, you one in a kind in this industry. And
you're too kind.
I wanted to thank you for that. We're big fans of Keith and Matt and everyone at Total Seal. We had some wonderful drag racer this morning, and I've always admired Matt, who combine both the racer and the entrepreneur, and running the whole business and competing every weekend. And I'm so grateful that now that you have financial institution part of the Total Seal organization, they basically let you be who you are, and they let you raise. This is the secret. Wilfred Eibach was talking about that earlier. So without any more introduction, it is 9:00 here in California. I see Ed on, but I don't see his camera. So we are going to see if we can get Ed's camera on. Here it is.
There it is.
Good morning, Ed.
Morning.
Good. I thought you would be in front of a machine. I'm surprised.
No, unfortunately, I'm at home at the moment.
Very good, very good. So this session is going to be unique in the sense that every session we have had a host. We have had Jeff Hammond, Joe Castello, Brad Gilly, John Kilroy, Paul Fanner. But on this one, Lake is such a pro. He runs those sessions all the time. So Lake is going to be both your host and your presenter. So Lake, you're in charge. We'll see you in 50 minutes.
Well, thank you, Francique. I appreciate the very kind words. It was very easy for me to say, hey, you guys should be doing this. It's completely different for you guys to actually go and put it all together and make it happen. So that's pretty cool that we had the opportunity to do that. I am not sure if everything is functioning correctly here. Can y'all see me? There we go.
Yes, yeah, we can.
Okay, all right. Because you were gone, all I saw was ePortrait, nothing else. But anyway, that's fine. We can carry on. I freaked out a little bit there, so we're good. So, okay, so appreciate everybody tuning in to watch this morning. I, right now, am in beautiful Mentor, Ohio, in the conference room at Wiseco Pistons. Yep, it is beautiful Cleveland, Ohio tourism weather today. So can't thank Bob Brigging and Scott Hyland and Vic and all the guys here at JE, Trey McFarland, for letting us come in and do the webinar today from here. Keith is in lovely, warm Arizona. And Ed, I think you're at home, right?
I am in Cedar Hill, Missouri.
All right. Probably a lot better than here.
Yeah.
But anyway, so it's funny. Yeah, it's how the topic of today's presentation, as Francique said, is ring seal soup. And I like to use that analogy because in my perspective and experience has been that, piston ring seal, right? Getting this piston ring to seal against that piston and against the cylinder wall isn't like cooking a steak where it's a single item and it's all about what you do to that one thing. Ring seal is a combination, just like Italian wedding soup isn't just the meatballs or the spices or the broth or the vegetables. It's all of them combining together that creates the soup. And that's what ring seal is all about. It's not just about the piston. It's not just about the cylinder wall. It's not just about the piston ring itself. It's also the oil, and they all have to come together. And that key interface of how they work together really is surface finish, which is why we wanted to get our good friend Ed Keebler from Rottler on here, because achieving the proper surface finish is a whole lot, I want to say, harder than it looks, but maybe the best way to say is your eyes can be deceiving. I know just in my travels this year, running around the country with my handy dandy Mitutoyo profilometer, that you can see a cylinder and you can see the crosshatch and it can look good to the naked eye. But then when you scan it with said device, you'll find out that that surface finish isn't quite what you think it might be. So, Keith, why don't you kind of fill everybody in on what we're looking for and why surface finish matters so much, why it's maybe the key ingredient to this ring seal soup?
Well, the thing that we battle so much is good oil retention. As you said, Lake, oil, and you said this before, we didn't say it today, but oil is the gasket. It is the sealing device. It is what the rings ride on. It's what the piston rides on. I've seen so many rings come in that have been, scuffed up, torn up, welding problems, piston skirt problems, all these things that are perceived as, a part problem, but it's really a cylinder finish problem. They simply have taken it to their shop. The gentleman at the shop's done what he thought was a good job of honing. But at the end of the day, when we start looking at those numbers, we're looking at that amount of oil retention on that cylinder bore. It just isn't enough for the type of application they're working on. It may be a very heavily fueled engine, blown alcohol engine, sprint car engine, something that's pouring a lot of fuel in, needs a lot of oil retention. It could be a softer block that's going to wear a little faster. So getting that surface finish, correct for your application is such a critical thing. And as Lake indicated, you can't see it with your eyes, folks. We're talking micro inches here. I know Lake just was at a gentleman's shop recently, looked at it, beautiful looking finish, had that great, nice, shiny, bright, silvery look. The cylinder should never be dark or dull or gray, shouldn't be black. It should always look like that fresh cut aluminum, really brilliant and sparkly. But even though he had achieved that base, cut, that depth that it needed to, which I'm sure we're going to expand on here quite a bit, that valley wasn't there. So we're getting into premature ring failure, premature cylinder failure, premature piston failure, simply because it's not holding enough oil.
Oh, you said, Keith, that's spot on, is that it's not holding enough oil, because I think that's one thing that we kind of forget about when we think about ring seal and cylinder finish, is that at the end of the day, this piston ring, while it is a seal, it's also a lubricated part. And proper lubrication is having the right oil, which is the right viscosity and the additives for the application, but also having it in the right place at the right time and the right amount. So not only is that oil being the gasket between the piston ring and the cylinder wall and the ring lands, that oil also is protecting and lubricating that part. And if there's not enough valley, like you said, on the cylinder wall to retain the oil, not only can it not function properly as the gasket, but now all those components can't be lubricated properly. And as we all know, when you don't have proper lubrication in an engine, bad things happen very quickly. So with that being said, Ed, why don't you give us a little bit of idea about how we should go about, what's the process, the mindset in achieving that proper surface finish? Because there's a lot of different shops, a lot of different equipment, and there's different abrasives, and there's a whole lot we're going to cover in this hour in terms of how we achieve that finish. So kind of give us that intro into the proper mindset of achieving that finish.
Sure. And thanks, Lake. Good to see you and Keith both. As I always say, every time I'm on one of these deals with you two, I learn something new. So it's always good to be on with both of you. When it comes to cylinder wall finish, I always say this, and I truly believe this is we're not experts at cylinder rings at Rottler Manufacturing. We let Lake and Keith determine what finishes that their rings really need or they desire. And then we're smart enough to know what to do to give them that proper finish. And so typically in today's world, what we're looking at is what we call a plateau finish. And Keith, I know, can elaborate on that, and so can Lake. But what we're really trying to do is we're going in with a rougher diamond abrasive to create these deep valleys, as Lake and Keith talk about. And then we're going to go over the top of that. And in our particular instance, we recommend a 600 grit CBN abrasive. That's a very clean cutting abrasive, leaves no torn and fragmented metal, really cleans the cylinders up well, going over the top of the diamonds. And so we'll put depending on what RVK, RPK we want, that depends on the amount of strokes we use for the CBN. But that's kind of the typical, it's a two-step process, Lake. In today's world, I really don't think you can get away with one step any longer with the changes in ring materials and oils and things like that. Both of you guys kind of alluded to that a little bit about, you've got to have the right valleys. And the guy before you, he went to his shop and the guy put a surface finish on there that he thought was correct. And it probably was 10 or 15 years ago, before rings got much thinner, and we changed from moly rings to tool steel rings, and we changed the viscosity of the oils and the hardnesses of the blocks and all of these sort of things. So as you guys always allude to, it's a soup, and it's not one ingredient.
Yeah, you're spot on, Ed. I think that's one thing you just touched on. And Keith, you and I were talking about this last night, that the difference between the old school type of rings and today's steel rings. Why don't you expand on that a little bit, Keith, and let everybody understand why there's this difference between the materials and how that's affecting the soup?
Well, absolutely. When we talk about the material of the ring, you always hear the word ductile moly or ductile chrome or iron. And I always like to throw this out. How many of you out there have used a chrome moly ring? Actually, no, you haven't. Because it can either be chrome or moly. We're not making it out of tubing. When you hear that, we're talking about the coating on the face edge of the ring, on that leading edge of the surface, that running leading edge. That's what we're talking about. And what's changed dramatically is molybdenum's been around. Obviously, we'll say it's on the periodic table, so it's been around forever. But in the piston ring world, molybdenum's been popular since the 60s and kind of moved its way forward. One of the nice things about it is it has very good porosity. It's up to about 40% porosity. So it gives you a surface that will absorb oil. The point of the cylinder wall and point of honing, besides trying to get a straight round bore, good bore geometry, is getting that surface finish to hold oil. Well, you had a backup plan, the molybdenum. The moly kind of holds oil well too. So if you miss the bore finish a little bit, well, you got kind of a backup here because of the moly. Problem with moly doesn't stick very well. So if we get into a little bit of detonation, we get into a high boost situation, little knock in the engine, there goes the moly. And moly's pretty sharp, pretty nasty stuff, gets in the skirt of the piston, tears things up, destroys the cylinder wall, cylinder seal goes out the window like crazy. And another issue is it really doesn't adhere well on the thin rings that we use today. You use 5/64 rings, 3/32 rings, big fat tractor rings. Hey, it's not too bad. Adhesion's pretty reasonable, but try putting moly on a 0.7 millimeter ring or a 0.5 millimeter ring. There's just no surface. It's not going to stay stuck to the ring. So molybdenum had its day and it has its place. in today's racing world and in today's performance ring, even at the OE levels, because but face it, folks, there's production cars out there today that run 0.8 millimeter rings. I can point out some GM products that are 0.8, 0.82 millimeter. That 5-6 years ago was the, oh my gosh, thin rings that was a NASCAR package. Today, it's in a production engine. Is that a moly-coated ring? No. It is a PVD hard-coated ring. We're looking at coatings like, you know, tungsten carbide carbon, chrome nitride, titanium nitride, hard coatings. They wear very well. They last a long time, but at the same time, they now demand all the oil retention be done by the cylinder wall. It's not a 50-50, 60-40, you know, deal now. It's about a 90-10. It needs all the oil retention to be from the cylinder wall. And that's what's so critical with today's rings, thin rings, hard coated rings. And we're dealing with blocks that are significantly harder than they used to be. If you look at let's say a dart block or a dart and sleeve from 8 or 10 years ago, very high quality stuff, best in the business. That block and that sleeve was about 200, 220 Burnell. We use Burnell on the hardness scale for cylinders. Today, they're in the high 200s, low 300s. I've seen cylinders that are in excess of 500 today. But yet, at the end of the day, we still want the same finish. How do you get that finish? That's a completely, another subject that we'll expand on. How do you achieve that on that hard of a cylinder, and why it's so important to be able to measure that cylinder finish. That's the true thing, because we can throw all the oil up there you want. You can fire hose it. You can have oil jets, oil sprayers. You can have all those things going on, trying to get that lubrication up on the bore to keep that ring lubricated, keep that piston lubricated. But if it won't grab the bore and hang on and cling to the bore, well, guess what? The oil rings, the second rings, the compression rings are all trying to scrape that back down. Now add 20 inches of vacuum into the crankcase, and now we're trying to suck all that oil down back off the bore. Oh, and on top of it, let's throw some zero weight in it as well that has no ability to gray. It's such a thin oil, it's going to suck it all right back to the pan. So this is part of why this has become so critical. And I'll toss it back at Lake with that said.
Okay, great. Thanks, Keith. That was a fantastic answer. So we have a couple of questions that have already kind of come in. So first one I'm going to throw back at you, Ed. Arthur was asking, does crosshatch angle have any influence on the RPK, RVK, or the RK values?
I have not seen crosshatch angle influence RPK or RVK values. I have seen it influence some of the RK values a little bit, but nothing major. I would be looking at crosshatch angle, as you guys can better explain, simply from a ring rotation standpoint versus a surface finish standpoint, in my opinion. But, Keith, I'd love to hear from you also on that, but that's been my view.
Yeah, I agree with you, Ed.
Yeah.
I've seen it make some minor changes there, but it's really, crosshatch angle really kind of comes down to, as Ed indicated, ring rotation speeds. Flatter angles turn the rings slower, steeper angles turn the rings more quickly. It also affects the ability to move oil up and down the bore. As the angles become more vertical or steeper, it's easier for that oil to migrate up and down the bore versus flatter angles. It acts more like a dam or a bridge. So as the crosshatch angles flatten out, you absolutely stop the amount of blow-by. We're flattening that angle out. We're creating more of a dam. We're creating more of a seal. So we're not getting as much blow-by past there, but we're also not getting the oil migration up and down the bore. So crosshatch angles can become real critical. Generally, you'll see flatter angles in short stroke, high RPM stuff, engines with longer cylinders, longer strokes, Harley Davidsons, aircraft engines, locomotives, things like that are better, generally low speed but long cylinders. We'll get into more vertical angles. That helps to promote oil and getting to the top of the bore. You also see in some of the flat engines, some of the boxers, Porsches, Subaru in particular, they'll run a 60-degree angle, that a little bit steeper angle, allowing you to get oil back to the sump a little easier. Flat engines are kind of synonymous as being oil burners, so that more vertical crosshatch angle helps them to get the oil back to the sump more easily. From a performance point of view, the flatter, more typical 45-degree crosshatch angle, I think, is the way to go in most applications. There are times we'll go more vertical, a little flatter, but 45 generally isn't going to do you wrong.
And 45 means it's 45 degrees included angle, not 45 degrees from the deck. Correct, Keith?
Correct. I was going to hit that, but I knew you'd jump on that one. That is correct. When we're talking about the angles, and I'll use my handy dandy dry erase board here, and hopefully we'll try to keep this in the frame. That's not a good one. Better go a little darker. If we're looking at the deck, if we're talking a 45-degree angle, we're talking what is known as the included angle. That is the measurement between the up and the down cut. So if we drew an imaginary horizontal line through here, you're going to be 22.5 degrees above or below, or you can simply come off the deck and measure off the deck. So if you're coming off, again, the deck surface downwards, 45, you're going to be 22.5 off the deck. That's easily measured with a protractor. We do have them here. We send them out all the time, no charge. Looks like a little business card. The angles are dead correct. Or if you go to a place simply like a Hobby Lobby or a Michael's, you can get little clear plastic protractors, nice and flexible, put them into the cylinder, check your crosshatch angles. The really nice way is with a USB microscope. Oh, Ed's got his right there. I think Lake's going for his.
I don't go anywhere without these. I carry these in my briefcase. I give these to customers all the time.
Excellent.
They're a great little tool.
Well, I thought I had one here. Yeah, but yeah, I thought I had one. Sorry, I messed it all up. So I went looking for one. Right. I thought I had one, but I didn't.
I keep mine handy
last time. So anyway, the other question is from our buddy Ron Knock at Diesel Motorsports. So a lot of what we talk about is related to gasoline engines or methanol fueled engines. So let's talk a little bit about these same principles: crosshatch angle, RVK, RPK, this ring seal soup. How does diesel applications factor into this? Ed, you got a comment on?
No, I'd leave that more to Keith. I mean, honestly, I'm back to that same thing. Look, you guys are the experts on what surface finish you need in different applications. I'm just the guy that can give it to you. So I'd really, let Keith talk about that.
Keith?
Well, I'll go back to my handy little board here.
Yep.
And what we're typically seeing, if we're looking at a cylinder finish, and I'll kind of do this kind of crudely. You're looking at wavelengths, heights and depths. This surface is the RPK for those unfamiliar with. This is the surface that the ring is actually going to see on a cold fire up. This area in here, what we're going to refer to as the bearing area, is known as the RK. And this is the blow peak. This is the RVK, the valley. So in the perfect world, we've got a very, very smooth top. So it's nice and easy on the ring. So it seats up well, doesn't scuff the ring up, doesn't tear it up. We've got good oil trapping just below this in the bearing area to support the ring, to keep that part, again, lubricated, to keep it off the ball. We're not getting into, we'll say, metal to metal contact, which I know Lake can expand upon much better than myself. And then we've got the valley depth. This is your oil retention. So imagine standing this up vertically. This is the trough that holds the oil. If we don't have enough trough, we're not going to hold any oil. Again, that oil is going to get washed down into the pan. We're not going to have any, retention for the rings. And what happens, as mentioned, alcohol motors, big boosted engines, diesels typically run a lot of fuel. We're getting into copious amounts of fuel going through this engine, and that fuel is trying to take that oil with it. That fuel is turning that oil into a solvent, not a lubricant. It's breaking that oil down. We're getting that fuel into the pan. It's diluting the oil. It's losing its ability to retain and stick to the wall, lubricate the parts. I can go into many of these, especially, but on the diesels, it's in particularly a big deal because in the modern performance diesel, we're achieving unbelievable power numbers. There's people out there in excess of 4,000 horsepower. One particular good customer of mine, I can't even begin to get into how much money this spent. I see Lake shake his head. He knows all these different materials, all these different coatings, everything we did, it all came down to that, RVK. As we kept getting his RVK numbers up higher, higher, and higher, his problems completely went away, went from 10 pounds of crankcase pressure to 0.68 pounds in a huge cubic inch, 6-inch Ford diesel, making 4,500 horsepower, and it all came down to that oil retention. So answering Ron's question, yes, it becomes very, very critical, especially in a performance diesel where we're really putting a lot of fuel through this engine because that fuel is trying to take that oil with it.
All right, yeah, well said, Keith. And I think that's kind of the general rule is that the more fuel you run through the engine, the deeper that valley has to be in order to retain enough oil to offset it. Because if you don't have enough oil retention, like you said, the fuel destroys the oil. That's, as a long-term tribologist oil guy, fuel is the enemy of your oil. There's no doubt about it. When you see high levels of fuel dilution, nothing good happens inside the engine when you have high levels of fuel dilution within the oil. So you can almost think about that cylinder environment of you need to maintain the proper oil fuel ratio up there. And that when you run more fuel, be it diesel with huge boost, giant injectors, or maybe even just mechanical injection methanol, whatever fuel you're running, the higher the level of fuel delivery, the deeper the valley has to be it gasoline or diesel. That's that kind of rule of thumb, which Ed basically means to have that deeper valley, what are you going to have to do in order from a honing perspective to achieve that valley?
Sure. No, that's a great question, Lake. The big deal again is most people that have been around honing for many years, like, well, I won't date myself or you guys, but we've been around in this business for a while. Most customers, when you start talking about using 180 grit, a diamond to put a base finish on, and you're actually honing to size and then going in with a 600 grit CBN to give your plateau or your RPK value that you need in order for your rings to wear properly, they freak out when you start talking about these really rough grits. In the past, a normal finish was a 220 grit, 280 grit, maybe you hit it with a 400 grit for a little bit. Now we're talking about 180 grit finish to size, and then going in for, and again, it'll depend on the RVK numbers you need. It could be as little as 6 strokes or as many as 20 strokes with the 600 grit CBNs. And that brings up just another point is a lot of people, when we start talking about these RPKs, RVKs, they think that, if I continue to hone with my 600 grit, my finish is going to get too fine for my rings. That 600 grit is going to put you right in that ballpark of RPK numbers that you all are asking for. So you can use that for 6 strokes or you can use it for 20 strokes. It is not going to change your RPK value. What it will change is your RVK value. The more you hone with that, the less RVK you're going to get.
Yeah, because essentially, because the finishing grit, as you say, that the top side from that median line is what you're affecting up here. And
correct.
That 600 grit, once you get it, that's going to be what that RPK value is, because that is going to be determined by your finishing grit. It's how much stock removal determines how much valley you have left, because the more stock you remove, the less valley you have.
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Perfect.
All right. So we got several questions. So unless somebody has a comment where we missed on something we need to clarify, let's go ahead and get to some of these questions because we got lots of them. So the first one is, okay, what questions or criteria can an end user ask of a machine shop to evaluate their ability to perform the caliber of work that we're talking about here?
I'll bet all three of us have
I'd
the
say
same
real
answer.
quickly,
I was gonna say that's an easy one.
Pick up your
this.
profilometer.
They need to have this.
Do you have
That's
one
right.
of these?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you need to have one of these.
Yep.
You got one of these, you can be good.
That's right.
All right. Next question is, all right. Question one of my customers in the shops, what are rings made out of? And do they stand up to methanol built engines such as the 6 or engines like a 603 or 604 crate engine for dirt track racing? Basically, what are the tolerances and abuses different rings can stand up against? Keith, I'll let you kind of handle that. That was several questions there, but talk.
Yeah, when we're talking about the materials, I'll basically you're going to have basically two classes of material. We're going to talk about the base material. That's what the actual ring's made of, not the coating. Again, when we talked about moly, we're talking about the coating. Chrome nitride, you're talking about the coating. Base material, you're going to have different grades of iron, meaning cast irons and into ductile irons, or into hybrid ductile irons, hardened ductile irons. And then you're going to have different classes of steel rings, meaning you've got carbon steel rings, stainless steel rings, tunable steel rings. So it's talking about the base material. Methanol or gasoline, really, that's coming back to more bore finish than the base material the ring is made out of. So the more severe the application is, we're talking about temperature, we're talking about heat. How much heat can that ring handle? The higher or better grade of material we're working with, the more heat the ring is going to be able to withstand. So if you've got a ring, one of the fun things to do is when you're building your engine, you've got your build book, you're writing down all your data, you're recording everything. You want to measure this dimension, the free gap. How much is that gap just sitting there after you file fitted the rings? That's an important dimension, because let's just say, for argument's sake, that number is 500 thousandths. It's typical to see that ring close up maybe 80, 100 thousandths when it comes out of the engine due to normal heat cycling. But if I take that ring out of that engine and it's closed down, it's down to 150, 200 thousandths, or completely collapsed, it's overlapped, I know I've annealed or crept that metal. I've gotten that metal too hot. So that's telling me either I don't have a good enough base material. Let's say I stuck a plain cast iron ring into a 3-stage nitrous engine. That ring's never going to handle that amount of heat. The amount of oxygen content in there is so high, it's simply going to collapse the ring from heat or possibly break it. Cast iron's fairly brittle. It will actually snap. I don't have, actually, I think I do, a really tiny one. Now you're getting a real up close shot of my mug. Sorry, digging through my box. Here it is. That's a 1/2 inch little compressor ring that we make. And that's made out of just plain SG cast iron. There you go. They break really easy. So another wounded warrior. So that's kind of the thing. You get it, a cast iron ring into that severe environment, you can literally just break the ring or fatigue the ring and collapse the ring. Now, as we start moving up the chain, we move into the ductile irons, the hardened ductile irons. And the question is always, how do I know which one I need? Well, let the engine talk to you. Look at the rings coming out of the engine. If your free gaps are good, it's not annealing, it's not taking the tension out of the ring, that ring you're running is adequate for your application. That's not an issue. Now, we can look at different base coatings, different honing processes, things to optimize that. But as far as the base material, that ring's great. Now, if it comes out and it's all collapsed, and one, we got to look at tune-up. If we've got a tune-up that's out the window, well, yeah, that can knock a ring out pretty quick. But if you're not knocking head gaskets out of the ring, the thing, the plugs look good, you're not lifting ring lands, everything looks nice, and you're knocking that ring out of there, well, we've got to go up the ladder. We've got to move up the chain. We got to get away from ductiles. We've got to move into steels, whether that be carbon or possibly stainless or into an M2 tool. We have to keep ratcheting up to find a ring that's going to handle the heat that you're creating in that engine. So that's kind of the difference in the materials and how you look at the materials. Look at the ring, listen to the ring when it comes out of the engine. It'll tell you if it's holding up or not. Hopefully that answers that question.
No, I think that was a perfect answer. So it's really not so much about what the fuel issue is more about hone, how much surface, how much value you have to hold the oil is really about the ring materials, about the amount of heat cylinder pressure, combustion temperature you're generating. That higher compression, higher horsepower engine is going to generate more heat, and you need to have a ring material capable of handling that heat. And I was over at Pat Musey's last week, and he uses our M2 tool steel rings, and the reason why is because they're running an ungodly amount of nitrous in those engines, generating just incredible amount of heat, and that's the material that can handle that environment. So great answer on that. So next question was, does the oil used for cam break-in impact ring break-in? I'll take that question. Yes.
I think we got a guy that can answer that.
Yeah. I think I might have an answer for that one. Yes, it does. So there are, break-in oil is a great thing just in general terms, especially for rebuilt engines, performance engines. Break-in oil is a good thing. Now, that being said, there are some break-in oils that are formulated specifically for flat tappet cams, and they are brilliant for camshafts, and they are the devil for ring seal. Because what's going on is this piston ring, while it's moving up and down during initial break-in, is taking some of those peaks off. There's still some honing, if you will, some metalworking going on during the ring break-in process. And if that oil will not allow that to happen, you're going to have higher blow-by. The rings aren't going to bed in properly. So it's really a balancing act between keeping the cam happy and then the rings happy as well. So really, Keith and I did a video on this. It's on our YouTube channel, Total Seal. If you go to YouTube and go to Total Seal piston rings, there's a video where we really give you a long-term answer on that. And there's information at the Speed Diagnostics website that list all the different break-in oils and the chemical content of them, so you can see, because we're not going to tell you, oh, use this brand or use that brand. We're not trying to pick brands and do that and get into that fight. Essentially, what you're looking for is a low detergent break-in oil. So you need a high level of zinc, which is good for your cams and good for the rings, but you want a low level of detergent so the rings can break in. That's really the key thing, is that low detergent, high zinc, then you're going to be just fine. Next question is from our buddy Josh Tennis. Hey, Josh, are you advocating a different finish for a stock block versus a heavy duty aftermarket, like a CGI block, with the same application and same ring package? I'm thinking Josh is talking here, Ed and Keith, about a diesel application. And I think I'm going to talk for you here a little bit, Ed. Sure. I don't think it's necessarily that we're talking about a different finish, right, but because of the different materials, we're talking about different abrasives that will be required to reach the same finish.
Yeah, excellent point, Lake. Absolutely spot on. You're right. Depending, and Keith alluded to that earlier, is about the Brinell of the block. So an OEM block probably has a lower Brinell than an aftermarket block does. Now, the nice thing about the 180 grit diamonds that we use is it tends to put a large enough valley or RVK number in there that it gives you some latitude. So, if you get a soft block or a softer block, you can still use those 180s. You may just end up with 20 strokes on the CBN 600 grits versus, say, 10 strokes with an aftermarket higher Brinell block, because we're not going to get the penetration factor on the diamonds in a higher Brinell block that we do on the softer block, if that makes sense.
Oh, it makes total sense. Yeah. So it really isn't about not advocating a different finish for the application, but a different abrasive process and stock removal process in order to achieve the same finish, just on the different block materials. And that works for diesel and gasoline engines as well.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So another question here is from Mike. What are some maximum and minimum parameters for RPK, RVK, and RK? And Keith, you want to I know there's not a there's not a simple answer to that question, but maybe given some general parameters, maybe is a better way of answering that question.
Well, yeah, absolutely. It is very application specific. Interesting, the RPK number, that peak roughness, the area that the ring's going to actually come into contact with on startup, we're going to look for that number. Again, we're talking micro inches here, not millimeters. So in micro inches, we're generally looking for something in the 10 to 20 range. 10 to 15 is kind of the sweet spot. There are applications where we'll go a little lower. There are some where we'll go slightly higher, but that number seems to be pretty consistent. Doesn't damage the ring, doesn't scuff the ring, lets it do the final honing process. As Lake said, the ring is the final machining step. So that's kind of the sweet spot. But the next two numbers, the RK and the RVK, those are the numbers that are really application specific. If I'm dealing with a zero weight oil NHRA Pro stock engine that I know only has to go 50 passes before it's going to get rebuilt again, I can run some relatively low numbers. And also knowing I'm dealing with a block that's 300, 330 Brinell, it doesn't wear very fast. It's pretty hard. I can run some relatively light, low numbers here to keep the amount of oil on the board to the minimum, keep the part, that just on that fine edge of what it takes to keep that part lubricated. Now, going the other direction, I'm in a stock block with a big diesel with, 150 pounds of boost and fuel running out the tailpipe. It's so fat. These numbers are going to have to go up because I'm going to wear that block faster because it's a stock production block. It's softer. I'm asking a lot more of it. So these numbers have to go up. The one thing you try to shoot for is, let's just say we talk the RVK number, we want 75. I'm just throwing that out as a theoretical. I generally want to see the RK number about 10 points below the RVK. This is not a deal killer if it's the same or slightly higher. Again, that running in process of the ring is going to correct these numbers. The whole point of plateauing is we're doing what the rings do naturally. You can have these numbers all jacked up. And if you're willing to wait long enough and you've got rings that have enough tension, enough friction, an oil that's bad enough, it is going to correct these numbers over time. It's going to happen. But in today's world, we want it right now. We want to fire that engine up. 30 seconds later, it's as good as it's ever going to be. And that's all about getting these numbers right. If we get these numbers right, it's in. 1 hit, 2 hits on the dyno, 3 maybe on a bad day. It's in, it's done. If we miss these numbers, I get people all the time, hey, it took me 7,000 miles to get my rings to come in. They took forever. Somebody missed the bore finish by a mile. That's what's happened. It's taken that long for the ring to wear that finish in. So it's really a matter of getting what I'll call the right ratio to the numbers. If the RK's off a little bit, the ring will correct that through the run-in process, but we want to kind of hit the general parameters. And that's something you can always reach out to us, email us, call us, tell us a little bit about what you're doing, and we can kind of point you to the right, hey, this is where we really think you ought to be. And yes, one of the questions about how high the numbers go. Talking about the diesel I spoke about before, when we first started working on that engine, we were shooting for RVK numbers in the 80, 90 range, which we all agreed at the time we thought was a pretty big number. But as we found out, that engine ended up with RVKs a little over 150, which is what it took in that application, as Lake puts it, right amount of oil, right place, right time in that engine with that fuel, with what he's doing. That's what it took to get it right. So I'll never say there's a wrong number. It's what's the right number for what you're doing.
Perfect. Great answer. Couple of questions here. Matt, Sarah, hey, good to see you, Matt. Has questions, suggestions for a profilometer. He says he sees them from $300 to $7,000. Is there an industry norm? I would recommend this one right here, which is the Mitutoyo SJ 2010. And shameless plug here. You can call Total Seal and we will sell them to you. And Mr. Jones right there on your screen personally sets them up, calibrates it for you, and sends you a box where you can open it up and take it out and run it. And it's, $2,200, $2,300, something like that for them right now. So that's what I would recommend, is go that route.
Yeah, let me chime in here just a little bit, being the guy that does
Sure.
the cylinder finishes. I completely agree with Lake and Keith there. The SJ2, I call it a 210, maybe it's a 2010 now, the new model. They work wonderfully. They give you all the parameters that you need and then some. And it is really nice, especially going through Total Seal, that they set it up for you, because surface finish analyzers have different settings in them, and there is an industry standard that you should use. If you're off that industry standard, you could be getting some finishes that really aren't necessarily proper for your application. So I highly recommend using the Mitutoyo SJ210 or 2010, and I highly recommend buying them from Total Seal piston rings, because in all honesty, if you get on the website, they're as inexpensive as anybody at selling those profilometers.
I'll chime in real quick if you don't mind. And it is an SJ210. And one of the things that's neat about this, there's a lot of profilometers out there, like Matt said. I mean, we have profilometers here that we use in our shop. Hey, they're 6 figures. I mean, you can spend unbelievable amounts of money, and that's on, an actual 2D profilometer. You get into 3D profilometers that are measuring these things optically. Oh, sky's the limit. I mean, you could literally invest millions, but what they can show you and what they can do is unbelievable. But bang for the buck, this is a hard machine to beat. It does a tremendous amount of stuff. It's computer compatible. It can download to micro SD memory cards. It's got a USB port. You can, Mitutoyo has free communication software for it. You can take this data, save it, put it into a customer file, print it out, do a million different things with it. But bang for the buck, it's a really, really tough machine to beat. Is there better? Are there other ones out there that do things like that'll do this? Absolutely. But for us, this has been a good machine, very reliable, very cost effective. And I'm gonna kind of put in a plug for Mark Malberg. Digital Metrology. You need to check out their website. I wish I had it up here. I apologize. The software these guys offer for all kinds of profilometers in the 2D and the 3D world is absolutely mind-blowing. If you go on their site, check it out. They've got great videos on understanding all these numbers, looking at 3-dimensional breakdowns of cylinder surfaces. Absolutely incredible stuff. You need to check it out. Digital Metrology.
Yeah, you're right. Mark software is fantastic. Great additional tool to have. And if you're serious about getting a profilometer and checking, I know Ed's big on this, and I'm taking the thunder from him on this, is that while you're in your process of, different block materials, like we said, different hardness, it's going to be a different process to achieve that finish. And what you want to do is you want to check your finish during that process. So between your going to size with your roughing abrasive and then your finishing abrasive, you want to check. Well, our buddy Brad Lagman at QMP makes this awesome little tool that can hold the stylus. So you can hold it in the bore and you can check it at different locations. You can even check blocks that have already been run. So you can know where you are in terms of the life of that bore and everything. So this is a pretty cool little tool to have as well. Just want to throw that in there as we're throwing you all the tools. So yeah, if you really want to go all out, get your Mitutoyo profilometer, get your holder and get your software from Mark, and then you're in business like Brad is with all the cool stuff.
And I'll add to that, Lake, when I'm out setting up equipment, I don't go anywhere without my profilometer. I happen to carry an SJ310, which gives me an immediate printout, and that's only for the customers, because you guys alluded a little earlier about that, or I think it was Keith, you looked at this finish and it was brilliant. It was perfect. It looked great. But then when you did a test, it was the wrong RVK numbers. So every time I go out, and especially when I'm converting customers from standard abrasives to diamonds, that you can't compare a 220 grit diamond with a 220 grit standard abrasive. Completely different finish. And so I always take my surface analyzer with me. Always, always, always.
Yeah, I'll just touch on that real quick, because the thing that I run into so much, and Ed, I know Ed knows this, and I know Lake knows this, because Lake's been out and checked a lot of guys' stuff. When you're looking, you've got the profilometer, looking at blocks that come back in, measure that run surface, measure the part in the bottom where it hasn't been run, know where it started, know where it ended up. This is a great tool to see how this engine's done. If it's sealed up great, it's running great, everything's fantastic about it. Look at that run surface, take those numbers, add 10 points across the board. That's about where you want to be. It's again, you know, we're listening to that engine. It's telling you this is where I want to finish. This is where I'm happy, but I can't start here. I've got to start up here. So again, that break-in process, I have to wear it back down. So if I give it that room to wear into where it's happy, it's going to come in right now. You know, be the engine whisperer. Listen to what it's saying. Look at the finishes, you know, pre and post. It says a lot about the engine. Then from the honing point of view, the thing that I run into almost daily is we've all been taught by our parents, our grandfathers, our mothers, this is how we do things. And things have changed tremendously. The blocks are much harder. The oils are completely different. The rings, the ring tensions, completely different than what they were 10, 15, 20 years ago. The honings had to change with it. But the one thing that I find all the time is people are afraid to lay that valley in there to get that depth. They want to come in with a 220, then hit it with a 280, rub it some with a 320, 400. Then I'm going to polish it, going to put my 1000 grit in there, wrap the hone head with that a couple times. And they just go way too many steps. I'm telling you folks, outside of roughing, 2-3 steps, that's it. Generally, you can nail it in 2 steps, a sizing and a finishing. As Ed said, this number represents the roughing stone or the finishing, you know, bringing it to size. This number represents the plateauing stone, the 600 CBN. These are your numbers. Don't be afraid to lay some base in there. Get after this thing. Because if you don't lay this bottom in there, you can't have it when you're done. You're going to wipe it out. If you've got this little shallow cut, I come in and do all my plateau work, guess what? My RVK is gone. Don't be afraid to go in there and we'll say lay the wood to it. You can always plateau it down. That's it. But if you don't have it there to begin with, it won't be there when you're done. And that's probably the single biggest thing I see messed up.
Yeah, let me add to that. As Lake said just a little bit earlier, he kind of alluded to it. If you're looking for, and Keith, I think, used the number 65 RVK. So if you're looking for a 65 RVK when you're finished, you can't start with a 40 or a 50 or a 60 RVK. When you put those 600 grit CBNs in there, your RVK is going to go down. So you've got to start with a 90 or 100, 110 RVK. I'll start with a much higher RVK number. I can always bring it down, but I can't add to it once I get into the finish process. So really, really, really use those profilometers to check your, you know, most people just want to use it for the finish process. No. Use it for your base finish. That's the critical point right there.
No, great point, Ed. And I think one thing we want to talk about, we mentioned in our personal conversations before, is when you look at these information on here, when that profilometer is going to give you that scale, it's going to show you that trace of the surface finish, kind of like Keith drew on the board there. That scale is plus minus 200 microinches. And the key thing to understand is a 1/10 of a thousandth is equal to 100 microinches. So that's one thing to keep, really people need to understand, that if you go in there and you go only within a thousandth of size with your roughing stone and then take a thousandth out with your finishing stone, everything that your roughing stone gave you for valleys is gone. That's why you have to go to size with your roughing stone and then only take out a 1/10 or 2 in order to get your plateau, because 2/10 is 200 microinches, which is the full scale, you know, plus minus on the thing. So those are the things to keep in mind. I want to point out, we got a couple of last questions to get to. Nate Baylor's asking the question. This is going to be for you, Ed. What steps do you recommend for the final cleaning before assembly after diamond honing to ensure all the honing debris is out of the cylinder walls?
Well, that's a great question, Nate. The analogy that I use is first of all, diamond is an extremely hard particle, and the bonding agent that holds that diamond is much more robust than say the old standard abrasives that you know were used like a glue. And so you're not going to get the abrasive penetrating or left in the bores with a diamond abrasive like you will a standard abrasive. I guess the best analogy I can give you is a typical standard abrasive set will give you approximately 60 to 80 bores in the life of a standard abrasive. A diamond abrasive will give you 80,000 to 90,000 bores per its lifetime, and they're roughly about the same height. So tremendous difference there. My personal opinion is I do a few motors on the side. I help on a blown alcohol car, so we do some of this stuff on our own. But I'm an ultrasonic guy, man. I love to put the blocks in an ultrasonic cleaner before assembly and make sure not only the cylinder bores are clean, but the rest of the motor. I get so many guys that, they clean the cylinders to the umpteenth degree, but you can take a rag or something and you wipe in the oil galley or down in the crankcase area, and you still come out with dirt. And it's like, guys, all that stuff is still cycling through the motor. So I'm an ultrasonic guy. And then, I'll probably get in trouble for this, but in the end, I always clean my cylinders with transmission fluid. And then I put clean them completely. And then I put a break-in oil like Total Seal sells, in the cylinder walls once I know that they're clean.
Well, thank you. I really hate to interrupt, but we're getting close to 9:55 here in California. So again, we could have listened to you guys for probably another 3 hours. Fascinating knowledge, technology, expertise, and we're delighted to have you part of this. A big thank you to everyone at Total Seal. They have been, supporter of the ePortrait platform since we launched, and thank you very much. We're going to have Lake back again later this week on Thursday at 2 Pacific to talk about oil analysis. So thank you, Keith. Thank you, Ed. Please stay with us. We are going to move you back as an attendee, so you can, keep watching the next webinars over the next few days. So just stay with us 1 second while John is going to tell us who is next. So John, on to you.
Okay, the next webinar will be Quality Driven Performance, the story of DSPS engineering wastegates and anti-lag valves. And Perry Cohn, the owner of the business, will be with us, as well as Phil Danbury, the shop manager.
So thank you, John. So again, we have people watching us from all over the world, and what a great honor to, we started in the US. We went to Germany with IBAC this morning, and both Germany and the United States. Back to the US with Total Seal. Now we're going to England to talk with Perry and Phil. So a big thank you to our sponsors, ETS Racing Fuel, Full Race, Miller Electric, Penske Racing Shock, and AEM Performance Electronic. And of course, our great partner, Paul Fanner, and everyone at Racer. So we are bringing Perry, and I think they are getting on right now. So John, you will be talking to them for the next 25 minutes. This is a 25-minute session. And so, it's, as we mentioned yesterday, John and I, around that time every year, like beginning of January, we have taken a trip to England for the Autosport Show, organized by our good friend Tony Tobias, and so we won't be going this year, unfortunately, but that's always a great pleasure to travel in England and see all the great companies out there. And so this is a perfect example of a great company. I personally have known Perry, for many years. I've seen him grow his business from being a single consultant to owning two great organizations now and taking over the world. so no, we're absolutely very happy to have you on. Then again, a big thank you for each and everyone out there watching us. Registration is open for the full week. Okay, so please, invite your industry friends or colleagues. All they need to do is log in into the Zoom webinar. We are live for 55 hours, pretty much, 12 hours a day on the California time. It is 10 a.m. almost here in California. It's probably 6 p.m. if I'm correct in England, right, Perry? Is that what it is?
Yep, exactly 6 p.m.
Okay. Well, it's time. It's happy hour there. It's usually guys are right now. But I heard everything is closed. So are you in quarantine right now too as well?
Yeah, you can work. You can go to work. But you can't go to the pub. All pubs are closed.
It's very unfortunate. That's one of our favorite things to do when John and I go to England. No, but it's a wonderful country you're in, and middle of the motorsport valley as well. Tomorrow, we're going to have our good friend Chris Elliott from the MIA, who's going to be one of our panelists. He's bringing with him Alan Goff from the BTCC, like Mr. British Touring Car Championship, Malcolm Wilson from the Ford Rally team, Duncan from the historic series. So this is great, and we're delighted to have you. We'll wait another minute or so before, because we start right on the hour. So again, if you're watching us, go on ePortrait.com. You can find DSPs there, their products they're going to be talking about. You can find Total Seals products that we just had a session with, as well as IBAC and everybody yesterday, from Turn 14 Distribution to Stand 21 to Howard Enterprises and everybody in between. So full week of tech webinars back to back, product introduction on the ePortrait platform 24/7. And so again, thank you for all of you for watching us from around the world. 110 countries represented in our attendance, which is absolutely astonishing. And so thank you very much. John, on to you.
Okay, thank you, Francisque. And as you mentioned, our international presence, it's really great to follow the chat questions. And one comes from Italy, one comes from Ireland, one comes from another country. So this is really an amazing experience for me, a new experience for all of us. Welcome to the webinar, Quality Driven Performance, the story of DSP engineering wastegates and anti-lag valves with DSP Engineering, Perry Cohn, owner, and Phil Danbury, shop manager. And this is how DSPS describes themselves on their showcase in ePortrait, which is really a well built out showcase. And our showcases are kind of like trade show exhibits. So make sure that's part of your online race industry experience. That's where the new products are for 2021. So DSPS Engineering produces wastegates and fresh air valves for the highest echelons of motorsports. Quality-driven performance is our philosophy. DSPS products continually compete on the international stage, having won races and championships in IndyCar, DTM, WRC, WRX, WT, CC, SGT, WEC, GT2, GT3, all products designed and used by racers. And this is a very interesting company to me. Because they're producing these products just for the highest echelons of motorsports. So this is pretty strictly a racing technology company. We're glad that they're here. And then I'll be looking for questions from the audience. So we have a very sophisticated industry audience. Race engine builders are out there. Professional race teams are out there. Just use the chat option at the bottom of the Zoom screen. Type in your questions, and I'll check those out and throw those at Perry, and we'll see what we can do. Okay, Perry, I'll throw it over to you. What do we do next?
Thank you, John. It's great to see everybody, even though virtually. I'm Perry. This is Phil, and the two of us do the best we can to compete at the highest level. I'm going to try and share my screen if that's all right. Let me know if you can
see this. Okay, can everyone see that? Can you see that, John?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay, perfect. Okay, we're going to start with the quotation because we always do. And the only real mistake is the one from which we learn nothing. And, you know, that's from Henry Ford, who's kind of the forefather of everything we do. Now, we are where we are. We're obsessed by quality because of our first and hugest failure. We're going to go for a little time travel, guys. So can anyone tell me what year we are? Okay, it's 1985, okay, in Long Beach, California. Start of the IndyCar season of the March 85C. Now, you remember Adrian Newey, he always designed amazing aero surfaces, but never left any space for anything. So Alan Mertens of Garmin, later of Garmin Engineering, and David Williamson were tasked with building a wastegate. And they fitted a wastegate into tiny, tiny space, and it was a disaster. Every single Cosworth-powered car that had a Williamson wastegate failed during practice for, you know, Long Beach Grand Prix, 1985. I mean, the worst thing you can ever do is stop a car. And that day, they stopped every single one with a Williamson wastegate. And the reason was the membrane. The membrane failed. It wasn't up to the job. Anyway, they bolted on, you know, the original wastegate, which it was a very heavy cast iron affair, and they survived the race. And the March, in fact, won the race. However, we learned from that. And ever since then, quality has been the watchword. And nothing is ever compromised in the search for quality. Because to finish first you have to finish. So you got to understand, we started from a point of failure. And that's kind of snapping at our heels all the time. You don't want to stop a car. You can have as many failures in the workshop as you want, but never on the circuit. So why? What makes our products so much better? You know, what drives us? All our castings. I'm going to put a little pointer on here. All of our castings for wastegates are Inconel, every single one of them. The valves that we use are always forged from mnemonic 80. The membranes, remember that was the bit that failed. And the reason we came to a solution was, I don't know if any of you remember Johnny Caples. We're going back in history here. He devised or managed to produce a membrane in a couple of weeks in time for the next race. Ever since then, the membranes we use have been manufactured in the US, and they're all high temperature, reinforced with Nomex. And as I say, proud of the fact that they're manufactured there, and we've never had a race failure. All of the components we use are machined from billets. The batch controlled, we keep records. And all of our components, K-nuts, all the studs and so on are rolled. So everything is torqued, and every assembly has an individual life number, which you can see on the top here. So we know who built the wastegate, we know when it left the company, and we know if you ask us, we can tell you, when the billets came, when the material came out the ground. So it's kind of a full aerospace spec. Everything is inspected. Our inspector was trained in the Royal Air Force. So everything he applies to his trade is absolutely fastidious and to the point. Obsessive, really, but hey, who's complaining? Over the years, we've produced a lot of stuff, but it all started after 1985. In 1986, the DW1 wastegate. I don't know whether it's pride or not, but the casting, the main casting used in the DW1 wastegate is the same one as used in 1986. It's been that successful for us. So the DW1 was the Dave Williamson one. It's a 2-inch wastegate, 50 millimeters. It started in 1985 at Indy, was used in Le Mans, and versions have been used in DTM, winning the DTM championship a couple of times. Super GT in Japan, once again winning the championship, and it's been used all over the world in rallycross. So you can see at one of the bottom pictures is, I say it is our most popular wastegate, and there are loads in stock. On the bottom right-hand side, we have a springless wastegate, but you can see the casting is still the same. And on the top right is an IndyCar wastegate, but the casting is that good old-fashioned DW1. It's brilliant. It's bulletproof. The company rides on it, to be perfectly honest. The other main size of wastegate we do is a GT3 wastegate, 1.5 inch or 38 millimeters. And this cut its teeth in the WRC, World Rally Championship. It then went on to win a World Championship numerous times in the WTCC with Honda. And it's also won the GT3 Championship at Le Mans with a Ferrari engine. The pictures here, you can see there are two of these wastegates on the GT3 engine. It's beautifully packaged. And over here, you can see, also one on each side. And as with the DW1 wastegate, we have many derivations of this. So this is our LW, lightweight wastegate, where we try to take a little bit of weight out. It's used all over the world. We try to make our products as bulletproof as possible. Once again, it's this paranoia about a failure during the race. Our anti-lag valves came on stream probably in the early 2000s. Once again, we're trying to keep up with technology, give everyone the competitive advantage. Now, they were originally sized for touring cars and rally cars, and they're now used in ALMS by a leading OEM and WTCC has. Now they're used a lot in rallycross, and we're changing with the times as we need to in racing, and we're going to try and improve our range and increase flow through the ALS anti-lag valve to try and keep pace with demands. As turbos are getting bigger, the airflow required to keep them spinning is increasing too, which is where we're going. We do a lot of bespoke products, a lot of castings we can make to order. But this particular casting that you can see in the middle there, that appears on many IndyCar exhaust systems at the moment, and it is the basis for quite a few components. All our valves, as we say, the basic valve is a forged mnemonic component. We can adapt them to suit whatever your requirement is, and machined components. We have products off the shelf, which is great. You order one, you take it off the shelf and you dispatch it. Or many OEMs have particular requirements, so we can change things to suit their requirements. Welding. Well, we used to do a lot of welding. It used to be TIG welding. It used to be, it was always good, but the appearance wasn't that brilliant. When we discovered recently, or 2 or 3 years ago, we discovered electron beam welding, which we now use for all of our, wherever welding is required. And you can see the weld along here. You can see the weld in this area over here. And everything is done by a shop up the road. That sounds, like they're a small operation. Their day job, as it were, is welding components for satellites and nuclear reactors. So we reckon they're pretty good at what they do. And everything is to AS 9100D. And because all of our components are in effect pressure vessels, everything is helium leak detection down to a vacuum of 10 bar. So we're pretty happy. If they say it's okay, then it is okay. And we haven't had a failure yet in the competition. Not that we're hoping for one, but we're very confident and we stand by what we do. We've spoken a lot about the past. the thing with racing is if you stand still, you're going backwards. So we're always looking for the next product, the next thing. As I said, we're looking at a larger anti-lag valve. So we've gone up from, say, 1 1/4 inch, which is our current anti-lag valve, to 1 3/4 inch, 1.5 to 1 3/4 inch. And we're going to have both the sort of manual version, classically controlled, and we're also going to have one controlled by solenoid valves. This is in response to requests by customers. At the end of the day, it's all very well us producing what we want to produce, but since the end users are the end users, we might as well produce what they want to use. So hence the push towards these larger anti-lag valves, and they will be available towards the end of January. And then we also produced a water-cooled wastegate, which has applications. Once again, it's a derivation of the DW1 wastegate, but has superior heat insulation and water-cooled valve guide housing. And this is both for competition use and for use on road cars or hypercars. There is a hypercar manufacturer. It claims to have the most powerful hypercar in the world, although I take that under advisement because everyone claims to have the most powerful engine in the world. But, it's not often that your products get to do in excess of 265 miles an hour. So we're very, very proud of that. That's us in a nutshell. The best answers probably come from questions. So I'd like to kind of pass it back to you guys, and then Phil and I will try and answer whatever questions you might have.
Okay, again, questions, just go down the chat button at the bottom of the Zoom screen, and you can type in whatever question you have for Perry and Phil. And I have a couple questions I brought here today, so I'll just start with mine. So if you were to kind of discuss common mistakes that racers make when it comes to wastegates and anti-lag valves, what's happening out there that should be fixed?
Common mistakes. It's difficult because everyone goes racing with the best of intentions. But I think everything comes down to preparation, I think. You've got to check everything. You've got to check your equipment. You've got to check your tools. You've got to check your engine. The more you prepare, the better you're going to be. It's as simple as that in our opinion. For our products, well, we like to service them annually. We're very confident as to the life of them. We know that they can do 24 hours of Le Mans without any problems, which is the best part of 4,000 miles. So I'm happy they can do at least 4,000 miles between services. Some of our touring car wastegates have achieved 6,000 or 7,000 miles. So from a preparation point of view for us, definitely have regular services, and we can turn that around really quickly. We also have kits that we can supply, so you can do your own work. There will soon be videos online on the eParkTrade portal and on our website showing how to service these components yourselves. But I guess the best thing is preparation. Preparation is everything: mental preparation, physical preparation, your equipment. I guess that's the biggest thing for us.
Okay, and I'll take a question from the audience. Would you have any applications that work with internal wastegates?
Not really. We did an actuator once for the Audi group, or the Volkswagen group, for use on a World Rally car. But no, everything we do is external wastegates. That's what we built the company on, and that's what we've always done. So that's the other thing we know: do what you're good at.
Yeah,
and for us, we've seen a lot of internal wastegates, but it's not our area of expertise.
Okay. Another question from the audience. Just go down the chat feature and open that up and type something in, and we'll put it to the panel here. Are the wastegates dual port so that can be adjusted?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Okay, I'm just.
I mean, we can adjust. Yeah. Well, using the engine management system, we can control the flow to above or below the membrane with ease. That's no problem at all. So we do a springless wastegate, which has got a single port, but all of our wastegates, all of our standard wastegates you control it with air below the membrane and above the membrane. So depending on how you balance the two, you can play some pretty clever tunes with your wastegate.
Okay.
Another
question. Yeah. Would you please describe how the routing of the exhaust with anti-lag valve is plumbed?
Whoa. There's a million different ways of doing this, and a lot of them are trade secrets, which are very tightly guarded by manufacturers. The two ways of driving an ALS or an anti-lag valve is you've got to get your cold air from somewhere. So either you have it from a compressor, and that's brilliant because you can run any pressure you want, or you take it from the plenum. More and more series are now regulating that the air's got to come from the plenum. Obviously, there's a penalty with that because every time you activate your anti-lag, you're taking something away from your plenum. So yeah, either air from a compressor or from a plenum. For the outlet, you can either, where you're pushing the air back into your exhaust system, you can either have a single entry, or you can have multiple entry points. I'm trying to think of mine. No, I don't have a picture, but if you can get details, I can send some more information. There's also pictures on our website of different plumbing arrangements.
Okay. Another question from the audience. What do you think about electronic wastegates?
Yeah, it's definitely the future. We are working on one. The only reason we didn't put it on stuff that's coming up is because we're not yet, it's not at a stage where I want to say we're doing it. When we say we're doing something, we only say it when it's almost imminent, because otherwise you get a reputation for promising things you don't deliver, and don't want to do that. We are working on an electronic wastegate. There is no doubt it lets you manage your engine phenomenally cleverly and efficiently. There are downsides to it. One is temperature. You have to be very careful where you site all your electronics. But I do believe it is the future. It is a question I've been asked many times by privateers and OEMs alike. So I'm confident it's the right thing for us to be working on, but as I say, I don't want to promise anything yet. I do know some of our competitors have them and they're doing a great job. There's no doubt, credit where credit's due. I also know that the guys in Indy are using electronic wastegates. So it's definitely the way to go long term.
Yeah, on the horizon, huh? And is there a new product you'd like to highlight, like something new that came out that maybe not everybody's aware of and just want to share that with us?
Well, the main new product are the anti-lag valves, because airflow is, it's all about airflow. The anti-lag valve basically controlling cold air and the wastegates controlling hot air. So I think the main products we want to highlight are the water-cooled wastegate and the large diameter anti-lag valve, mainly because those are our kind of, offerings for 2021. At this point, there will be more, but I'd like to highlight those, and I'm more than happy to send anyone information. Drop us a line from our website or through ePartrade, and we're more than happy to send you whatever information you need.
Okay, and then I'd like to just kind of get more insight about how you work with race teams. So I just picture you working closely with some professional race teams or many professional race teams to solve their technical challenges in this area, and then work with them to improve the products that you turn around and sell to other race teams. Describe that process.
Do you want to talk about? I think it's all about a relationship. Everything we all do is about a relationship. Okay. I'm kind of the front man of the organization. Phil is a perfectionist who works in the, in the shop and make sure that everything that goes out is perfect. We work with, as I say, OEMs in Europe and in the Far East, and they will come to us with a can you just, or we see we've got this product, can you do it but a little bit differently? And everything is a process, and we will change things. We will give it to them for evaluation on the dyno, and then if all goes well, it'll end up on the racetrack and it will win. I'm confident that our products will win championships. So, but it's like any relationship, a human relationship. It's just about communication at the end of the day, and it's give and take. You listen to what the customer wants. And I think that's the key thing. I alluded to that before. It's providing what the customer wants. As long as it's not compromising quality, as long as the customer gets what he wants, then that is the definition of quality and to last the race. So the process is ongoing. It's ever developing. Formula One is developing by the week. Other race series develop a little bit slower, but it is always continual evolution. And as I say, if you stand still, you're going backwards. So it's just, everything is a process and it's continual. And the relationships we make, as Francisque said, I met Francisque in, the last year of PRI in Indianapolis. I mean, we're going back a while.
Yes.
And, the relationship has stayed since then. And it's just, you keep on talking and you find out what each other wants and you develop that way.
Very good. And then when it comes to racing technology, sometimes there's a thing that racers and race teams have to weigh where, okay, that's going to cost more money. Maybe we should save money there. And to me, this is a place that if you pay more, you get more. And this is not a place to save a buck. What do you think about that, Perry?
Yeah, everything is great saving money until it doesn't work, and you think, I should have spent the extra $5 or $10 or whatever the case might be. And as I alluded to, when you stop a race, when your components stop a race, I mean, what is the cost of that? It's everything. It's your reputation, it's your sponsors, it's pride, it's all sorts, it's the fans. Everyone involved is disappointed, and you kind of wish, I wish I prepared better. I wish we had some different elements on there. So after stopping everyone during practice in Long Beach, 1985, we will go out of our way to not stop, not stop a car. Now you have a triangle. On one corner of the triangle, you've got quality. The other corner, you've got cost. And on the third one, you've got time. You can only ever have two of those. You can have low cost quickly, but the quality is going to suffer. You can have high quality, high cost. It's going to take a little time. You can have high quality and low time. It's going to cost a lot. So the point is, sometimes saving a little bit, when you're at the professional end of the scale, it doesn't pay off. The stakes are too high, for sure.
Very well said. That kind of brings us to a close with this time frame. We have another webinar coming up at 10:30. That'll be Advanced Race Car Chassis and Shock Setup Technology by Intercomp Racing. Jeff Hammond will be hosting that. Perry and Phil, thank you so much for being part of Online Race Industry Week. Perry, any last comment before we move on?
This is a strange experience for every one of us in the world at the moment. One, just being stuck here. We're used to traveling around the world. I think what you guys are doing is amazing, genuinely. It's like a trade show, but better, because it's easy. You don't have to walk miles and miles like around Orlando. So this is amazing. So yeah, really pleased, and yeah, it's fantastic.
Well, thank you so much for being here. I enjoyed that. Perry Combe, Phil Danbury with DSPS Engineering. Francis, you want to take us on to the next adventure?
Yes, but John, I'm going to need your help to stay on a little bit more because our host, Jeff Hammond, is experiencing some technical challenge this morning. So we, while we are getting ready for the next session, John, please stay on, and you might have to be our, moderator for Intercomp.
I'd be happy to do that. That's fine.
Absolutely. So Perry, thank you very much. Stay on. I'm just going to you as an attendee. Thank you for your time. Enjoy your evening in England and stay with us. So as we are bringing our next panelist, I am going to share my screen with you. Or John, why don't you tell us a little bit more about, Intercomp? You have a long story with them and who they are and what they do. So I am going to be bringing our next speaker. So Carter Gerlich, is going to be one of the hosts here. I see Carter coming in. And we're still chasing Chris Berg, who's going to be talking with, oh, I see. So I guess you guys are together. That's what it is. We've been chasing, we were looking for Chris. And give me 1 second. I'm going to try to unmute you guys. Ask to unmute.
I think I needed to unmute myself.
Oh.
Yeah. Hopefully we're good now.
I could see Carter, on the call, but we couldn't see Chris. So we were for you. So we good. We still have 2 more minutes. Oh, Jeff Hammond is on. This is live. This is truly a live event. And we have been running within the minute, very smoothly. And we still have 1 minute to get Jeff Hammond on. We're delighted to have Jeff being a host. Jeff Hammond, Brad Gilly, and Jeff is here. Perfect, within the second. That's what racing is all about. It's the last second. That's the last. Thank you very, very much. So John, I think you can take a little break until your next session. And a big thank you to our sponsors, ETS Racing Fuel, Full Race, Miller Electric, Penske Racing Shock, and AEM Electronics and Performance. We have, worked with these companies for a long time, and without their support, we couldn't produce this event. Special thank you to Racer, our good friend Paul Fanner, who's going to be on with us in an hour and a half, hosting a session on road racing. It is 10:30 here in California. Jeff, you're in charge. Thank you very much.
I'm in charge. All right. I like that idea. Good morning. Good morning, Francis. Hope you're doing well. And gentlemen, welcome to day number 2 of our online race industry week. And we're really excited about having you guys join us. So Chris and Carter, hopefully you guys have had a really great Thanksgiving and you're ready to go back to work.
Well, those vacations are never long enough.
Yeah, it turns out that way. What about you, Carter?
Yeah, no, we're we had a great holiday up here. With everything just kind of being what it is right now. It was just real satisfying to be around some people you love and have a little bit of time together. So we had a great time up here. It's starting to get a little bit cold up here, especially compared to what you're probably used to down there. So we're starting to settle into the holidays and trying to make it as normal as possible.
So guys, let's go ahead and kind of dive off into what we're going to be kind of focusing in on. Intercomp, longtime company, with one of the best wireless and, scales and chassis setup type equipments out there today that so many people use, not only amateur racers, but professionals. And so what do you got going on right now, Chris, that, our listeners and everybody would like to know about? We got like 176 folks right now, seeing what's going on. So as a crew chief and a guy that just loves, gadgets and information, take it away.
Well, one of the new things that we have going on for this year is our wireless load stick. You guys can see it there. So it's really the first that we know of in the industry, and it just makes the whole load stick using it makes it a lot easier. So racers are less concerned about breaking cables and things like that. And it just makes it easier to be able to concentrate on trying to get the right measurements.
So what you tell me, you have 4 of those that will read back to your box. Is that what we're saying right now? It's kind of like a remote.
Correct. Yeah.
Goes back to your
Comes in
brain.
A couple different sets. We have single load sticks, like you see in a lot of the companies that have developed this technology. That's what they have out there. We also do sell our load sticks in a 2-piece set and then a 4-piece set as well. So it just allows you to get a little bit more adjustability on all 4 corners of the car, and gets you a little closer to get a better idea of where those forces are when your car is under load in the middle of the corner.
So Carter, what have you got going on with your elite shock program? What's new for 2021?
Well, definitely for 2021, we've been working really hard on our shock dyno program. We've been around. We've been in the shock dyno market with Intercomp as a company for close to 20 years, actually. And so we're just constantly trying to work and develop and improve our software and our capabilities of our machine, because really the market is just changing so much at all times. And what the racers asked for 5 years ago is just, honestly, Jeff, it's a lot different than what sometimes they're asking for right now. And that could be, and we're talking ground pounders. We're talking about the Saturday night racers that have gotten a lot more shock privy in the game. And like I said, you've been around it certainly long enough to know where shocks were, where they've been, and where they're going a little bit. And the dynos are no different. We have to keep up with the needs of our customers.
Well, with that being said, let's try to pretend right now that I know nothing about the importance of what we're looking at here, guys. Educate me on how you guys are married together and how you help one another, and why this relationship is so important to the racer himself. So, just say I'm a guy that's just really heavily ignorant on what you're able to do, Chris. And when you guys get together, make me understand how you can make my race car or race truck better.
So one of the big things that we offer like a whole suite of products, including air gauges, scale systems. That's what we're kind of known for. Shock dynos and a bunch of other precision measurement equipment. So the load stick is one example of, kind of how we've progressed in the industry and how we try to stay out front and really be a leader. And I think, Carter, you can talk a little bit about kind of how the load stick fits into a racer's program.
Well, yeah, really the load stick is it's an extension of what we've been doing for years here at Intercomp. And what I mean by that is just, once again, in the last, say 5 years, how the racer is going to baseline their car and what they're going to use for measurements and weights. It's changing. It's forever changing. Where we're not only scaling a car, we're still scaling cars, but we're not only scaling, and we want to actually figure out the load that is applied to the spring on the corner of the car. And that's what makes our line of load sticks really advantageous. Is you can have one, or you can have up to 4, and you can put them on all 4 corners of the car, and you can get that information that you're looking for. This is a new baseline that chassis builders and racers alike they're starting to look for within their programs. It used to just be you had scale numbers. You went off those scale numbers. Well, now we're trying to integrate something within those scale numbers, because we can make those scale numbers look a lot different, and there can be completely different loads on each 4 corners of the car and still have the same scale numbers. So we need to integrate them together, and that's basically what we're trying to do with all of our products. I always tell people, like when we're at a trade show and whatnot, or I'm on the phone with them, that we're a baseline company. you're getting a baseline with our products. That is what, and you're getting an accurate baseline, and that's basically our job is to have different forms of weighing and measurement. And when we talk about, and a lot of people ask, once again, you know, if I'm completely ignorant on shock dynos, what is a shock dyno? Well, a shock dyno it's a motorized scale that plots out how much force something is putting at a given speed. So it's still a scale, just used in a little bit different way with a load cell.
Does it present a problem, you know, with so many of the elite series, basically either doing coil bind or, you know, bump stops? How much does that change your philosophy when you're trying to, because I understand, and a lot of people probably are a little bit like me, it's taken me a little while to understand how important the loads are on each tire and how you can help. And you pointed it out. I mean, sometimes it's a simplistic deal is make an adjustment to the sway bar that helps to transfer that load, you know, from one tire to another, or help assist the load on that tire because, oh, well, it's just a little bit light. So we're crutching it up with the opposite, you know, front tire, you know, like I say, with the right side. But when you're doing this and you're working it through y'all's programs, how do you, what would be the approach there? Do we go with something you learn on the shock dyno with the valving, or, you know, exactly what's going to be the best way to get that transfer? Because I'm working from the idea of the NASCAR 3 Series. We don't have no practice. You know, what we do at the shop, what we bring to the racetrack has got to be close enough that we can tune it with air pressure and minor adjustments. You know, we don't have the ability to run back and say, well, let's get 2 front shocks and put on it and try this, or let's try the right rear and see if we can slow that transfer, you know, from coming over on the right rear so quickly and getting that spoiler out of there, for example. So how do you really kind of like come up with a way to educate or even work with engineers to facilitate that, you know, most effectively?
Basically the way we try to work with it from the ground up in this situation, because everything moves so fast. Like you've talked about, the setups, they change a lot. They've changed a lot over time, and they change yearly. You know, it takes time for stuff to progress within them, but eventually you're doing sometimes the exact opposite of what maybe you did 15 years ago, I would assume, on some of your setups. And really, where we start with the racer and with the teams and the engineers is we start with what has worked, and we take what has worked. We try to get as much data off that as possible. If I know I've got a combination, and like you said with your program, you got a combination that you know works good. We're always trying to improve, but we know it works. It's a pretty solid setup you can roll into a track with. I'm going to get as much data on that as I can. I'm going to get my load numbers. I'm going to get my scale numbers. I'm going to get my shock, my shock valvings, or my shock numbers, my forces, and the combination of it all. And I'm going to chart that, and I'm going to have all that information. And then from there, I'm going to work. And when we talk about, really, when we're talking shock dynos, load numbers, scale numbers, a lot of what we're talking about now is timing. It's where you were saying, you know, we move into a time where we're on bump stops where maybe, and honestly, as a shock builder myself, what I fight a lot with, or what changes the game for me, is rules. You know, maybe we were on a bump stop. I have multiple series that I work with where we were on a bump stop and they want it, and they take the bump stop away, you know, because they see all the technology and everybody, what everybody's doing there, and then that just changes the game. When they make a tire change, any of that stuff, it really changes up what I have to do as a shock and a suspension assistant. But if I need that baseline data to begin with, and then a lot of it's that timing where you say, okay, if I'm going to be on a bump stop, well, then obviously, as you know, we're going to soften up springs so we can get that timing so that we can the car will naturally take a set. And whether it's in, you know, I'm very heavily focused in our business and in my side of Intercomp with the circle track aspect of racing, and it doesn't matter if it's pavement or dirt. We're you know, those cars are taking a set, and we're trying to control a set. We're trying to control how long it's there, And all three of those, the combination of those three are what we work from. But from, off the get-go, we try to, it's about baseline it to begin with.
Okay. Before we go any further, I want to make sure that we're up to 186 participants right now. And Jim Winnie sent in the question a moment ago, and he wanted to understand better the load numbers. How do they differentiate from scale numbers? You might want to go ahead and address that. And I've got a follow-up question about what you were discussing a moment ago. So fire away.
Right. Okay. So your load numbers, when you look at a load number and a scale number, the scale number is going to be what is physically out at the tire with the weight, with the mass of the car on it. Okay. If you think about it, if I, when we use our load sticks, so when I think about this, when I'm taking this load stick, I'm going to put that on there, my center on the car. So ideally what we do is once we get our car scaled, and what we would traditionally call our ride heights, a lot of them we're going to refer to as our center to centers on a coilover car, or even on a non-coilover, wherever the shock's mounted. We're going to get that. We're going to mount this in there, and you actually are going to take the car and that corner of it. You want that tire to come up off the ground. You're going to have the tire come up off the ground, and you are going to just measure simply how much force that spring is pushing down and trying to stretch.
Hey guys, I hate to interrupt you here right quick, but whatever you got going on, we're not hearing you.
Oh.
Okay.
Can you hear?
Yeah, I hear you
Can
good
you hear me
right
now?
there. So when you're leaning forward or something, there's something going on there with your,
Maybe I'll
your microphone. I don't
back
want to
here.
lose it because you would look like
Yeah.
you were getting ready to get to the sweet spot to explain what's
Yeah.
going on here.
All right. Can you hear me now, Jeff?
Oh yeah, loud and clear now.
Excellent. Excellent. And this is basically, we call this a load cell, and it's going to be a tension or compression load cell where it is going to give us a reading. And when we have this center to center or bolt to bolt on there, and then we got our shock bolts through there, it is going to, when we lift that tire up off the ground, or we lift on the frame of the vehicle, it is going to try to pull this apart. That spring is pushing down. That's telling me how much force that spring is pushing down against the tire, in essence, to physically hold the vehicle up at what we would traditionally call our ride heights. But but also that'll be different because if you think about it, if I have a stiff spring to get the same loads, I don't have to have near as much preload on it as I would on a softer spring to get the car at the same height. So this tells me exactly, instead of correlating across all four corners of the car, what that is going to be doing specifically. It isolates it. And it lets me know, okay, if I want the right front if I want to stiffen up the right front, I can put more load in it with the same spring, and it'll give me an exact measurement where on my scale numbers, it might show me, it'll show me a different number. It'll show me a different number. So we try to take both of them and we work together with them. So I hope that answered the question.
Well, I think we got that kind of follow-up question about that. And that was Michael Cannon just asked a second ago. And Jim said, thanks for answering his question. But he was asking about the type of, cell that is. Is it an S-load cell or is it another, type of brain right there?
Yep, that's going to be that's an S-beam load cell. So when you kind of look up.
Okay. Again, you're leaning too far forward. I'm losing you.
Right. I don't have very long arms, Jeff. I apologize.
Hey, we can see it. We can see it.
You can see it from there. All right. So this is going to be an S-beam load cell.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which is going to be the highest quality we can put on here. So.
Very good. Again, Chris, with you guys working together and trying to come up with these solutions and I think probably what way I'm looking at this here is this package. Can you give us a little information on this type of load cell and the way your load stick works and what the cost is as far as I know the professional guys, cost is no object. If they see something, they think it makes it better. But as far as the amateur guy, the local dirt racer, where would that give these guys an advantage and give them, obviously a lot of them don't have, pull down rigs like some of the bigger operations. Where can they work this in, and how can they make it, best suit their application?
Well, I think that, like Carter was saying, this kind of a integral tool to be able to make your car handle, especially on an oval track. So it's, Carter, you can kind of tell me if this is correct or not. It's kind of becoming one of those things that you really need at the racetrack in order to integrate that information with your scale numbers to actually get a real picture of what your car is doing. So it's just becoming so important to do that in order to be competitive.
Right, and the comparison that you brought up, Jeff, with the pull down rigs, it's kind of a cheap simulation with our, and because instead of just offering just a static reading as far as one length or something similar, you can take this and we can lengthen it out, and we can put on, and we can actually then compress it down. We can pull that suspension down in tension. We can pull it down, 2-3 inches, depending what we're looking at from our track data. That's gonna give us those numbers, and we can see how much load I have at right. I still refer to it as ride height. What I have at ride height, and then what I have in simulation of it being, say, on a dirt car tucked down on the right front, and in cases also we're going to see with the rest of the sticks, we have longer sticks in there also where we can simulate what it's doing when it's up in the air on the left rear, when we're how much load we have in that. And it really is a way to simulate for the local racer, in essence, dynamic movement in the car, some sort of dynamic weight movement in the car, and see what it's doing on that right front. How much load does it have? And and in the case of pavement, very heavily on the left front and the right front, essentially. And how much load do I have when it's actually in race condition? When it's, theoretically, when I'm on the track in competition, what are the loads I'm seeing there? Because that is something without a pull down rig I can't see on the scales.
And just to touch on another important thing that Carter kind of started to talk about, as far as the load sticks themselves go, those are 3,000 pound industrial strength load cells on there. So this stuff is built to last, and it's really something that is worth investing in to get the highest quality equipment that you can out there, so that it lasts as long as it possibly can. Just to try to maximize budgets, and racers are always trying to get the most out of every dollar they spend. So this is really just an effective way to maximize that ratio of dollars spent to performance. One of the other things that Carter did touch on as well is that the bodies of those load sticks, we actually sell 3 different sizes. We have the short, which you can see in Carter's hand there, and then we have a medium, which is a little bit longer, and then we do have a long shock body, or a long, load stick body that will lengthen that out, so that even when you're talking about like dirt car racing, it's going to be the left rear that's going to have the most, it's going to be the longest distance between your shock mounting points to be able to put that load stick on there and just get a accurate measurement of what kind of forces you're looking at.
One other thing, Jeff, if we had a second, I just wanted to touch on kind of the evolution of racing setup over the last couple of decades. Really is where these products have been derived from. Really, when you sit and look at it, I'm just kind of trying to talk to the participants. When you look at 15 years ago with your cars, typically if you worked with a chassis builder, you got a setup sheet, and it came with ride heights and it came with scale numbers. And then your tire pressures and your other baseline measurements for the car, where you set lead, where you set trail, and all that. Now chassis builders are sending the setup sheets. They'll have 0 point numbers on their shocks. They will have load numbers for all 4 corners of the vehicle, and that is really that's what's important is to remain on that baseline with your chassis builder and with your engineers and whoever you're working with. That's really where it's gone here in the last few years is we kind of know in this industry with when it's really important, what's really important is when the sheets that the racers are getting from their chassis builders and whatnot, that we have the equipment that you need to test those.
Okay, guys, real quick, we got a couple of minutes left here, and I had one question. It was asking about the readout from the load stick. Where do you get that, and how does that show up, I guess, on your scale brain or anything like that, so they can understand, like, is it going to a computer or does it still use the same basic brain?
So that's actually a really good question. We have our wireless indicator here that will be talking to that load stick. The nice thing about the wireless indicators is recently we did add a Bluetooth feature that allows these indicators to be able to talk to your cell phone and our mobile app on there. So you're able to kind of save your data on your phone, be able to share it with folks that are on your team, and then also your chassis builder, kind of like what you were talking about, Carter, being able to get as much information from those that are kind of helping you out when you're at the racetrack as you can, just to try to maximize performance. So really what our goal is to make it easy for the racer to be able to get the best information they can, and then be able to store that information as well, to be able to go back to particular setups and ride height configurations, to be able to make sure that the next time you go to a track, you start right at the same point that you were, close to it, and then you build your performance from there.
Well, guys, real quick, I say we got about another minute here, but Otis Bailey was asking that question. He said, let you know, thank you very much for that. I think we got a lot of participants right now that are probably about as intrigued as I am about how this works and how, and don't ever use that word cheap around me, because to me, it's what I call smart racing. When you do something like what you're doing and stuff you came up with, it's not cheap. You guys have put a lot of man hours as well as brain power into it to try to come up with something that the everyday guy can afford. Because if we know and understand one thing about racing, it ain't cheap. I don't care what level it is, from hobby stock all the way up to the big boys in NASCAR. If you want to go fast, or Banjo Matthews used to tell me, this is where money buys speed. And right now here today at Intercomp and Elite Shocks, you guys have got a great program going on. One real quick question. All they got to do is either go back into ePartrade. They can find you on the platforms available there, or I guess they can, call you and go directly to the source right there if they need more information, right?
Yeah, all our contact information is up there. The nice thing about these load sticks is that they're very affordable. Like I said, we have them in the single piece, one piece with an indicator, and then we have them in a 2-piece system as well as a 4-piece system. And we also do sell them without the indicators to be able to kind of build up to that. So in all, you're looking at a ballpark of investment, just for a 4-piece system per se, to be able to do all 4 corners. You're looking at somewhere on the ballpark of about $2,000 to $2,500 to be able to get that accurate measurement. So being able to integrate that information, Jeff, like you were saying, information is king when it comes to racing. Just being able to roll out that trailer fast is going to help you out wherever you happen to go.
Well, guys, like I say, thank you for joining us here. And it's great to get an opportunity to kind of pick your brains a little bit. Great session right there. And good luck with the 2021 race year.
Thanks a lot, Jeff. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Carter. Intercomp, a brilliant company. And thank you, Aaron. I know you're watching us right now. And so we're big fan of Intercomp. this, I mean, the guy's a perfect example of taking advantage of the technologies available in today's world. I remember the days where, Intercomp was making scales and you would put the car on, that was pretty much it. And now it's just like so much more sophisticated with the apps on your phone. I mean, it's just like when we were talking in the introduction earlier this morning, we're saying like, with our platform, we're bringing the industry into the 21st century, taking advantage of all the technologies available in today's world, and you're the perfect example. So thank you everyone for watching us. Interested in Intercomp, go on ePortrait.com, click through the search supplier, through the search product. Their product is right there. Within one click, I want more information, or with a click within the company profile, you can ask questions. Terrific company, terrific people. Thank you guys. Stay on. I'm going to move you as attendees so you can keep watching the different webinars we have today. And we're going to talk, Jeff, with our next panel. Oh, Jeff is gone. Jeff, are you still there?
Yep, okay. I'm just going to walk away just 1 second and be right back.
Absolutely. Take a little break. So while Jeff is taking a little break, we are going to go into the new sessions in 2 minutes. Basically, we're going to talk about racing radios and communication. You probably have figured out that I grew up in a different country, which is France, not too far from a very famous racetrack called Le Mans, which is an 8.5 miles track. And you can imagine how important racing communication is, and the radios between the teams and the driver. And so I am delighted to have the great people from Racing Radio on. I see that Chad is on. I see Tony. We're going to bring the panelists one by one. We have 2 minutes to get to this. We have been running it very smoothly since yesterday by the minute, which is sometimes a little bit of a challenge, but we always stay within that time. We have people watching us from all over the world, as I mentioned earlier. So it is, still the morning here in California, the afternoon on the East Coast, and Latin America, South America, it's the evening. In Europe, it's getting really late in the Middle East, and early in the morning in Australia, New Zealand, Japan, and wherever people are. So thank you for being with us today. This is the first annual Online Race Industry Week. It's been a tremendous success so far. People are loving it. We're getting bombarded with great feedback. And so this is thanks to all of you, part of this industry. And as my co-founder, Judy Keane and John Kilroy have mentioned earlier, this is an industry we love so much. This is our life. We have dedicated our life to this industry. We're trying to bring solutions to the industry that help it connect in a better way, in a faster way, in a more efficient way, in a more global way, in a more cost-effective way. And with the pandemic this year, we couldn't, stay here and sit and wait, and we took the action to start the ePortrait Live Tech Webinar Series and now Online Race Industry Week in partnership with our good friends from Racer. So it is 11 a.m. I think we got everybody from Racing Radio on. We're going to wait 1 second for our host. Our host is right there. So Jeff, you're in charge. Thank you, gentlemen, for being part of Online Race Industry Week. You're on for the next 50 minutes.
Well, welcome, gentlemen. How are we doing today? Can you hear me? Break. Can you hear me? Hey, come in.
Are you loud and clear?
We got you loud and clear, Jeff.
All right.
How you doing,
Good
Jeff?
to see you. Doing great. I'm doing great. How's things for y'all?
Doing really well.
Well, you guys have definitely got a whale of a program going on. So how about telling me a little bit what's been going on in your world? Because I know it's had been a little bit different here in 2021, as far as 2020, with everything that's been happening around the racetrack. So how have y'all dealt with everything that's been kind of thrown at you this year?
We know, Jeff, it's definitely been a challenge, but with the exception of a couple of months, we've been solid. I mean, I can say with, you take April and June out, and 2020 it looks okay, but obviously that's been a challenge, and it's definitely added some challenges for us trackside, dealing with customers, and we've had to change a few processes, but overall, I mean, we're very fortunate to be where we're at.
Well, with that being said, I mean, you guys have been around for a long time, and I think the thing that's kind of interesting to me, I've been around a long time, and I know that there's been a evolution of car to pit, and the involvement of all the modern technology that keeps going on and on and on. The things were kind of big and bulky at one time, but tell me a little bit about the history of racing radios and where this technology has led to.
Well, as you know, you've been around this a long time, and my father started racing radios back in the 70s, and he was approached by a driver. It was named Frank Warren, if you remember him. He came by the office, and he was trying to get his radios to work, having issues, so he invited him to the NASCAR race down at Atlanta Motor Speedway, and they were able to solve the problems, and then they were approached by NASCAR to work on some of their issues, and they were able to get that situated for NASCAR, and it opened up the door for us to start doing business with other teams in the garage, and it just kind of blossomed from there. And from stock cars, we went to road racing, the open wheel, and grassroots racing. And in '79, we actually incorporated the company, or created Racing Radios at that point. And of course, as you know, in the '80s is when NASCAR really took off, and that was we were right there with it, and NASCAR, as well as IMSA, kart back in the day. I mean, we just kind of grew with it at that point. And like I said, Racing Radios is a division of Diversified Electronics, so we're in a lot of different markets, Jeff. I mean, motorsports is just one division we have. We're very large in public safety, transportation, with airlines, the railroads, utility companies, Duke Energy and Southern Company. So we're very diversified, just like the name says. And we've just, evolved with the sports throughout the years.
Okay, with all of that being said, how did you wind up deciding to, I won't say partnership with, but maybe that's the way you want to put it, with Motorola? I mean, there had to have been other opportunities and other companies out there. What makes Motorola and your organization, so strong together?
Well, my father actually worked for Motorola back in the '60s, early '70s. He left there and went to work for an MSS, a Motorola Service Center, which he later purchased. But back in the day, they didn't have Motorola dealerships. They just had Motorola service centers and parts dealers. So he actually left Motorola to go develop the parts business there. He was a national parts manager for Motorola. And, in the mid to late 80s, they started the Motorola dealership program, where they actually opened up the portfolio to the dealers. And Diversified was actually one of the first dealers signed on with Motorola. And, it's the best product in the business. I mean, it's the backbone of every system that we sell. And, it's a long-standing relationship, like I said, with my father back in the '60s, early '70s. So, I mean, we just, we bleed Motorola. What can I say?
Well, I'm going to ask a little bit more of a technical question, if I may, to Anthony. And, the challenges that I ran into in the early days, and that I'm sure have kind of followed us. We do have every now and then a little bit of problem. It's just the idea that you just can't grab one of these radios and not have it licensed. And the other thing is the idea of having bleed overs. I mean, some of these guys of some of these local short tracks may not have as good equipment as you guys maybe can provide. They're always trying to cut a corner. But can you kind of address, the reason why, understanding who's on what frequencies and how that kind of works, and sometimes it it's not a good idea to kind of like go to your local, I don't want to pick on, I'll use Bass Pro. Let's go to a Bass Pro store and try to make what they provide out in the woods for a racing operation. I mean, I know everybody's looking for a way to save a dollar because Motorola is not cheap. And if you're going to do it right, you got to pay for it.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ways to look at it. In your major series, we do a lot of coordination and we keep a spreadsheet of all the different frequencies that are utilized out there. But when it comes to short track, it's kind of a free for all out there. The best thing to do is to have multiple channels in the radio that you are licensed for. And you can monitor your radio. There's a little LED on the top of the radio that flashes when you're receiving a signal. If you're receiving a signal and you're not actually hearing anything, that's a possibility that you have interference on that channel and that you probably should use a different channel. Because that's basically saying that there's a carrier on that frequency that someone else is talking on. And a lot of times when you key up on that frequency and that light's flashing at the same time, you'll hear a lot of garbled noise where it's two signals intermixing with each other in analog. And in a digital form of communications, you'll probably just have a problem where you won't be able to talk sometimes. Sometimes it'll get through and you'll miss conversations. But really the only way to coordinate at a short track is to monitor your own radio system and try to stay off of other channels.
Well, guys, just real quick, we're taking in information from some of the folks that are watching right now. John Szymanski said that, hey, Tony, you've done a lot of work for them. And also a gentleman named Patrick Casatera said that, that this company and you guys have been doing a jam up job for years. And again, I knew your father, Chris, and I know that nobody cared anymore, I think, than your group in the very beginning. Because as I said, being around the sport as long as I have, I've experienced, when you only had two radios, so we didn't have everybody wired. So, sometimes you may wind up with a third just to make sure that maybe the crew chief or the owner, and in my case with Junior Johnson, we had somebody else listening so that, did you hear what he said? And you at least could talk to one another. So I think it's interesting that all of these guys that have been involved with your company for so long can appreciate the progress you've made in technology. And Tony, going back to you, if somebody is going to wind up trying to put together a group of radios, can you give them a suggestion of something like an entry level so that they get the opportunity to get what they need right on the get-go rather than waste a lot of money and wasting a lot of time and being frustrated with what's not working, they're trying to do this homemade type kit. I mean, you're always finding somebody that's trying to maybe get into the business that y'all are in and don't totally understand how technical it is and how difficult it can be.
Yeah, I mean, our workhorse radio is probably going to be the CP200D. It's the most versatile radio that we have out there. It's a 16-channel analog or digital radio. And, the accessories are two-prong accessories, which are pretty reliable. All the products that we make to go with it are pretty much bulletproof. They're designed to work with that radio. And, for the price point, you're looking, less than $500 for a radio. Mm-hmm. Plus, you're looking at accessories, headsets, and harnesses. You could probably, we have a package deal online, which is pretty reasonable for a two-person, for a car and a crew. So.
Yeah, and real quick, kind of address the analog versus digital, so that folks can think, okay, exactly what are we talking about here?
All right, so analog's been around forever. It's frequency and a private line code. The private line code separates you from other frequencies, so you have your own private channel. That private line code can be either a digital PL code or a tone PL code. When you get into digital communications, we're now transmitting ones and zeros instead of an analog sine wave. So when you get to ones and zeros, you actually can have, two channels on the same frequency in a digital mode on alternating time slots, which allows you to be more of a narrowband frequency than an analog frequency, where analog can be narrowbanded to 12.5 if you kc of frequency. If you go to digital, you can be down to 6.25, and you can have two channels legally on one frequency. Plus, digital gives you a lot more battery life because you're only transmitting ones and zeros, so it's not a constant transmit, so the battery lasts longer. And it also gives you an extension of range where your frequency in analog, you only get to the fringe of the coverage and you hear a lot of static, where in digital, it'll be clean audio all the way to that fringe of coverage, and then it'll just drop off. So those are the advantages and disadvantages of analog and digital.
Okay. Hey, I want to bring Chad in here. You're the vice president of Racing Radios, and wanted to see, you know, what with the upcoming, you know, new year just right around the corner, give us a little bit of an overview. What is the direction that you're taking the company, and what are y'all going to be focusing on when you come into the 2021 season?
Well, 2021, Jeff, I think is going to be a pretty good year for us. We've kind of seen where 2020 was and had to adapt, you know, with a lot of the things that were going on with our trackside service and how to deal with customers and how to take our business to the next level. And I think in 2021, we're going to be able to really, you know, amplify that and put a little bit more focus on how we can take care of our customers at the track. You know, that's what sets us apart from a lot of people, is we're able to get to the track and get to see the customers and see our product out there in the field working. So I think we're going to be able to get out in the field a little bit more and get to some more events and see people and focus on our customers, which are the most important piece. But we've also got some new products that we're looking at bringing in for 2021 as well that should help us move forward in the future. And I know Stephen can elaborate a little bit more on where those products are going to be and which products are out there.
Yeah, we've got several new products coming out this year. Actually, one of them came out early or a little bit late last year, but we've got an 8-man intercom system that we're introducing back into the lineup this year. We've got a new 2-man intercom system going in, and as well as we have a new handheld radio released by Motorola. It's the CP100D. It goes in line with what Tony was talking about earlier with the digital radio. Just comes at a little bit lower price point. It should make it a little bit easier for some of our more budget-friendly customers to be able to attain and kind of upgrade from an analog system to a digital radio. We've got several other smaller, I would say smaller, but different accessories that we've come up with, an easy install helmet kit that we released this year. Makes it a lot easier for guys when we're not at the racetrack, that they can throw that in their helmet. It's really easy to do. Just several other things. We've got, I want to think we got new stereo earpieces that we've come out with this year with an extension. I mean, you name it. And we're also constantly, one of the main things that we do here, that we're proud of that we do here, is we do a lot of custom work. So we're doing a lot of custom installs, a lot of custom design of car harnesses that go in specific cars. So we're doing a lot of, you know, somebody calls us up and says, hey, I need this car harness built for this car. And we're able to provide that service to you know, different teams out there, different professional teams, whether it's a BMW or, you know, stock car or anything. We can custom make all our harnesses here. So,
Ron, with what you just shared with us, one of the questions I do have is you mentioned the stereo earphones. Is that something that, you know, along like the helmet installation kit, is this something that can be applied to soft earplugs, or do they need to be custom made earplugs for the individual?
No, we have our standard foam earpieces that are stereo, but we also can do a custom mold. I mean, ultimately, I mean, if you're going to get into this, you know, do this for the long haul, you want to go with a custom ear mold because it's going to help save your hearing a little bit. But we do have the standard foams available also.
do y'all, and Ron, you and Tony both can come back on this question here. Is there a series that gives you more of a challenge than others as far as, trying to help the driver and particularly be able to hear better? And, sometimes you might not think about it. Maybe Indy cars are one way and a dirt late model or a sprint car is another, for those who are allowed to run radios.
You mean more of a specific
noise
type of car?
level? I'm talking about, as far as inside the car, you go with the stereo earphones, but at the same time, is there anything that you guys have run into or anything that you've been able to suggest to a competitor and a driver in particularly that would help them, hear better?
Well, I mean, custom ear molds is really going to be your best bet. I would suggest, either find us at the racetrack where we can do a custom mold and we can mold your ear. I mean, it's really important how deep you get down in the ear canal, but custom ear molds are going to be your best bet. There's also new technologies in the radios these days that have some noise cancellation features. There's also some of the top tier Motorola radios also have features where you have, if you have hearing loss, that they can tailor that receive audio to your hearing loss so that you can actually, it helps you hear if you have like a particular hearing loss, and we can tailor that audio to your ear.
There's also a lot of people like to wear speakers in their helmet. And one of the things we've been playing with is there's custom earplugs out there with these noise filters in them that can actually lower the decibel level of the ambient noise, but still pass voice. So they could wear those custom earplugs inside of the helmet with speakers to give them more hearing protection and turn the volume down on the radio to where they're not adding more noise to that environment. So there's several different options they can look at.
Yeah, very good. Hey, real quick, I don't want to leave this gentleman out, and I believe I'm going to say this right. Ron Zavendor, as far as the CEO of Discovery Parts.
Yes, sir.
How are we doing today, sir?
Doing fantastic. How about you?
I'm doing great. Would you like to share with us, how you're matched up here with racing radios?
Sure. The relationship with racing radios was not something that we even searched or sought out for. It was a customer request. So our company's organic growth happened through racers having a need of something. I do not have 30 people in an acquisition and purchasing department buying one of everything and doing all the testing. What I do have are the best customers that say, I have this in one of my other cars and it is awesome. You need to carry it. And that is how our relationship with racing radio started. So we had other people with other suppliers that once we started carrying and stocking, and now we are Racing Radio's stocking warehousing distributor. So we have all the inventory and we stock here in Atlanta Motorsports Park, and our Trackside Sport division has their own inventory. But it was all because of our racer saying the quality of this is better than what we see in a lot of the other ones out there. The one edge that I think we have with racing radios is you can go and we can do 5 clicks and you'll have a tracking number of your radio system on the way to you. Or I need a custom push to talk harness with open wires because I'm going to tie into X, or I need a specialty length harness for this application. Because the harnesses are done in Georgia, made in America, which is a very, very important thing to us, is the ability of making that item custom. I don't want to see a beautiful tube frame build and 6 feet of wires coiled up underneath the dash, just hanging around for a mechanic to get their elbows caught on as they're working on the car. Right. So racing radios fulfilled all those little check boxes of what we need, and it's been a great 10+ year relationship.
Well, that's great to hear. Again, I was kind of curious, exactly where the tie-in came in, but now you explained it quite well. I know we got a pretty large group here with racing radios, and I do not want to leave this gentleman here out because again, he is kind of, I guess, entrusted with what can you do to get our product out even more. And I'm going to bring in Chris Johnson, the marketing manager with racing radios, and tell us a little bit about your challenges as far as your job goes, Chris. And again, welcome to the panel here today.
Hey, thanks, Jeff. Yeah, I mean, so I've worked with racing radios probably about 6 years, and I came on full-time as the marketing director 2 years ago. And when I came on, I mean, it just made my job easy as a marketing director because, I mean, the brand is there, the quality is there. I come in, they make these pieces in-house. It's a high quality build. So I mean, the product, like Ron said, it sells itself. So it's just, coming in, family owned and operated, working with the Thorntons has been just amazing, and everybody at the Racing Radios family.
All right, well, great. Again, welcome each and every one of you guys here today. And the thing right now, Chris, with what your dad started back in quite a while ago, what do you think he would be saying right now about this, about the industry and the direction that you guys are taking the company? Because again, you do so much for racing, but you're not just in racing. Do you do any other kind of, like, with the military or anybody else, as far as you mentioned the airlines and stuff, or airlines, but what's the next path you're going to branch out into?
Well, I mean, it's and that, honestly, it just, of course, John T is still around. I mean, he's retired, but he's on the farm. He keeps up with us quite a bit, to be honest with you. But I'm gonna let Chad speak to some of the new technology that we're incorporating into the product line, and that's going to be, like our bidirectional antennas that we're installing in buildings around the state, around the nation, for that matter, and just as far as enhancing the signal of the first responders, sailor. We've got a lot of different options there, but I'll let him speak to that.
Yeah, so like Chris said, I mean, we're a very diversified company. We kind of live up to our parent company's name, Diversified Electronics. He mentioned in the commercial markets where we're doing BDA systems where we amplify public safety signals inside of buildings. It's very large in the construction industry as well as manufacturing and everything. But I'll tell you something that's pretty interesting, and Tony can jump in on this too in a little bit. But we've been able to take our everything we've ever learned from racing, and we're now moving into different kind of sports, like where we have communications in college baseball, in college football, and different sporting venues around the world, where we do what we call a coach to player, coach to catcher type system, where they're able to improve game speeds and things like that. And that's all stemmed from everything we've learned in racing and relationships that we've developed over the years in racing. And there's a lot of neat things we do like that, but that's hopefully something that we're going to be able to push even further down the road coming 2021 through that program. But it's, there's a lot of interesting things we've done. Like Chris said, and a lot of it stemmed from racing into the military, communications and hearing products and things like that we've developed, all based off of our, experiences in racing. It's all come, full circle here into this industry.
Yeah, so I can expand a little bit on that coach to player and coach to catcher stuff. Coach to catcher is actually implemented in the NCAA as they can use it in gameplay. So the coach talks to the catcher, gives them information about the player that's coming up the bat, provides pitch information to the pitcher so they don't have to slow the game down by using hand signals. I know currently it's being used in the SEC and the ACC in gameplay. And it's open to anybody that wants to use it in NCAA. And coach to player in college football is used in practice. There's probably about 20 schools right now using it for practice. And basically, it allows the primary and backup quarterback to get the same feedback from the coach at the same time during practice. And it's communications into the helmet. We also developed what's called a remote ignition interrupt system for Monster Jam, where you can actually shut the truck off with a radio. We designed that several years ago, and there's opportunity to use that for other sports and venues if that's a need for anybody. Another thing that we worked with Motorola this year, they launched a new product called Nitro. And what Nitro is a citizens broadband radio service. It's a new frequency spectrum that is open spectrum and monitored by what they call a SAS, where they can control the frequencies and assign you a certain frequency and that be monitored to where you can provide data and voice, which is basically like a private LTE system. What we did was we took that and launched that with one of the NASCAR teams to be able to provide them that final mile of internet connection from the hauler to the garage box to the pit box wirelessly, so that they don't have to rely on any wired connections, which gives them a backbone that's more reliable than what they previously had. So we work with them all year. Everything's been going really well. And now we've opened it up to any other teams that are interested in talking to us about it.
Yeah, and that all crosses over from, all the companies that we have and different technology and different experiences. We can pull people from all different angles of our business to pull into other industries where, that's kind of something that we would typically deal with on our commercial side. And we're able to pull that expertise in and tie it into racing. So, we're very beneficial and very resourceful with the resources that we have available to us here.
Yeah, it was a use case that Motorola never thought about.
Question here is, I know that you guys have done a lot of work, I think, in the area of voice activated microphones. So you don't have to have that push to talk. How is that coming along? And as far as the competitive side of, or I'm thinking more like in the racing side, but how well is that performing in other types of areas, like law enforcement or first responder type deals? Is that coming along?
Who wants to take that one?
Yeah. Well, as far as I'll hop onto it real quick and throw it off to Steven. But yeah, that's something that we really don't use a whole lot, even from the racing side, even into the law enforcement side. It's just the technology is not, I'd say, reliable in my mind. I'll let Steven kind of take it from there as far as racing goes.
Yeah, as far as voice operated transmit in the racing industry, it's really tough just because it's so loud out there, and it's really hard for the radios to distinguish between your voice or a race car going by or somebody running a wrench or whatever it is. We do have some voice operated features in some of our intercom systems where it's not quite as imperative that like a radio doesn't dead key up all the time, but it's really hard to do that. It's in such a loud environment. So it's something that we try it out on occasion, but it's still not quite where it needs to be to really be useful in like a race car or somewhere at the track like that.
Okay. So, with you guys being in around the business as long as you have, from y'all's vantage and viewpoint, what's the most memorable moment maybe in the history of racing radios or diversified electronics that this kind of stands out, that you guys were able to either come up with some idea to kind of revolutionize the whole sport? Or to me, I'm just fascinated about the fact that you guys are working with the baseball guys and other sports to be able to have, communication with catchers and I'm sure football players at the same time by radio communication, which again, old school guy, it was all hand signals, and signals are shuttling guys in and out. So that to me is something that's like, okay, I knew something like that was going on, but I didn't realize to what degree.
So the most memorable moment or product that revolutionized racing radios. That's a good one.
There's so many of them. It's really hard. And you brought up a good one there, Jeff, with the whole, the coach to player deal, because that's something that's really, revolutionized, our company and what we've done, just because, people came to us with our expertise and said, "Hey, is this something that you guys could possibly come up with and do?" And we went through and pulled every resource we could and came up with it, and built a product in house. And to me, that's something that's huge, and it was very personal to myself and everybody that you see on this call right now. I don't know if Chris has something else that he might think of, but
I know that I just want to interject one thing. That coach to player opportunity was born in NASCAR through relationships.
Yeah, true. And that's a good point. Our relationship in racing has opened up other opportunities for us in other markets, and that's a great example of that right there. That's for sure. And also, we're doing a lot with the military, and that opportunity came through racing as well. And Chad, he worked on a lot of those projects up there. We've got a company out of Nashville that we've got several products that we built, like I said, for the military, and
we can't tell you about them.
Yeah,
yeah, it's one of them kind of deals right there. If we tell you about it, we got to kill you.
Yeah, right.
Well, that is some things that it makes me proud, and as a company, it makes us proud. We do have some products that were on some very, very important missions to the United States, in the history of the United States, over the last 10 to 12 years. So that's pretty. That is pretty cool.
Yep.
Well, also one of our viewers, listeners, however you want to quantify it, John wanted to know. I wanted you to speak to the AtTrack service. I mean, how huge that is. I mean, as me being involved in racing every now and then, you may check something out at the shop and it's great. You get to the racetrack and all of a sudden it's not great. And I know back in the early days, we had to have a couple of spare radios sitting around just because we were always having issues. Not your fault. It was just part of that process of evolution. And we didn't have, I don't think, as good, and we didn't probably treat the radios as good as we do now. And they weren't used to the vibration. So, but you came up with the AtTrack service to where if you have a problem, all the way up when you get on the line, sometimes when you're plugging a driver in and for whatever reason, the push to talk button doesn't work. But you guys are a lot of times, correct me if I'm wrong, you're there on the spot and you got pieces and parts that sometimes, make the difference between whether you can start that race and hear and communicate or not.
So in the past, yeah, we were always trackside helping everybody, but with COVID this past year, it's been a little bit difficult. Mm-hmm. We're hoping that we can get back to that, but yeah, at all the major events that we travel, being there to help get everybody to the green flag has always been a lot of work.
Absolutely.
And who came up with the idea of, we always had the communication between the driver and the crew chief. And then we brought in the spotter, all those guys on the same channel. But one of the biggest challenges we were facing was not being able to separate the crew members when you wanted to talk to them, and having the opportunity to kind of like keep them off of them be able to hear something, the driver not be able to hear. So how did y'all come up with a system that allows you to do that? Be able to talk to the driver, but sometimes when you want to talk to the crew, being able to switch over and talk to the crew without the driver hearing.
Well, when the radios got a little bit more advanced and they started adding a feature called scan, where you can listen to two channels at once, mm-hmm. that made that ability for the crew chief to switch to another channel and talk to the crew, and then still go back to the primary. And then when they come out with digital, now that's a secure communication to the crew instead of an open channel that someone can monitor.
Yeah, and Jeff,
who handles that security part, Chris? I mean, as far as when you deal with NASCAR or even like in Formula One, how elaborate are the different series and how much they have, all access versus digital private line?
Well, as far as, I'm not sure I understand the question there.
Well, the question is, every series I'm sure has I know in NASCAR at one time, they will not let you, have a private deal conversation going on. You can't. They got to be
No
able to
digital
get
channels.
in.
Yes.
They got to be able to get in. And I just wondered how NASCAR differences are compared to Formula
So the
One or
series-
somebody else's series.
Yeah, well, there are several series that digital is legal, but you have to rebroadcast it in analog so that they can monitor it.
Mhm.
And that's that also gives them the capability of having some private channels, and then they're just rebroadcasting the one main channel that the series can monitor. So, and there's several series that are allowing that, but NASCAR, and Tony could speak better to it. I mean, they've been analog only for forever.
Yeah, the driver to crew to spotter has to be analog. Anything else can be secure.
Okay.
Yeah, and a big piece of that is been in the past is also, the fans. We want the fans to be able to hear what's going on, and that's a big piece of the sport. And the analog allows them to do that. If we go digital, it takes part of that away from the fan experience at the racetrack.
As part of that experience, is there still a fear in, like at one time, and we've kind of talked about bleed over, but do you ever worry too much about the fact that some fan or some kids, whatever, some crazy that could get and have access to be able to talk to a driver and break through their ability, to protect somebody, calling up the driver at the most inopportune time?
It has happened. There's really no way around it other than going to a different channel that's not listed on the scan list.
Yeah, but if it, and that's the big difference, staying analog, it does give that ability. That is one advantage if we were able to go digital with drivers and series that do allow that, is it gives us the opportunity to keep that from happening.
Unfortunately, there has not been that many incidences in the 20 years I've been out there.
Yeah.
With all of that being said, how many in the racing world today, I'm sure somebody's going to say, this will be the wild question, is how many licensed channels are there? I mean,
well, it's in a book called Part 90 of the FCC code.
Mm-hmm.
But it goes from 450 megahertz to 470 megahertz, and it's split up by 12.5 kc channels. So for every 12.5 kc from 450 all the way to 470, which is a lot of channels. But there's certain parts of that area where you can't use, like I think there's certain areas that are not allowed to be licensed, but it's coordinated around the country, and if you go through the FCC, they can license different frequencies, but they like to license them by latitude and longitude of the racetrack. So you have to pretty much know where you're going and get your license done that way.
And that will cover the United States, Canada, Mexico, and places like that. Even if you North Carolina and you get a license there, it still works once you travel abroad.
It's good for the U.S. Like if you go to Canada, you got to submit your frequencies to Industry Canada, which is another licensing group like the FCC, and you have to pay for that. Mm-hmm. Same with any other country; they all have their own coordination. So if you travel internationally, you'd have to coordinate with that country. The FCC in the United States, the license is more like a driver's license. It just gives you permission to operate. It doesn't say that you can tell anybody to get off of it. You just have to coexist. But it just gives you that legal option of being able to use it without getting in trouble with the FCC.
That's kind of fascinating, but yet still kind of scary. It's you can't tell somebody when you're trying to run a race. I don't want to hear that this is the UPS man or Coca-Cola making a delivery to the local 7-Eleven.
Right. If you both have FCC licenses, you just have to work it out, and you don't really want to get the FCC involved. So you ask if there's a period of time that they can go to a different channel or work with you. That's usually how we try to coordinate with outside interference. Otherwise, we just change channels.
Yeah, and the biggest thing with that is coordination. That's really what we're trying to look at.
Okay. Well, here again, I want to make sure that our panelists out there, or participants, I should say, y'all have the ability to ask questions. So if you've got anything for these gentlemen or anything we haven't been, touching on, please, like I say, shoot us a email so that we can involve you and make sure we get everything out there that you're kind of looking for as far as racing radios and diversified electronics.
I do see a question on there, and I'll see if I can get Stephen to answer it. But and this is one that we see a lot of actually. But it's the UHF versus VHF at road courses, and likewise, what are the advantages there, Stephen?
Mm-hmm.
Well, primarily we deal with the UHF in the frequency band, and one of the reasons that we do that is most of the series out there are running UHF, and that kind of gets you away from trying to purchase two different radios to try to, if you wanted to monitor the series or monitor, and run also your program, you kind of want it all on the same platform. As far as UHF goes, UHF penetrates like through buildings and stuff a little bit better than VHF. VHF works a little bit better on a flat range, like a long range, but when you start going into altitude changes where you have hills and stuff at different courses, that's where you're going to run into issues with the VHF radio. So primarily we use UHF here in the racing in the US, but VHF is still an option to use.
Okay, with that question being brought up, what would be necessary to be able to boost that signal or get it high enough to where it would work better for you? I mean, how much and how would you go about doing that effectively? If I'm the crew chief and I'm in pit road and I need to talk to somebody, how big of an antenna would I need to run up, or what kind of booster would I need to put on my signal to be able to communicate with my driver on a big open course or a hilly course, for example?
Right, on a hilly course there, well, I mean, it really kind of depends on the budget that you have, honestly. Ultimately, the best option that you would have would be to put a repeater system up at like a long course. And so you would mount your repeater system centrally located at the racetrack and get your antenna as high as possible. That should give you coverage completely around the racetrack. Depending on what your budget is, you may can just run an antenna up. A lot of guys just run antennas up in their pit box. And that's going to give, the higher you get your antenna, I mean, that's the biggest effect that you can have on range. So you get your antenna up, 30 feet up in the air, and you're going to get a lot better range out of your complete radio system that way.
Okay. All right, we covered the radio. We talked a little bit about, where we're going in the future. But what's going to be the next big breakthrough, guys? I mean, what is the next thing that can expect, coming down the pike here, not next year, but as we look more into the future of, let's say, 2023, 2024, that we can expect out of you guys? It doesn't have to be directly in racing, but how about just the future?
Well, I can tell you, from the standpoint of our industry is technology driven. And technology these days is advancing so fast, where that technology is going to go. I mean, 2021, 2022, 2023, honestly, 2023, I can't imagine where the technology is going to take us, and that's something that we're staying on top of as a company is looking at that technology and seeing where it's going to take us in the future and how we can adapt our products to that. And we've been doing that. There's a lot of that work going on in the background in our company as R&D as those products do come out. And that's something that benefits us being the partner that we are with Motorola and the size that we are. We're able to see some of that stuff before some other people may be able to see it, and we can help work in the background. Tony and Stephen are big on that, working with engineering group back at Motorola based in Chicago, and saying, hey, what do you guys think about this technology? So there's a lot of stuff that's coming. There's some stuff that we know we can't necessarily talk about yet, but by 2023, there's going to be a lot of product advancements and a lot of technology advancements, and expect to see a lot of good things out of us.
Okay, with that being said, is that going to be in the direction of smaller products, as far as the radios we're running now? Again, just, what can you share about that? Because with racing, you want as light as possible, but yet you need to have the ability for it to be functional and do what you need to get the job done as far as communication between the crew and the engineer. And I guess everybody and his brother's got a war room nowadays. So that signal and how all that communication, it all ties in together. So are you looking at anything there that's going to integrate what's going on back at, say, North Carolina when you're racing in Texas?
Well, I think that nitro technology is a big wave of the future, because that can be linked back to the shop. And it does have a voice component where you can communicate back and forth, as well as you can send a lot of data. It's as fast and can send more data than Wi-Fi. And a lot of the new products that are coming out, not just from Motorola, but across the technology platform, are all going to have the on-go standard of CBRS, where they can have a SIM card in that device and work on a nitro system. So a lot of that is coming, I mean, it's just the start was last year. I mean, it's coming down the pipe, some new technology.
Well, and Mr. Chris, as I would have to say, you guys at Racing Radios have been doing a well of a job ever since the inception, and your dad decided to step off into the big pond, you might say, way back when, and just kind of like, just keep steadily getting better and better and better. And, we've got about 2 minutes left here in our session. So I'd like for you to kind of like close it out and give us a real quick view from your part of this company about what we can expect. Again, once you keep talking about the future, but share a little bit more of the history of this company, because again, your father, he took a lot of heat a lot of times early on from both NASCAR and the competitors, because we wanted more out of something we didn't really even understand, and we didn't understand that protecting that radio and not shaking the guts out of it and not letting it sit in the race car after the race, all the little things that just made it a nightmare for your father at that time, trying to educate us and how to, I guess you might say, take care of something that was almost as fragile as an egg.
Well, I mean, you say that, but I mean, a lot of those old radios were pretty durable. And back when you were at Junior Johnson, for instance, I mean, you had the MX series; those were 800 megahertz.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if you're aware or not, that radio was probably about $2,800, just the radio. That's before you put a headset on it, before you put a headset cable or a charger. And I know Junior probably had 20 plus of those radios, and that radio was fully repairable. Back in the day, I mean, you could run over that thing with a truck and you could bring it to us and we could fix it. I mean, you would have to pretty much set it on fire before it was unrepairable. And that's the biggest difference you see in the radios from the old day versus new. And the newer radios are, they're durable, but they have a lot of functionality that the old ones didn't. But the clarity of some of the old 800 megahertz radios, like you had Darwall, remember if you were there with him, when a Darwall racing, they called it.
Yeah.
He had a set of those 800 radios as well. And I mean, the clarity of those radios, I mean, they actually really worked pretty well. But one thing you got to remember too is one of the challenges that Dad and Jack, his old engineer back from the day, had was the cars that they had to. You guys had to work on the cars as far as getting the wiring properly insulated, properly ran through the cars. You guys used to run solid core spark plug wires back in the day. Well, yep. That's basically, it's transmitting, that ignition's transmitting like a radio. So going with spiral core wires, and the evolution of the Cup car to the point now where they're bulletproof. You can put, you don't have a lot of interference or vibration in a Cup car that interferes with the radio like it used to, honestly.
Yeah.
So.
Well, guys, thank you for your time. Again, it's been great getting caught up with you and what the future of technology is in the world of not only communication, but as far as how it's going to benefit NASCAR. And from the war rooms to just the at-track stuff. You guys have done a wonderful job. And you just, like I say, the way I look at your company is Steady Eddie. So just thank you for everything you've done. And again, let your father know that, I'm glad that he took up farming. I think that's a great thing right there. He deserved it. He earned it well. But again, we really appreciate you participating. Good luck in the future. We look forward to seeing you back at the racetrack and at least at the NASCAR tracks where I'm going to be, hopefully in 2021 a little bit more. And again, really appreciate you guys being on today.
All right. Well, thanks, Jeff. We
Thanks,
appreciate
Jeff. It was good to see you.
All right, good seeing you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks,
What a great session. Please stay with us. We are going to move you back as attendees so you can keep watching the following sessions. We are going to go in our next session that's going to be hosted by our dear friend Paul Fanner from Racer, and we are going to have an incredible panel on road racing. So I'm going to ask our producer here in the ePartrade studio to run a little video from our sponsors, and then we'll get into the next session. So Reed, on to you.
Rallying is one of those sports that you cannot get enough of. It's always a challenge and it's never easy, and you just keep wanting to come back and do better. And I guess my personality is I want to win, I want to beat it, and I want to work harder than everyone else because I know I can do it. And I love it when somebody says you can't do it, because then I work harder and I go, yes, I can.
Introducing ePartrade, electronic performance and racing trade.
ePartrade is a revolutionary new web-based trade-only product sourcing platform that works 24/7 to connect performance parts suppliers with racing business professionals around the world. Find new products and technologies all year long, accessible everywhere, from anywhere 24/7. ePartrade is the only product sourcing platform as innovative and fast-paced as the racing market itself. ePartrade is the fastest, most efficient, and cost-effective way to introduce new parts and services to the worldwide racing trade while they're red hot, allowing builders, race teams, retailers, engineers, and other verified racing businesses to access them from anywhere in the world, day or night. The world is changing, and we're changing with it. Welcome to the future. ePartrade, the global online platform for the performance and racing industry.
Hey, welcome back. So again, thank you for being with us today. We are delighted to have our next panel on, and I'm going to throw it at you, Paul. We have been running this since yesterday morning at 6:45 within the minute, and we're going to try to keep doing this. And so we also have John Kilroy with us. So I'm going to, for our audience joining us right now, it's almost 12 o'clock here in California. We're going to be talking with Michael Cobb from SCCA, John Dunan from IMSA, Greg Gill from SRO, and Tony Parella from SVRA. We just saw a little video about our sponsors. We are very thankful to ETS Racing Fuel, to Full Race powered by BorgWarner, to Miller Electric, Penske Racing Shark, and AEM Performance Electronic. This is a first-time event, the first annual online race industry week that we are producing in conjunction and collaboration, I should say, in partnership with Paul and the wonderful people at Racer. And I mean, what a great things to do together, Paul. We had 2 days of, so a day and a half, and we have 3.5 more days to go. So we started this morning with some drag racers, a pretty spectacular panel. John, do you want to share with us while we're waiting for Michael? I think we're missing Michael from SCCA, and we'll get started.
All right, sounds good. And then coming up after this, we'll have Valves and Valve Train Technology by SuperTech Performance. 2 o'clock California time, special panel, strategies for being race ready every race, NHRA crew chiefs discussion. Jim Oberhofer, Pauly Racing, Ron Tobler, Nick Bonifante, Kurt Elliott. So that's gonna be fun. Advanced driver cooling systems by Chill Out Systems. How to keep your trailer protected with trailer alarms. The right gearbox by Hollinger. And then we'll have happy hour at 5 o'clock with Brian Deegan.
Thank you, John. So it's getting close to the hour's mark. Again, we have people watching us from all over the world. We have been traveling to Germany this morning to talk with the great people from IBAC. Then we went to the UK with the SPS. We're back in the United States. We'll go to Australia at the end of the day on transmission. What a great way of getting all together. It is 12 o'clock. So Paul, we're going to let you take over, and then we're going to check with our producer as I'm getting, I think Michael is getting on. So Paul, it's on to you.
Thank you, Francisca. It's wonderful to be back. What a great group of sessions this morning too. It's like going to a toy store, looking at everything you have lined up today. So thank you very much. And this is a particularly exciting day. I hope everyone watching us and who will see the recorded versions of this appreciates the talent and passion we're going to see in this group. I also would like to, I'm proud of the fact that I count every one of these men as friends and people I respect immensely, and I enjoy the company of. Whenever I see them, I think we share a common spirit, a love for the sport and passion for doing the best possible job that can be done. And they're surrounded by great teams, and I hope we get to talk about that a little bit today. But I want to say that road racing has been the heart of my passion for a very, very long time. And the things attendant to road racing that are close cousins, like autocrossing and time trials, those other things I have great affection for as well. There's a cultural vibe about everything we're going to talk about here today. Historic racing's where I've dabbled in the last couple of decades, and that's really how I got to know one of our guests. So I'll begin the rundown here of this this gang of four, and I think that I have to start with somebody who's walked about 1,000 miles in my shoes, and that is Greg Gill. Greg was the publisher at Racer during the time me and my partners didn't own the company, and he kept it alive through a very difficult period, a recession, and some very difficult outcomes. Greg Gill, who is the president of SRO Motorsports America. Hi, Greg.
Hey, Paul, how are you?
Great. It's great to see you, my friend.
Paul, I think you have to realize that, you know, although Tony claims to be a poplar among giant redwoods, the reality is Tony is more like, you know, those really old Joshua trees, you know, like they, you know, they have them out, they don't even know. I mean, like people, and John and I and Mike, we're just like little saplings by comparison. I have to say, when you look at this group, I mean, Paul, there's no way I could ever fill your shoes. And as I always tell people, I'm kind of like president of the fan club for you, at least the one here in Austin. And the same way goes for Tony, Mike, and John. I've been privileged to ride and coach far behind Tony in airplanes. And John, I've known John since the days of Mazda and always admired. And then meeting Mike recently in the SCCA, it's just been a real pleasure. So we're, you know, honored to be able to join this great panel today.
Well, thank you. And I also have to say, Greg, you know my passion for what you do in your series. It was the first series we ever put our name against, really, was World Challenge, and have a long history dating back with it. And, you know, you went into a new era here a little over a year and a half ago with SRO. So we'll talk about that a little later, and I'm very interested to see your take on it. I'd like to bounce over now to my friend Tony Perella, who's wearing multiple hats. Hello, Tony.
Good to see you, Paul. And I do feel like a poplar next to all these legends, but
I just think your wisdom and your passion is inspiring, Tony. And I got to know you, I think, during the first Brickyard Invitational at Indy. And I always remember that we didn't get along at first. We were pretty headstrong with each other, and we got to know each other and respect each other. And your passion is just impressive to me. When you put your mind to things, things happen. And before we go into the things you do, can you share your background really quickly and what you did before you did this?
sure. I cut my teeth in business and telecommunications, and over the years worked for, started two separate companies to compete against the Bell operating companies that I took public. Both of them got over $1 billion in revenue from cable, so we had some success in the market. And I bought a company out of bankruptcy that serviced fixed phone systems, and that was a real fun journey. I sold that company, and most folks know them through their sponsorship on this call. But you know, nowhere in that 30+ year history did anybody really call me up and say, God, I love my phone. It was business that I focused on the people and the employees and the customers, but to say I was passionate about the technology, honestly, I wasn't. And when the last run was over, and that I really cared about, and so I bought this small lifestyle business called SVRA and thought I would be racing every weekend like a rock star. And but nonetheless, it's been an amazing journey. We have evolved a long way since 2012, and I still feel like we're started. That's the cool part of this.
Well, it's impressive what you've done, and it's impressive how you've expanded the business and the vision you have. And we're going to get into that a little bit later, but it's a pleasure to know you and count you as a friend. And And on the subject of friends, my dear friend John Doonan, how the hell are you?
I am doing well. Pleasure to be with you, Paul. Congrats to Racer and ePart Trade for what you're doing. But I just want to be clear, I'm nothing but a bonsai tree.
Oh, no grasshopper, that's impressive. And you know, John, we got to know each other during your time working as motorsports director at Mazda, and you achieved success at all levels of the sport, basically, and from the grassroots, which Mazda dominates in American road racing and enthusiast culture, up to the top in IMSA. And now you succeeded my other really close friend, Scott Atherton, in this role, and couldn't think of a better person for this. And we're going to talk about what this first year was like for you.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's not what you expected. But
I've teased Jim France and Ed Bennett quite often that in all the discussions about the new role, none of them mentioned a global pandemic as part of that. So, but hey, we made it, and you know, congratulations to Tony, to Greg, to Mike Cobb. You know, secretly on the weekends when we're not racing, I'm usually on my phone watching streaming of all their races. So, once a racer, always a racer.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that, you know, with, you know, I want to share with everyone too that John and I, we share a passion for model cars. And it's not a small time thing. Between us, we probably have 1,000, I would say. Yeah. But hopefully there's a cure for that eventually. But it's great to see you, John. And then I want to bring in, introduce my friend Mike Cobb, who's the president of Sports Car Club of America. Hello, Mike.
Hey, team. How are we doing today?
That's great. Great to see you, Mike.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here.
You're about to be run over by a screaming pack of spec racers.
Well, you know, I had to make an obligatory plug for one of the best classes we've got in Sports Car Club of America. That would be SRF3. And I wish I could BS you and tell you that would be me in front, but it's not. On that day that was taken, you can probably see the fall colors in the background. I believe I was working turn 5 at lovely right there.
It's turn 6 right up there.
There you go.
Oh, you guys all know your stuff. Well, it also, anytime you point at anything at Road America, it gets me excited. It's one of my favorite places on earth. So yeah, I love Road America. And it's great to see you, Mike.
Thank you for having me. Great to be part
and
of this.
I also just want to take a personal moment to thank you, Mike, for our continued collaboration on Sports Car Magazine. I think that we're going into our 38th year together in 2021. And I love the club and I love working with your team. I think you're doing some great things, and I wouldn't be here today if it weren't for the Sports Car Club of America and the people I met who nurtured me and mentored me in the club when I was a young person. And the club exposed the world of motorsports to me. So that's it. So we've got through the, if you don't mind, we'll just rip into some questions here and get a discussion going. This is going to be a little bit like Survivor. We'll see how you all do. Okay, let's have a little fun. I've just stepped into an elevator wearing my mask. And of course, you're wearing your mask too. And I see a logo on your shirt. And I asked you about what you do and what company you represent. Mike, you go first. Tell me about that.
Well, I absolutely would love to, Paul. Since I've only got 10 seconds, you know, we believe that life is about creating and living experiences that are worth sharing. And that's what we do for a living. We deliver those experiences through sight, sound, motion, and emotion. But that's not all, Paul, because I know I only have 10 floors to say this, and I just heard the alarm go off. Luckily, I know the person in charge of all the LCDs in that building. And here's an early adopter right here, just
yeah, there we go.
Reinforcing my message.
Yes, indeed.
Because, you know, the SCCA, we strive to create generational memories. That's really what we're in the business to do. You told a story about how you grew up. John grew up on turn 6 at Road America. I grew up in the passenger seat of a Datsun 2000 Roadster. There's a ton of stories like that, but really we're in the memory creation and experience delivery business.
Oh, indeed. And you've done a good job with me, by the way.
Thank you,
So
sir.
thank you. Thank you, FCCA, and all my fellow members. I appreciate that. All right, Greg Gill, how about you? Bing, bing, we're in the elevator.
Yeah, it's, thank you for noticing that. It's not SRO like it says on the logo. It's actually SRO, which stands for a guy named Stefan Rattel Organization. And on any given weekend, we race anything from small cars that you might recognize, you might call compact cars, right up to some of the most attractive, exotic GT cars out there, Ferraris, Bentleys, Acuras, et cetera, BMW, Porsche, just to name a few. On any given weekend, it's about 19 different marques and manufacturers racing. What folks love about what we do is that we get to have that same thing. You're going to hear that theme from everybody today. We're in the entertainment business, we're in the experience business, but what we love, no, it isn't standing room only. Thank God for Dean Case throwing that out there.
Thank you,
that is
Case.
another good initial and acronym for it. But at the end of the day, we're about creating a recognizable automotive experience. And for anybody, and I would say on the panel and those listening, once you've gone at speed around a racetrack, you're hooked. And it's a wonderful experience. And as we all recognize, it becomes a decades-long experience. So that's what I do. I also explain it in a little less of a maybe a serious vein, and knowing that Dean Case is listening, I'll say it this way. I'll ask people, did you see that movie, The Greatest Showman? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, okay, I'm like him. I said, maybe with a little more ethics, because that's what we do.
Oh, fantastic. Well, you do, and you put on a great show. And I also commend you and your team for going to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway this year and putting on an excellent event. It was spectacular. And I would like to step into the elevator with my friend Tony Perella. We have 20 floors and an express elevator. Tony, you're on. Let's go.
Well, team is, we're an event business. We're a marketing company that kind of combines a focus on racing, but we're every bit a marketing company of spectators, and businesses connect with our paddock to create opportunity. We bundle all that today under the Speed Tour umbrella, and we have interest in Trans Am Race Company, the Professional Road Race Series. We obviously have built SVRA, a pretty sizable vintage racing organization, to manage the FRA and F4 series. When you combine all of those entities, it makes for a pretty complete weekend of entertainment. If you're a race fan of racing, you throw in substantial car shows and you put out and streaming, and it's a pretty decent party. In this environment, in spite of COVID, don't assign people a 21-inch seat. We have the flexibility to, we're kind of like a drive-in movie as opposed to going to the theater. And that do.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Tony. And the door's opened, and your very small but able team is waiting outside to greet you. Again, I'm very impressed with how hardworking and focused your team is. It's a sign of great leadership, Tony. Okay, I've stepped in, and there's a guy holding a package full of model cars and an IMSA logo on his shirt.
I have hard cards for all those other groups too. But do I get to go all the way down then, Paul, if we're at the top?
Yeah, we're going down now. We're going down,
Okay.
and we're going to go
Well,
back and unwrap the model cars.
I'm going to pull the stop button so that we can hold the elevator. But of course, IMSA is the International Motorsports Association. It's where 18 of the top world-class premium automakers come to perform on stage. The top drivers around the world perform on stage, and our tire partner Michelin, #1 tire brand in the world, comes to showcase their product. Rather than being on stage, we are on the world's most iconic rolling hills, road racing circuits. We're on the 200-mile-per-hour banking at Daytona. We're on even the streets of Long Beach, California, where we visit 16 of the country's top 20 markets with our road racing events, endurance sports car racing events. Of course, IMSA is known for the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, which is the top series. But we have the Michelin Pilot Championship, and we have 5 other single make championships, from Porsche Carrera Cup to Lamborghini Super Trofeo, now MX5 Cup. So we're really proud of the portfolio that we have. I think for those who haven't been to or seen one of our events, it's 24 hours, it's 12 hours, it's 6 hours. At night, it's in the rain, it's in the heat of the day. It's ultimately the biggest test of human and machine over long endurance periods. And for me, similar to everyone else, it's where passion, it's where innovation, it's where experiments, beauty, sights and sound all come together. I heard the word entertainment, and we're certainly in the same business as Greg, Mike, and Tony. But I challenge everybody to check us out at IMSA.com. I know you won't be disappointed, and you'll yearn to come to see us at one of our events in 2021.
Well, thank you, John. And we're now in the parking structure down below, so we can run to the car and take the model cars home. But thank you for that. And let's move on to I think a 2020 in hindsight. With 2020 hindsight, what surprised you, John? I'm going to go right back to you since you're on camera here. What surprised you the most, good or bad, about this year? And what did you and your team learn that will help you build a better company going forward?
I think first and foremost, we learned that our competitors and our audience fully embrace what we're doing.
Yeah.
Our television viewership numbers, we'll find out here later this week, are definitely things to write home about. But our competitors and our partners fully embraced the situation that we faced this year. So I think the perseverance of our organization and those who participate was a huge positive. There's no question we found efficiencies in how to operate our events, whether it was less days on the ground, whether it was doing it with less people, which we certainly had to, unfortunately. I also know that without our medical liaisons and their advice, we couldn't have been able to go back and do this in a safe manner. So really proud of how our community, the IMSA family, embraced going back to racing, and really proud of our partners because, towards the middle part of the year, they found ways to activate, whether it was virtually or ultimately at the last few races on site with a static display and ways to engage with the audience. So far more positives than negatives, Paul, I would say. I can say that for everybody getting the season in.
I think so. And I have to also say it was miraculous how you were able to clear and get to work with your people coming in from outside the country to be able to race here. And the proactivity that I saw there, it reminded me of what Roger Penske said yesterday about having, a kind of an anticipation or anticipatory mindset when you had, I think, multiple scenarios and how you're going to pull all this off.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And yeah, what I did learn is the cell phone numbers of U.S. Customs and
yes, I bet you did.
They've been a huge support. And in the end, Mr. France, Bill France, who started IMSA with the Bishop family, and certainly the France family, had a saying is, figure it out. And we as a staff just bound together and like everybody else, we figured it out.
Oh, you did and really did a brilliant job. So congratulations to you and the entire IMSA team. And we saw significant traffic in IMSA this year. The passion of your audience was sustained, and the stuff that you were doing to keep them engaged with esports was impressive. So well done. Well done to
Appreciate
everybody.
that. And only 50 days till we got to move in at the Roar and the Rolex.
Well, the tires are warm. Don't worry about it.
That's right.
Yeah,
As you
you
say,
get the tires warmed up.
Biggest race start coming up.
Yep, absolutely. In a parallel universe, Greg Gill, you were dealing with many similar challenges, weren't you?
Yes, it was, it was a lot of the same thing, Paul, but I think each of us, and I'll be very curious to what Tony and Mike have to say, and also looking at what some of the questions have been asked while we're online here. But I think what we learned was how small the world was, how all interconnected all of us are. And the part that, and for those of us who were at St. Pete, when the plug was literally pulled while we were on track,
Yes.
I saw firsthand our own staff going, okay, we need to get out of here now. And everybody, including the truck drivers, figured out how to get us off track and out the door to, from a labor cost standpoint, knowing that there wasn't going to be any revenue related to what we had just done. And yet everybody had to travel there. So it was really difficult. And we started getting a picture of what then happened 90 days later when we asked people, do you want to go back and race again? Oh my gosh, yes, please. This is what I love to do. Can we do this safely? Can we work it so that we're not having what I think people use the term now, pandemic optics, that they are not doing something inappropriate, but on the same token, what we learned, to your question, is, what did we learn? How small the world is, how interconnected we all are. John and I kept each other on speed dial. He was too busy most of the time to talk because of how many arrows were coming his way, but we didn't hesitate to text each other, work with each other, get rid of schedule conflicts at great cost to IMSA. They went out of their way to help us, a junior series, to work with them. And so we really saw cooperation in the industry right there with media like yourself, Paul. It was real partnership. Tony, John Claggett was calling me with questions. Mike and I didn't talk, but we knew that the SCCA was there in the trenches getting things. We saw the interconnected nature of it. That's what we learned. And again, to the same points John raised, it's a small area. You're going to have to work with smaller groups. You're going to have to be mindful of this going forward. Those are the lessons we drew from 2020.
Well, those are very good lessons, and I appreciate you sharing that, because that's one of the things that impressed me most. Is first off, my respect for all of you was very high to begin with, but I was acutely aware, I think, of what you were all dealing with, and I will tell you, I had a real surge of just joy when you went back on track, Greg, and with your series. And I have so many friends involved in your series. It was nice to see you guys come out and look so good and do such a good job. So thank you very much for never giving up and never getting discouraged, because I know it wasn't easy.
It is a team, Paul, and all of us, I'm sure today, will give credit. I work with about a dozen just absolutely awesome people, from Robbie and Jim, just going through each of them. That's what makes it easy. And I'll make sure on each of the times I speak now to throw 2 or 3 more staff members in.
Well, that's great, and I think that we'll go right over to Mike Cobb, because Mike, I look at the SCCA as the glue that holds American motorsport together, and you got walloped right in the middle of your revenue season and right in the busiest part of your year, and we're roped to you, and when you fall, we fall. And I was terrified, honestly. How did you get through it?
Well, to be 100% transparent, sir, I was terrified as well. We're a little bit different construct, just for context for folks who aren't familiar with the Sports Car Club of America and how we're built. We're a nonprofit. We work through 115 regions across North America. And we put on about 2,500 events a year. Those are road race events, they're solo events, they're road rally events, they're time trial events, they're track night in America events, et cetera, et cetera. And we lost between March and September about 750 events. So that has a pretty dramatic impact in our little business. We make money 2 ways, very simply, through memberships and through events, right? So we had to pivot really quick, and we're a fairly lean organization, and we got a lot leaner on March 26. And embedded in one of your core question there was, what did you learn? And I'll tell you what I learned. I learned about the heart and soul of this club, and how a few committed can make a difference in anything, but certainly in trying to keep this club alive and serve the members and the drivers and the volunteers and everybody that we try to serve. I mean, it was certainly not a one-man band. We had a very small national staff, March through probably July. We worked pretty much daily to update COVID mitigation processes, procedures, et cetera. Just keep in mind that we had to do that for 115 regions, not just for a number of tracks where we were holding events. And so it was a huge challenge. But I tell you one thing, and I saw this in a chat question. I think it was Dean Case posed a question. What are you guys doing together to grow the sport? I can tell you one thing we did together to save the sport, in my humble opinion, this year. And just talking, you heard Greg and John, and you'll hear Tony in a second, share stories about how the motorsports community pulled together and worked together to share best practices and protocols this year, because this was a space and an environment, an ecosystem we've never been in before. And selfishly, as a member of ACUS, we had weekly calls. And I'm not too proud to say I was borrowing some best practices from anybody and everybody around that table to try to help us return safely back to motorsports. And I think we did a decent job. We were one of the early bellwethers. We got to go back racing at Road America in June for the June sprints. And I'd like to think that we did a good enough job to allow some additional racing to happen in June, July, and August with our partners like IMSA and IndyCar and all the other folks that showed up there. So there was a lot of mutual sharing and collaboration that I don't think we would have been as successful in making it through this time of virus warfare without them.
Well, that's terrific. And I got to tell you, seeing the runoffs come off this year was fantastic. Seeing the solo nationals, the direct solo nationals canceled was heartbreaking.
Heartbreaking. Yes, sir.
Heartbreaking. A lot of us aren't over it yet, Mike, but it was the right thing to do, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. You have to, the number one word in our mission is safe. And if we can't compete, if we can't keep people safe. And so we just had to make the hard call. We also wanted to maintain the safety of that site. There's very few places in North America where you can access 100 acres of uninhibited concrete to bring 1,500 solo specialists in for a week of chaos. I mean, motorsports. And so it's a place that we value, and we didn't want to take any chances with our members or with the site.
It was a good call. It's just there's a big chunk of our I think institutional memory missing this year. But thank you for doing the right thing, and thank you to you and your team for being such great partners. I would like to say to everyone in motorsports, this is the longest standing relationship me and my company have had. It is at 38 years and counting as of January when we go forward. And my company has been involved in publishing with the SCCA since December 18th, 1979. And before that, I was the editor of Sports Car Magazine. And the people I met in this club literally made it possible for me to participate in motorsport. And thank you. And Tony Perella, you've had a heck of a year.
Oh, we were bored. We had nothing. You know what? Honestly, we come out of the year in better shape than I could have even hoped for. We left Sebring in February, and I was literally in the clouds. We had launched our app. We had launched live streaming, transactions at a record car count, and just flying. And it seemed like late we got home, the world stopped. We have the fortunate position of not having $1 of debt on the company or any big real estate to manage. The real objective for me as a CEO was, can I put a plan together to keep the team fully employed and not lay anybody off under any set of circumstances? Because we really didn't know what to expect. And so for a couple months, everybody was parked. When the sun started to come out, you want to make sure you're doing the safe thing, but yet not putting anybody at risk. And state by state had different jurisdiction or different levels of requirements to do with safe and trying to manage best practice. The biggest thing I learned was, what I was fearful of was, would the demand be there in a COVID environment? And what I learned was, numbers for entries were actually up in every race that we held. I think guys and gals were so fed up with being on that they needed to get out and go racing. But we wanted to make sure, in spite of that, it's possible to keep people safe. And roller coaster. I mean, Watkins Glen is 20 minutes from my house. Right up until 3 weeks before the race, I thought we were going to hold it by working with the state.
Yeah.
Have live testing on site, and you could get past the 14-day quarantine. Spent a fortune and a ton of time, and at the end of the day, we couldn't get what we needed for in writing. Same thing happened in Connecticut with live. Here we are at COTA. I send a check because we're going to finish up this coming weekend in California, and that certainly didn't work out as planned. So it's in spite of it, we were able to the SCCA and get F3, FR, and F4 to work with us is something that we're going to invest in the future. Trans Am is rocking. We got our app out, and the numbers are off the charts. In spite of the brought in a bunch of new sponsors, so we were able to have a gate. The numbers were really respectable, and we kept people safe. I don't know of a person that got sick at one of our held, so I feel like we did job as possible. It certainly wasn't the path I planned on way back in February, but I'm proud of my team, and we kept everybody working. I give us a pretty high grade for, and I'm never been more bullish on racing or our business for next season. And there certainly isn't any more certainty today for numbers, hospitalizations, and all that stuff compared to where we were way back in February. So in spite of that, we have the in our company's history planned for next year. If certain states it doesn't come together, we'll manage around it, but we're set up the way as good as we can be in this environment.
Well, and again, I'm so impressed too. You managed to make a big move in bringing Formula 4 and Formula Regional Americas in during this time. Trans Am is obviously, it's one of my favorite racing series. It's the first race I ever paid myself to go and watch was the Trans Am race. And I'm just very glad to see you carry this optimism in the coming year. And thank you for your, hard work in putting such positivity out there in the world of motorsports. I appreciate it, Tony.
Thank you, Paul.
I think I'm going to change up the question sets I was going to ask today because I've been reading some of the really good suggestions coming in on the chats here. And my friend Lynn St. James always has got something good to share here. And I'm going to make a bigger question. This is going to have a couple of, areas that we'll be talking about, but we're going into 2021, and I like to refer to it as the restart of our lifetimes. Racing did not decline at anything like the level of other sports in terms of ratings, audience, interest. We saw a massive increase in traffic on racer.com. It carried through. I looked at the numbers this morning on November, and we were not expecting November to be larger. It was over 700,000 unique visitors, mostly from the US, and we beat the last November, which had the Penske announcement. Big numbers in a very strange year. And what I see here is this is a real chance to kind of reset the entire conversation about what motorsports is to a different generation, maybe, that's now discovering it through esports, which all of you have engaged in at some level here successfully. We see women moving to the forefront in every level of society. Women were in front of me on the racetrack when I first started racing, so it's not a new thing. In the SCCA, women were out front a very long time ago. They were running regions. We had a woman CEO in this club not long ago. We had a woman chairman of the board. But we see inclusion as one of the great opportunities for motorsports, racial diversity, basic cultural diversity, and gender diversity in the sport. Let's just talk about what we've got in front of us in this restart of a lifetime. And I want to, go to, John Doonan again on this one, because you maybe have the biggest footprint of all of us. What are you doing there?
Well, it's a terrific question from Lynn, who's done a lot for our sport as well. Back in late September, early October, just talking about growing the sport, Mike Cobb and his organization and IMSA executed an agreement with that exact focus in mind. And that is, how do we grow the next pipeline of participant, of enthusiast, of fan, and educate them on what the sport's all about, back to your elevator speech, and give them an opportunity to sample it at Mike's entry points, like Track Night in America, for example, but then they may
Big
have
program.
aspirations to grow to the professional levels of the sport. From there, I think you mentioned esports. That obviously was a huge benefit to keep racing alive in the hearts and the minds of our audience. And that young audience, a year ago when I had the opportunity to get this new role, that's one of the things it's primary on my mind, not just the esports part of it, but identifying the next generation of audience and how do we engage with that younger demographic. We are focused on that at IMSA. Something near and dear to my heart is things like STEM education. We need to get our content, the race cars, the talented engineers, the talented drivers, in front of that next generation of audience to help them realize what they're learning in the classroom is very relative to real world applications. And there's many jobs and opportunities. You said, Paul, your career has been defined by this sport, and we need to provide that opportunity. And I think last and certainly not least is the diversity and inclusion piece. Obviously, our world was rocked by a lot of different stories in 2020, and clearly diversity and inclusion rose to the top in the midst of the pandemic. And I think whatever we do as a sport, and we're definitely focused on that, is we need to do things that are sustainable, programs that, similar to STEM, give people a picture of what's possible in this sport, regardless of race or any other particular category. We have folks, as IMSA, the international motorsports, we have people from all over the world that compete. But right here in the US, we need to give opportunities for young talent, be it drivers, be it team owners, be it engineers, be it mechanics, to see an opportunity in the sport, know that it's there for everybody, and put resource behind it so that there's programs in place that are sustainable and real, and they're authentic. It's not just a checking the box exercise. And I think there's some news coming on the IMSA side, both in terms of female participation and young driver and team talent that are going to show that authentically.
Well, that's great news, John. And I know just from our personal conversations over many, many years now, this is in your heart. This is not something this is something you care about and have cared about for a very long time. So, kudos to you and Ed Bennett and Jim France and the entire team at IMSA for doing this. I think Greg Gill, I think many of our conversations are about our children between you and me. We're very proud of our kids, and I follow your kids with great interest. And
likewise.
And you have such a sexy sport there for young people. They look at that. It's got to pop their eyes out when they see what SRO does around the world. And it's been gamified. You've done a lot of things already. But tell us about what's your vision? How do you, because I know this has been a focus of yours for a very long time too.
And I think I'm gonna out John Doonan in a way that I hope is seen as positive. That when John and I, that should get everybody's attention, 224 folks or whatever's listening currently. But when John and I attended with ACUS for the every 2 year trip to Washington D.C. and to meet with different people, I got to see John putting where he had already done involved at that time with Mazda and working with an American veteran and what they were racing and bringing that individual in. And that was my first time working with it. Anybody in the industry knows who I'm talking about, but I think he would prefer just to be known as a racer. But I saw John's heart and, quickly making sure that individual was seated properly, taken care of properly. And I saw that heart, and it just reminded me at that time. And again, I'm sure Tony and Mike, and I know you are, Paul, in the same way, this thing that we learned this year, and we saw the ugliness that was in our culture. We saw things that just broke our hearts. None of us would say, gee, I'm really happy that happened. No, we realized there are things that are broken that need to be fixed. And it's individual. As I've explained to people, regardless of your political stripe or interest, we all came back and said, what can I do differently? And I'll answer the question. We talk about diversity. There was another one that hit that was always well, it's not in my backyard. I don't have to think about it. And that was, how do we deal with climate change and some of these other things that are simply facts. And I can remember Stefan Rattel saying at one event he came over for, and again, this year he hadn't been able to attend except for Indy, but otherwise he's at 2/3 of our events with us. And he said, guys, I don't want to argue with you. I just want to tell you, I like to go skiing, and where I go skiing, there's a glacier. And that glacier is, 230 yards further away than it used to be. Now, say what you want, we got a big problem. We need to pay attention to that. So now we're working on that, and you'll see announcements in the coming days to bring ourselves to carbon neutral. That to me was the macro. Now, what do we get to the micro? What do we get to the you and me? How are we dealing with that individually? I think John touched on those things. I think honestly, we're all engineering driven, so STEM's a natural. Well, what are you doing about the liberal arts majors? What are you doing about the other folks? What are you doing at the elementary school level where, we're pushing kids? They're not all going to be engineers, and they're not all going to be people who want to work on a production line somewhere. They're going to be artists. I think you might have one of those in your house. I have a couple of them. And so, what do we tell those folks about a career in motorsport? And then what do we do to demonstrate that it's not something I've always spoken about, the Specialty Equipment Association or Speed Equipment Association in its heyday. And I called it the League of Old Fat White Guys. And I said, I'm the chairman of it. We don't need to continue that. And we need to show the diversity. And I think SEMA's done a fantastic job of showing the diversity. And we need to do the same thing, not just talk about our programs, but when folks look at, God willing, next time we all do this, they see a woman on this panel, they see a person of color on this panel, then we'll be going the right direction. And I think that, you'll see actions like John talked about their announcements. We'll be having some ones, but we view this as one of our board members said to me, Bob Woodhouse, that, who do we want to be known as? Who do we want to be? And I think that expresses it. I think all of us are answering that question now. We saw some things here in America that we didn't want to be. We don't want to be known that way, and we want to change. And we're all seeking how to show that. And I think in 2021, you're going to see that. Some very practical things, STEM programs, getting into the communities when we're out doing the outreaches, the things that Mike talked about. But I think each of us has to answer those questions.
And I think also just the welcoming nature of your paddock historically, and, and the diversity I've already seen in your paddock speaks volumes. It's just, I think it's a great example. And sports car racing's, a video game come to life, basically. I think it's a great way to engage young people. Thank you, Greg. And thank you for being my friend through all these ups and downs we've experienced in this business. I want to go over to Tony Perella, and Tony, your environment is particularly welcoming to families and young people, and I know you've just taken controls of a racing series that is to nurture young talent. Want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, I think what I'm most excited about leaving this year is that 2021 should provide for us working with young kids that are just getting started. We have an FRA and F4 working with FCA Pro. This gives us an opportunity to do a couple things. On the diversity front, John Claggett is working with Trans Am for TA2, and I'm heading up finding a kid to sponsor a ride and an F4 ride that will pay. We'll waive all the entry fees. We'll lean on the sponsors for tire and gas to make it as affordable as possible to race one F4 FRA and one TA2 car. That's in the middle of putting together a formal process and program, which I'm excited about. But I'm equally excited at our home Winter Cup race in February, FRA and F4. It's an optional race. What I'm most excited about is I get to work with these kids, and we're going to do a classroom setting of how to raise sponsorship, how to leverage the paddock, and teach these kids approach businesses and business owners to raise money in racing. And it's a skill set that they can use, frankly, anywhere in their life, whether they're become professional racers. So that part of it, personally, the vintage crowd is an older, well-established crowd. I'm not going to teach those folks a whole lot. The TA guys are kind of mid, but to have a chance to raise in kids and hopefully make an impression, that's really got me excited for next year.
And I have to say one thing too. You have a great champion in Amy Ruman, who is one competitive race car driver, very, very good and very professional in how she carries herself. And forgive me for saying it, she's a badass on the racetrack. She's really good. And so I think you've already got a living example of what's possible within your sport. And I commend you and everyone does. And, John Claggett and the team at Trans Am doing a spectacular job. So thank you, Tony. And I want to bring it home to where I started. It was with the Sports Car Club of America, the gateway to motorsports for so many of us. And Mike, I know this is something that's at the forefront of your thinking, these very things we're talking about now. So you want to kind of sum it up for us and bring it home?
Yeah, I can just share just a couple of thoughts from through the SCCA lens. First, a quick build on Tony's comments on F4. Just for context, the U.S. F4 champion that was just crowned is the youngest F4 driver with the FIA World Championship Series in history. Hunter Yaney is his name, and started out in karting, and there you go, 15 years old and already standing on top of the podium as a world champion. So, I think the intersection of diversity, inclusion, and access are interrelated. And, a couple of things that we're trying to do at the SCCA to really kind of broaden, to really kind of move the ball downfield on both fronts is a couple of programs that we're actually running through our SCCA Foundation. One is called Vet Motorsports, where we basically take veterans who have suffered some form of military trauma. They might be suffering PTSD. They might be have suffered a loss of limb. They might be suffering a host of maladies. But the job is to get them in a car. The job is to get them re-engaged in life. The job is to get them out of that negative thing that's going on in their head and get them into a positive thing, like hauling tail around a solo course or serving as a volunteer or a crew member on a road racing team. It really doesn't matter what the access point is. What matters is that we provide them that access point. So that's a great program that I'm pretty passionate about. Another program I'm pretty passionate about that actually is a little bit longer in duration is our SCCA Women on Track program, which was actually started in the solo community to get more women engaged and involved in SCCA solo. But if you're walking around the SCCA National Championship runoff paddock area, you're probably going to see quite a few Women on Track bumper stickers on cars as well right now. So we're trying our best to fan the fires behind that initiative to drive that not only from solo to road racing, but across anything that we touch that provides an access point to motorsports. And the last thing, just real quick, in terms of access to motorsports, we launched Track Night in America 5 years ago. We've gone from 0 to over 50,000 participants in that time period in terms of total number of participants. And the mission of Track Night in America was really to lower the access barriers, to not require license. Sometimes we even allow folks to participate with a weekend membership instead of a full membership. And here's the cool thing that's going on with Track Night in America. Number one, about half of the folks who show up are not SCCA members.
Yeah.
So if we're not serving those we're already serving, whom we love serving, by the way, nobody send me an angry email, but we're trying to adopt new folks and engage new folks and bring them into the family of motorsports. Number two, about 20% of that population is totally net new to motorsports, period, regardless of any previous sanctioning body experience. So these are the folks, you talk about the graying of motorsports. These are not the graying of motorsport like me.
Like me.
If you look at the bell curve of participation, when you rack and stack 40, 50,000 plus participants, over a third of those participants are in the 25 to 35 age demographic.
Yes.
And so it's moving the needle with bringing some younger folks the younger demographic to the motorsports industry. And from an experience, we started off talking about delivering experiences that folks remember. It's one of the highest rated overall experience programs that we have in the SCCA. And we do about 150 events a year in a good year. We didn't get to do 150 this year, but I guarantee you we're going to be back at 150 next year.
Well, that's fantastic. And Mike, I was sitting in this very conference room where I'm broadcasting from now, or Zoom casting from now, when Hayward Wagner presented this to, I think, John, you were in the room with us at that time, the idea of Track Night in America. And wow, what a great success story that is. And kudos to you and the entire team. And this is exactly, personally, this is exactly what we need as a sport, because we're incubating the people with passion that will drive the rest of these businesses. And I commend you and everyone in the club. And I think all of these businesses are powered by passion. That's what we all have in common. And I think we're near the end of our time here, but I want to just go around as we close out, and just tell me who you're inspired by in life and in business. One name, and we'll check out. Mike, you first.
Well, I'm sorry. I started my week yesterday with Roger Penske, and I was on fire after that. So, I love the family that's around this round table. I always told my kids as they're growing up, show me your friends and I'll show you your future. I'm excited about my future based on the friends that are around me right now. But I have to say the captain is one of my pinnacle heroes.
Yeah, I agree with you. How about you, Greg Gill?
Oh yeah, that's easy. And it's because I'm a history buff. So it's a guy named Lord Nelson that fought a battle called Trafalgar. He died at the end of it, and his last words were, "Thank God I've done my duty." Each morning I wake up and I think, what am I here to do for the people that I'm here to serve?
That's a really great thought, and a big one. Thank you very much, Greg, and thanks for being my friend. And over to you, Tony Perella.
I would have to say, obviously Roger, but I'll go a history vintage. I'm going to go with Wally Parks. He took a concept that was a grassroots fun thing that a lot of us did, kids, and turned it into a national business. And, if I can pattern some of his accomplishments into what we're doing, I'll go with Mr. Wally Parks.
Well, that's a great one. I think a lot of us feel very, very much like that about Wally and what he did overall for motorsports too. He legitimized us. And how about you, John Doonan?
Well, I'm going to take two fronts. I think what inspires me right now is the upcoming generation, the younger generation. I think we got a lot of positive momentum coming our way because of the energy and the excitement and the passion of the young talent coming up, not just in racing, but I think the young people, I have a lot of faith in the young people coming up. And certainly, from a racing side, not self-serving, but John Bishop and the establishment that he and the France family did, to establish IMSA. I promised Mr. France and Mitch Bishop, John and Peggy's son, that I would try to operate this organization in the same base foundational values that they established it in. And that's the goal. Working, as Mike said, with great friends and great partners in the industry to try to grow our sport together. And that's really the key, is trying to work together, whether it's rules, whether it's sharing events and schedules, and doing our part to try to grow the sport.
Well, that's a great way to end this, John, and that's the mission of this week. ePart Trade has put this together to bring us together, and thank all of you for being with us today. This has really been fun, and I thank the people who submitted some questions that were good ones, good topics here today as well. On to you, Francisque and John. This has been a pleasure.
Well,
thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. What a great session. What an honor to have you with us. Stay with us, please. We're going to move you back as panelists, so that way you can join again anytime you want for the following sessions tomorrow, as well as up to Friday. So stay with us 1 second while John and Paul kind of share a little bit their thoughts and what's coming next. So we're going to take care of that and bring the next panelist with us.
Great.
So John, on to you.
All right. First of all, we're in the parts business here at ePartrade. And I just want to remind everybody for a second, how many parts are sold into that group represented by that sanctioning body, by those sanctioning bodies. I mean, that's a ton of parts from high-end, pushing the envelope technology down to grassroots. And then even in vintage racing, which is vintage cars everywhere racing, and the parts are not always old. So some of the parts from the brakes to plumbing were bought yesterday. So thank you, Paul, for organizing that panel, because for making the racing industry go around, those four guys represent a lot of parts sales.
You sure do. And thank you, John. And I'm looking forward to the rest of today, and I'll see all of you a little later.
Okay, we'll see you, Paul.
Bye-bye now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So on our next session, we are going to be talking valves with SuperTech Performance. We have a last minute change as Larry Weidmer is sick today, unfortunately. And we got the news yesterday afternoon, so he can't be with us today, but Scott Inishi has stepped in. And so we are very thankful to have Scott with us, with Martin and Willie from SuperTech. So this is going to be a session, where we're going to go back to technology and talk about engine parts. And you have with Willie and Martin, two of the greatest experts in the industry when it comes to valves, a wonderful company. Usually during, around that time of the year, we take a little trip, as I mentioned earlier with John, to England, to the Autosport show, and we have a traditional dinner with Willie and Martin in the cold weather of Birmingham, England in January. So usually that's where we have our little annual dinner together. This year we won't have it. So we are doing a Zoom conference with you. We are, on the same time zone because you guys are up north in California, in San Jose. We are here in Los Angeles. And so we have been running these sessions since yesterday. We try to stay within the minutes. So we have about 2 more minutes. I'm going to take this opportunity to say 2 things. First and foremost, that every suppliers that have been on the online race industry week so far since yesterday, they all are on ePartrade. So please go on ePartrade.com, search by suppliers, search by products. If you find a product you're interested in, log in and simply basically type your questions, request more information, and you'll be connected directly with them. So the same with SuperTech, same with Racing Radio this morning, or Intercom, or IBAC, DSPS, and then we have a lot more content coming up this afternoon and later on today. So again, Scott Onishi, thank you for stepping up. And last minute replacement, that's what happened when you run a live event like we do. We have been live since yesterday morning, and we have people from all over the world watching us. And so we are delighted to, we got the call with Martin yesterday afternoon, says, we got a problem, but we're going to fix it. So this is a great way of starting the webinar. So thank you, Martin. Thank you, Willie, part of this. John, on to you.
All right. Thank you, Francisque. Well, welcome everybody to the webinar, Valves and Valve Train Technology with SuperTech Performance. We have with us Willie Tagliavini, founder and owner. We have Martin Tagliavini, Chief Marketing Officer for SuperTech. And then we have Scott Onishi from OCD Works, based in Johnson City, Tennessee. So welcome, guys. Thank you for being here. Located in the heart of Silicon Valley, SuperTech was born from the same fertile ground as many other companies in this area, utilizing cutting-edge technology. SuperTech fuses this technology with passionate people with over 30 years of experience in creating the highest performance valves and valve train components available. SuperTech provides the racing market with superior valves and valve train components, whether it's drag racing, rally, road racing, or any other type of motorsport. You know, as Francis said, we have dinner every year with Martin and Willie. Just great guys, great product, great company. And Willie, when it comes to SuperTech performance, do you want to share your history and the company history real quick so people know kind of the background before we get into some of the other technical aspects of SuperTech?
Well, I am a mechanical engineer, you know, and I always liked cars, you know, and engines. And I used to work for several years at Ford Motors in Argentina, developing, you know, cars and engines, being part of that development department. And then I moved to the US, you know, and I started, you know, making a deal, you know, with OEM manufacturer in Argentina to make, you know, high performance cars, especially for the sport compact market, you know, mostly overhead cam engines. You know, that is a technology that, you know, I know much better than, you know, the other V8 engines, you know. And so, you know, we decided to, you know, open up, you know, SuperTech here in California, and, you know, it took off, you know, pretty fast, you know, and we developed, you know, many components for almost every Japanese and European engine in the world, and now also, you know, in the American market, you know, especially overhead, you know, cam engines.
Yeah, very cool. And Martin, as a marketing officer, how would you describe kind of SuperTech's position in the racing marketplace?
I think we joined the industry at a pivotal point where, you know, the sport compact, so to speak, was kind of taking off. So as a company, we were able to kind of grow as the industry or sport compact industry grew as well here in the United States. And I think that's what allowed us to grow as a company. The V8 market was already established, but, you know, for us, sport compact, we kind of grew together, and now we're at the forefront of all this new trends. New manufacturers are changing to small displacement engines, overhead cams. So now we're well positioned for all the transitions that are going on with so many manufacturers today. So from a marketing standpoint, everything's kind of been played into our hands, so to speak. So in that regards, we've always been able to grow, and see that we'll be able to continue to grow because I see more trends in other manufacturers changing to small displacement, overhead cams. So I only see a bright future for companies like ours.
And then I'd like to go to OCD Works and talk to you, Scott. Tell us about OCD Works. Yeah. I looked up the website real quick. I use the word bitchin'. I'm from California, so it's a bitchin' website. So tell us what you're into. Really cool stuff.
We do with OCD Works. We actually manufactures for CNC porting and the cylinder head, and it also completing an actual complete cylinder head to provide it actually to dealers or customers. And then we also make all the parts in-house for billet parts, such as valve covers and timing covers, or anything that is actually just related to kind of modern hubs. And it just pretty much actually is what we make it in-house. We also design everything in-house, and then we kind of work with a lot of actually professional racers along the way to working with SuperTech, Wheelies, and, you know, Martins, and, you know, great companies like them, to just working together to complete the cylinder heads, which without, you know, valve train components, we can't really win or actually just compete. So, you know, at that point, it's just having to have, you know, good source of actually valve train that you just relied on would be a very good point. So, but we actually just engineered, tested all in and within a house, and then we were actually just trying to provide the actual best possible product as we can.
Yeah, very cool. I'd like to learn more. When I'm in the neighborhood, I'm going to stop by. And before I got questions, live questions, and then everybody watching, you can go down to the chat option at the bottom of the screen. You can type in questions there. I'll keep an eye out for them, and we'll put them to Willie and Martin and Scott. So go ahead and start your questions now. Willie, when you come here to Online Race Industry Week and representing your company, SuperTech, are there any kind of opening remarks? Is there something you want to start off with, Willie?
In the sport compact market, you mean, right?
Say that one more time.
Yeah, in the sport compact market, you mean, right?
You can talk about anything about SuperTech, as far as just your opening remarks for this webinar.
Yeah, well, we, started in this market, where it was very new, basically, when we started, SuperTech here, especially in the Japanese and European market. And from there, we started developing, all kind of, valve components, from valves, valve springs, all that kind of things, to improve, the performance of the engine, trying to provide, the best option, that the market was requiring, for high performance, road racing, drag racing, and now, doing more developments, for engines that are, turbocharged, providing, higher temperature alloys, sodium filled valves, and that kind of stuff. With high quality, product, that's, the main thing, provide high quality that people that know, how to evaluate a product, really know and understand what quality means, So good engine builders realize that, when they start looking, measuring, what a high quality part is, then, from there it translates to durability and performance, but the quality is seen from the start.
That's for sure.
And of course, then, we are always, improving, the demand also, the components are increasing, more RPMs, more power, more turbocharged pressures. And so we are always there, trying to, evaluate what improvements we need to do, to supply the market.
Yeah. And then Scott, how would you describe your working relationship with SuperTech?
It's very exciting, and also we know them pretty well, and just actually every trade show, then in just the different occasions. But we used to do a lot of a different. As a company, we do a lot of R&D. So we have actually someone that has sent in and have a different, manufacturer's parts. So for us to be able to, there's no perfect world that actually this is the only parts that will survive in any kind of situation. So obviously things will break, but in the case of actually what we do, we want to give actually a customer or a dealer as the best actually product as possible. But it's just that sometimes it's very hard to work with a company that some things actually you can't purchase is actually like a support, in terms of actually just like, okay, this is something that we're having an issue with, and it's just something that you reach out to the manufacturer. It's like, well, this is actually our engineer looked at it, it's perfectly fine. Certain things actually just are, like there's a good and bad, but at the end of the day, SuperTechs are, always willing to just listen to the dealers and also take the notes and the fact that, okay, this did happen. So what can we do to improve it? As a company, working with something that we can't trade off with the money is just something that our customer service goes a long way to be able to provide the same mentality of us providing the best products possible, and also they're trying to do the exact same thing. So, it's just an old school way of saying it. Just, if you have the same mentality, then it's easier to get along. But, it's harder to have one side is all sales mentality. Other ones actually all engineering mentality. It's just kind of hard to deal with. So in a sense, it's been working wonderful. You know, I couldn't ask any better to just working with both of the guys there. But you know, like I said, just there's a good and bad in all parts. You know, for us, is pretty much determine exactly what's good, what's not. And then we're just kind of simply relying the message to manufacturers like SuperTech to say, hey, can we actually improve this? And there actually is one of the only few that would actually listen to the, you know, kind of a just customer's voice to take in, say, hey, you know, we designed this, but let's make it changes so that, you know, now these days, everything's actually just kind of pushes to the limit, and then we don't know, even though we calculate everything. So, you know, it's been, you know, not really challenging, but it's a very surprising to find a company that actually, you know, kind of willing to listen, kind of like that same level as you are.
I love that about SuperTech, and there's a couple of other companies that do a really good job listening. So instead of just coming to customers and saying, I have this, I'm selling it to you, this is why you want to buy it, to actually also have another gear, we're just listening to people like you, Scott, and other race teams, and soaking up insight about how to make the part better. In this business, in the racing business, that counts for a lot. So that's a really remarkable aspect of SuperTech, and I've seen it in action, and some of the best companies in racing. Martin,
that's how we learn, because, you know, from a manufacturing or technical point of view, we see one side of the thing, but, you know, the engine builder is, you know, seeing the other side, experiencing, you know, the product and the performance. So that, you know, interchange of, you know, information is so important for everybody.
Yes, I agree. If I'm a race engine builder this year 2020, what's the most important thing I need to know right now, kind of this minute, about SuperTech and the company's valves? Like a race engine builder who hasn't worked with you before, what do they need to know about your valve line?
Well, you know, we offer different kind of alternatives, you know, in materials depending on the application. You know, for natural aspirated, you know, for turbocharged engines, we offer different materials, you know, like stainless steel, different grades for the intake and the exhaust. In turbocharged engines, we offer Inconel or Mnemonic alloy, and then we go on extra step and offer, you know, for the exhaust, hollow sodium field valves. So we offer different alternatives for, you know, different applications. Then we are very serious about the quality. You know, if you see our valves, you know, all of them have a mark where we can trace, you know, the manufacturing story of that valve. So we take it very seriously. If you have any issue, we have any issues on a valve, we can trace the manufacturing, the history of the manufacturing of a valve. So that means quality. You know, we are always on top of that, you know. Is very important.
And now I'll start taking questions from the audience, so I'll just read them to you. What manufacturing steps do you take to get your valves to last as long as they do?
Well, basically, is, you know, to have a good quality source of raw material. Then we do the, you know, the forging of the valve. We take, you know, quality control in every step of the manufacturing. That's why we had to do like a batch of, you know, for example, 100 valves. Well, we had to do extra valves in order to have quality control in every step to, you know, take away, you know, the valves that are not that good. So in the end, you know, every machining step also has, you know, quality control. We check everything, you know, we take care of the precision of the valve. There are specific tolerances that we need to accomplish. And then that makes, you know, the valve, you know, also to have a, you know, good longevity, you know, the quality, the precision. If you measure, you know, the eccentricity of the seat of the valve, you know, in reference to the stem, you will see what we are talking about. Probably unsurpassed in this industry, you know. So when you do that, you realize, oh, this is these people take care of, the quality and the precision of the valve.
Okay.
And
We have a divert.
the nitriding treatment, also to improve, the performance of the valve, with low friction, good wear resistance.
And then we have a diverse group in the audience, and somebody maybe new to racing as well as seasoned professional race engine builders. So here's a question. In a turbocharged DOHC application, how large to make the valve sizes?
Well, sometimes that may be a better question for Scott, because what you do is, in every engine, you can test, depending also on the application. If it is a natural aspirating, but the question was for a turbo, right?
Turbocharge, yeah.
Turbocharged.
For all of you.
Yeah. Also, I guess, depends on the application. We, deal with people like, engine builders like Scott, that dedicate quite a bit of time analyzing what size of valve, works better, for example, in a turbocharged engine, for what they plan to do with the engine. Let's say, road racing or drifting, they have, different ways of developing the power. So, that is defined, for every engine through, the engine builder. And we get the request, okay, this is what works better. Please do this.
Scott, any advice from you for making sure you have the right size valve?
There's always, it's not like old people actually just like kind of have a domestic say like, hey, you can't replace for displacement. It is somewhat true, but it is, as Willie said, every cylinder head has a different unique characteristic and then also application. So turbocharger applications, normally you would want to basically, even in this is a natural aspirator the same way, but you want to make sure your cylinder heads port sort of match with the valve side. So, if your ports is a very small and go in the larger side of the valve, which will actually give you minimum amount of actually just a gain, so you would always want to match with the size of a valve reference to your, I guess, degree of modification in your cylinder head. So, if it's stock, you would want to keep it at actually the standard size. But if it was actually something that, like you got a larger turbocharger that actually moves a lot more CFM than an air, then obviously you want to consider actually putting in an actual, bigger valve to be able to take advantage of actually just more CFM. So, just the advice would be to just to make sure that your application is matched. So like you don't want to run smaller turbochargers applications with humongous valve, vice versa. So you always want to look at it, see what's the adequate amount of size, and then it just SuperTech always has standard size and an oversized. Oversized mean normally have 1 millimeter, 2 millimeters. It all depends on the manufacturer of company that which actually has, but we have actually different variations of the sizes that you could actually select. Depends on the seats as well. So.
Okay. And then when you go to the SuperTech website and look up valves and what SuperTech does, I mean, it's clear that you welcome custom work when it comes to valves. You're ready to work with people on a custom basis. And if there's a race engine builder watching, he likes the idea of getting something real specific done, Willie and Martin. How does the custom process work for having custom valves done?
Usually an engine builder or a customer will send us a sample of their valve or drawing. And that's how kind of we've always expanded our inventory as well. If there's something we don't have in our inventory, perhaps someone wants to make something we don't carry, we'll take a look at that, see if there's demand, and that's how we also increase our inventory or our demand for different applications. But we're always open to making custom stuff, even if it's a small item. for customers. There might be more out there that share the same qualities as that particular customer, so we can make more. So we're pretty open to anything that's custom. Like I said, we always, because you never know who else out there wants more, that product itself. So we're pretty open when it comes to custom. We're pretty easy. You can send drawings, samples. We can take a look at that, see where we can improve it, or make it exactly the way a customer wants it made.
Do you ever tell them, no, that's a very bad idea?
Sometimes customers will want to use some material that they think is best. And in some occasions, it doesn't work out. So we have to tell them, that may not be suitable for what they're trying to accomplish. So we try to guide them if we see something that we think it may not work, or improvements as well. But, if someone wants to make something, for testing, we're open.
Yeah. Okay, very good. And then, is there anything new at SuperTech, something new with the product line that you'd like to talk? Here we are at the beginning of December. Is there something new that people may not be aware of in your products that you want to talk about?
I think as far as our product, we're always expanding. So we're trying to get involved more in through the Coyote engine, the 5.0 liter Coyote, which is probably the V8 version of a overhead cam engine. It's kind of, we're hoping that it's our segue into the V8 market, which we haven't dabbled in. So, hopefully our idea at PRI was to kind of introduce the Coyote engine. It's our stepping stone to venturing to the V8 market. So that was our new idea for the PRI. We're also, a new product for us is going to be to introduce full cylinder heads, CNC machined, full of our products. So one person can call in and purchase a CNC head for the Honda application. So we've been working on that for the last couple of years. So that's going to be kind of an introduction as well to PRI. And to kind of expand the line as well. We're always trying to expand, keep moving forward, always developing new parts. We kind of reiterated, we work with engine builders to try to fine tune our product and try to improve in areas that we can. Even the products we've been making for the past 15 years.
Yeah, very good. Well, we're trying to provide something of a trade show experience here at Online Race Industry Week. So it's great to hear kind of what you're planning to bring it to PRI, which we would have had at PRI if not for the pandemic. So thank you for sharing that. And thank you for updating us. And then we're here to talk about valves, but do you have other products other than valves? I don't know if everybody knows that.
Yeah, obviously when we started making valves, everything that goes in the cylinder head complements the valves. So our idea was a valve needs springs, so we set out to manufacture springs as well. And anything that goes along with the springs, the retainers, the keepers or locks. And from there, we kind of kept growing and developing more parts that go along with the cylinder head components. Okay. Always keeping in mind that valves being our number one product, and anything that complements the valves and the valves that we make.
Yeah, we have also pretty unique product, not that unique, but the bucket lifters, the tappets also. We are very good with those ones also, and we are supplying all over the world these tappets, what they call also people bucket lifters.
Yeah, let's talk about that. So we exhibit at the Autosport Show. You exhibit at the Autosport Show. We have a great dinner and a night of setup. Just describe your international sales program. So it's not just the United States. What's going on outside the borders of the United States for SuperTech?
Yeah,
like I said, most of European countries carry overhead cam engines, so it kind of plays into, again, our realm of manufacturing. So for us, sport compact meaning anything that's not American. And in Europe, everything obviously We have a lot of manufacturers like Renault, Peugeot, Vauxhall, Seat. Obviously, VW is very big in Europe. So most of our manufacturing products carry well in European market. So that's why we're pretty big in Europe or other parts, Asia, Middle East. All these countries manufacture, or we manufacture parts to fit most of the engines and marquees of those countries. So we do just as much business in the United States as we do outside the United States.
Okay, you know what? All those dinners, I didn't know that you do so much business internationally. Congratulations. And Scott, I want to get back to you just to kind of, I really appreciate companies like yours because you're kind of on the front lines of the battle out there to sell racing parts. What's hot right now? What's captured your attention? What are people approaching you to do right now?
We do quite a bit of, like a new platform, new Supras come out, new BMW stuff is coming out. Up to a couple of years, we never had actually European applications that we were working with. Now these days we do Audis, and then also, the BMW applications to be able to, just complete the cylinder heads, starting from cylinder head CNC ported to, just complete it as actually just pretty much ready to go setup. So a lot of the newer cars application coming along, and then also we typically find the limits of actually just things that are breaks, and like we'll do R&Ds and such in nature. So we'll start making a lot of billet parts to replace with things that actually just like the factory would actually normally won't like replace, and then just as aftermarket, and then we will actually just find the limits, and if it's nobody makes one, then we'll make one. Yeah. So that's the kind of our mentality, and then just the just having an extra support like a SuperTech. It's easy to deal with, and even in new applications that we'll kind of tackling into, sometimes it's just kind of a very harder applications, but it's the Valtran parts are kind of very unique, and it is also similar parts in an ear. So like some application was already existed, and then ended up actually might work on this new application. So those are the things, that knowledge that actually SuperTech would have, and just easily pick up a call, pick up a phone and call, and just to find out, okay, well, you guys had this applications already, it just came out this model. So it's kind of having an extra newer applications are very challenging, but also exciting in a way, because all this pandemics are happening, and everybody's are kind of not be able to do a lot of things that they wanted to do, go out there racing, and other than watching a racing and the spectators and the standpoint. So us actually just kind of trying to bring it up more of actually just hype, and also all this actually just the I guess just the positive note of what coming next, and then turn into next year will be the newer stuff that we do, and then also Martin's and everybody's getting ready to release the newer stuff like Coyotes, and the other applications will be exciting to work with, and then it also excited to break stuff, so I mean, it just kind of, that's a one way to actually improve, and just just something to break it, and the limit, and you make better parts. So it's just the kind of how we do. So
that makes the racing industry go round. The fact that something's working last week, but you push, and then parts start breaking. And then Scott, do you sell just in the region as far as where your customers come from, Scott, or do you have sales going beyond kind of Tennessee area?
So we don't do any extra just Tennessee sales. We're a lot of them, it's a contracted work. So we're contracted overseas, and also we largely contracted through the United States. I'm myself actually from Japan, and I grew up in Japan for 18 years. So I married the wife, woman, the beautiful my wife. So it's kind of I'm stuck in this Tennessee and middle of nowhere, but it is working out for us, because it's it's really nice and calm, unlike it just in California and a lot of things to do every day. But we get to do a lot of stuff that's able to do that we can't do in California, or just in the West Coast, and we can just kind of in between and doing a lot of stuff. So our sales are reach out to the overseas, all over the world, but mostly as OCD Works, we're not like equipped to sell as individual, like, basically wholesale into more of a contract work. So.
Well, Tennessee's a beautiful country. I come from Southern California. When I go to a place like Tennessee, I marvel at it's green everywhere and actually water in the rivers. So it's a beautiful country. All right. And then one of the really fun things to talk to Martin and Willie about is they go racing. And so they live racing throughout the week at SuperTech. But then I think they talk mostly about racing. When they're not talking about SuperTech, they're talking about going racing. And it's just infectious, the enthusiasm talking to you both about the way you go racing. So why don't you share with us kind of where you go racing? It's not the 24-hour of Le Mans, but it looks like a blast. You're having fun.
Yeah, so we race obviously with NASA and SCCA, kind of club racing, nothing, too professional, just an outlet for us to have fun. Obviously we've gotten a lot more, what would I say, developed a lot more of the cars where there were once a track car became a race car. Now, the need to win and to do better has overtaken, and the cars now get more developed, try to get lighter, more power. So whether, if we're not here or when we are here, sometimes we're in the back tinkering with the cars, racing. Obviously this year got short as, the whole industry did. So we're looking forward to next year to get back out there and be as competitive as we can be. We race against each other now. So, we work together and we try to duke it out on the track when we can, so long as we stay out of each other's ways.
Yeah. Sometimes we get pretty close together. Yeah. So more than we would like.
I'd like to watch that. And then do we want to go back into the manufacturing process? Is there something that race engine builders should know about the manufacturing process? I know you talk about on the website ultrasonic tests, X-rays, laser equipment, and applications like computerized finite element analysis. Do you want to talk about some specific aspects of the manufacturing process not everybody knows about?
Well, we start with the design. And then, if it is something that, new, we do like a finite element analysis, to make sure, that every modifications, have, are in place and, they have a, good quality in starting from the design. And then, our manufacturing starts, from the very scratch, from the forging, heat treatments, machining, and there are many steps of machining and heat treatments, and every step, has a quality. And we, mark the valves, with a date code where we can, have a history of every valve that we manufacture in order to keep, everything, controlled. Know that if anything at some point went wrong, we know what happened and we can correct that, from a manufacturing point of view.
And we talk about the patented super finishing of the surface. Explain that exactly.
Well, we do like, after we do the heat treatment, the last thing that we do is, we do like a polishing, of the valve, in order to get a better finish. We do it on the nitrided valves, which actually the nitrided valve is it's a process called, you can find it on the internet, it's called QPQ. It's a mixture of nitriding, polishing, and another heat treatment, to coat the valve with a deep black color. And then also on the, some valves that cannot be nitrided, like the Inconel valves, because they are nickel based, then we do like a regular or, well-known chrome coating, and that one also needs to be, super finished, by doing a polishing in order to reduce the friction of the valve, the roughness of the valve, the surface.
And then you make a point that every valve tip is hardened beyond a Rockwell hardness number of 52. I hope I said that correctly.
So the minimum Rockwell hardness of the tip of the valve. We do welding. For stainless steel cannot be hardened beyond, let's say, 36 Rockwell C. So the tip in many engines need to be much harder than that. So we weld a wafer that can be hardened at a minimum of 52 Rockwell C and beyond, for the tip.
And I know strict tolerances is really important at SuperTech. And I know and can guess at why it's important with race engine builders as well, but let's just put it on the table. When you talk about strict tolerances, what is the philosophy and what is the practice for SuperTech?
In respect to the tolerances, what's the practice? Well, we establish, tolerances in every, part of the valve, the stem diameters, the surface finish, the length of the valve, basically also the tolerance between the seat of the valve to the groove where the keeper goes. That's probably one of the most important ones because, that regulates, the install height of the valve, Then you have the margin with a different tolerance, And so we have strict tolerances in all of those dimensions, in order to, keep the quality of the valve, always, all of them the same, to keep the same valve to guide clearances. And so which we believe it's important. The tolerance in the eccentricity of the head, it's also important to the sealing of the valve and to avoid, bending of the valve in the, close and opening of the valve, for long durability and better sealing, of course.
Yeah. Okay, again, I'll take a question from the audience. We have a diverse group watching us. So this question is, why is the backside of exhaust valves more funnel shaped when compared to the penny on a stick design of intake valves? Is it to enhance gas flow or to conduct heat away from the head?
Well, basically because the exhaust valve is the hot valve, The flow, on the intake valve, you are sucking, the air. So you need to have a very thin, neck to improve the flow. The exhaust valve, the air is pushed out, from the cylinder. But on the other side is the hot valve, So the tulip highly improves the rigidity of the valve. When the valve starts to get very, very hot, the valve tends to warp. When it starts warping, it starts losing, leaking. And when it starts leaking, it creates very hot spots on the seat of the valve and end up burning. So that tulip, on the neck of the exhaust valve, it's very important to have good rigidity, avoid deformation at very high temperatures.
Okay, and another question. How sensitive is valve weight to valve train operation and performance?
I'm sorry, say it again. It's how?
Yeah, I'm just taking it from the chat question. How sensitive is valve weight to valve train operation and performance?
Well, obviously, there is always a compromise there, You want the valve to be the lightest that's possible because, you have a spring, that has to control the valve, The lighter the valve, the lighter the spring that you can have. You try to, have a lightweight valve train, in order to move it, better at high RPMs. So the lighter the valve, the better for the valve train. The higher RPMs you can rev with a certain spring. But there is always, also a compromise. Like we were just mentioning, okay, the tulip of the valve, on the exhaust valve makes it, heavier also, many times you contrarrest that, you make a dish on the valve to make it lighter, but the tulip of the valve makes it, heavier, but that's the compromise you take, to have a stronger valve also, especially in turbocharged engines, where the valve gets very, very hot.
Yeah. Scott, I want to ask you, I'm not a race engine builder, so I'm a little bit over my head. Is there a question for race engine builders that you think I should ask SuperTech, or do you have a question to ask SuperTech?
Well, that's a good question. Let's see. I don't know. That's like kind of gray area that I hadn't thought about it yet. So, yeah, it kind of just put me in a spot. I guess just the, it's kind of good to just actually because the SuperTech and it has a one unique, and they use actually just exotic materials like Inconels and things of nature. Other companies are starting making titaniums and all that stuff. Like Willie just said, it's just every application has its good and bad, so you have to use what it's good. Weight as well, but is there time of actually just like variation where we could actually get to see more of a titanium stuff like a valves and the stuff in the future? Like that would be kind of a good to see as additions, to if there's something in the works or something like that. Just that would be actually just our curiosity, and also be customers always start to push in more to better materials, and then just pushing and more horsepowers in every year. So something like that would be good to have, and then it's just it'll be nice to see as a new product. So that's something like that you guys will be working on.
Well, I'll pass over to you, Willie and Martin. In that area, when it comes to materials, are you working on something? I guess you always are.
Yeah, so titanium, it's always available, but as we mentioned, obviously not going to be used in the turbo engine. So I guess you could use it in the intake side. You wouldn't necessarily use it on the exhaust side, as it would be too brittle of material for the temperatures. That's why you would have Inconel. On the intake side, yes, you could use it. Sometimes most customers will forego titanium due to the cost of titanium, as it is probably almost about double or triple the cost of a stainless steel valve or an Inconel valve. So I think based on our customers, most of them would use stainless steel over titanium. But yes, we would love to have more accessibility and manufacturing of titanium valves, which we already do. We do for motorcycle engines, which are all mainly titanium. Just the automotive industry hasn't caught up to that yet, unless you're doing very high end, naturally aspirated 11,000 RPM engines and above, where titanium is needed.
And then the company recently moved into a larger space. Is that correct?
Yeah, we moved here beginning of 2019. Yep. So we've been here a year. Will be a year.
Almost 2 years.
Almost 2 years.
Yeah, congratulations on that. Do you still have more space, or you filled it all up?
No, it's pretty filled up now.
It's amazing how that happens.
It is. It is.
Yeah.
And Martin, we're talking a lot about the technical side. On the marketing side, when it comes to your desk, and we look at what's on Martin's desk, what are you working on the marketing side?
Well, on the marketing side, I think we're just trying to create a better website, a better platform for our dealers, more data driven. I think that'll help our dealers try to get more information out there to our customers. Technical information that sometimes is hard to find unless you're really searching through our website. So we're trying to get that information out to our customers via our dealers, so improving our data based on our website. So that's kind of what we've been working. That's kind of got put on the back burner due to COVID and the increase in sales that we've had to adjust over the last couple of 8 months that the industry as a whole has kind of seen, as well as trying to get the most of our return of investment through sponsorships, advertising, and things of that nature. So always trying to move forward and not stay stagnant with the same things that we've been doing in the past. So trying to find new avenues to advertise.
Very cool. And here's another technical question from the audience is, let me see. Do you have any info on how long titanium valves may last during a race season?
That will depend on the engine and the application.
I think so, yeah.
In a race, pure race environment, aggressive environment, maybe we can say, very roughly 1,000 miles or so, and then you will need to inspect them, to check, for any condition of the valve,
Yeah.
That's more road racing. Drag racing, obviously, will have something different. Yeah. So it'd be hard to say unless we're talking about a specific form or application within a certain, race condition. As any engine will vary, even two racing in the same category, they could be tuned differently. Different components will make it, change its life.
Yeah, you're right. And Scott, we're getting to the 50-minute mark, and we're kind of wrapping up everything on time. So we start the next webinar right at the hour. Scott, when it comes to OCD Works, what are you working on right now, and what do you got coming up in the future that maybe you'd like to tell people about?
Like, what are we working on currently?
Yeah, and anything kind of in the works and in the future that you could kind of talk about right now?
We do a lot actually NDA work, but also actually we got a lot of new product as far as actually for the Supras. Also new markets that actually we're making actually a lot of billet parts. That will actually just be coming out on actually January, and it will be introducing a lot of stuff, but also we'll actually just kind of weighing an idea of actually just put in a complete cylinder head, and then also having an actually just different kind of applications other than in our outside of comfort zone. So we can do all actually just R&D and reverse engineering for any cylinder head porting and that nature. But it's just a kind of if you stop pushing yourself, you're pretty much the limits are just that's there. So for us, it's just like, well, we could, we keep pushing until we can't solve. So, that would be actually something that would be keep, pushing yourself and working with the SuperTech is a great company, and then just, having to have that same mentality, and then it would be great. And then, I'm pretty sure we'll have, much more better product to be out in the next year.
Okay, I'm going to ask you personally to register at epartrade.com. We want you looking through epartrade.com and sourcing parts there. So you have to do that, Scott. And then we're coming to the 50-minute mark. Willie, just some final comment, but before we hand it over to Francisque, final comment about SuperTech?
Well, our main thing here is to make parts that people can use without any trouble, to be installed, and for longevity, for all kind of application that we can make them for, that are popular in this overhead cams market. So we are here open to listen, to our customers, the market, what they need, what they need to be what it needs to be improved, and to make things better, for everybody, especially for the, engine builder.
Well, thank you. And we're at the 50-minute mark, and so we've got to roll to the next event. I could talk to you guys for hours, and we always have so much fun at our dinners. So thank you very much for being part of Online Race Industry Week. It's just great to have a company of the quality of SuperTech Performance. I'm sorry I wasn't aware of OCD Works, and now I'm going to tell everybody about OCD Works. I mean, a very cool company, Scott. Okay, Francis, back to you.
Thank you, sir.
Scott, thank you for jumping on last minute to help our good friends at SuperTech. Thank you very much, Willie and Martin. Thank you for support. You guys were right there at the beginning when we launched, and that's because of you and the IBAC and the IMI and Stand 21 and CP of the world that we are able to produce this event this week, because you guys believed in us 2.5 years ago. So thank you very, very much. Now into our next session. So please, Martin and Scott, stay on. We're going to move you to attendees. That way you can watch the other sessions. So stay with us, and then we are going to ask our producer to launch our little video for our sponsors. And then we're going to bring on the next panelists, which are great crew chiefs, and I'm sure you have seen the schedule, so there's so much to talk about. So give us 1 second, and then we'll get Reed, our producer, to launch the video for our sponsors. So Reed, on to you.
Rallying is one of those sports that you cannot get enough of. It's always a challenge, and it's never easy, and you just keep wanting to come back and do better. And I guess my personality is I want to win, I want to beat it, and I want to work harder than everyone else because I know I can do it. And I love it when somebody says you can't do it, because then I work harder and I go, yes, I can.
There are two types of people, racers and everyone else. Racer Magazine is for those who believe that racing is a way of life. Racer embodies the excellence that defines a sport driven by passion, courage, and ingenuity. Get 1 year of both Racer's print and digital edition for only $39 with instant access to our entire digital issue archive.
Subscribe now at info.racer.com.
Introducing ePartrade, electronic performance and racing trade. ePartrade is a revolutionary new web-based trade-only product sourcing platform that works 24/7 to connect performance parts suppliers with racing business professionals around the world. Find new products and technologies all year long, accessible everywhere, from anywhere 24/7. ePartrade is the only product sourcing platform as innovative and fast-paced as the racing market itself. ePartrade is the fastest, most efficient, and cost-effective way to introduce new parts and services to the worldwide racing trade while they're red hot, allowing builders, race teams, retailers, engineers, and other verified racing businesses to access them from anywhere in the world, day or night. The world is changing, and we're changing with it. Welcome to the future. ePartrade, the global online platform for the performance and racing industry.
Okay, thank you, Reed. We have been running this online race industry week by the minute since yesterday morning at 6:45 in California. Special thank you to Jimo, our great friend and great supporter. Back in April of 2018, Jimo, who's a good friend of Judy King, co-founder of ePartrade, was one of the first one to see a demo of the platform, and he said, "Oh my God, this is so revolutionary! What a great idea!" And Jimo has been, a great supporter of us, telling the world about this platform. So thank you so much, and thank you for putting this terrific panel of the greatest crew chief on earth. We had this morning two great champs. With Ron Capps and Antoine Brown. We're continuing this afternoon with you guys. Joe Castello is going to be our host this afternoon, so you don't have to hear from a French guy. And so we'll let Joe take over. We have 2 or 3 minutes in between. We, if I understand correctly, we have Jimo, you basically got also Bobby Lagana to join us, and we're trying to, he's there too.
There's Bobby.
Yeah, that's it. We're trying to get everybody on. So John Kilroy, any comments of, sessions today, what's going to be next and into the afternoon?
Well, yeah, first of all, we're comparing this to a trade show experience. And these 5 gentlemen that we have here, when they walk down the aisle of the trade show, everybody wants to talk to them. So it's really an honor to have you here and to represent what you do represent, and just pushing the edge of the technology in racing, but doing it in a very disciplined, purposeful manner to make sure you're race ready every week and every race throughout the day. So this is a big deal that you're here. And then I also want to mention every once in a while what ePartrade is. So it's electronic performance and racing trade. So it's a little bit secretive what ePartrade means. We have to actually spell it out, but that's what we're about. We're basically the online strategy for the worldwide racing industry. We're sourcing products through ePartrade.com. We have educational webinars kind of every Wednesday, similar to this, Zoom webinars. And then now we're having a trade show experience because the shows were canceled this year. And we had the resources to do this. And we felt a responsibility to the racing industry to put something together at this all important time of year where we all get together anyways. So that's kind of where we're at. We still have a great afternoon left ahead of us. And Joe, I'll just turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, John. And you guys are doing a great job. I'm getting so much feedback from people all around the country, around the world about what we're doing. But right now, folks, those of you around the world, I love motorsports. I do my WFO radio podcast on a weekly basis. We cover everything, but NHRA drag racing is where I work, and it is my passion and my love because, frankly, I grew up in and around the sports as a fan since early childhood. And our next guests, we've got such a great panel, and I'm going to do my best that you get to see
the fact that the crew chief is really, is he the heartbeat of the team? Is he the character that is the coolest in drag racing? We're going to find out now, because the men that we have assembled here, Jimmo has done such a great job putting together a great team with Ron Tobler, one of the greatest of all time. Nicky Bonafonte, a world champion crew chief a couple years back with Del Worsham, now has taken on a new project with Alexis DeJoria. Kurt Elliott, the reigning Denso U.S. Nationals top fuel co-crew chief with Connie Coletta. Obviously, Ron Tobler and Bobby Lagana. Bobby, 3-time Top Fuel world champion. Tobler, of course, might be the biggest character of them all. So, gentlemen, this is great for me to be able to be here with you. And oh, by the way, people get to watch. Happy Thanksgiving. How are you all doing? How's it going?
Good, Joe. Glad to see you.
Yeah,
Kurt.
Doing good, Joe.
GMO, awesome. Nikki, what about you, Tobe? Tobe's muted. Unmute, Tobe. Got to unmute. And Bobby. Yeah, I see the mute is still on Tobler's deal. You'll fix it. It's in the lower right-hand corner or left-hand corner. You'll see the mic has got a line through it. Lower left is.
Try now.
Yeah.
Are we good now?
Good. We got him. Tobler's
Jimmo, we
on,
made
baby.
it.
And Bobby was a last-second addition to this jam, but I think we'll figure it out, considering as the. What do you consider yourself, Bobby? The do-everything guy. Hoagie's called the crew chief, but everybody knows your hands are on everything. You just won 3 back-to-back world championships in Top Fuel. What's your title? Bobby is silent too. We don't hear Bobby. Bobby, get it tuned up. Bobby wins best background, guys. So that's over. We got nitro cars in the background. Bobby, you're muted. Bobby, you're muted. Now try now, Bobby. We don't hear Bobby. All right, we're going to work on Bobby. I'm going to proceed with the show. Bobby's going to get tuned up. Bobby, you keep talking, Bobby, and we'll hear you when it works. All right, in the meantime, guys, let's start out. I'd like to get and encourage cross-crew chief conversation. Let's face it. Let's be honest. I know the least of all of us, but I know all of you, and I've heard some great conversations. And I want to bring that to our worldwide ePart Trade audience. Let's face it, not everybody is as in-depth in drag racing as you are, but you love the sport. You've spent your lives in the sport. You keep coming back into the sport, and you've experienced so much. We want to share that love and passion of NHRA Camping World Drag Racing. So we're going to start off with Jimmo. Jimmo, you assembled the panel. You see the men that are out here. You know what they're all about. You know the struggles and the challenges of being that heartbeat of the team, being the crew chief, the guy who makes the final call, hope it works, and sends your driver down the racetrack. Talk a little bit about that responsibility to get everything right. Yes, you're competing, but there's a life of someone you care about, you love in that car. When you send them, things got to be right.
Well, first thing I want to thank all these guys, Nikki, Kurt, Ron, and Bobby for taking part of this, and you as well, Joe. You're a great guy as well. And it's amazing when we were looking to put this panel together. There was so many, like all these other crew chiefs that are out there. They are they're family, they're friends, and so we could have had like 100 people on this thing, and it would have been pretty cool. But Judy said we can't have that many. So anyway, as far as, the teamwork stuff goes, I think the hardest part about being a crew chief is that team camaraderie and, having everybody going in the same direction. You've got to get people to believe in you and believe in what you're doing as a crew chief. Because you're not always going to have great days. You're going to have some days that maybe you don't qualify very well. You're going to have days that you struggle on race day, but you still want to have that team behind you, which includes your driver, includes your team owner, still, positive about the direction that you're going, because it's tough out there, and there's not many. When you look at crew chiefs, and Bobby Lagana is a crew chief. I have no problem saying that. And Kurt Elliott is a crew chief. They work with great people, and without a guy like Bobby Lagana or Richard Hogan, may not succeed as well as he does. And the same with Connie Coletta. He loves, having a good right-hand man, and Kurt's that guy. Kurt's that guy that makes everything happen. And Tobe will tell you the same thing about, having good people, on your side. So you're trying to make sure that you're getting everybody to go in the same direction, and understand that it is a team, and understand that if you make a mistake with the job that you're doing on the car, if you're a crew member, that you're okay to come up and tell somebody that, hey, I made a mistake. Because the last thing you want as a crew chief is to have any of your crew members do something that's wrong and you as a crew chief don't know about it. So what you're trying to do is get those guys to trust that they can come up and they can talk to you about anything. And that, if they do make a mistake, they can say it without getting their head bit off, So, doing all those things to try to keep the team moving in a forward direction, it's a lot of work. I'm very fortunate on Paul Lee's car. The way everything's set up is I get to fly in and I get to tune the race car, and Donnie Bender does a lot. He does a lot to keep the team moving in a forward direction. And our team's a little unique as we're a part-time team. So we don't have but just one full-time crew member, and that's Donnie. So orchestrating and putting things together with 6 or 7 part-time guys, it's challenging. And then also making sure that when those guys are there, that they're enjoying what they're doing and that they want to be there, because it is tough work, whether it's full-time, whether it's part-time. It's a lot of work, and these crew guys, it's a lot for them. And but you want to make sure that everybody's having fun. You want to make sure that everybody is on the same page, and that they're all there for the same reasons. We all want to win. There's not one guy, out of the 5 of us here that don't want to win. And so we want to make sure that we surround ourselves with those same like-minded people. And I've got to say, I've known Tobler around for a long time and worked with him at Coletta Motorsports for a few years, and we had some great times there. And being able to go back now, and I'm working on this funny car with Paul Lee, and Ron obviously has been very instrumental in our success with Paul Lee's car. And one thing I've noticed with him, he is really in tune with his guys. And he does a great job with his team. Those guys would run through a brick wall for Ron. And I think, the same would hold true for Bobby and Kurt and for Nikki, that their guys would do that same thing for them. So, I feel pretty, I want to be that, that way with my guys as well, too.
Well, it's interesting that you say that, Jimmo. You're talking about Paulie. First of all, folks, Jimmo's got a book called Top Fuel for Life. Obviously not, because he's a funny car guy now, but that's a story. But I don't want, I don't want Tobler to get embarrassed. But I think that what I have learned in my time with the National Hot Rod Association is that, Ron Tobler is one of the greatest of all time, maybe one of the most unsung heroes of the pit area that people don't talk about. I've seen you, Jimmo, walk in with questions and walk out and helping other teams that are trying to beat him. Nikki, I know you feel the same way, and everybody. Tobler's been around, since the days of Shirley Muldowney and prior. He was been there in the match race era and lived that, and is still, one of the greatest, competing at the highest level. Final round of the final race of this season. If you guys don't mind, I'd just like you all to give your impression of Tobe, as we've got this worldwide audience, people from Formula One and sports cars, and they're using CFD and all these different technologies to make their cars go fast. And drag racing, cars go fast, but there's this extra layer that makes success happen, and he's got it. Kurt, can you start off with that?
Yeah, sure. I worked for 8 years with Dickie Venables, and of course, Ron and Dickie have quite a history together. And we were privileged to have Ron come and work on our teammate's car when Dickie and I were with Tony Pedregon. And so Ron came and ran Cruz's car. And, you know, I learned a lot racing with Dickie, but also watching Ron's methodology. And he's not the guy that's going to have the latest trick stuff on his car. I mean, he's going to wring that thing out with what he's got and what he knows. And just watching him over the years has been something that's really stuck with me. And also, like Jimmo says, his camaraderie with his team is like second to none. And, you know, we live and die by those guys, and, you know, we're at their mercy. So we've got to have their loyalty and work with them. And I saw all those qualities in Ron, for sure.
How about you, Nikki? Bonafonte Friction, producing clutch discs for so many of the cars out there, clutch parts for so many of the racing machines out there. You're kind of on the, you know, manufacturing chemistry side of the sport. You can make anything go in the clutch. Also a world champion nitro crew chief with Del Worsham a couple of years ago, and you had to battle Tobler for that championship.
Yeah, I've never had the opportunity to work with Ron. I know him really well, and he's a great guy. I mean, he's a tough guy to run, man. He's going to go down the racetrack. He's very consistent, and you know, I've had the opportunity to work with him on a different level, you know, through Bonafonte Friction over the years. And I mean, I've known Ron a long time. I mean, back when he was, you know, running Shirley's car, and I'll tell you what, he's very basic. He's you know, he doesn't like Kurt said, he doesn't really go out for the tricks of the trade or try to reinvent the wheel, but man, he always brings the best car on race day. You know, there's no doubt about that. So
we get Bobby's audio working. Bobby, how are you doing down there? Champ. Bobby has replaced his video with a placard of him sitting there. He's frozen up. No big deal. So if I do this to you, because I just have seen what you've been able to do, the people who you have helped, and the way you run your car. And I just think it's very important that everybody knows that Ron Tobler has been so successful in the sport of drag racing, these 4 championships, a couple with Shirley that you take credit for. One was Connie prior to that, Cruiser in 2008, Caps. And when you look at the way the sport has evolved, starting out over the road, those crazy stories back in the day to the sport of NHRA Camping World Drag Racing, a lot has changed. Ron Tobler winning races and running at the front has not. Talk a little bit about your career to this point.
Well, I've had a lot of great opportunities, obviously, and I thank everyone for all the kind words. Certainly everyone on this panel is a very good friend of mine. We do a lot together, kind of away from the racetrack, whether it be drinking a little vino or whatever it may be. But I certainly appreciate everything that everyone has said. And I have to echo Jim O's sentiments about the crew. That's one of the things that I've learned. And next year will be my 50th year of being involved in drag racing. And I'm certainly the old guy of this panel. And, you know, you're nothing without your crew. Those guys put in the work, they put in the dedication, they put in the sacrifices. They're the ones driving the trucks and trailers up and down the road. So I would certainly echo everyone's feeling that without them, you know, that we are nothing and we're not going to produce any kind of a good car on Sunday. You're right. I have been around a long time. I've seen the sport change. When we didn't have computers, when we didn't have the things on board the cars that we have nowadays. So I've certainly kind of been around even since the engines were in the front, which was not a really pretty picture back in those days, as it is now with a funny car. But yeah, just great opportunities, great friends, and wouldn't trade any of it for anything.
And didn't you get your license in a slingshot?
It wasn't a slingshot. It was a rear engine dragster. It was in 1975. So Dickie Venables Jr. that Kurt mentioned a while ago, I actually started racing with his dad in 1971. And I did get my license in their rear engine top fuel car, having been a young, early 20s kind of guy and thinking that I wanted to go and be a driver. And but then shortly after that, I went to work for Shirley, and that kind of set aside the driving aspect of my life and allowed me to focus on being a crew chief.
Amazing. All right. I would encourage some questions out there for those of you on epartrade.com. Thank you for joining us. Crew chiefs, feel free to question each other, because let's go into some of the decision making. NHRA drag racing in a typical year, there's 4 qualifying sessions and then 4 rounds on Sunday. This year, our pandemic year, those were cut. Spoke with Antron and Ron Cap this morning, and they said that was very intense. Only getting 2 qualifying sessions, going out there, having to compete. You're basically round 1 in your 3rd run down, and it changed the methodology. You guys are figuring out the track. You're trying to make as much power as the conditions will allow. You have more power no matter what the conditions will allow, then you can get to the ground. And you've got another team, maybe one of these gentlemen here, trying to load you up on the trailer. Let me start out with Jimmo first. How do you process those elements to come up with a winning combination? Take me through your methodology, and any one of you other gentlemen, feel free to jump in and point out something or attack.
Well, for me, when I'm still trying to get my hands wrapped around, tuning a funny car, and thank God for Tobler, to help me out and keep me in line. When we first went back this summer and we started doing those Indy races, an interesting thing, we had really never run Paul's car in the summertime conditions like that. So we first went out and we're just out there like throwing down with these 330 foot numbers, but it won't stick. Of course, it's smoking the tires. And then all of a sudden everything lined up first round. We went 388 and Ron and then my brother, they're like, what the hell are you trying to do out there? Of course, the car, we clipped a cone and stuff and we lost that round. But the following week, Ron was like, look, man, you got to back this thing up. And this is what you need to do to back it up. And it didn't make sense to me, but I needed to back it up. And we got it backed up and we finally went down the track, and then, we won a round and stuff like that. But it is challenging going out there with just 2 runs in qualifying and, not knowing what it's like. So you've got to kind of be a lot more conservative. You've got to really be not as greedy. And I've told people, I didn't work for Connie Coletta for 31 years and not learn how to be greedy with certain cars. But it's challenging, but it's still fun. It's still racing. You're still trying to go out there and put the best number down that you can, but your mentality changes a little bit to where you maybe have to be a little bit more conservative. I don't know if Connie's that way, Kurt, but he never was. I don't know if anything's changed.
Hey, real quick, let me jump in. Bobby Lagana is back and unfrozen. Bobby, can we hear you? We don't hear Bobby. Bobby hears us, but we don't hear Bobby. Get the tech crew down there. Bobby's waiting for background. We got world champion Top Fuel dragsters back there. Oh, he's listen, Bobby's Italian. He talks with his hands. We almost don't need to hear him. He's laughing. What about it, Kurt? You guys have Jimmo, Tobe, Nicky, Kurt. You've all worked with a legend. This ePartrade deal started off with Roger Penske. Talk about a captain of industry, coming out of IndyCar. I like to think of Conrad Coletta as a similar situation for drag racing, a drag racer that created an air freight company to keep drag racing and now has one of the largest in the world. And you've all worked with Conrad. And this year, Kurt, you won the U.S. Nationals with Connie. Talk a little bit about Connie and what's that like, making those decisions in the pressure cooker with someone is a legend. How do you hold up to that?
You know what? Connie and I get along great. It's just it's really an honor for me to work with him. Watching him when I was a kid, and just one of the greats, and he is truly a legend in drag racing, a global business titan without a doubt. And he still loves this sport. I mean, all this panel knows how much he still loves this sport. And we want for nothing. I mean, he gives us absolutely every tool, part, personnel, everything we need to do this job. And to work with him, what's it like to work with him? It's great. I mean, he can, everybody knows here on this panel, Connie doesn't make small moves, whether it's speeding it up or slowing it down. He makes pretty big moves. So you try to, give him your input, and he is very respectful, and will listen to your suggestions and thoughts. But in the end, he's got to be good with it, But it's just awesome working with him. It really is. He's a great guy, heart of gold that loves his sport, and like you say, he's a drag racing team that owns an air freight company.
And I love it. I love that idea. It makes me think of Ferrari. They're a racing team that sells their cars, and he's a drag racing team that has an air freight company, and their investment in drag racing is tremendous. Now, Nikki, you worked at Coletta Motorsports. You won a championship over there, but you came up the way everybody else has, and it seems like that arc of career is very similar in drag racing. We don't really have the person that comes in as a young engineer and takes over a crew chief role and is a crew chief. It seems like in drag racing, you absolutely have to grind it out from the bottom, start out at a team that is an occasional runner, fight and claw your way all the way up, and then eventually achieve a crew chief position. And through that experience, you have the ability to survive in that crunch time with these 11,000 horsepower machines. Your knowledge on the manufacturing side is an extra advantage for you, having won that championship a couple years ago. For the audience, what impresses you the most about these cars you work on a weekly basis?
Well, I mean, what impresses me, Joe, is the fact that the cars, the amount of horsepower that they make, and we can run these cars within hundredths of a second. It's pretty amazing to be able to plan on making a run, and you can actually say, hey, I'm gonna run a 388, and you run 389, or you run 387, or even if you have to go 4 flat on a hot track, and you have a good enough database to be able to draw off of, where you can, be able to predict your ET with as much horsepower as the cars make. And that goes back to what everybody's been talking about with the people. I mean, the people have got to do their job, or they've got to do a really good job and do it consistently. And then, obviously we have people now that, check the track and, I mean, I go back to the old days, like Ron and Jimmo and Kurt and everybody, like we went out and we just kind of feel the track with our foot, and, like we didn't even check the temperature, we know it's hot. Right. So, it's just, that's really the only thing I can say that, that I think is pretty amazing,
It is very amazing. Some numbers, obviously 11,000 horsepower. That's an impressive number. Caps brought that out immediately. 11,000 horsepower. You think about Formula One cars, you think about Indy cars, you think about stock cars. They're all fast. They're all awesome. Who's making around 1,000 horsepower, maybe a little more. You guys are making 11. Of course, supercharger, nitromethane fuel, and 500 cubic inches. The acceleration 0 to 100 in less than 1 second, like 0.8 of a second. But is there a stat that you guys like to drop, like the one that you blow minds with at wine night parties, that kind of thing? Like I heard you guys, I think Nikki said it one time, that a top fuel engine, a nitro engine, only turns 570 times on a run.
to 1,000 foot. Are any stats, any big numbers that really impress you? Tobler, you got anything that you like to drop out there when you want to blow some minds?
Well, I do. And, you think about, like Nikki said, we kind of predict, given the track conditions and the things like that, about what we think the car can go out and run. And the fact that we're able to go out there, not just us, but like he said, the 8 guys that put all these components of this thing together, go out there and you can pick within 100th or 2. And it's been amazing to me how disappointed you get over missing it by 100th or 100th and a half. And we break it down to the thousands. But what I've always considered very awesome about these race cars is we're sitting there with a car that is dead stopped and dead still. And you hit the gas on that thing, and 3.8 seconds later, it's covered 1,000 foot, and it's accelerated to 285 miles an hour in just a little bit over 3 seconds. So sometimes the half track numbers to me are more impressive than the finish line numbers. But still, the fact that we sat there with that car not moving, we're not getting a running start at it, we're not doing, we're not getting another lap on it. We have to sit there from a dead stop. And it just sometimes, even to me, even nowadays, is still mind blowing that we can sit back and be upset over missing it by 100th or 100th and a half. It's really, I guess we're a little bit spoiled in some vein, but we do all have a lot of data. We're trying to help Jim O get some data on these little short wheelbase things we call funny cars. They're quite a different animal than the top fuel cars are. You're giving up 175 inches of worth of wheelbase, so it becomes doubly hard to make the calls. We can't make the big calls that Connie does. We have to do about half of them. If they want to put on 10 grams, we put on 5. If they want to put in a degree of timing, we put in a half. So 3 out of the 4 of us here are dealing with cars that are very temperamental and very hard to deal with. But again, getting back to the guys and the data, we can all sometimes make that look pretty easy.
On that note, Jimmo, you were once quoted as saying something along the lines of, with a top fuel car, you tune like an animal and drive with finesse. With a funny car, you tune with finesse and drive like an animal.
Yeah, that's and that still holds very true. And that's and that's the one thing I'm having the hardest time coming to grips with, is that I can't be as aggressive as I've, have been in the past. When I work with Connie, and he taught me so many great things about tuning a race car, and he, like Kurt said, he was very aggressive, and whether he likes to admit it or not, he passed that along to me, and I've been very aggressive with what I like to do, and sometimes that aggressiveness, works good for you. And sometimes it doesn't. The biggest thing for me with the funny car and going back to Ron, probably the greatest guy that I ever worked for as far as a crew chief goes was Dick LaHaye. Dick LaHaye was the baddest dude on the block, in my opinion. Can do a lot of things with little. And Tobe is like Dick LaHaye. He's like our last guy out there that has that same mentality, that can do so much with so little. So, when Tobe first gave me this tune up to run in Paul's car, and we run a 5-disc clutch, and I've had so many people come to me, you can't run a 5-disc in that, you're not cut out for that. And there's sometimes I start thinking, like, maybe I'm not cut out for it, maybe I don't have the mentality. But really what it all boils down to is paying attention to what you're doing, paying attention to things. And as Ron says, I'm getting a lot more data with our car, so I have a lot more to fall back on. And one of our biggest struggles that we actually had early on, more than anything, was really our chassis setup. So we had some problems, with handling of the car and whatever, and it had nothing to do with Paul driving. It had nothing to do with anything that we just as a team didn't do a good job setting the car up, so it all went back to what Tobe first gave us. And it's basically that, keep it simple, stupid, idea of like, here, I'm giving you this car and it's very simple. Just follow these things. Well, then we decided that we got a little smarter in some cases. And in that case, we made the car hard to drive for Paul, and we fixed that. And, knock on wood, we finished off pretty good, and the car was much easier to drive for Paul. And Paul, he went back to cutting better lights. He went back to driving the car straight, because I always knew the guy could drive. And it was frustrating there for a little bit during the middle of the season when we were just really struggling with handling of the car. But man, it's just paying attention to those small little details. And that's probably the biggest challenge that we have with our part-time team, is that I don't have, 6 guys around the car, 7 guys around the car all the time. We spend a lot of our time at, the weekend, and I asked, Donnie Bender does a great job. He's like a one-man wrecking crew, as Todd Okahara said at Schumacher's. He does a lot, but he can only do so much, in himself. And, so it makes it challenging when we have some of those little issues that come up that we can't figure out.
Part-time for now, Paul Lee, Global Electronic Technology. This guy has been wanting to be involved as a funny car driver for many years full-time, and such a successful guy. It has been amazing to watch him, and I know that you guys are going to get there this year. And I'm just thinking about your drivers. I do want to lay it out for everybody. Like Jimmo, crew chiefing for Paul Lee in the Straight Line Strategy Group, a pretty much relatively new ownership group, and went to Don Schumacher Racing. Tobler set up the car, or cloned it in Napa Dodge, and they're kind of working in tandem. Nicky, different team, he and Del Worsham, who he tuned to a championship a few years ago with Jimmo's brother, Jono. Alexis DeJoria, your driver. And I think about Alexis and John Paul DeJoria and how they have fallen in love with drag racing. Alexis leaving and now coming back. Nicky, what's that been like for you guys? From what I understand, you're trying to clone Mr. Bobby Lagana, who I think we can actually hear. Bobby, say something.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, there he is.
Hey,
Bobby.
The big finish. It's going to include Bobby. But, Nicky, talk a little bit about your driver, who she is, very popular, going out there and fighting it out in funny cars, got wins in 2014, 2017, wants to win, obviously, in 2021. Experienced a major fire a couple of races towards the end of the season. But tell me about the character of your driver with this Rocket Energy car, or Rocket Mobile car.
Well, I'll tell you, she's you don't meet a lot of chicks that really want to drive a funny car. I can tell you that. So, she obviously, she enjoys drag racing. She wanted to get back out and drive a funny car again. She's aggressive. I mean, she hops in that thing and she drives as hard as she can every run. I mean, and if she doesn't do a good job, she sits down with Del and I, and she says, "Hey, man, I didn't do good, or I did good, or whatever." And Del and I just want to give her the best car we can. I mean, we basically took a car that we raced last in 2019 with Sean Langdon driving, and Sean's a bigger guy, and we tried to take that same exact car that we bought off Connie, and set it up the same. Tried to run it with her driving, and it didn't really work that way. It was a little bit tough to begin with. We did have a nice body tosser there, and then a big fire. We had a lot of mechanical issues with several parts that we were using, and once we got those things straightened out, our car stepped up at the end of the season. The last 4 or 5 races through that parts breakage, we were still putting up some pretty good runs. But as far as Alexis, I mean, she wants to put a championship together, and she wants to be the first woman to win a championship in a funny car.
Wow. Well, I think that's great aspiration, and she can definitely do it. You guys have got the team together. It's going to be fun to watch you. What was 2020, very challenging year. 2021, hoping for a normalcy. All right, Bobby Lagana, 3-time back-to-back-to-back Top Fuel World Championship. The 2017 season slipped away. You raced for a family racing team, Sportsman Racers, who continued to climb the ladder all the way up to the Kings of the Sport. Top Fuel assembled a team. Richard Hogan, who is on the Garlits crew chiefing tree. That's right. One of Big Daddy's guys is out there dominating NHRA drag racing. And whether you will admit it or not, a lot of people, you know, the heartbeat, the chemistry of the team, they point at you, your brother Dominic, of course. What has it been like to go on this ride in Top Fuel with the Torrance family and become the team that people expect to win not only races, but championships?
We've been definitely fortunate, and, you know, kind of talk on some stuff that I missed before, but a big thing for us and Richard Hogan and growing up with Tobler, watching him match race, was going to the tracks. And, you know, Hoagie's big on going down the racetrack, and, you know, that's the most important thing. And, you know, Tobler, all those years of match racing, you know, you got to believe a lot of his success has been attributed to just being able to read the track and want to go down the track, you know, to get data. And, you know, like we were talking about the 2-round qualifiers, most important, go down the track and understand that you got a good handle on your engine tune-up. And, you know, if you smoke the tires or shut off early, you don't have a whole bunch of confidence in making it to the finish line in the next run, trying to run as hard as you can. You know, so
keep going.
I was just trying to catch up on all the stuff. You know, we can get a Top Fuel car to go down the track, but getting a Zoom meeting to work was third device. You know, but now we're very, you know, everything that the guys talked about. The big thing that we preach here on this team is the guy that's supposed to make the mistake is the crew chief. The crew guys should be perfect, and, you know, and they all expect themselves to be. And the driver's not gonna always be the best, but he needs to not make mistakes as well. And then the crew chief is the guy he's got the most amount on his shoulders. He's making the most amount of changes from track to track and run to run. And I think if everybody buys into that the crew chief is the only one that should make a mistake, then you can really start to excel and have a lot of trust in each other. And like everybody said here, the trust is the biggest thing.
It's amazing.
Even as something as simple as, you hate to say simple, as the tire, you know, the work on the tires. The tires are most important thing. It's the last thing on the racetrack. And, you know, understanding, you know, the tire is important. And, you know, our guy that's in charge of the tires, you know, we let him make a decision on what tires to be run. And, you know, it's important that everybody feels involved and that their voice matters and that, you know, they're a part of the team.
There are so many forms of motorsports where technology is through the roof. Some think, you know, we're using pushrod V8, like how much technology could be in this? You know, you guys are going straight, guys. How much could be in it? Speak on that a little bit. Whoever wants to jump in, the technology in modern NHRA Camping World drag racing, maybe back at the shop, maybe in the cars that someone doesn't understand metallurgy or geometry or, you know, all these different elements that make these cars do this. Just speak on technology a little bit.
I know years ago, John Glover, who was our champion spark plug rep for many, many years, he brought a guy out to, I believe it was a Memphis track we were at, who was part of the Renault Formula One team. And so he brought this guy there, and this guy is checking out our car, and I'm like talking to him, and he goes, "This car is amazing." And I said, "Yeah, they're pretty cool. I mean, they, you know, go 300 plus miles an hour, you know." So he goes, "No, this is just," he says, "this doesn't make sense. How you guys could take this and go that quick and fast with a car like this and that distance. It doesn't make sense." And I said, "Well, you know, we're just a bunch of old shade tree mechanics trying to make something go down the racetrack." He goes, no, this car is more technologically advanced than our Formula One cars." I'm like, not a chance. You know, if it is, you guys are spending way too much money over there. But he was very impressed with what we had and what we were making go that quick and fast in that short amount of time. And you know, I always the technology side of things, the neat things for me over the years that I saw, when Connie Coletta, when he didn't have his business there for a few years and he was actually involved in working on the cars and everything, I think we changed camshafts like 13 times in a matter of a couple years. And it was pretty neat watching the changes that he made. And I'm like, man, this is pretty cool, because this is probably what it was like when he first started racing, and he was really, really involved until his airline came about. And, seeing those changes that we made, and then seeing the improvements, or sometimes they weren't improvements, the clutch area, some of the things that we did with the clutch. I thought the coolest thing that I was ever part of was going from a 5-disc clutch to a 6-disc clutch, and and us hiding it for a little, for as long as we could anyway. And I thought that was really neat to be part of something like that. And then, over the years, just, the things that have come out, Dave Leahy from Electromotion, he's given us crew chiefs the ability to do so many cool things, on the cars as it relates to, clutch timing, clutch functions, all that kind of stuff. The manufacturers, they do a great job, from whether it's Bonifani products making really, good, clutch products, and all the other manufacturers out there, a lot of the teams, making a lot of their own parts, whether it's GSR, Colettas, or Forces, that's kind of a neat deal as well too. But yeah, it's I think these cars I don't think we give them enough credit for how technologically advanced they are, because, as Tope said, like, going 285 miles an hour in about 3 seconds is pretty amazing. When you think about that out there compared to some of the other cars that are out there that race, they can't go that fast, in that short amount of time. So I think drag racing is an awesome sport.
The 0 to 100 in less than 1 second is the one that blows people's minds up to me.
Yeah.
Most. Winning. Everybody loves winning. Winning is great. You guys have all won tremendously. Bobby Lagana right now on an incredible streak. And in NHRA's playoff system 1 year ago, they were actually perfect. They swept the playoff system, which is something that I don't think will ever happen again. But you've all had great moments. You've all had negative moments where things have gone sideways or exploded. What about a run that you'd love to, not a tragic run, because those are horrible. I mean, just a performance run where maybe you didn't get as aggressive as you would have liked and you still remember it, like a learning, a teachable moment, a learning moment where you were in a big round somewhere and you should have done something different. You didn't quite do it. You learned from that. Think about that for a second. I'm going to ask you guys to reflect on that, because don't you always learn more from your mistakes and the failures than you do from the successes? So let me start out with Kurt. Kurt, do you have something like that where maybe you didn't step on it enough, and if guys knew that, they might have got after you?
Well, most recently was Indy, and actually we still had success. Obviously won the race, but all weekend we actually had more left in the car. In the final round, I'm sure we could have ran at least a 68, and like I say, we still won the race, but I kind of wish we'd have leaned on it a little more all weekend, which is unusual for Connie, that he, that he didn't push it any more than he did. But, actually that car, every run, no matter the track temp, we had the same clutch settings on it every run. I think maybe our primary varied 1 gram all weekend. So, it's just one of those where it was dialed in, but I think we could have ran quicker all weekend.
Won the biggest race. Tobler, what about you? You got such a long and storied career. Maybe there's multiple. Maybe there's one that sticks out in your mind. You can give us an example.
Well, I think that, like Bobby was saying earlier, when I almost consider it a failure every weekend when we leave and we don't win. And so you kind of reflect back almost on a weekly basis about what you could have done more or less, whichever the case may be. But I guess maybe a watershed moment would have been the run with Doug Coletta, unfortunately, at the World Finals in 2006, when Alan Johnson set the national record and, took the championship away from Doug with the bonus points that he got for setting the world record. So that was certainly one of the ones that maybe we could have done a little bit more in the semifinals. We got beat in the semifinals. If we'd have gotten to the finals, then Doug would have been the championship, no matter what Alan Johnson or Tony Schumacher did. So, I always look back that with Dougie, and I enjoyed my time there. Like Jimmo said, when I was there for the 3 years, we had a great time. Connie was a great facilitator as far as giving us everything we need. But I'd say that in my career and also in the sport of drag racing is kind of one of those watershed moments that people even talk about now.
The run, Tony Schumacher, Doug Coletta, the run. Every drag racing fan knows it, and it's one of the things on Ron Tobler's life resume. Multiple championships. Nikki, what about you? A moment that you learned from. Things didn't go right. Not talking real negative stuff, but something you were able to take down the road and build upon.
I would say like in 2016. When I was working with Jono at Coletta's and we were running the DHL car and Del Worsham was driving it. We had a pretty quick car throughout the summer. We had just switched over to the home built Bounty Hunter chassis and our car was pretty quick and fast and we really didn't have to push it that hard to put up some really big numbers. Like we set the national record a few times and ran 383 at Seattle and it was doing it pretty easy. And then, we get back into the, Brainerd and we win Brainerd and then we go to, we get to the US Nationals and we had to push it a lot in qualifying to get it to run, within a few hundredths of that, that 383. I think we were around 387, and we still weren't really satisfied with how the car was running. We managed to run pretty well on race day, and we made it to the final count. And we had to run Matt Hagan in the final, and man, we stepped on it, and I feel like that was one of my opportunities to win the U.S. Nationals, and it didn't happen for us, so. We didn't, we just basically didn't get after the thing enough. And, we ran good, but it wasn't good enough. And that's a race I'd like to have back because, it's the U.S. Nationals and it's the biggest race. And, man, anytime you're in the final round, like Connie Coletta and Jimmo and all those guys used to tell me, hey, this is the U.S. Nationals, like Dick LaHaye, right? I worked for Dick for a long time with Jimmo and those guys would this is the U.S. Nationals, and when you go to the U.S. Nationals, you need to bring everything you got. So, I feel like, we were just kind of racing the guy in the other lane, and we didn't really race the racetrack quite as much as we should have.
NHRA's biggest race, Bobby Lagana. I don't imagine you have any that you want to take back after the last 3 years, but I know you do.
Yeah, without being greedy, I'd say a run that sticks out is in Bristol last year in the final round against Salinas. We lost really a close race. I think it was 3 or 4 thousandths. We were going to win. We broke a crankshaft at 800 feet, and Mike passed us in the finish line. Steve almost won on a hole shot anyway, 389 to 384 or something like that. But just the events leading up that day, we were having some issues in the bottom end department with some parts, and we were just trying to get through that stretch because we had won the 5 previous races. So that race would have gave us 9 in a row. We won the next 3, but we were just struggling through a particular part during that stretch, and it was all we could do to make sure nothing was going wrong. And it just happened to go wrong in the final you know, it was, you look back on it and there's like 3 or 4 things you easily could have done to now fix that problem, and we would have been okay. But it definitely, you know, it was just a mechanical thing that we were battling and just were struggling to fix the problem.
I see Francisca and John have popped up, so we're close to the very end. I do want to take a second to thank all of you for what you do for NHRA drag racing. Jimmo, I'm going to give you the last word here. Bobby, thank you and congratulations on your amazing run with Steve Torrance as your driver. You guys are doing great. So happy Brother Dom is better and things are looking good. Nikki, excellent work. Good luck to you in the future with Alexis DeJoria and that Rocket Mobile team. Ron Tobler, next year, bud. Good luck. Thank you very much. Really appreciate what you have done for the sport of drag racing. And I hope the fans are fans of crew chiefs in addition to drivers, because you guys are definitely the soul. Kurt, congratulations on the U.S. Nationals win with Sean Langdon for Coletta Motors. Jimmo, you put together an amazing panel. We could do this for like 2 hours. Be better if we had a little vino, like Tobler said. But final statement before we turn it over to Francisque and John about drag racing and the technology that goes together. For those that, you know, maybe they haven't been to a drag race and they don't quite understand what you guys live.
I think the great part about these guys and all the other crew chiefs that are out there on all the teams, drag racing truly is it's a true team sport, and you have to have so many people on the same page, going towards that same goal. You know, we all want to run low ET, we all want to win races. And the neat part for me, you know, when I was younger, I always wanted to be a driver and stuff, and then I kept growing and I didn't stop growing. And of course, nobody's going to put anybody my size in any type of race car. But I really loved the mechanical side of the sport. And, you know, when I set out to become a crew chief and I, you know, wanted to do that, I really enjoyed that side of it. And there's so many, I want like people that don't know a whole lot about drag racing, to know the people that are behind the scenes, you know, the guys, you know, like the guys you see here on this panel, and then their team, you know, their crew members, you know, the people at the shop, you know, maybe the guys that don't even go to the racetrack, how important every little job is that we do to, you know, put those great numbers up on the board. I mean, there is a tremendous amount of preparation, a tremendous amount of work that goes into, you know, every 3.6 second top fuel run or a 3.80 second funny car run. And, you know, guys like, you know, Nikki, Kurt, and Ron and Bobby, they're amazing people. And the best part about them is it's not their technical savvy about everything, but it's the type of people they are, the type of person that they are. And, you know, I've had great mentors in my life, you know, from Connie Coletta to Dick LaHaye to Ed Ace McCullough. And, you know, and then also getting to know a lot of these great people out here, you know, like these guys and Richard Hogan and Alan Johnson, and, you know, and the list just goes on and on and on. And they're just as great of crew chiefs as all these guys are right here. They're even better people, and you know, and they're great people to be around. And I think that's what really makes our sport great. And I think, you know, we all have each other's backs when we get into a situation. And you know, we've been through some, you know, tough times this year with Dom and you know, but you know, just like you said, Joe, seeing him back smiling, that's the greatest thing on earth. And Bobby, you know, he's, you know, God bless him for, you know, hanging in there and everything that he did, you know, and you know, I can't imagine going through something like that with my own brother. And, you know, and I just can't, you know, he's just amazing. You know, Bobby's an amazing guy, and Tobe, you know, same way with, you know, everything with, you know, that happened with Eric Lane, you know, and I know how close Eric and Tobe were. And it really the greatness of these people really comes out in situations like that. And that's what I wish people would know more about these guys and everybody, is that as great as they are on the racetrack at tuning a race car, they're 10 times better people, better human beings.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Great way to do it. Yes, obviously our great friend Eric, may he rest in peace. Bobby, Nikki, Kurt, thank you so much. Francisque, John, how about that?
Okay, that was my favorites. One of my favorites of this whole week. So I just drivers get a lot of attention in racing, and they got more and more attention as the sanctioning bodies tried to bring things away from the technical aspects of racing, which I don't quite agree with. But it wasn't always that way, and you guys are heroes. So I just want you to know that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Please stay with us. We're going to move you back to attendee. That way you can watch any other sessions during the week if you wish with the same Zoom link. While we do that, we are going to get ready for our next session. So John, can you tell us a little bit more what's going on in the next session while we're moving the new panelists in?
Okay, next we'll have Advanced Driver Cooling Systems by Chill Out Systems. And then that'll be followed at 3:30. Trailer Alarms, Thieves Don't Rest, so we don't rest. And Lyle Clark of Trailer Alarms can get you all squared away in trailer security, race car trailer security, which every race team should really review and consider kind of almost every year. 4 o'clock, How the Right Gearbox Plays a Critical Role in a Successful Racing Program by Hollinger. And then happy hour with Brian Deegan. So we got a great afternoon going.
Okay, John, 1 second. We're getting ready to bring our new panelist on. So give me 1 second and we'll get started.
I'll keep talking. So another thing I want to say about ePartrade is just slip this in. I hope Google isn't listening, but Google doesn't know racing. So I just want to announce that. And if you don't believe me, search the word pistons. So search pistons on Google, and you'll get a guy who's 6'9" who rebounds like hell and can shoot 3-pointers all night long. So it's very frustrating to use Google to try and find race parts. That ePartrade is better, faster, more productive than Google. Okay, so try out ePartrade. It's a shortcut to sourcing parts.
So John, we're getting our host, Brad, and we are going to bring our next panelist on. So Brad, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic, Francis. Thank you very much. And I love John's analogy about Googling pistons and getting an NBA team. It's very true, actually.
Okay, so while we... I think, so we got James on from Chill Out. I think James is coming on. We're still chasing Charles, and I think he should be on anytime soon. I see another window popping up. So we usually start on the minute, so we have 2 more minutes. And while we are trying to locate Charles, or our producer are trying to bring Charles on, John, would you mind telling us a little bit, of the next maybe sessions for tomorrow while we're getting this in place?
Yeah. So 7 a.m., we call it kind of breakfast time here at Pacific time, but it's not 7 a.m. where our audience is. Our audience stretches from Asia all the way to Europe and everything in between. So the first panel, 7 a.m. Pacific Coast time here on the West Coast of the United States, a special panel, State of the Racing Industry from Racetrack Executives' Point of View. And this one, we have some of the best people that we could find anywhere to address this issue. So imagine the challenges of a racetrack owner. So you have to please the drivers, you have to please the fans, you have to market and promote and get the fans. You have to work with local government in order to kind of manage the track and be successful. You have to work with the sanctioning bodies, and you have to find a way to keep the track viable, even though you may only have a couple major racing events throughout the whole year. So it's a really tough task. And we have Doug Bowles, president of Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Chip Wild, president of Daytona International Speedway, and Connie Nileholm, president of Virginia International Raceway. And that's just something to really tune in. Three of the most, really most brilliant people in racing, especially when it comes to that segment of racetracks. And then we're following that with the MIA, it's a British Auto Racing Group. And they're going to have a webinar, What's Behind the Global Business Success of Motorsports Valley in the UK? And the UK has some great race engineering going on. And the companies are becoming much more aggressive in marketing internationally. So we welcome them and to take a look at the impact of British race engineering, not on just the United States, not just in Europe, but the whole world. There's a lot of really interesting things going on there. And then I said this before, but the British Touring Car Championship, Alan Gow will be part of that panel tomorrow at 8 a.m. Pacific time. And just a great racing series. And I recommend everybody in the States, if you get a chance, watch the BTCC race. But also Malcolm Wilson. And then Duncan Wiltshire talks a little bit about the vintage side of the sport in England, which is very robust right now. Driver safety.
John, sorry to interrupt. It is 3:01, so we're going to get started. I'm getting a note from a producer that James is going to be the one representing, the company. So we'll try to get Chris on, and if not, Brad, we're going to let you get on, and then we going to help James to unmute, and you guys are on. Next session.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Francis. Thank you very much, John. We appreciate that. And welcome to the chill out portion here at Online Race Industry Week. And I do want to let you know that if you want to find out more information, you can certainly ask questions in the chat feature. Just type them in and we will try and get to as many of your questions as we can if you have them. And please feel free, ask anything. And also want to remind you that if you want to find out more information about Chill Out, you can always go to epartrade.com and make sure you sign up if you have not yet. And you can go directly to the Chill Out page and contact them directly for more questions as well. So, John, I don't want to butcher your last name, so I'm going to take a stab at it and say Marcellana. Did I get that right?
That's good. That's good. Yeah, it's Marcellana, but that's really good.
Okay, thank you very much. At least I prefaced it by saying that. First of all, just advanced driver cooling systems is what Chill Out offers. Tell us a little bit about the company and exactly what you guys do and how you benefit racers.
So we focus on core cooling technology. Basically, racing has always been ice driven as far as driver cooling, with the exception of one other system that runs 12 volts in the past, and it's always been very expensive to get something that's not ice based. I believe when it first came out, the Rini system was about $9,000. But when we first started this venture, we took a look at the incumbent, which was School Shirt, and we looked at their shirts, and we were just like, it's a Hanes t-shirt with sewing tubes, and we really didn't like it. And Charles has already been in the industry as far as manufacturing, so he reached out to me and asked me, hey, do you want to create a shirt, like a better shirt for people? And I said, absolutely, let's create something nicer. This was about September of 2018, August of 2018 is when he reached out. And we had some prototype shirts, something that did not show like the cooling vanes. But when October came around, he invited me to his office and said, hey, take a look at this real quick, put this vest on. And he takes out this contraption. I mean, it looked like a computer. He plugged my vest in and the vest was cold. And I told him, Charles, we got to figure out how to make this work in a hot car.
Which is the big challenge right there, not just to make it work in a hot car, but to make it work with great efficiency. And, I mean, a lot of these shirts or cooling systems, if they fail, could actually be worse than whenever you had them in it. So what sets you guys apart? I mean, you have a system with no more ice, a system that's just simply designed for racing. It seems like this is a product that's really been in need of some further development.
Correct. And one of the biggest hurdles that we had to to jump, as you just mentioned it has to be efficient. You know, you have a car, you have an alternator, you have a battery. Your car uses a lot of that power. You don't want to lose horsepower. You don't want to draw 40 amps out of the system. When we initially launched with the version 1.5, we tried to get it down as close to 30 amps as possible. And that was really tough. We figured out that, hey, listen, if we force air into the system, I think we can get that amp draw down. Let's get a better wiring harness. And we've actually gotten it down to about 15 to 18 amps. You can run it at 15 to 18 amps. At full bore, it maxes out at about 25 amps. And we've done a lot of research and development to get the system going. We used to rely on a lot of third-party products, including like a NACA duct, a plenum, an inline fan, air ducting system to get air into it. After the first year, we went ahead and got everything together to where it's our own brand. We now have our own inline blower, our own ducting, our own plenum. I believe we're the only company right now that sources 4-inch NACA ducts as well. So we put everything together, and it's not, all our accessories is not just used for the chill out systems. I mean, people use them for brake ducting and brake cooling as well.
Wow, that is pretty impressive if it's multi-use. How powerful is it? I mean, if you're going to be telling people that you're going to cool them, they want to be cool. So how powerful?
Well, with proper airflow to the system will run at 1700 BTUs to your body. And you have to pair that. It's kind of like an amplifier and speakers. You know, if you had great speakers, but a poor amp, the speakers won't sound good. If you had a great amp and poor speakers, the speakers still won't sound good. So we paired it with a shirt with about 160 feet of cooling vanes in it. So a standard cool shirt and our club shirt also has about 40 feet of cooling vanes, and that's designed to give you the perception of cool. When you get up to 160 feet of cooling vanes, what it's designed to do is actually cool down your core. So you get cold blood, to your head, cooler blood to your arms, cooler blood to your legs. And for some people, it actually eliminated the need for helmet cooling because their head is staying cool because your core is cool. As far as like temperature, when we were doing some tests, when we released version 1.5, we ran a 14-hour race in Sebring, 98 degrees in Sebring, and we had about 12 cars that was running on a 14-hour race. And it was averaging anywhere from 55 to 60 degrees at full bore for 14 hours. Now that we've developed the Pro system, which has a bigger evaporator, a bigger condenser, and also a bigger reservoir. So the reservoir went up from 5 ounces to 13 ounces, and the condenser and evaporator are 50% bigger. And now you're seeing 8 to 10 degrees lower on a really hot day. So you're seeing 42 to 52 degrees on a really hot day on the Pro system.
Wow, that's incredibly impressive. Now, when you start talking about 160 feet of tubing, then I start to wonder, okay, how comfortable is this? How well would this fit underneath my my driving suit?
It's very comfortable. I mean, the SFI rated material is really thin. And it fits and forms around your body. The hardest thing to do about this shirt is taking it off. And it's kind of like those things that where you put on crazy people pretty much to tie them up. So that's the hardest thing about the shirt. But a lot of people don't take them off because some people have one of our systems laying in the pits because you can plug it in a regular AC 110 volt plug-in, so they stay cool outside the car as well. So most drivers just keep the shirt on.
Yeah, I will say with fire suits being designed the way they are, I think a lot of racers have learned to become contortionist in some way, shape, or form to be able to get those on and off. When it comes to some of the efficiencies, the rotary compressor, could you tell us a little bit more about that?
So it's a 6-speed rotary compressor, which really helps. It starts out slow, so when you first turn on your car, it doesn't crank up the amps all the way up to 25 amps already just because you turned on the system. It has 6 speeds. It starts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and slowly ramps up to cool down the system. Depending on what setting you have, what power setting you have on the system, that's how fast it'll turn.
Okay.
The 6-speed, which will draw 25 amps, being the fastest on a really hot day.
Okay. The installation in this, how much space is this going to take up inside of the race car? How simple is the system?
It's about the size of a 9.5 shoebox. The box itself, when it's completely dry, is about 10.5 pounds. When you add the fluids, the hose, the base plate, if you're going with the steel base plate, the non-carbon fiber, I think the max that you're seeing is about 16, anywhere from 16 to 20 pounds, depending on the base plate that you have. The installation, most people put it on the passenger side, and they face the exhaust fans on the transmission tunnel so that you're getting in colder air from the other side. And we've also developed a plenum to where you're getting air from outside the car, not the 130 degrees that you have inside the car.
Oh, wow. That is really nice. By the way, if you have a question for James, you can certainly do so. Just type it into the chat. If you want to know anything about the chill out system, maybe some things that we're not covering here, questions specific to your needs, we can talk about that as well. And James, you talked about endurance racing in a series where we've got multiple drivers sharing the same car. If they want to utilize the same system, how easy is that to do during a driver change?
It's very easy. You know, the most important thing to do is for the drivers to all prime their shirts before the race. Once all the shirts are primed, you top off the reservoir. And you can run almost a whole race on a full reservoir. We recommend that you top it off every other pit stop, because you do lose a couple drops when you disconnect with the system. Back to the safety of the device, we spoke about that if something breaks, it could actually be dangerous that you get hot fluid in your body. We've actually remedied that already. And what we did was we built a cooling loop within the system. The older systems, what they would do is it would just completely stop. So the internal cooling loop will actually keep cooling the system, even though it's not getting to your shirt. If something is pinched, it'll still keep working until you work that pinch off, and then you get the flow. The remote control will tell you if there's a pinch or not. And it's very visible right in front of you.
All right, we do have a question from the chat. Dustin Stephen wants to know what products are coming out from Chill Out Systems in the next few years.
So right now, we just came out with the version 3 and the Pro system. And after what we learned from the version 1.5 and the version 2, these two systems will be around for a long time. But that being said, we are releasing our pit cooler, which you can plug in up to 12 drivers / workers that you have, in the pit. So while the guys that change the tires, if they're not changing tires, if they're not fueling, they can sit comfortably in the pits and while they're using the pit cooler, and they can have a club shirt on, or they can go with the SFI rated Pro shirt.
That's not
bad. So the pit cooler is the next big thing that's coming out.
Wow, that is really that actually seems like a really wonderful thing for a lot of the teams. You know, there are drivers who, might resist this technology. Maybe they've heard bad things about it. They question how it works. What do you say to someone who maybe is a little bit apprehensive to try a cool shirt or to try something that's going to help keep them cool in the car?
Listen, I'm in the before I got into this, how Charles and I met, I was in the track day industry, and he was doing a track day with me in the middle of July at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and that's what brought about doing these shirts. So the only thing I can say is on my very first endurance race that I got to watch and actually be in the pits, I got to see a guy come out of a car because his cooling system failed, and he was literally on his hands and knees. And that's only because it probably ran out of ice after an hour and a half, and it was a 2-hour stint. So that last hour, I mean, he was literally on his hands and knees, and I spoke to him afterwards, and I told him, I mean, I'd hate to do this. I felt like a vulture, but we'd really like for you to try on our system. One of the other tests that we did was we had a guy who's a runner, and he ran 4 miles in the middle of the day in a race day, and then we had them put on the system on a pro shirt, and he said he got his core temperature back after running 4 miles in about 8 minutes with our system.
Wow, that is pretty impressive. You were talking about having to prime the system and prime it, and the things that you have to do. Look, everyone wants things to be easy. They want things to be plug and play. How difficult is it to do that? Is this a fairly simple task for a driver to do?
Yeah, it's a fairly simple process. You plug in your shirt to the system, you turn the system on, it takes the fluid out of the system and into the shirt, and then you refill the reservoir in the system, plug in the next shirt, and vice versa until it's full, and then you top off your system. As far as like maintenance and storage, our coolant has built-in fungicide with it, along with the propylene glycol. So the fungicide will keep the fungus out. We like to run our coolant 4-to-1 for maximum efficiency, cooling efficiency. But when you're storing it, we like you to run just the coolant itself and leave that in the system so fungus doesn't form when you store your shirt and your system.
And is it a pretty simple thing to clean out and do everything that you need to do to maintenance it? Because it's one thing when the driver wants it too, but the people working on the car are going to have to obviously work on the system as well.
Right. So it's almost zero maintenance. It really depends on how much dust and oil you keep out of the system. Maybe at the end of the season, you open it up and you blow the system out with like an air gun, and just make sure it's clean inside, and then you store it with our coolant.
Again, if you have a question for James, just type it into the chat and we'd be happy to answer them. Chill Out Systems are keeping drivers cool. I mean, that is what they're in the business of doing, but also doing it in new and innovative ways. When it comes to the shirts, and can I run one shirt for the season? Do I need to have a couple of them? What do you recommend?
I'm sorry, you got cut off.
Oh, was that breaking up a little bit? Okay. When it comes to the shirt,
yeah, go ahead and ask the question again, please.
Okay. When it comes to the shirt, how many do I need? Is one going to get me through the season? Am I going to need a couple of them? What do you recommend?
One will get you through the season, but remember, on a race day, sometimes you have 2 days. I mean, you don't want to have a stinky shirt, but I've gotten a phone call from people and asking me, hey, how do I clean the shirt? And it's mid-season. I was like, you haven't washed your shirt yet? But basically it's just, yeah, you just wash it on delicate and hang dry it. Don't put it in the dryer. You can wash it with the fluid inside. Our fittings are completely sealed, so you can wash it with the fluids inside the shirt.
That's not bad. That's not bad. Have you found any issues? You mentioned a lot of people might install it in the passenger side, or you talk about how many amps the system draws and all of that. Have you found things that work better in different types of race cars? I mean, endurance racing, this seems like it would be a big thing. Anyone who's running any type of a long thing, this seems like it would be a great thing. But what are maybe some race car type specific things that you guys are learning about?
So it's always best to install it where there's a lot of airflow. You don't want to install it somewhere where it's completely hot, like under an exhaust. You don't want to do that. The reason why we put it on the passenger side is because the run to get fresh air into the system is the shortest amount. So there's some people that will put it in a trunk, and when you do that, you're going to need an inline blower to pump air in. We sell the inline blowers. We have a 4-inch inline blower that will do 285 CFMs into the system, and then the exhaust fans on a pro system is 440 CFMs to exhaust it out. So
and mentioned, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So you mentioned that people are using your systems to cool other things, not just cool the driver and all of that. What other applications do you see that becomes useful for racers?
we've had people buy them for like cranes. You know, the people that work these cranes. We've had a couple people buy the system because it gets hot inside that glass, so they're keeping themselves cool. We've had a couple personal aircraft pilots try out our systems as well. I mean, there's so many uses that you could do with these. I mean, a SWAT team can buy the system and keep themselves cool before they do a raid. I understand that Border Patrol has to cool themselves down, like after every 15 minutes, they have to get back in their car to cool down. I mean, imagine if they had one of these systems as well.
Yeah, I can see where it would be a huge asset to a lot of different industries. As far as getting the business started and moving things along, you know, you mentioned you're on version 3 of the shirt right now, but this is probably going to be a version that's around for a long time. Can you talk about, I know you talked about maybe some future products, but, you know, maybe some things that you guys are still working on that might, you know, become a part of the product line?
So right now, I mean, we did so much research and development to get the 3rd version of the cooler out and the pro version of the cooler out. I mean, the money that we made, like with the version 2s, we just put it all back in the company just to innovate and keep innovating and keep getting the accessories that we need so that we don't have to go to a third party. And that's really where we're at right now. And the last piece of the puzzle right now is this pit cooler that we will be launching next year. As far as under development, we are developing one that's going to be like a fanny pack right now that will have a lithium battery in it to where, you know, the track day guys can use it, that you can actually bring it with you like in a small bag. And the market we're trying to target with that are the motorcycle folks that do motorcycle racing.
Wow,
that need cooling.
That sounds.
It's going to be like a fanny pack, and you know that's been 2 years in the making, and I've seen a couple prototypes. We're just not there yet. I mean, we don't want to release a product, you know, that's not going to work. When we release a product, we want it to work. Even the version 1 that we released, we baked that system in an oven, 130-degree oven. And we were still seeing 70 degrees on a shirt before we put them in race cars and before we thought about airflow. So I mean, we're really bench testing the stuff out of these things.
That does sound impressive. Are you finding that when you talk about things like having no ice and the efficiencies of the system and basically the fail safes that are in the system, I think to me that seems like one of the bigger selling points there, that you're not going to essentially cook somebody if the system fails. Are you finding that people are becoming pretty welcoming to what you guys are having to offer, including people that have used previous products in different generations?
I think the word is getting around that the system works. We have about 450 units out right now in the wild worldwide. We have certain teams in New Zealand and Australia testing them in their V8 Supercar series. And, you know, we won't mention the team, but there's a couple teams in NASCAR that's picked their system up and they're testing it right now. And it's major teams. I just can't mention who they are. We are in IMSA, TCR, SRO, and yeah, I mean, it just works. And, you know, we're almost 2 years into this and we've sold about 450 of them. And we hope to sell more as the word spreads. I mean, this will be a household item. And what we try to tell people is, you know, think about your body and think about this as a safety device for your body. I mean, when you're fighting heat, when you're racing, I mean, you're taking concentration off the track because you're fighting this heat and you're thinking about this heat. If you don't have to think about that, I mean, the lap times will be more consistent and it'll be there.
Yeah, that is very, very true. Well, James, this really does sound like truly an innovative product, a generation of this product and a way to do it that has been like no other. So we really appreciate you and what you guys are offering to racers and really appreciate the fact that you've just been a part of Online Race Industry Week as well.
Yes, and thank you guys. And I mean, I just want to give a shout out to ePartrade. we just started using you guys about 2 months ago, and I've been browsing, and I've been in contact with some teams that I haven't been able to contact because of ePartrade. So the system works.
Wow, that's
James, thank you very, very much. And it's interesting because we had Brian Herta on yesterday for our lunch sessions, and he mentioned that he had been contacted, and actually you do a great job, and so thank you. Really, we designed this platform to bring the industry into the 21st century.
It's funny you mentioned Brian Herta. He was one of the teams that is really, really very hard to get a hold of. And he was one of the guys that I got a hold of because of ePartrade.
Oh, thank you. He's a wonderful man. He runs his team so well. And thank you, for your support. We're delighted to have you on board with us, and thanks for your time today. We have a few more sessions before we end the day. So stay on, James. We're going to move you back as an attendee. That way you can, come back on anytime. So thank you. We'll be in touch very soon. I'm going to ask our producer, Reed, to basically run a little video for us, and then we'll get back on. So Reed, on to you.
ePartrade is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing. What we've done is created smart sourcing. So when it comes to sourcing products, it's easy, efficient, your time is very productive, and you really go find your full range of options in sourcing a new product or a new supplier in auto racing. On ePartrade, what you find every day is a complete set of options, a complete set of suppliers. You can press helmets, you can press pistons, you can press coilover shocks, and you'll get a complete set of options. And that's the best way to instantly start your shopping for new racing products, new suppliers, new technology. With ePartrade, when I say now is when you introduce new products, I mean right this minute. As soon as it rolls off the manufacturing line, it could be announced on ePartrade that very same day, and you can discover the latest new technology this morning. When it comes to smart sourcing on ePartrade is a digital revolution within the racing industry. It's been a long time coming, and it's finally here. So new technology has changed the world, and in some ways disrupted the old technology, but in many ways it's made life a lot easier. I find my ways down the road a lot easier, a lot faster by using Google Maps. I stay in touch with friends since high school days by using Facebook. And what the racing industry will find that sourcing products has gotten several steps easier, several steps as far as a more productive process through ePartrade. And you just have to get on there and plug in your questions and press all the different categories from engine parts to suspension parts to safety parts to machining equipment and more. And you'll find a full set of options. You'll find it 365 days out of the year. You'll find it 24 hours a day. You'll find it no matter where you live in this great world of racing that we love so much.
Thank you, Reed. So back from the ePartrade studio here in Los Angeles. It's about almost 3:30 p.m. here in California. And we had a wonderful day packed with webinars back to back. I am getting a little note from my co-founder, Judy, says, please remind everyone what ePartrade means. It means electronic performance and racing trade. So thank you, each and every one of you, for being with us today. We have a wonderful group of hosts. Right now, we have Brad Gilly with us from XM Radio. We have Jeff Hammond. We have Joe Castello, and of course, John Kilroy and Paul Fanner. We are going to be talking to our friend Lyle Clark. Lyle is somebody that's been with us from pretty much the beginning, is a wonderful man. He does a terrific job for the industry and a very important job. He keeps the race car in a safe place. because there is a lot of thieves out there, and there's a lot of ways, and race cars are expensive. So Lyle has been in the business for a very, very long time, and is going to share with us his little secrets, his little tips, and everything you need to do if you have a race team, a race car, or a race shop or anything. So it is 3:30. We run this by the minute. So Brad, on to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Francis. Appreciate this. I'm pretty excited about this. I think this is going to be very interesting, and certainly something that any racer should be aware of, and certainly something that every racer should actually be a part of. Joining us now is the president of Trailer Alarms, Lyle Clark. And Lyle, first of all, welcome to Online Race Industry Week. We really appreciate you and Trailer Alarms being here.
You bet. It's an honor to be part of ePart Trade. I've known Judy for way too long, since PRI days in Orlando is when I met her, and I'm happy to be here.
Well, Lyle, we've all heard the stories of, the trailer that gets stolen in the middle of the night at the hotel, and it had all your race car parts, all your tools, all your everything in it. No one wants that to happen. No one wants to hear about that happening to anybody. And you're certainly here to help minimize that risk that people unfortunately have to take if you're out on the road racing. So tell us a little bit about Trailer Arms. How long have you guys been around, and when did you get started?
So we actually just about to complete our 15th year in business. Started doing research back in 2004. A buddy of mine, Tommy Muth, who owns a kart shop in San Antonio, Texas Karts, had his trailer broken into a couple of times, and I thought, man, there's got to be something out there for trailer security. And it's pretty hard to find any kind of security items. So I spent a couple months doing some research, found some alarm systems, purchased some different locks, and thought, I think I can make a business out of this, kind of be the JEGS of trailer security. And that was my thought, was I want to be like JEGS. And so started buying some security systems, testing them, created a website, traileralarms.com, and it just kind of took off from there. And it was a little rough in the beginning, but just like any new business is, it's always tough getting started. And so that's kind of how we got started, about to start our 16th year.
Wow, that's fantastic. Well, congratulations for continuing to push on and actually make a great viable business out of it as well. As far as the business goes, you mentioned being the JEGS, but are you just a distributor, or do you guys manufacture as well?
Well, almost 6 years ago, we became a manufacturer. The ProTech System 1 was originally manufactured in North Carolina by Tomal Systems. And they gave me a call right after Christmas 5 years ago and said, "Hey, Lyle, you're our #1 distributor. Why don't you buy our business?" And it didn't take me too long to answer that. I was selling more alarms than anybody else. And so, I thought, why not? So went out there and visited with them, and we moved about 3 months later, moved the manufacturing back here to Texas, and we've been going whole hog since.
Well, as a Texan myself, who is in North Carolina now, appreciate you being there in the Lone Star State, by the way. When it comes to this, and by the way, if you have a question for Lyle, just type it into the chat, and we'll get all of your questions in that we can for sure. I know a lot of people might have questions very specific to what they do, maybe what type of trailer they have, and a lot of the different options. But Lyle, what do you see as far as the biggest security risk is? I mean, is it literally just trailers getting stolen at the hotel, or are we talking about maybe someone losing the contents of the trailer and just different things that people have happen to them that maybe we don't think about on the surface?
Yeah, it's a little bit of both. I mean, you'll see trailers that are stolen just for the trailer aspect of it. We've been told of portable meth labs for the trailers. We've also been told that they'll bury the trailers and use them as like a bunker. So, you know, there's all kinds of different things going off in people's minds. But then we'll see trailers that are just broken into for the contents, the tools. You know, there'll be a car or something in there, and they'll know that they can't get rid of a high performance car, so they'll just take the tools and resell that stuff. But I mean, a couple years ago, there was a trailer stolen, and there was a NASCAR in the car, and they just rolled the car out in a ditch and took the trailer. So I mean, it takes all kinds.
Yeah, which is very frustrating. Again, no one wants to see it happen to them. No one wants to see it happen to anybody they know, especially in the racing community. What kind of trailer security systems do you typically recommend to your clients? What are some things that are must-haves, and maybe some things that are, boy, if you could have this, it would really be great to have as well?
Well, you know, generally I like to talk to the customer to see what their need is, what they're protecting. I mean, I may have a 42-foot trailer and some other guy may have a 16-foot trailer. So their needs are different. So I like to talk to the customers, see what they're looking for, see what they're expecting. You know, do they want something to just make a lot of noise? Do they want to be notified if the trailer is breached? Do they want to have GPS on it? And so those are some of the different things that we look at. You know, as far as must have, good locks. I mean, don't put a $3 padlock on your $100,000 trailer. And we've also heard of trailers being towed down the road by the safety chains. You know, you may have the best lock on the tongue, but if you don't lock up your safety chains, they're going to tow it down the road. They don't care what happens to the tongue of the trailer. They're just trying to steal it and get what they can out of it. So just some common sense. You know, my biggest deal is don't put a $3 lock on a $100,000 or more trailer.
I honestly don't know that I would have ever thought about locking safety chains, but when you say it, it makes perfect sense for sure. We do have a question from the chat, and as we talk about different technologies and different types of things that you can do to protect your trailer, do you have camera systems for your trailer, is what Paul Dotson wants to know. And if so, at what levels do they work? You had mentioned being notified of something happening with your trailer. Can you also have, say, a Ring doorbell version of trailer security?
Just so happens we are developing a system right now with a camera on it, so that when the alarm goes off, it will record 20 seconds of video and send it to you in an email. I mean, I've got parts all over the shop right now trying to get it all wired up, and we've got it all programmed. We've got the proof of concept done. So we know that it works. It's just we're trying to make it as user-friendly as possible. But in the past, what we've told people is, you know, get a hunting game cam and mount that inside the trailer. One of those things goes out, you know, somebody opens the door, it's going to start taking pictures and it'll text you. So that's what we've told people in the past. But now we're actually developing a system with a camera.
Wow, that is impressive. And what a great thing to actually have that critical time to be able to get emailed to you so you can help the police in their efforts of finding it. Another question, let's see, how involved is the installation for the Protect system for most enclosed trailers?
A lot of it is, pardon my cruelty, it depends how anal you are on the installation. You know, if you don't mind some wires hanging out, you can do it in a couple hours. But most people, the basic alarm system is going to take a minimum of probably about 4 hours, depending on, you know, how much wire you have to run. Then if you have to make any penetrations to the roof for antennas or solar panels or stuff like that.
Well, when it comes to, I will say this is an industry of people who like to tinker, though. So I would think you can look at it as a, just like making your race car go fast. Well, make your race car actually be there when you want it to go fast.
Yeah, I mean, we've got some guys. I've got a guy in Washington State that he put all kinds of LEDs on the inside of his trailer, so that it will, draw attention and disorient the criminal. And these systems have 120 decibel sirens. They'll flash the running lights on the trailer, lock up the electric brakes. So they're going to draw some attention if they're connected correctly and actually armed.
And that is fantastic. Obviously, if someone actually gets to the point where they're trying to take your property, what about making the property a hard target? I mean, you mentioned having various locks in different places and having quality locks and all of that. What are some things that someone can do to actually deter a thief when they come by their trailer and say, maybe I don't want that one because that one's going to be a little bit of a tough night for me. Maybe I'll go somewhere else. And what products do you have for that?
Well, with our ProTech system, we have an optional LED blinking light that mounts through the skin of the trailer for near the door, so that when the system is armed, the LED light is blinking. But we've actually seen that that's not as good sometimes. So a criminal sees a blinking light, they say, "Oh, they've got an alarm system. Let's see how we can defeat the alarm system." Whereas some criminals, I'm going to move on down the road and choose something else. Another good option is a good wheel boot lock. Visual deterrent goes a long way, and putting a good wheel boot lock on with a blinking LED for the alarm system. Those are two of the best visual deterrents that I recommend.
Well, looking through the traileralarms.com website, obviously you guys have a lot of products as well, a lot of different products. GPS tracking, can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Well, for the ProTech system, that actually came out about 2 years ago. We were at PRI, and probably 80% of the people that stopped by our booth asked us about GPS. And when I purchased the ProTech company, the owner of the company said, "We don't need GPS. The brakes are going to lock up. They're not going to steal the trailer." Well, after that many requests and inquiries about GPS, we spent about 4 months developing a system that would, with the GPS, you can remotely arm and disarm the system. We had an app designed. You can get alerted via text message or email if the alarm is going off, and you can also track the system. So it's not just a GPS in the sense of, trying to find where your kid is or something like that. So it's got some function about you can function with it. Hello. Hello.
Oh, it looks like we lost Brad. So this is the first one. Maybe a little connection problem here. This is the beauty of being live and being, streaming. So let me see if John Kilroy is here and if John can step in. And let me see if I can get John. But keep going, Lyle.
So yeah, the GPS has been actually a really big seller for us over the last couple of years.
Oh,
and as a
Brian's
matter
back on.
hey,
Brian's
there
back.
you are.
My apologies.
Hey, stuff happens. I'm glad it was on your end. You guys had to figure it out.
Yeah, I was sitting there for a second thinking, wait a second, I'm pretty sure that's me, but I didn't want to jump in. And I do apologize for that, Lyle.
That's all
But I know you talked about GPS and all of those other things. When it comes to the alarms, the connectivity of different things, I mean, it's one thing to have a big loud siren go off, especially, if you're at a place like a hotel and all of that. But what can really alert me that something has happened? How well can that connect to just my everyday life and what I'm doing when I'm away from the trailer?
Well, just kind of like racing, depends how much you want to spend to be, how alerted do you want to be? Our basic system just, flashes lights, sound a siren, locks up the brakes, all the way up to receiving text messages and emails. So those, if you want that end of it, that's going to cost you more. Whereas if you just want the sirens and the lights flashing, that's definitely a cheaper system. So
I got you. Again, if you have a question for Lyle, you can type it into the chat. We'd certainly be more than happy to ask him. Everything you guys have on the website at traileralarms.com. I mean, some of this seems so simple. And when I say simple, the installation is one thing, but the ease of use is another thing. I mean, it could be as simple as like unlocking my car door, right, to set the alarm on my trailer.
Oh, yeah. So all of our systems, all of our ProTech systems come with a single button key fob. So you press it once to arm it, press it again to disarm it. Step up from there to the full-blown GPS. We've got the app that you can remotely arm and disarm. So yeah, and then we've got some customers that want to put a keypad inside the trailer because they've got multiple users. We've got that option available as well. For me personally, I'm not a fan of that because you've got to have the trailer door open to get to that keypad. But we sell a decent amount of them. In fact, 6 of them went out today. So.
Well, that's good. What do you say to the racer who might be a little more cavalier about where they park their trailer, what they do, and just say, I got insurance? I'm sure that sounds really great until it actually happens to you.
Yeah. I go to trade shows. PRI is our biggest one. And they say, oh, I don't need that. I've got a gun, or our dog is tied up to well, that only goes so far, and your dog and your gun have to be nearby. But some insurance companies will give you a discount if you have a theft prevention and a theft recovery device installed on your trailer. So it's, we deal with an insurance company out of Florida, Race Insure, that will basically pay for the basic alarm system for a year if you insure through them. So, it's worth looking into, get a discount on your insurance. So.
Yeah. Heck, if this system helps pay for itself in those ways, that's great. I have another question from the chat. Paul Donson wants to know, can the system also be incorporated into the tow vehicle?
Our ProTech system cannot do that. Ours is a hardwired system. If you had a quick disconnect for the wiring for like a motion sensor, you could do that. But actually we try to keep everything hardwired, and that would just make it a little more difficult is the best words I have. And it's not that we're afraid of work. It's just that we've got plenty of challenges with just protecting the trailer. So.
Well, you did mention some things like the boots for the wheels. If someone wanted to steal the trailer in the tow vehicle, that could certainly help prevent it. Well, the alarm systems, I mean, is this something that is set off by motion? So if someone tows it away with the vehicle that they're stealing as well, I mean, these are all things that are going to set everything off?
Yeah. So the system, the basic system has door sensors as well as an accelerometer built onto the circuit board of the alarm. So if the unit moves for X amount of feet for X amount of seconds, it's going to set it off, lock up the brakes, draw attention. to the system. So, you know, if they're trying to steal the tow vehicle as well as the trailer, that feature will kick in.
You mentioned the insurance company. Derek Dixon was wondering what the name of that insurance company is.
I believe it's Race Insure, and it's not spelled typical. So they're listed on our website at trailer-alarms.com. So check that out.
All right.
Also want to mention that this QR code up here, if you scan the QR code with your smartphone, it'll take you to a discount page where we've got some discounts on our trailer alarms. So check that out.
Well, thank you for doing that for Online Race Industry Week. Here's a good question from Ron. Typically, the side door on race trailers have an RV-style locking system that's pretty useless. What do you recommend?
Those are junk. So what I recommend is get with an e-trailer or somebody like that. Put on a regular lever type lock, hasp type locking device over the RV style, and then get a good padlock, one of our locks that covers up the hasp. Yeah, those are junk. I mean, I've got pictures of they'll take screwdrivers and just jam it in there and open it.
Yeah, I can see where it would make sense to have something that, you know, literally has a bar blocking the door.
Yeah.
Ryan Martin says, do you have any locks that work on food truck latches, like the door that opens to serve food out of?
Actually, just so happened, we've been working with a lock manufacturer for the last 2 months, and we've been working, printing prototypes on our 3D printer, and working with Simpson Race Products, who is here in town, borrowing their trailer, doing measurements and stuff like that. And I have one of the fresh locks in my hand. Naturally, cameras are junk too. But yeah, so those will be going for sale probably next week. We're getting a shipment of 200 locks next week. And we've got a section on our website for concession locks.
Oh, wow. That's awesome. Well, speaking of that, I know we had talked about camera systems and different things like that. What else is new on the horizon for trailer alarms?
Well, the locks are, like I said, those are fresh out. I got the first ones off the mill and anodizing machines late last week. The rest of the shipments coming in late this week. We've got the new alarm system. It's the PTS2W, stands for Wi-Fi. So a lot of race teams already have Wi-Fi in their trailers. Construction companies, stuff like that, have Wi-Fi. With this alarm system, you'll be able to connect to the Wi-Fi. And if the alarm goes off, as I mentioned, it'll take about 20 seconds of video, send that to you, and you'll receive alerts as well. You'll be able to remotely arm and disarm it. So those are the two new things that we're working on. We've got another one that we're not ready to share just yet, but we've got a lot of testing going on.
You know, I'm glad you mentioned construction as well, because a lot of racers have their own business in any shape or form. I mean, it could be the construction business, it could be something else. You guys can pretty much service everyone, right? Who needs to be able to secure, whether it be their race car trailer to their landscaping trailer to their construction trailer.
Yeah, and that's why I like to talk to the trailer owners and see what their needs are, what kind of trailer they're trying to protect. A landscaping trailer is going to be different to protect than a 53-foot race hauler. So it's construction and racing are our biggest markets. So
That's great. Well, Lyle, I do want to thank you and remind people that you can go to epartrade.com and you can go to the product page for traileralarms.com and request more information and find out more about what they do. But Lyle, it's a great service that you're providing, and it's definitely one that is a very small investment that could pay big returns in the end, especially if you get to keep all of your stuff. So thank you very much.
You bet. And make sure you scan the QR code. So.
Thank you very much, Lyle. Thank you. Stay with us. We're going to move you back as an attendee. That way you can come back anytime for any other sessions. I'm going to hand it over to John to do maybe a little quick recap of what happened today, what's going to happen next, and then we're going to bring our next panelist on at the same time.
All right. Hi, Judy.
And thank you, Brad. Brad, we'll see you pretty soon back on the panel. So we'll catch up with you guys soon.
Sounds good. Thanks, Francis.
Of course.
Hey, Paul. Okay, the next webinar will be how the right gearbox plays a critical role in a successful racing program by Hollinger. Dana Clark, Hollinger America's manager, Lee Nash, Hollinger Engineering's director, and Bill Rader, owner of Bill Rader Motorsports. And that'll be followed at 5 o'clock. We have happy hour. We call it happy hour because it's 5 o'clock here in Southern California where we're located. So happy hour with Brian Deegan. And that's going to be fun. He's a magnetic attraction for motorsports and also is expert at social media. So we really want to kind of pay attention to Brian Deegan. Everybody knows who he is. He's an exciting figure. But he's got a message for racing, I believe, and especially how to attract the younger audience. And then I just want to say that this online race industry experience is really a great example of the power of doing things digitally. So when we looked at kind of an online strategy for ePartrade and developing an online strategy for the worldwide racing industry, the first thought you have is the vast amount of information that's available digitally that can be shared virtually for free. Everybody watching today, nobody paid a dime. Nobody bought airline tickets. Nobody has a hotel room. There's no vast dining expenses. I'm sorry we're missing beers at St. Elmo's. So we're missing that for sure. But, the digital world has major, major advantages. And now the worldwide racing industry has access and can take advantage of that as an industry. So this is working out, and then we have a lot to go forward with after this first online race industry week, and we're making history.
Thank you, John, and we are bringing as well as our host, Joe Castello, joining us in a minute, and I have some noise in the background. So as you said, John, beautifully, we traveled the world today. We started in the United States, we went to Germany with IBAC, then we went back to the US, back in England. Now we have Lee from Australia. Lee is always ahead of everybody else. He's actually already tomorrow. So, Lee, congratulations. There is some noise in the background. So we're waiting for Joe Castello to be with us. We have about 2 minutes, and we have been running this a race industry week by the minute since we started yesterday morning at 6:45 here in California. So what time is it for you, Lee? It's Wednesday, right?
Yeah, it's nearly 11 a.m.
Time for beer in Australia, right? You guys start early.
Give it another half hour.
Okay, excellent. But we had Danny Norton yesterday around that time from Chassis Sim, who did a terrific presentation on chassis simulation, and so that was our guest from Australia. We have people, as we mentioned in our opening statement this morning, registration for over 110 countries. And that's the beauty of being online, is you are accessible from anywhere you are within the world. And that's That's really if two statements there. I mean, two big statements. The first one is this industry is truly a global industry, and secondly, the internet make it so easy and convenient for all of us to get together. So thank you for being with us. We're going to be talking transmission with your host, Joe, and we're going to let you take over, Joe, for the next 50 minutes.
Thank you, Francis. Appreciate it. And I think we all are missing a little St. Elmo's and the, the cocktail sauce and the shrimp. But hey, this is great too. We get to connect around the world, and you guys have been doing a great job. I too have been watching, and it has been very fun and informative, and to see you guys evolve this technology so rapidly. So Hollinger Engineering, gentlemen, transmission so significant and important to any racing program. It's great to meet you guys, Lee, Dana, Bill. This is an area that, you make the power, you got to get the power to the ground, shift those gears as rapidly as is possible. So take us where you want to take us as we begin our journey, learning a little bit about your engineering, your product, and why it is so important and why so many good teams have used it.
Can you hear me?
I hear you, Dana, but you're echoing a little bit, like a little bit of a time tunnel, as we would call. What about Lee?
Thanks, Joe. Can you hear me okay?
You sound great, Lee. You're perfect.
Okay.
Dana's just got like a little bit of echo, like the audio is coming out of his speaker and into his microphone. And so we kind of hear it again and again. So, and Bill, what about you? How are you doing down there?
Yeah, I'm good here in Las Vegas. We're good.
Vegas, baby. All right, Dana, one more time. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, my audio is kind of a bit sketchy, but I can hear you just barely.
Okay. Well, now, yes, Dana, you have you've started off. Your audio sounds good. So why don't you take us through sequential gearbox? Very important, and something that people are wanting to switch to.
Right. Well, racing gearboxes in general, I guess, are nothing new. But Hollinger's been, in the business for nearly 50 years. So they've been kind of in the beginnings of the whole sequential racing gearbox, segment of the market in sports car racing primarily. But sequential is now, I'd say, because of a lot of different factors and how sports car racing has evolved in the last 5 years, maybe 10. Sequential shift gearboxes are becoming more the norm. So I think Hollinger's been kind of involved at the beginning. So it's, sequential is the only thing we do anymore, just about. Now it's just a matter of whether or not it's going to be something that you shift with your hand or shift with the paddle. And that paddle shift aspect is becoming a little bit more approachable for some people now because of the electronics that is available to, motorsports customers.
Certainly it seems fun, feels like a video game. Bill, owner of Bill Raider Motorsports,
You're putting this into application and you're using the product. Talk a little bit about why it's been beneficial to you, helping you pick up ET lap time, et cetera. And let's try to formulate who our potential customers are. Bill.
Yeah, the whole nice thing with sequential gearboxes is the speed of the shifting. When you have the paddle shift and the proper shift strategy and everything made up, then it eliminates a lot of mistakes that can happen, missed shifts, over revs, that kind of stuff. It's pretty much the strategies and the setup is good. You can't really hurt the gearbox or the engine. That's always good. Customers that we are interested in doing this stuff. The road race guys do it. We do a lot of road race cars, hill climb cars, even straight line drag race guys. I've done a lot of Hollinger conversions for a lot of guys are doing some of that stuff. So
very interesting, Hollinger. Lee, as the
engineering director. You're building the product and putting it into these race cars. It's obviously something that you're proud of. But let's talk about nuts and bolts here. Someone might spend a little bit more on the product, but there is a reason to do that. Walk us through.
Well, look, our products, we start at the very beginning with the best materials, very high strength castings that are all heat treated to T6 specifications. That helps both with machining and also strength of the castings and that sort of stuff. But even if we go back down to the raw billet material, we have that all specially made for ourselves. It starts off as a vacuum arc remelted steel that's basically same as what the aircraft industry uses, but we source it for ourselves. So yeah, we try and save some money. But starting with those very good products at the beginning and then working all the way through, making sure all our designs are correct. We spend a lot of time, years developing a design before we put it to market. And then basically everything we do, we try to make it as consistent as possible. So we use the same heat treatment facilities always. We try and do as much as possible in-house. So everything from turning, machining, milling, gear cutting, shot peening, everything is basically done in-house. All our grinding is done in-house. So everything we can keep control of. Now, that makes the products possibly slightly more expensive, but they're very consistent, which means we can then plan our designs and our capacity of the transmission very easily because we know exactly what everything's done because we do it all the same way every time. So that means, yes, we can manufacture a product that's more reliable than a lot of our competition and more consistent, basically. And we put a lot of effort into the hard machining of all our products. So after heat treatment, all the gear teeth are ground. This gives us better profiles, more consistent pitching, all those sorts of things. Even our cramble and pinions that we do, they're all hard finished after heat treatment. So heat treatment distortion and things like that never come into it. So means, once again, everything's more consistent and we can plan around that. And if you buy gear from us 10 years ago, we can still manufacture the exact same gear today. And that's the way we also plan looking forwards. So it means basically we can still service all our products that are very, well, look, we've been manufacturing transmissions for nearly 50 years. So transmissions we were selling back to BMW back in the early 1990s for their world touring cars. We still manufacture those components and service those gearboxes. So even it means our transmissions have a very long life, and that makes it more cost effective.
Absolutely. Dana, what are you seeing with your customers as the Americas manager? And you know, we already heard Bill talk about, you know, many different applications, maybe even drag racing, certainly a lot of the club racers out there, but higher level machinery. What are people looking for when they come to you? And why is Hollinger a good match in terms of shifting speed and performance?
Well, I think what we find a lot of lately is customers are building cars that have more and more power. And that in and of itself is creating limitation. You know, the standard gearboxes have limitations. So if they want to take their car out into a track, toy, it's very easy to outpower what the stock driveline has. So we find that we're doing a lot of upgrades to cars that are converting their cars to a full-time track piece. So we have to take our universal style racing gearboxes and then adapt them to various vehicles. So, the popular cars in the US are, front engine rear wheel drive V8 stuff like Mustangs, Camaros, things like that. And we also do a lot of European sports cars. We do a lot of work with Porsche applications and BMW as well. So we have a pretty wide range of inline gearboxes for the V8 stuff, and we also have a lot of transaxles that are becoming more and more popular these days. So we do a lot of mid-engine transaxle work for fabricated cars, kit cars, or we also do conversions for cars that were already a transaxle application. They're just making a lot more power. So a Porsche Turbo, for example, that is normally in the 400 to 500 horsepower range is now making 800 plus track car, and they need something that's going to hold up. So we've got basically gearboxes that have been in some applications are essentially a bolt in place of original boxes, like in the case of a Porsche 997 Cup car, for example. The original factory gearboxes can be taken out, and the new complete Hollinger box can be put in its place. And mounts and oil fittings and water fittings, everything is all compatible.
So a plug and play replacement that is going to be able to handle whatever horsepower you throw at it. And I think that's something that maybe people don't consider with the way it seems like, and feel free to correct me, Lee or Bill. It just seems like you can unlock a lot of the potential that is in a car easier these days. I think we spent the last couple of days learning that making the horsepower can be at the tip of the keyboard, but ultimately it's got to run through that transmission, and you're going to need a unit that can handle it. And if you don't do that, well, there's the damage you were talking about, Bill, or problems you could set yourself back. And so this seems like a plug and play solution.
For a lot of applications, yes, that's correct. As Dana said, for the Porsches, we have quite a few solutions, even all-wheel drive solutions for some of the hill climb guys and that sort of thing. And then obviously for a lot of the Chev or Ford powered guys out there, Mustangs, Camaros, those sorts of things, we've got complete bell housings and transmission setups basically. So it may not be completely plug and play for all of them, but it's very, very close. We also, basically there's almost no car now that we can't put a transmission in. Everything from Lamborghinis, Porsches, Vipers, all those sorts of things, through to off-road buggies, Dakar cars, rally cars. It's basically, we can pretty well cover the complete field of motorsport.
Let's talk a little bit about those V8 muscle cars. And not that I don't like and appreciate and love the exotics, I certainly do. But for every one Lamborghini, there's thousands of powerful Mustangs and Camaros. And I see potential for those people who want to upgrade their driveline. So what are we talking to put a sequential gearbox in, say, a powerful Mustang or Challenger or Camaro? How achievable is that?
Well, I think depending on what you're after, most of these guys they're spending quite a bit of money on an engine. You'll have to spend, to get a proper motorsport gearbox, you'll still have to spend a lot of money. They're not inexpensive. I think, let's say, for example, a Mustang, to put a sequential gearbox with a gear lever for shifting in a Mustang, it's probably, by the time you're done with the proper flywheel, clutch, drive shaft, everything else, you're probably in the $1,000 range. But on a car that might be, pushing six figures in investment, it's, especially when it comes to some of the more serious engine builds, it's crucial to get a gearbox that you can rely on. And
that makes sense.
Some upfront money that you'll spend on a gearbox like a Hollinger pays dividends down the line, because you'll only have to buy it once, and it will last you, instead of having to buy something that might be not quite up to the task and having to service it constantly, or miss an event, or even if you're just spending money on a track day and you've put the car out there and spent some money on tires and gas and hotels and things like that to spend a weekend at the track, and you find yourself on the, and had it underneath it trying to figure out what's going on. There's a significant amount of money lost for you don't get to run. So there's, as Lee had mentioned earlier in the conversation, there's probably some initial money up front that might be higher with the Hollinger, but the overall cost of ownership is significantly lower because they hold their value.
Well, and isn't that the lesson that hopefully people have learned from other people making that mistake throughout their sport, right? Like that's a story that has gone on since racing began. Like excuse me for, out on something and then I had all kinds of problems, not to mention the time investment to go in and pull it out. Now we do have a question and we ask people to submit questions in the comment section. Those of you out there on the World Wide Web, epartrade.com. Derek has been watching all day long, has been absolutely great. What's up, Derek? But your audio, Dana, broke up just as you said the number for the Mustang. And I know a lot of these Mustang guys, Camaro guys, the idea of a sequential gearbox is really appealing because you have best of all worlds. You have your power and muscular feeling with the efficiency and shifting that you can get with an exotic. So tell us that number again. Audio broke up a little bit. We can hear you, but just that one happened to be on the negative side.
Yeah, so a 6-speed sequential for a Mustang starting point is right around 18,000.
Certainly there are people spending that kind of money on their cars, especially racing cars that are out there involved in some sort of sport, just the tire bill. Bill, you know about that obviously very well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is an expensive sport, and if anybody thinks any different going into racing, they're going to be pretty disappointed. What I like to say about the Hollinger, the choice, making a choice between another brand of gearbox and the Hollinger gearboxes. Whenever I'm trying to sell somebody, recommend somebody on a complete gearbox change, sometimes the racers are really well informed. They say, well, what about this brand of box? And what about this brand of box? And my answer is always pretty simple. Those guys, the other guys, I don't know too many other manufacturers in the country that have a representation in the country like Hollinger does. And if I need parts for any gearboxes, it's usually a day away at the most. We've had to get stuff from Australia. It's been maybe a week. So the level of support that we get from the guys at Hollinger is just second to none. And that really is a big part of it. And most of the time, we don't need parts for these things. They just work. Usually they get damaged when they first install them in a car, and they're working on tuning fine tuning all the shift strategy, and that's usually when a little damage happens in a car that hasn't had a gearbox like this before. But once it's set up, everything's great.
Lee, let's expand on that a little bit. What sets Hollinger apart from the competition? I know you've got a lot of experience in V8 supercars, for instance, a few years back. Those are amazing machines, not lightweight by any means. Talk a little bit about your company and the experience of Hollinger and what sets you apart from the others.
Well, the fact that we have been around for a very, very long time. I mean, we made our first sequential gearbox for an OEM back in the early 90s for BMW. We also did a lot of the front-wheel drive stuff for the British touring cars back then as well. And it's the consistency stuff that I know it sort of sounds like I'm harping on, but the fact that we still manufacture parts for gearboxes we made 30 years ago. And that doesn't mean it's 30-year-old technology. We just make sure that everything we do is consistent so that we can It's backwards compatible as far as usability for those customers who've got the old gearboxes. And then also the new stuff, yes, we are constantly developing new products and that sort of thing. We make sure that the products are developed with a long life and good serviceability. All our products are made so that you can service them with standard tools. You don't have to buy special tools or special bearings or special seals and all that sort of stuff. We make sure that no matter where you are in the world, because realistically, Australia is actually a very small market for us. It's a worldwide company, so everything we sell, you have to be able to service everywhere. So you don't want to have to buy a special bearing from us that you could have to wait a week for to get from the other side of the world. You can just go down to your normal bearing suppliers and things like that. So we try to make sure in the design that everything is designed for serviceability and cost-effective racing, basically. Yes, there's a little bit more upfront, but in the long run, I can guarantee you our transmissions cost less to run than other manufacturers. It's just the way, that's sort of the mentality we've always had.
Well, that makes a lot of sense. Consistency, reliability, serviceability, and once it's in, you're not going to have to take it in and out many times over, so you can spend your time racing or driving, etc. What's hot right now, Lee? What's popular? Dana, feel free to jump in on this also. We're in 2020. It's been a weird year, to say the least, but the car aficionados and certainly the racers are using this time wisely. They're upgrading their drive lines. They're upgrading their everything, frankly, the way it's looking. What's hot? What's popular? What are you selling a lot of?
I think the two big things are mid-engine transaxles and the inline gearboxes for BMW. So E46 M3 is a very popular track toy and somewhat more affordable than it used to be. So we're doing quite a few gearbox packages for the M3s. That's probably that one is probably the most consistent as far as an inline box, the front engine rear wheel drive. But certainly the transaxle side of the business has really exploded in the last 18 months. So not something that Hollinger ever expected to take off as well as it did. So we're spending a lot of time developing transaxles for circuit racing, and now the off-road side of things is starting to come into play too, and we can probably expand on that a bit. But the off-road side of things is beginning to get underway.
Well, that makes sense, especially with the mid-engine transaxle, because I don't think you want to be pulling that thing in and out any more than you have to. Bill, dive in on that with some of the types of cars that your customers are coming through. I know Dana just mentioned some of the off-road, but list some vehicles that you might recommend putting the Hollinger box in.
Yeah, my business is kind of built around mostly Porsche stuff, so that's a big part of what I do. But I also have been involved in several Lamborghini and Audi applications. And, I know that they make. I recently tried to. I'm working on a deal to do a BMW box, like Dana mentioned. We're working on one of those. There's been some, what were those, Dana, the Scion gearbox cars that needed that. We have some guys that were working on doing a sequential for that. I think there's some pretty cool Subaru stuff out there. Was that what it was?
Yeah. I think, because of the popularity on the media of the Mustang GT4, which uses a Hollinger gearbox and paddle shift system, people that have Mustangs have seen that what a paddle shifted, Mustang can do on the track. So we have a decent number, consistent number of that type of gearbox packages into Mustangs. Again, like I said, it's not an inexpensive investment, but it is an investment, something that you could even, we've had customers buy gearboxes and pass them from one car to the next because they last that long. So, but yeah, Mustang pack cars are always out there.
Yeah, that's a good point, Dana. You know, I work on a lot of those. I work on a lot of those Mustang gearboxes for Dana, and they just hold up really well. Seems like they never, you know, need too many major parts. So it's good stuff.
Well, I think we're going into, you know, John Kilroy had been saying throughout the weekend, and the gentleman from Racer, that we're about to experience like a great reset or a reawakening in motorsports as everybody is able to get back out there. And when that happens, the last thing you're going to want is to have some sort of gearbox problem that sidelines you again. People are going to want to race. And to me, it's very exciting. So Lee and Dana, obviously, Bill, jump in on this one in terms of prospective customers who are trying to figure out how to select what is right for them. Tick off a couple of, you know, some methodology on how to select whether or not the Hollinger box is going to be right for you, or which to go with. Lean in on that.
Sure. Well, I think when we get an inquiry with a prospective customer, obviously the first and foremost question is, you know, what sort of car they have, what they intend to do with it, what type of racing are we dealing with. Once we have a picture of what the guy is looking for, how much power the car will be making, and then what their expectations are for how often they use it, that sort of thing. We can get a gauge on what Hollinger gearbox would be the suitable application. And then we can kind of give them some ballpark numbers on, you know, what kind of investment we're dealing with. Just as a side note, all the Hollinger gearboxes are built to order for each customer. So the choice of gear ratios, and if it's a transaxle, how the differentials are set up and adjusted, all those things are completely open and left to the discussions we have with customers, so we can kind of customize just what they're looking for. So, you know, a guy who's building a car for a standing mile race is not going to have the same requirements as a guy who's driving, you know, the local car club, you know, track days. So there's a lot of, because Hollinger has so much customization available as far as ratios go, virtually every gearbox style that Hollinger makes has a very big range of ratios available. So we can suit all engine types, RPM ranges, and demands on the car for what type of racing it is. So all those things kind of play into it, so we can work with the customer to come up with a package that we would then recommend. And, you know, if it's something that, you know, it's not a small investment, but we are unique in the sense that we're not going to force something down their throat. We don't have an off-the-shelf package that may not be right for them, but we do it because, you know, we won't want to sell them something that's not right. So we have the ability of customizing virtually everything. So we feel that's an advantage with Hollinger over others too. A very wide range of customization.
No, that's exciting. You know, premium brand, you know, nowadays that's what people want. They want reliability. And as Lee was saying, what about, let's talk R&D with the company. Lee, you mentioned this is a long-standing company, been around for a long time. Stand by product, continue to service customers. That's what people want as things are revamped. You know, you want to be able to rely upon your company and your business. At the same time, new cars are coming to market. I can't help but think about the mid-engined Corvette, transaxle, and all the new around that vehicle, and it's going to be popular. And
You know, how do you guys handle a situation like that when you see there's something coming, it's new, it's fresh, it's popular, or it's going to be, people are going to want it, they're going to want to race it, you want to be in that product line. Is that something you guys attack right away? Do you wait and test the market? Do you see what the factory OE stuff is? What are your thoughts about that kind of that project as new cars hit the market?
It varies from car to car a lot. For instance, we do a lot of work for KTM sports cars in Europe. We equip all of their race cars with our transmissions. When that car first came out, we got one here and developed a package for it. Now that's been developed to a different gearbox now because they've gone up in power. They now, their latest sports car, they now run a 5-cylinder engine with more horsepower and that sort of thing. So it doesn't, the old transmission was packaged to fit in a standard car. So the new sports car is slightly larger. So we've gone to a slightly larger transmission. We've also gone through to an electric shift mechanism. So it's basically the sequential camshaft is driven directly by electric motor, which allows for a lot more scope on different shift strategies and things like that. So as far as R&D goes, there's always something happening. For instance, at the moment, getting into the off-road, more into the off-road market, we're playing around with torque converters and the systems to control that. So there are, plenty of things always happening. As far as the Corvette goes, we already have a package for, we'll bolt up to that, the engine that the Corvette is using. We just have to see as far as driveline position and that sort of stuff, whether that needs to be modified for that car. But as I said, we've got basically an application for almost any car in the world, from four-wheel drive Evos and Subarus through to the sports cars in Europe. So it's there's not much we can't actually package and help out a customer with, because as Dana said, everything is customized to every single customer. We build to order, basically.
Very exciting. I think that's what people want, and folks out there on epartrade.com watching along from around the world, club racers, SCCA racers. We've certainly spoken a lot about you guys as the backbone of this industry, and people who go through a lot of parts. Maybe you're not racing professionally, but you're doing it for the love, and you want to have the most track time as is possible. Dana, you mentioned the off-road world and how that is expanding. I'd like you to expand a little bit on that. In tracks, limited, off-road, unlimited. There are just so many different ways that you can go off-road racing.
Yeah, I think most of the off-road stuff that we're starting to get into now is transaxle based. We've had the benefit of working with one particular for several years now here that runs the Best in the Desert series on some of the 4-cylinder buggy stuff. So we kind of got our feet wet with our first inline transaxle with a 4-cylinder turbo powered buggy. And we were a little different than many of the ones that are out there, the stalwarts in the business that are in there now. Transaxle wise, we're a little different. We're a little smaller looking. A lot of people had their doubts about whether it was going to hold up to the shock loads that off-road racing, desert racing puts on gearboxes. But it's been quite good. It worked out quite well. They keep moving up to bigger and bigger vehicles and bigger versions of our gearbox. And like Lee mentioned, we've got our large series transaxles that are now set up to, it's a 6-speed sequential, but it also has the torque converter involved to dampen some of the shock loads that would normally come back through. So that's, people do that already. We're not innovating that, but that's a new thing for us. A manual racing gearbox with a torque converter on it is something we had done in sports cars. So We have high hopes for that. That should be, I think Lee was mentioning that should be up in a car running before the end of the year. And then we've got another transaxle families that's even bigger still, with a 12-inch diameter ring gear and that sort of thing that's in the works that we've been. It's been planned for some time. We've been, unfortunately, fortunately and unfortunately, we've been flat out in the filling orders so much that we haven't had as much time as we probably like to continue to develop a new product. But they've managed to fit a lot of stuff in the last 6 months, and progress is being made on the development of the new biggest transaxle that we've got, which is good for some of the really high-powered stuff. So yeah, off-road is again something that we haven't gotten historically too far, other than like Dakar type, rally type things. We do that regularly, but the desert racing that you see here in the States is fairly new for us. But I think the product will show that it'll be a good choice. We'll be a competitor out there as soon as people start seeing what it can do.
And I think that we're noticing a trend. Here it is again, where, desert racing, you can't be let down by your equipment. Not only do you lose the race, but you're in the middle of nowhere. The challenge of that, like being presented new challenges as someone who, you're the engineering director, you've built your life and your profession around conquering challenges, complicated challenges. So like desert, transaxle, buggies, Baja 1000 type stuff, where these guys are just, racing over the earth, presenting you guys a new challenge. It sounds like the box is impressing people. But talk about you and just, your passion to come to work each day, knowing that you've got to conquer these complex physical challenges.
Well, I've been coming to work here every day for nearly 28 years, so I enjoy it. I started off on the floor as one of the technicians or in the gear cutting section, manufacturing gears, and worked my way up through the company basically. So from being a fitter and turner, then moved on to basically in the design section and did that for many years, and then eventually got the opportunity to basically start managing the business when the original owner and founder of the business, Peter Ollinger, basically he was getting older and wanted the business to continue. So there's a few of us stepped up to start managing it under his guidance, basically. And yeah, we basically, he passed away 10 years ago, and we've continued the company on from there, basically. I think he'd be very proud of where we've taken it. We've developed a much wider product range in the last 15 years or so. Originally, when we first started out, it was mainly just inline gearboxes for the V8 supercars and things like that, as you said. But there was a very good proving ground. The V8 supercars are a very competitive and tough series, so they the products we had to develop for them had to be very good. They wanted long service life and things like that to make the series more cost effective. And I'll be honest, I think they've taken some backward steps in the recent years because the series is very expensive to run now. But that's motorsport for you. Things don't always go in the correct directions, but
everybody's laughing. Everybody's laughing. Everyone's like smiling. Dana's like, yeah, and Bill's like, yeah.
Look, I mean, as Bill said, motorsport is expensive. It's not something you get into thinking you're going to be able to do it cheaply. But by making some correct decisions, you can make it far more cost effective than what it could be otherwise.
It is my understanding that our NASCAR series is switching to the sequential gear at some some point soon. You laugh. What experience can you lay upon us coming out of V8 supercars and have had it for a long time? It's old school technology to you guys, and we've got H pattern. We're about to move away from that. What are we about to experience?
I think it'll change the series quite a lot. The traditional method of transmissions for you guys, I'll be honest, I think it probably was quite a good solution. The transaxle will, in some ways, I think on the road courses and things like that, it'll be a much better option. But for the oval stuff, I think we'll see. We'll have to wait and see how it all pans out. But I think, it'll be interesting to see how the new series goes. Whether it's more cost effective than the old one, I don't know. I think that has to be seen to be.
Remains to be seen. Bill,
Yes.
Talk to the folks out there as if they are someone coming into your shop who knows about your reputation, who wants you to guide them to the right thing. And you've mentioned, they'll say a company or another company, I've heard of this, or I've read about this, or my buddy's got, or et cetera, and so on. How do you cut through the noise and direct them to, obviously you're here with Hollinger, you're on screen with these guys, you believe in their product and their methods, and obviously their human resources, as we're learning here today. But, what do you say to those people? What is effective to cut through the clutter?
Well, that's just it. Most of the people that come into my shop know my reputation and know my experience, and it comes down to I've been through with Hollinger products. I've been involved in many Daytona 24-hour wins with their gears and the current Porsche gearboxes that we're running, and that's all that engineering and quality that went into those gears that were in those gearboxes still exists in all the products that they have today, and it's even better. And I usually have a pretty pretty easy time convincing people that because of my experience, this is what I recommend, and they usually listen to me. And when I recommend something, and that's the way it goes. And then it's always good. It's always really nice. And a lot of the gearboxes, the transaxles that I purchased from Hollinger, have always. It seems like I haven't done a normal one for the past 3 or 4 that I did with these guys, and we did some really crazy upside down custom bell housing, all-wheel drive, just insane stuff, all-wheel drive in a cup car gearbox, stuff like that. And there's never any pushback like, oh, we really can't do that, really shouldn't, we can't do this, can't do that. It's always positive. The customer wants this, I request it, and those guys do it. It's amazing. So that's one of the nice things with dealing with guys.
You're working them. I like it. I like to hear you gotta push the envelope. Dana, what about that? Customers like Bill coming up, dreaming up stuff as racers are supposed to do. That's why we love to watch them. And you go with the flow.
Absolutely. I think it keeps things interesting when you let people dream up some car concepts and things like that, and because of our, I'd say, relatively unique ability to customize the product, Hollinger's willingness to make changes and learn about the needs in order to engineer the best solution possible. That's always been kind of an exciting part of it. You can just see something really different that you haven't seen before. We've done a couple projects with some Pikes Peak, vehicles in the last year or so. There's some stuff upcoming. We did a really cool project with a company called Bimmer World. James Clay is the guy who owns the company, and he wanted to build a really crazy E36 BMW that has ground effects and a late model GT3 BMW V8 twin turbo engine in it, and it's it makes geez, that's how much power. It's 1,200, 1,300 horsepower or something like that. And it's going to be up next week, you know, a 10th, I think, coming up next year. And in the meantime, he's out at Circuit of the Americas for events. He's taking on social media. So really impressive car. And that was a unique situation. That was one of our transaxles that is actually a front engine vehicle with a transaxle in the back, completely pneumatically shifted. All the clutch and the alternator and everything else is mounted on a gearbox in the back of the car for weight distribution. It's a really interesting project. It came out really well. So there's interesting going on. That's what keeps me coming in.
Well, exactly. And you want that. You know, you don't work in a cubicle. You're living a life where it's a great challenge. All right. So for folks out there that are in this market, in the market for a gearbox, in the market for something that's going to be reliable and not leave them on, you know, on the side of the racetrack or in the desert, and they don't want to take it out and they don't want to make the mistakes that we've learned about here. You know, what's the best way for them to go about contacting you guys and continuing their exploration as to whether or not this is right, and even maybe working on some of those custom solutions or the right shift patterns we were talking about a little bit earlier? Like, where does that journey begin with Hollinger?
Well, as with most, it's something you can hit us up on the internet first, and there's 3 primary locations for Hollinger representation around the world. We have Hollinger Europe, it's based in Germany. We have Hollinger America, based here in California. And of course, headquarters based in Melbourne, Australia. And between the 3 of us, we're almost 24 hours a day reachable. So the contact information for all 3 locations is on each website. So you can, if you get to Hollinger online, you can get to any of us or all 3 of us, whichever is the most convenient for you, whether it's an email or a telephone call. You know, we're here.
Oh, that's great. And we're going to send them your way. Everybody's on epartrade.com. Now, I have to ask this question, though, and this is just me, and I can't change who I am. I've heard it pronounced both ways multiple times by all of you. Which is it? Hollinger or Hollinger? Lee?
Yeah, well, I can't even answer that one because Peter used to say Hollinger and his son says Hollinger, so go for it.
Okay.
Doesn't matter. There's only one L in it, so when you're trying to look for us.
Right. Well, either way, I'm glad we did that, and I was just following your lead, guys, and I appreciate you. You guys have got a great product. You're helping people out there who love motorsport. We appreciate that. Thank you very much for taking part in their ePart Trade Industry Week. It has been amazing to learn about your product, and I encourage everybody out there to check you guys out on epartrade.com. Bill, good luck, obviously, in your 24-hour racing, and thank you for what you do. Dana, excellent work fighting through a challenging audio issue. We heard everything. We heard everything. You did good. You were like, well, you know, you were like Lou Gehrig when he gave the speech with the echo in the background, but you fought through it. And we really appreciate that. And Lee, exactly. I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth. And Lee, thank you very much as well. Excellent job, excellent product. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Joe.
Excellent.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Francis.
Lee, because you're starting the day for you. It's the evening.
Thanks.
So now it's our happy hour time. I see Paul Fanner back with us. We have John with us as well. So Joe, great job today. Thank you very much. Gentlemen, please stay on. What we're going to do is move you back to attendees. That way you can, come back anytime you want during the next 3 days. And I'm going to ask our producer, Reed, here in the ePartrade studio, to share with us a little video as a thank you to our sponsors, ETS Racing Fuel. I'm getting the signal ready. The video is ready to go. So ETS Racing Fuel, full race with powered by BorgWarner, Miller Electric, Penske Racing Shock, and AM Performance Electronics. So Reid, on to you.
Rallying is one of those sports that you cannot get enough of. It's always a challenge and it's never easy, and you just keep wanting to come back and do better. And I guess my personality is I want to win, I want to beat it, and I want to work harder than everyone else because I know I can do it. And I love it when somebody says you can't do it, because then I work harder and I go, yes, I can.
There are two types of people, racers and everyone else. Racer Magazine is for those who believe that racing is a way of life. Racer embodies the excellence that defines a sport driven by passion, courage, and ingenuity. Get 1 year of both Racer's print and digital edition for only $39 with instant access to our entire digital issue archive. Subscribe now at info.racer.com.
Introducing ePartrade, electronic performance and racing trade. ePartrade is a revolutionary new web-based trade-only product sourcing platform that works 24/7 to connect performance parts suppliers with racing business professionals around the world. Find new products and technologies all year long, accessible everywhere, from anywhere 24/7. ePartrade is the only product sourcing platform as innovative and fast-paced as the racing market itself. ePartrade is the fastest, most efficient, and cost-effective way to introduce new parts and services to the worldwide racing trade while they're red hot, allowing builders, race teams, retailers, engineers, and other verified racing businesses to access them from anywhere in the world, day or night. The world is changing, and we're changing with it. Welcome to the future. ePartrade, the global online platform for the performance and racing industry.
Happy hour, guys. Here we are. So I'd like to say a special thank you to our production team here. Reid Akneski stayed up really late last night. We had some technical sound issue. All the testing was going well, but what we didn't know is when you are, live on Zoom and also streaming live on YouTube and Racer, it does create some interferences between sound. So we had some issues yesterday with our loop with our videos, and they had to work with teams at YouTube and at Zoom to get everything sorted out. It ran very smoothly today. I feel like we were like NBC Sports. I feel like, wow, unbelievable. So, it's great work, guys. Thank you for putting this together. On to you, Paul and John. What a day.
Wow, what a day. Great job, you guys. I mean, just a constant flow of really informative and truly interesting panels today. This
is really fun.
How are you going to talk this tomorrow?
This is really fun. And Paul gave us kind of one of the nuggets for Online Race Industry Week, that it's really a chance to reboot for 2021. And it's also neat that the announcement of a vaccine preceded our Online Race Industry Week. So I just picture 2021, everybody's crazed like me to go out, be in line, be with crowds, be at the Indianapolis 500, be at all the big races. So, I think 2021, we may be really nicely surprised by the rejuvenation of races in many ways.
Yeah, I agree, John. And I think what we hopefully all will see is a rejuvenation of society and a more normal life. We may never have the same normal we had before, but I think we all appreciate it a lot more, don't we?
Yes, I'll be honest with you and frank with everybody. I'm getting treated for cancer, and it's going well. I have cancer in my neck, and there's a lot of things that are going well. I'm okay. But so when everybody's wearing masks, they're saving my life. So thank you all for wearing masks. And, I quarantine pretty carefully, but I want to get out there and be with people.
Well, that's right. And, I think we're racing folks are social, and what I love best about our industry are the people in it. And I've been repeatedly reminded of that by watching these panels today. I've seen many friends and many customers, and I miss all of you. It's really a great. This feels a little bit like we're at the bar after a trade show, but it really does. It does strike me how much I miss everyone. And thank you both for all your tireless work, and to Judy and to everybody on your team for pulling this together.
This has been great. It's good for the racing industry. And the other thing I think about sometimes is that we go to a race and it's all about the cars and the competition. But you know what? People just love racing industry people. They love just walking the pits. That's fun.
That's right. And I think Linda said it best yesterday when we were having happy hour with her about, you could just see the passion in her to be with her people, and it felt a little bit like that the last 2 days. So let's keep it rolling. And, we're experiencing a little technical difficulty on our end, trying to get Brian on. We have Eric Johnson standing by here in the studio, but we're going to have to do a hot seat swap where I would have to stand up. I'm going to put my mask on when I hand off to him when we do get this going, so that we follow proper social distancing protocols and keep it safe. But we hopefully will have him on in a short while, and we can carry forward what we had planned. But if not, it's just up to us. Which it sounds familiar. It sounds like a week ago. It was just up to us then, wasn't it? And if I'm going to mute my camera for a minute, if you guys just take a second, I'll check.
Yeah, of course. Of course, Paul. Of course. And I'm looking at the chat here, and I see a nice note from Paul Dodson saying he's having a great time and he's looking for 2 more days. Well, Paul, we're going to be on for 3 more days, not 2, but 3, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And actually, we have a big surprise on Friday, and we're not going to announce it yet. But first, we're going to start the day with Bobby Rahal that's been announced. But we're going to have something that Paul and his team at Racer are putting together. So we'll let you know a little bit later. So John, while we're waiting to get, Brian Diggin and Eric Johnson is coming on board with us. Now, should we do a little recap of, the last 2 days and what we can expect in the upcoming days, and what a great, all these great sessions and traveling the world virtually, meeting all our friends, across the globe. What a great adventure it's been.
It does feel like a trade show experience in many ways. So I've been watching friends and colleagues present the webinars. They've done a terrific job and really investing themselves and providing great information. The work of Jeff Hammond and Brad Gilley and Joe Costello has just been really just fine work. I mean, they're just prepared, they're asking the right questions. And of course, Jeff being one of the great all-time NASCAR crew chiefs, he's a perfect man for the job. So it feels like when you go to a racing trade show and you've been doing it for a long time, you have a feeling you're coming back to your home away from home. And that's kind of the way I feel right now. This morning with Antron Brown and Ron Capps, I mean, they're representing the sport, but you watch those two guys and you just think, they should represent the United States, and we should make them ambassadors for the country. Just such fine individuals. And I love hearing them talk about themselves being fans of other forms of motorsports. And it's really an interesting thing how people in racing who rise up to the upper levels of racing in the sport or in the industry, they can become gushing race fans with the right driver, the right crew chief, the right team owner, because there's some people that we just have such respect for, Roger Penske being one of them. And so Ron Capps and Antron Brown reminded me of that. And then the other thing they reminded me of is just the accessibility of a drag race event. So I've had just so many just fun moments and leaving the professional part of the pit area. And I would wander around, like on a Friday, I would walk all over the pit area of a drag race of NHRA finals or Winter Nationals, because Pomona is kind of my hometown drag strip. And it's just fun. The people are friendly. They're generally happy. And, you got like a couple of football fields of cars and equipment and trailers at a drag race. And, it's just great. It all kind of, a lot of what we're talking about reminds you how great the sport is.
Oh, John, it's for the people that, like for me, the experience 20 years ago when I came to America and discovered drag racing. I'll tell you a little story. I was a student in France and in the mid 90s, and I was in business school, and I got the dream internship at the French Formula One Grand Prix. You're French, you love motorsport, you can do better. That's the ultimate. And F1 is, to get a pass, it's impossible. Bernie Ecclestone was running the whole thing. It was just, and even today, and so having access to that was like, oh my God, this is like paradise, and I thought it was the greatest thing I had experienced in my life. Then, long story short, I come to the Long Beach Grand Prix with my friend Yves Morizot, meet Steve Lewis, and next thing is I'm here full time, working for Steve, developing the international markets, and I thought I knew everything about racing. I knew Formula One. I guess what? And then you, John, you were there. Alan Jossi, it says, well, there's Pomona this weekend. We're going to take you to Pomona. And I was like, yeah, drag racing, they go straight or whatever. I went there. What an experience. First, I was amazed by the amount of cars. Never seen that in my life. Amount of cars, amount of traders, amount of competitors, and parts. One run, they were rebuilding the whole engine from scratch. And I was coming from a country where we're basically starting to say we need to have less engines per season and all this and all that. And I was like, oh my God, what a market, what an excitement. And you could walk everywhere. Buy a ticket for $20 or $50, whatever it was, and you hanging out with the run caps of the world. And that was really an eye-opener. It really was, because it showed me what racing is about, what racing should be all around the world, and how accessible and how friendly those guys are, and how competitive. You know, when Antron this morning was telling us, you know, you don't have practice. You have one shot. That's it. You can't, you know, just try. Let's see. Let's add. It's like boom, you in or you out. And the pressure is spectacular. So yes, what a great. Paul is back.
I know.
Now he's being called Eric.
Yes, I've changed this to Eric because Eric's going to be taking my place in a moment. But we're not able to bring Brian on at the moment, so I don't know what's happened. But these things happen. We've been pretty lucky so far. Yep. So what I suggest we do, just so we continue to provide meaningful and valuable content, let me just tell you a little bit about Eric before he takes this seat and we can talk to him.
Yes.
I'm going to go try to log into using my phone from my office. We're just trying to maintain social distance here, Eric and I. We have a very large office, but we're careful about the COVID protocols. So the thing I'd like to say first off is I've worked with Eric now for roughly 21 years, and I met Eric through a friend, a client of ours at No Fear, had shared with me a magazine called Racer X, which was a motocross magazine, the motocross magazine now, and it was also something it's a passion of mine. And he said, well, aren't you going to sue them for using the name Racer? And my reaction was, I saw the magazine. I'm not going to sue them. I'm going to subscribe. This is awesome. And we hit it off immediately. Eric has been a colleague. We've worked together. He's written for Champ Car Magazine and Racer Magazine. From that day onward, he's been a contributor. You see his words on racer.com. He's an editor at large. He has a huge passion for all forms of motorsport, be it drag racing, road racing, circle track racing. He's grown up around racing. His father was a drag racer. And he has a day job now. This is a job that, he's been in the agency business. He's really a person that worked in our agency at Racer Studio when we were doing the work to brand the American Le Mans series. He's the person that came up with the tagline world class and helped us form the concept. And then later, we worked on the centennial of the Indianapolis 500 and numerous other projects. But he understands youth culture. And in his current role, he also is the person that manages communications for Monster Energy across all power sports, and is an expert in youth culture and just a person that you go to for advice on how to attract young people to the sport. That was one of the hopes we had in getting Brian on today. And he's a very interesting guy, and I've been a fan of his for a long time. So let's hope we have a chance at maybe a later date to bring him on. But in bringing Eric on tonight, and he's anything but an alternate. He was going to be part of the show. They have a great relationship and an interaction with each other, so I'd like Eric just to come in, and I'll try to get on in the other chamber here using the link, and we'll have Eric come in, and please carry the load when we come in, and I'll put on my mask, and we'll bring Eric Johnson in, editor at large for Racer. So
thank you, Paul, and that's great. So that's what happens when you're running live, and so as Paul mentioned, here's Eric.
I'm here.
Hello, Eric.
Good to see you.
Thank you for joining us. You actually belong on Online Race Industry for a lot of reasons. And we haven't really have a sponsor really represented, a real sponsor of motorsports. So to have somebody who represent Monster Energy Drink, this makes sense to me.
Yep. No, great to be here. Like racing, racing's our life. Racing's my life. Racing Paul Fanner's life. Look forward to talking with you guys and running my mouth. Anything I can do to help. Just hit me with anything.
Let me start off with asking you a question. So years ago, when I would talk to you about sponsorship and talk to especially grassroots race teams, I would kind of say, you have to approach a sponsor and you have to have kind of a plan to help them move the sales needle and sell product. And now I think that's changed, and Monster's a good example. Now there's something else going on where the more advanced marketers they're doing other things like building community. And so there's something a little bit softer or more complex about what a sponsor wants to get out of a sponsorship. Could you talk about that?
Yeah, the big thing with Monster, I've been there 11 years now. And before I started at Monster, I had met the people from Red Bull from Austria. They'd come over to the United States here. And that's really really opened my eyes. They were, I'd heard about Red Bull. I'd heard about the F1, you know, I'd heard about like when they were first getting started out, MotoGP and that stuff. And I started to keep an eye on them, and I started to see like what they were doing in motor racing around the world. And as I got to know them, as they started to come more to the United States, I really started to pick up on what they were doing. And they started to put me a little bit to work on like freestyle motocross or GP or the written word. That's when they were in Santa Monica. And along the way, I started to seeing how they were doing things and started to figure out some things on my own. And then Monster wasn't even really an energy drink at that point. Monster, if you go back to the late 90s, was owned by the Hanson's Beverage Company and was just a small green energy drink, pretty much identical to Red Bull, same size can and everything. And at that time, like motocross became a real focal point for the energy, particularly Red Bull. Red Bull got in the game and other people started to come around. Hanson started to come around. Rockstar started to come around. I remember seeing Rockstar, like I remember being at a freestyle motocross contest at Irwindale back in the late 90s. Nobody even knew what the sport really was. And I remember being there. They had me come out to keep an eye on it. And a bunch of riders were there, Irwindale, and as fate would have it, I was at Irwindale's opening night back when it was a sprint, you know, when they were doing sprint cars there. So anyways, I'm there and like just watching everything going on, and like a bunch of old limousines come up, people spill out of the cars with like guys in like, guys in like tuxedos and girls. It's Rockstar. I'm like, what's Rockstar? So the reason why I brought that up is just to show you the proliferation of these energy drinks. And where I'm going with this is that stuff started to integrate into the sports, motocross, supercross, freestyle, surfing, skateboarding. It just like this critical mass started to build. And it was at that time, like with the Red Bull, I give Red Bull full credit for coming in here and kind of like starting the category. But when Monster got in the game, that's when I was around them in the 90s, and we're like, okay, there's something here. We're going to do things differently. We're going to start reaching out and using our athletes as athletes that people can identify with, people can relate to. And it was just, you know, at the same time, social media was starting to come on the pipe, so to speak. And, you know, between Facebook and Instagram, all this stuff started swirling around at the same time. And what was interesting as well is I was an advertising guy at this point. So I was like a traditional ad agency guy, starting a magazine with my buddy on motocross and freestyle motocross, seeing these energy drinks, seeing the ad industries and being like, where's all this going? Where's all this going? So it was an interesting time. It was a very, very interesting time looking back on it.
And so where are they at right now? How would you describe Monster's approach to supporting motorsports? What are they after?
Well, we love racing. We love racing. Our chairman of the board, Rodney Sachs, major racing fan, MotoGP, Formula One, NASCAR, Supercross, motocross. We're basically in everything. Like this morning, I talked to Oliver Solberg in Spain. You know, the next day I can talk with Scott Redding, World Superbike. Another day I can talk with Kurt Busch in NASCAR. I can talk with Brian Deegan or Haley Deegan. I can talk to freestyle guys. And I'm not saying that to like, oh, I get to talk to all these cool people. I'm saying that is like motorsports is our canvas, if you will. And we have these athletes, these racers all around the world in very radically different forms of motor racing. And to us, it's like a shared community. It's a shared culture. We're all into the same things. Like there, as a matter of fact, I was watching the Formula One race a couple days ago with all the guys on there, all the young guys that race. All those guys are motocross fans. The motocross fans are Formula One fans. The Formula One fans are MotoGP fans. Everybody in that age or that group or that kind of in that community, there's a shared interest there. There's more of a shared interest there than I think maybe people even in the motor racing industry realize. I guess that's a big part of what I do with Monster is so many racers, so many forms of racing, so many different so many different series and races around the world, different parts of the world. It's like the sun never sets on what we're doing or racing, and I love it. You see like a Monster or a Red Bull or an Alpine Stars, like we're always out there racing, and I think that's really important. And I think that's I know the industry's like that as well. Like we're racers, we love racing, and everything we do is very, very sincere, very, very legitimate, authentic, true.
It's great to get a company like Monster behind our sport, because they bring a marketing vision that maybe we're not there yet. And somebody like Monster comes in, and then we see something about racing that we hadn't seen before.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that's the way I looked at it. When I was younger, I remember like one of my first jobs was in an ad agency for Suzuki, and they in Los Angeles here, and they'd be like, hey, we know you like the motocross, we know you like supercross, but we need you to pay attention to the road racing. We need you to pay attention to the MotoGP. And I was still pretty young then. I was still in my 20s, and I came from racing. My dad was a car racer. I grew up going to NASCAR, IndyCar, Mid-Ohio, Michigan. I was at all of IROC. I was at those races as a little kid. And we love racing. We're there because we love racing. We love people who love racing. And we love younger guys that love racing. It can be freestyle motocross. It could be rally. It can be racing that's more mature. It can be anything.
Yeah. And then I picture Brian Deegan as being a perfect representative of what Monster Energy Drink would be after, and that he just fits the profile. But I don't really know for sure how to identify the profile that Brian fits. You want to describe that?
Yeah. No, Brian, that's an interesting situation here. And I don't want to like belabor or talk too much here, but Brian, I first met Brian. I knew who, it was 1997. Brian was a privateer motocross racer from Nebraska, had nothing, had no money, was living, I didn't even know this at the time, was living on somebody's couch. So we're at the Los Angeles Coliseum, and Brian is leading the 125 main event, which is like, it's unheard of that this kid from Omaha, Nebraska on a motorcycle, he bought a production bike, he bought at a local Suzuki dealership, put in a pickup truck and drove out here, goes out there and wins the main event. I was standing there, in the infield, those last few laps, and I was like, I can't believe this kid's gonna win. And this would be like, a last place car winning an F1 race, beating Lewis. It's that big of a stretch that Brian went out there and won that night. So he's coming around on the last lap. There's 50,000 people in the stands, and I'm watching him. He comes up to the finish line, and he doesn't cross the finish line. He throws the bike in the air. I mean, it's something out of a movie. Like 50,000 people went berserk that night. As a matter of fact, my friend Tom Kendall was there with me. Tom Kendall was like, I can't believe somebody just did that. And that's how Brian Deegan became a professional racer. He had no money. He won the main event. He couldn't find support the next couple of years. I got to be friends with him because of our motocross magazines. And Brian's like, I'm going to have to look at other things to try and make a living and be a racer and make a living in racing. That's how Brian got started. I found Brian living on a couch, and I had to find him to do an interview for a motorcycle magazine. I didn't even know who he was. That's how empty pocketed he was.
Yeah, that video, you look up Brian and you try and find more information, and like within 2 minutes, you've got to watch 1997, Brian at the Coliseum, ghost ride across the finish line. And it is awesome.
Yeah, and where I'm going with all that too is what Brian did is just phenomenal to this day. Like, okay, from Omaha on his own, just a privateer motocross racer, figured out he wanted to be in the industry, wanted to be in racing, wanted to be in motor racing. I remember I met his daughter, Haley. Haley was probably just 3 or 4 years old, 5 years old, started coming to the X Games with him. I remember Haley being in the motorhome at the X Games with Brian and like honking the motorhome home. And where I'm going with all that is like, she was just, she was like watching Barney and stuff like that. And like not long after, like she wants to start racing. Brian's young sons want to start racing. The whole family's involved in it, and they just started to grow. Brian kept racing. The kids started racing. Everything started to grow. Brian got behind the social media, the freestyle motocross, the rally cross, off-road truck racing. It just kind of like started to just like almost like a snowball effect.
Yeah, and then Brian's got quite an expertise going on in terms of, he's proven it with numbers with social media. Do you want to share some of that and how that fits with what we're talking about?
Absolutely. You know, you have Brian, who loves racing vehicles, like all of us, you know, can love a racing truck, a rally car, a motocross bike, anything. He's got all this stuff going on. And then he has Haley, who's racing, you know, he's going to race in the trucks this year and all the different NASCAR stuff he's done. Brian's sons are racing amateur motocross at a very high level. They just had a race in Florida this past weekend. And there's just, between Brian, Haley, his son, Danger Boy, as they refer to him, social media, all these things they have going on, the events, the content they create, the videos they create, the photo shoots, they just always have something going on. There's just full of life. There's always people around, people wanting to do cool stuff, people wanting to have fun. You start showing that stuff off on social media with Instagram or Facebook or whatever it may be, video, people love that stuff. It just starts building on itself and it's legitimate. It's like, hey, I'm a guy living in Michigan. I'm going to see what Brian and Halen Deegan are up to today. I'm going to go on Facebook or Instagram and, oh, look at that. They're jumping houses with a motocross bike, and Haley's out in a side by side going, but you know, there's always something going on. And I think people love that stuff. I think Brian which we love at Monster with Haley, Brian and everybody, they make it look fun. And that's why we all love this stuff, man. We're racing people. We love this stuff. We love engines. We love race cars. We love motocross bikes jumping over houses. We love watching, you know, MotoGP and Valentino Rossi. We love watching rally. We love watching Brittany Force and drag racing. There's always something going on, you know?
Yeah, with social media, you know, we have professional race teams watching us right now and grassroots race teams. And some of them don't quite always know what to do and how to promote themselves. And sometimes I think on social media, to me, everybody in racing is fun and they're doing wild stuff all the time. Just rental cars alone are worth watching on videos. But, you know, what would your advice be to a small grassroots race team when it comes to how to beef up their social media a little bit better?
That's a really good question. And, you know, Instagram's such a funny thing. It's such a personal thing. It can be a personal thing for a person, or it can be a personal thing for a company or anything. But if somebody's like involved with a race team or racing or even a racing company, you want to show what you're doing is fun, invigorating. You're getting something out of it, the challenges to it. You want to show people what you're doing. You want to illustrate to people, communicate to people, show them what's behind it, show it what goes into it, show the good, show the bad, show the ugly. Like just be authentic, be real. People like to see the real story. It could be the human element, it could be things going wrong, things going right. But I think people want to see things that are true, authentic, and things they can, most importantly, they relate to. Any of us that love racing or racers or anything along those lines, there's again, I'm repeating myself, but there's very much a shared interest there. And if you can kind of emanate or show that passion through Instagram, through photos, or through enthusiasm, it makes a big difference. It makes a big difference. It might seem corny or this or that, but I think if you put yourself out there and you're putting yourself out there for the right reasons and you're showing like you're doing this because you believe in it and love it, I think people pick up on that.
Yeah, it makes things more complicated as well. You know, when I first entered the business, promoting was kind of a simple matter because media was a simple matter. Right. It didn't seem that way at the time, but now it does. Okay, you want to reach the youth culture? Well, here's how you do it. And here's where you buy ads. And they'll give you the demographics. They'll tell you everything where the ads go, TV or print or whatever. And now, like I have 3 grown children, so they're kind of millennials. And just the next generation from mine, they're very interested in experience. And to reach them, you have to first think really more about experience rather than media. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And not only to what you're saying there, but like just looking at traditional advertising and media and marketing, like, you know, I guess I can speak to that because I went to college for it and got out and worked in those agencies and stuff. But like, you know, Paul Fanner and I were just talking about it a little while ago. Like, you know, what is advertising and marketing now? Seriously, what is it? Like, it's like, okay, am I going to go home and watch TV tonight? Am I going to go home and read a magazine? Am I going to go on Facebook? Am I going to go on websites? Am I going to go to an event? I mean, if you really think about it, if you're a company or a product or a service or even a race team, how do you get yourself out there? How do you get your name out there? How do you get what you're doing out there? You're right. It's really complicated right now, but I'm starting to believe that, like, if you focus and pick things that you're good at, pick the things that are relevant to maybe the space that you're in or the racing that you're in. Like, it is, again, like racing, there's so many different forms of racing and so many different types of racing and so many different ages of racers themselves. Like, you really have to take a step back now and maybe take a look at that, if you know what I'm saying. Like, there's a lot of there. And not only that, but like, you know, maybe you don't have to spend a lot of money like the traditional ad agency model. You know what I mean? Like, go produce a TV spot for a couple $100,000 and like have to do the media buy and then do a print campaign or a radio campaign. You think about all that stuff, like it's almost irrelevant now. You know what I mean? Like, how do you dial in now? How do you dial in? And to me, it's actually really cool because it's like a new frontier right now. I think you can do a lot with a little. I think you have to be creative. I think you have to kind of learn the space. I think you have to know who you are. I think you have to know most importantly, you have to know who your audience is, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense. And sometimes we talk about youth culture and just two words, but those two words, that's a gigantic bucket, and it's really hard to fill up that bucket. And I know that there's people my age who talk about how do we get the young people to be involved in motorsports and auto racing, get them involved, and how do we get involved in youth culture? But they have no idea what youth culture is.
What you're saying makes a lot of sense to me. I'll take it to even another level right now. Okay, 2020. All right, my daughters are 21 and 16. My youngest daughter just got her license, and we live in Dana Point. There's surf kids around, like a bunch of kids coming around all the time. And some of them have cool cars. Some of them have Subaru. Some of them might have Mitsubishi, or somebody might have done a little bit of work to their car. But here's the thing, they're not really racing fans. And we need to make them racing fans. We need to make them car fans. Like, I look at these young guys and I look at them and they're like, they like cars, but they couldn't really tell you too much about racing. So that makes me think, like, as motor racing people, how are we gonna stay in front of these young guys? Is it rally cars? Is it electric cars? Is it Supercross? Is it the Global Rallycross Series? Is it off-road trucks? I honestly think for young men in this nation, let me just pull a figure out of the top of my head. Let's say like 16 to say mid to late 20s. How are those young men digesting media or social media or digesting motor racing? I mean, like, how are those young guys looking at that stuff? Do we know? I think I know, because I work for a company that like talks to those young guys, but like, they're hard to get to. Like, you got to know what they're doing. You got to talk to them, and you got to talk to them in their voice. You got to find out what they're doing. I'm glad you brought that up, because I think there's a lot of potential to talk to those guys. I really do.
When listening to you, there is one name that comes up to my mind who has done a really good job in the industry is Stefan Papadakis. You know, Papadakis, who was on the panel yesterday, did a session with us earlier this year on Deportrade Live. That's a guy, that's a core guy, and like the typical, is the ethic of this generation somehow. but he has embraced the social media. He has a huge amount of followers, and it's about building cars. And when we did the session with him, he said, well, I love NASCAR, I love, IndyCar, I love all this, but I'm more interested in wide series where imagination and is the key, where you can build whatever you want. I don't want to be, basically being told what to do with the room. And he's bringing a lot of people outside of racing into racing. Jim Law tomorrow with Formula Drift. There's a lot of guys out there coming with clever ideas, and it's fascinating to listen to you, Eric, because you really have big vision of what the potential is out there. Really,
absolutely. I'll take it even another step. Is like, okay, I watched Formula One from Bahrain over the weekend, and I see the cars and the technology, and I love it. I grew up with it. I mean, I love it as much as anybody does. But then I put my monster hat on a little bit, and I put my young guy hat on, and I take a step back, and I'm like, hey, those 16, 17-year-old kids that come around here, with their surfboards and their Subarus and stuff, they don't know anything about F1. They can't relate to the car Lewis is driving or the car that Lando Norris is driving. And I don't mean that in a negative way. I'm just like, young guys in this 2020, 2021, how are they relating their cars to their lives, into racing? Is it, that's why I look at Global Rallycross. Again, I talked to Liam Dorn the other day. They're going to go all electric. Liam's racing in stadiums, different Spa, Belgium, that they take that and they take those cars short, like very abbreviated races. And I'm thinking like, okay, to a young guy, is that cool? Is that interesting? It very well could be. Will he like it as much as F1? He might like it even more. I don't know. It just kind of shows you what's out there, if you know what I mean. Like there's so much out there. It's just, I think there's again, I go back to myself being young. My dad was a car racing guy. He built engines. And like, I looked at the NASCAR and the drag racing and everything we did. I grew up with that. But now I take a step back and be like, I think racing's different now. I think cars are different now. I still think cars can be really, really cool and like really, really meaningful, important to young men and young women. But like, what is it to them now? What is it to them in 2020? I don't know. Sometimes I think I know. Sometimes I don't know. But it's just cool to look at it all.
It is a lot of fun things to think about.
Yeah.
One of the interesting things that I've puzzled over is that there's the sport of drifting. So yes. my local short track is Irwindale, and Irwindale just would fight weekend in, weekend out to get people up in the stands, and just would struggle with regular short track racing. They would hold a drifting event. 10,000 people would show up at a racetrack that had not enough seating for them. There was not enough parking. You had to park a mile away to get into it. And so drifting has that kind of excitement. Formula D's Jim Lau is just a genius. But then you drift away and you talk to some of the old guys in racing, and they kind of don't want to invite drifting into the sport. Right. And I think there's some gigantic miss there that's taking place.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with what you're saying. And the way I look, we take a step back. This is how I look at it. We all love racing. We all love motors. We love gasoline. We're gonna like electric racing cars, whatever they may be. I think people need to be open-minded. The drift thing you mentioned is awesome. Like, okay, so you're an older car guy. Let's say you like drag racing. Let's say you're in your 60s and you're a drag racing guy, and that's all that you dig. And I understand guys that love that, and that's what they want. But keep your mind open. Keep your eye, think about when you were younger. What kind of, there's a lot of potential. The rally, the drifting, the motorcycles. Young guys like that stuff. And the more that we kind of like bring everybody into it, all types, all walks of life into it, there's racing for everybody,
Some of the older guys think that they should be more technically oriented in the sport, and the young guys who are 18, they should be working on their cars.
Right.
You know what? They get attracted to drifting, and then just coincidentally, the best race engine builder in drifting, Stefan Papadakis, He has subscribers on his YouTube channel over 500,000.
Yeah.
He has viewership of over 2 million. So I would answer those old guys that these young guys are interested in the technical side of racing, of motorsports, of drifting. They do want to get into that engine, and the engine's a little bit trickier to deal with. It's not a carburetor. You got to get your laptop out and figure things out with your computer. But I think there's just a gold mine there that just hasn't been tapped by the old hierarchy, I would guess.
Yeah, I'm with you. I completely agree with you. You know, like I think about those auto parts stores and those aftermarket stores and those parts stores I went to, you know, and I go into with my dad as a kid. He'd be, you know, throwing his money down to buy pistons or whatever. I mean, that stuff doesn't go on now. You know what I mean? At least not that I know of. But you're right. You're right. If guys like cars or young people like cars or car racing, they're going to find a way to make it part of their life, make it part of their lifestyle. It's what we're into. You know, it's the same guy that might like have a Subaru or a Mustang and want to drift it like Vaughn Gittin. That's a good thing. It kind of parallels what you know, motor racing or hop up stuff car guys were in the 60s or 70s.
Well, talking about trying new things, we're going to try something new. I'm getting a signal from our producer, Reed. So actually, with our functionality, we have the ability, if you raise your hand, to bring a guest with a question. So I have Edwin Redondo. Now, Paul, I see Paul putting his mask.
Don't bring them in my office.
So Edwin, I see you raising your hand. So I'm going to press the allow to talk button and we'll see what it does. So Edwin, you're on. Okay. Well, I'm asking Edwin to unmute. Well, then, we try.
Our post 5 p.m. streak is alive.
Well, so we're going to try one more time. Ask to unmute. Edwin, you are on the panel right now. You can ask your question, but it seems that your mic is not working. So we're going to put you back, you know, in the as an attendee. Okay, we tried. That's what happened.
Yes, that's. I think that's you know, that's par for the course this evening. I thought that was fascinating. I hope you understand why we work so closely with Eric on so many things. He really is a source of insight for us here at Racer.
You know, it's really valuable, and we hope to have some of what Eric brings to any office, you know, at Online Race Industry Week to really have moments throughout this week where let's stop and just spend some time rethinking a little bit, and let's open doors that maybe we closed a while back, and let's maybe open that door and see what comes in, you know.
Agreed. And, you know, some of the projects that we've worked on together, Eric and our team have worked on together when he was inside the company as a agency staffer. This was always central to the conversation: is how do we invite people in, young people in? What is the path and code? How do we cross-validate these cultures? And he really reshaped a lot of our thinking inside the company and made us realize we want to do the right thing rather than simply be right about one type of racing or one type of motorsport being better than the other. We all share a passion. What I found as we got to know these emerging categories of motorsport was we have a lot more in common than we would have realized. And they see a progression many times of people who entered these forms of motorsport. They move from, might be drifting, they desire to move on to things that are new and different for them. That might be road racing, might be circle track racing, might be drag racing. They're like the rest of us. We're exposed to new things and we embrace them, but it starts with a core passion for motorsports.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you know, at some point we have to say, when it comes to youth culture, give the customer what the customer wants. And so I think of a you know, great promoter like Humpy Wheeler. I don't know if Humpy Wheeler would be confused about what to do with drifting. I think he'd be right on it. And Humpy Wheeler, I saw him talk one time, and he was puzzling things out. And he goes, "Well, you know, if we actually had bigger cars, bigger race vehicles, we could give the sponsors what they want and give them more of a space to have a message, more of a billboard. Because basically he said the NASCAR cars are just billboards, and that's why we're being so successful. We have bigger cars than a lot of the other sports. And the next step for Humpy, of course, and he said it was, I wonder if we should be racing tractor trailers. We have even a bigger billboard for the sponsors.
Well, I would always listen to Humpy Wheeler. He might be onto something. I've not seen him get it wrong very often. But one of the things he understood was the wonderment and the kind of pure joy of being exposed to motorsport, that, you know, awe and fascination that someone has and the mystery of it. And what I think we all have seen today too is that there is a really cool thing underlying all of this, which is culture. And you talked about Jim and Ryan at Formula Drift. They built a culture around it. I look at so many things that our friends at Monster are into. They're into things that actually are cultural. And when you're a fan or a participant or someone in that culture, you represent that culture to the world. You wear it as your part of your personality. And I think that that's a real opportunity for motorsports. We're on a really great moment of restart. And remember, racing's done better than other things. And Eric, you know, you're well aware of this because we've talked about it, but, you know, 171 or 72% increase in 18 to 24 audience on racer.com this year, because we had something they were interested in, and that was esports. Simple as that. They were exposed to other things after that, and they stayed, but there was something that invited them in, and they decided to look it out, check it out, and stay. And I think that's really important for the whole industry.
Shared interest.
Yeah, I remember asking my son years ago, what would you like for a Christmas gift? And he said, well, I would like an experience. Just get me an experience. And so I think that year we got him kayaking. He can go kayaking in the Back Bay. But, you know, again, the youth culture may not be that mysterious when it comes to the organization Grid Life. So Grid Life
done a great job.
Huh?
Great job.
Yeah, so Grid Life, I'll give you an experience. I'll give you camping, rock and roll, fast cars, fun, the whole weekend, you know, and you give them an experience, and lo and behold, they show up.
Yeah, it's cultural though, John. I mean, and it's not all that different in one sense, and it's very different in another. You know, one of the best lines, I want to be different like all my friends. But you know, that could be the book on all this. But I you know, it's fascinating. And Eric, I want to thank you for stepping in an unexpected role tonight. You were always a source of wisdom for us in the Racer team, and a great source. You're a great collaborator, and the content you produce is just wonderful. And you've opened our eyes to so many different things over the years. We're all grateful. You know,
it's just fun. I mean, it's fun. We all like this. We all like this or love it and do it because we got into it as young guys because we love it and it's fun. I think you're right, Paul. I think what you guys just talked about the past couple minutes, I don't think it's as hard as we might think it is. I think it's just, you gotta get in front of them, and you've got to, like you said, it's cultural, very important, cultural, shared interest, common denominator. I think that if the men involved in motor racing in the aftermarket business can kind of look at this stuff, there's a lot of potential there.
Yeah, and I think you know we've said men a lot tonight, but I have to say one thing that's also the growth in the female audience has outpaced the growth. Yeah, I want to say that. Yep. We were up through September by 300% in female audience. We had a major shift in audience this year, and the greatest opportunity ultimately is women can be equal competitors in this sport. There's no reason, they already are. They earn their way in like the rest of us, and as someone who's been beaten soundly on a racetrack by several really excellent women racing drivers. They're racing drivers. I'm impressed with them, and I love the fact they're there. And I want us as a culture to realize we got a big advantage over other sports.
You know, in the digital world, whatever gets clicks wins. And when it comes to online race industry week, the most shares of any of our webinars is the Women in Motorsports webinar.
Yes, and again, looking forward to that tomorrow very much, because the people on that panel are all, there's not a single one of them that hasn't earned their way in at the top level of the sport. And women drink Monster too. It's the women subscribe to Racer. They come to racer.com. They go to races. And, one of my dreams is to see a woman's face on the trophy, the Borg Warner Trophy at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I think that's going to be a milestone moment. And I know there are a number of young women who have that absolutely on their board of dreams. That's what they want to do. And the world opens up to us at that point. I think we dramatically increase the scale of audience and engagement.
Here's a nice note from a 22-year-old watching us this week. Hello, Eric. I found your chat regarding young people in motorsport very interesting. I'm 22 and love motorsport from an engineering point of view, meaning I love the full-blown Indy, NASCAR, LMP cars. But I was amazed at how the drifters impressed all of the pure racers at the Goodwood Festival of Speed.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Loud, fast, like cars doing outlandish things. Why wouldn't people like it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it, Formula Drift had me at hello, and I think that it's a great attractor. It's intuitive when you watch it. You see something that you used to see on the racetrack. Race cars used to be driven almost like a drift car. That used to be the fast way to drive a racing car. To me, there's a certain thing that's been lost with all the technology that's come in when the cars track around the corner with very little slippage or slip angle in the cars. But yeah, it's really, we've talked about that endlessly, Eric, when we've been at the races together.
The human element. You're right, Paul. That's very interesting. Think about that. As a matter of fact, I hope I'm not interrupting here, but I was just going to say,
you're not.
Even talking to
You're
the road racing guys, the younger road racing guys lately, like Cameron Beaubier, he's going to run for the world championship next year. He's telling me where am I going with this? I talked to Cameron. He's like, hey, I'm learning this motorcycle. I talked to Kenny Roberts a couple of days. Kenny Roberts is saying like, hey, like these guys are going to have to ride these GP bikes, like dirt track bikes again. Cameron Beaubier knows that too. I guess where I'm going with that is like things are always changing. What comes around goes around. Like
that's right. And what was old is new again. And I think that what we're going to see is an embrace of that. I think having cars where you can see the driver driving the car. Every form of motorsport I grew up with, you could do that, from drag racing to stock car racing to IndyCar, everything. You saw the actual skill of the driver apparent and how they controlled a car that had more power than grip. So, we have a world ahead of us that's going to change. I think motorsports has a competitive advantage, as you said, if it's open-minded. And you've really helped our team, Eric, over the last 20 years now. You opened our eyes and our mind to so many things. I'm very grateful to you. And, we're obviously we're good friends. I think you think of you as the younger brother I never had, and you taught me more than I taught you. But I think the one thing that you taught me was elitism doesn't work. It's not going to get you anywhere. Not looking at the other person's passion in sport and motorsport especially, and not appreciating it is a mistake. And when you find people that are passionate about what they're doing or give them a reason to care, you win if you're open to them. And I think motorsports has this massive opportunity, especially as the world does become maybe a different thing in mobility and transportation. What we do in motorsports becomes even more exceptional.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And that's where I'm excited. A racer is a very special thing. And your dad was a racer. I see it in you all the time. And you talk and think like a racer. You're very competitive. And we're all racing to the future. See who gets there first, who gets to define it. I want motorsports to define the future first, not just with technology, but with mindset. And I think that, you've helped me see that. And I hope you've helped some of the audience see that tonight.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. Cars, motorcycles, like they're not going away. So it's just a question of how, like, we whoever it may be, how you apply yourselves to those. If you like cars and motorcycles, you can do whatever you want with them. You know what I mean?
That's right. And I noticed there's a lot of crossover between the two. I love I went to a Supercross race years ago, and I walked up the grandstand, and I was walking up the grandstand, and there were a bunch of IndyCar drivers. Then I got another layer up in the grandstand, a bunch of people I knew through IMSA and sports car racing, and we're all fans of each other. That's the best part.
Oh yeah, I saw like a Facebook memorial to Swede Savage the other day. You know,
Yes.
we know who he was.
Yeah.
I watched him when I was a little kid. He's like, it was back in the day. He was riding motocross bikes with Steve McQueen. I thought that was really cool.
Yeah, Swede Savage was one of the most impressive young racing drivers I witnessed. I wanted to be Swede Savage when I was younger.
Yeah.
He carried himself really well, but Dan Gurney loved Swede Savage as a driver and as a person, and admired him first as a motorcycle racer, because Dan loved motorcycle and motorcycle racing. And racing is about respect ultimately, and racers, real racers respect other racers. They respect other competitors, and I think we're at an era where that is a really valuable commodity, and everybody that's been on here has on this panels the last few days, they have that in spades. Just looking at the people in the different sanctioning bodies speak with each other today, it's an underlayment of very deeply felt respect for each other.
Absolutely. That might be the most important thing I've heard since I've been sitting in this chair. Mutual respect.
That's right. So,
people. Yep.
and respect is the fuel of growth. And I love racers. I know you're passionate about drag racing, and you love NASCAR. It shows every time we talk about it. The world is ours as a culture, as a motorsports culture, if we remember that.
Yeah.
I agree. And another aspect is that I do believe, and I believe this for my entire career in the racing industry, that we have what sells tickets. So racing at the short track, racing anywhere, the speed and noise, that puts people in the seats. So you watch a movie these days, and you watch a Marvel movie, old people will go to a Marvel movie and say, well, they cut too quick. It's too fast. The movie goes by too fast, and it's too noisy. There's always explosions. So the movie business is making billions of dollars off of speed and noise, and we've got speed and noise that they can only dream of, and we have tire dust and fumes. We have a lot of other stuff as well, and I just think we still have what sells tickets, and we just have to let loose a little bit of the past, allow ourselves to float a little bit with what today is to a 20-year-old. And you look at the Formula One series on Netflix, and who would say the best thing on Netflix is going to be a Formula One series, and what's behind Formula One, and that's going to be one of the most popular things on Netflix.
Human element.
It was
that's right. It's that, and you nailed it. You nailed it. The next Netflix thing, what I find really interesting about the Netflix, obviously, that was, I think, a construct of Chase Carey and Sean Bratches in Formula One. Really bright guys that come from the media and sports media business. They treat it as a content property. And obviously, Sean had a really terrific, run at ESPN, and he understood how to engage audience in sports. And I think he was probably behind some of this and getting it done before he took another role. And I meet young people that I would never think had any interest in Formula One, and both female and male audience is out there that just loves this show, and they ask me about it. They know I'm in racing. My neighbor approached me. He's a great guy. He's a psychologist. I had no idea he had a remote amount of interest in racing. He's binge watched this thing, and I think that the human element is what's so fantastic. And, once you get into racing, you want to consume more about it. I mean, I'm sitting, here's my reading for tonight. It's a book about Don Prudhomme. Sorry, I'm pretty, I have a one-track mind, no pun intended. But I think that it's a habit I started when I was really young. I just want to know about racers. I want to know about racing. And now that's infinite, and all the information's out there. Videos, social, the content stream about racing is vast. If you're a team or a driver, have your own story, be true to yourself, and really don't be boring. Don't be politically correct. I'm not talking about go off on a political rant, just be authentic. I think that's the thing where people are really, they're with you emotionally and they want to see what happens to you. That's probably the most important thing. And we see that, and I'm really, what my regret here, Brian, he's quite entertaining on social media. I wish we could have had him on. And Haley is just spectacular, and her attitude in social media is terrific. But there'll be another day. We're going to be doing this for a long time, I got a feeling.
We were hoping to get Don Prudhomme as a happy hour guest, but his schedule just wouldn't make it. But I had a joke ready if Don Prudhomme was going to be one of our guests. So I think Don Prudhomme is one of the coolest guys ever, and kind of one of those guys who just invented being cool. So my joke is, Steve McQueen went to a drag race, and he's walking around being Steve McQueen, and he's cool, and he's a cocky son of a gun, and somebody sees him and doesn't really understand racing, and that guy over there walking by, is that Don Prudhomme? And somebody says, no, that's Steve McQueen. He just thinks he's Don Prudhomme.
There you go. That's exactly it. And I think there's something about racers that's special. I always believe that that when you strap yourself into a racing car, or you build basically that's a road-bound rocket, you've got a special gift, and you've got a special courage and a special commitment. And I have a saying, and I think a few years back, Eric, you've heard me say this before, is that we're not in the entertainment business alone. We're actually in the inspiration business.
Yeah.
The best, that ultimately is what I think racing is. It's inspiring. My life has been defined by the people who inspired me, with racing. Roger Penske being chief among them, and being able to talk with Roger at the beginning of the week. But he has a real deep interest in all forms of racing. He's curious about them. He's certainly not going to discount you if you're one type of racer or another. And I've admired that about really true racers. But wow, I've always wanted to uncork you and share you with the world, Eric. That was actually pretty phenomenal.
What a great
It's even funnier. The first autograph I ever got was from Don Prudhomme when I was 6 years old. What a weird coincidence! Like Don Prudhomme.
I'll loan you this book after I'm done reading it. How's that?
my mom helped me write him a letter when I was like 6, 7 years old, and we got his address out of a NHRA booking guide. And I remember being in first grade, and he sent a letter back of autographed pictures and all this stuff. And I met him when I got older and met him. I told him about that. I'll never forget that.
Well, if he watched tonight, he might ask you for your autograph.
No, I've met him. What a really cool guy. As a matter of fact, that's how I met him, was when I covered John Force and Ron Capps, and when they went down to the end at Pomona that year. Anyway, losing.
Yeah.
But you're
right,
right,
that's all right.
Yep. It's human element, man, and telling stories. That's what it is.
Yeah, and wow, that that was a surprise ending, but a great one tonight. Thank you, Eric, and thank you for bearing with us and trying everything you did today to make this happen. I appreciate it.
Love the passion, Eric. Love the energy. Love everything. It was great. Thank
you, Eric. That was fun.
Thank you.
And
so now, Paul, it is 5:57. Day 2.
Yeah.
2 days incredible, and tomorrow we'll be back at 6:45 for the welcome. We launch the webinar usually around 6 a.m. So for people to start logging in, and we come live at 6:45. So we have a great day tomorrow. Paul will be the opening act. And we're going to travel again around the world. We'll go in England, we'll go back to the US, go back around the globe, and it's going to be a fun day. And I put the pictures of you, Paul. We had a good snapshot earlier on the lunch session with IMSA, SCCM.
Oh yes.
Yeah. So and you're laughing, and so it's a fun it's a fun event. It's informative. It's educational. It's everything. It's racing. That's what we love.
It is. It's powered by passion, and that's apparent in the people we talk to here, and that's the best thing about racing. And before we go into get our 15 minutes of rest before we start again, tomorrow has some really interesting stuff in it, I got to say. If you like what you saw today, come back tomorrow, because we've got great things that the EPAR trade crew has put together, and we have some great panels that the racer crew have worked on. And I think that I feel this is picking up some speed. We started off really strong, but we're still accelerating. So thank you guys. I really appreciate it. Thanks for bearing with us with a little bit of technical trouble we had today.
And then registration is open. Please invite your friend in the industry. If you enjoy it, we have 3 more days. And again, you just all need to do is sign up on the registration page, and you will be. So 5:59, John, your word of wisdom.
No, it's just been great. We're ready to sign off and get it done tomorrow. And invite people get on social media, share the word, Twitter, and we'll have some more fun tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Eric. It was a pleasure having you, and thanks for all the energy and everything you brought to this evening panel and happy hour. We're missing the drinks. We're supposed to be having a drink on the happy hour. So
now we're gonna have monsters and then go and stay up all night long.
Okay, very good.
All right.
Excellent.
Take
Thank you
care.
guys.
Bye-bye.
We'll see you tomorrow. Okay,
Bye.
good night.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye.